Upon consuming the rumble fruit, you initially intended to linger by Enel's side, seizing the opportunity to claim the coveted fruit for yourself. However, he dismissed you, disregarding even the presence of a subordinate who could have been easily acquired, and promptly expelled you from his vicinity. Yet, fortune has a way of favoring the tenacious. After being cast aside by Enel, you inadvertently crossed paths with the formidable warriors of the Skypiea Shandya tribe. Cornered in the forest, you unexpectedly stumbled upon the most powerful Logia-type fruit, the rumble fruit. Upon consuming this extraordinary fruit, your first instinct was to seek out Enel, the very one who had once chastised you. To his astonishment, he found himself confronted by you, a familiar figure from his past encounters, now transformed, and no longer the cautious individual he once knew. You exuded an air of exuberance and confidence. From a modest height of just over 1.8 meters, you had now surged to an imposing 3.15 meters, your stature towering above him, your physique embodying raw, explosive strength akin to a mighty mountain. Enel, bewildered, questioned the reality of his perception. How could you possibly be the same person? The disparity between your former self and your current presence was stark, as if two entirely different beings stood before him. His disbelief was short-lived, for in an instant, you transformed into a blue beam of light, vanishing before his very eyes. When you reappeared, it was directly in front of him, the abruptness of your arrival evoking a sense of unfamiliar dominance that caused Enel to instinctively retreat, yearning to distance himself from you. Just as Enel prepared to withdraw, his movements faltered. He hunched over, clutching his abdomen, his eyes wide with pain, and knelt before you, succumbing to his anguish. The sensation of wielding your newfound elemental ability was exhilarating, and your joy was palpable, evident in the uncontainable smile that adorned your face. Looking down at the suffering Enel, your smile brightened further as you spoke with sincerity. "Truth be told, I should be thanking you," you said, resting a hand on his shoulder as you crouched beside him. "Being new to this place, everything feels so foreign and intimidating. I relied on you, hoping to gain some guidance on navigating this realm, particularly in identifying the non-toxic entities and surviving within the forest. You were quite accommodating at first, not imposing any burdens on me. I observe you from a distance, not wishing to intrude, as I am not one to trouble others. Yet, why must you possess such a disagreeable disposition? Wasn't our unspoken understanding meant to be a given? Why disrupt it? With a sudden surge of force, you grasped Enel's hair, yanking him upward, inflicting pain upon his scalp, which elicited a pained cry from him. You, however, remained unfazed, continuing to articulate your thoughts. Thus, the previous goodwill has dissipated, transforming into animosity. However, I pride myself on being principled. Between us, there exists no profound enmity, nor do I seek your demise. However, you must find a way to appease my irked spirit." At this juncture, Ainalu remained perplexed, unable to fathom the meaning behind your words. In an instant, Ainalu grasped your intentions. The pain was excruciating. You seized his hair and hurled him skyward with such force that it felt as though his very scalp might be torn asunder. The sensation of pain had yet to dissipate when the feeling of weightlessness enveloped him. Just as he began to descend slightly, blue lightning coalesced beneath him, taking your form. With a kick reminiscent of a soccer ball, you sent him soaring once more, allowing his fall to be reversed. Your figure, ephemeral, vanished and reappeared along the path of his trajectory. Once again, he suffered the brunt of your merciless kick. Disappearing and reappearing in a dance of elemental transformation, you treated Ainalu as a mere football, engaging in a spirited aerial match. Possessing the powers of the thunder fruit, your elemental form and velocity were extraordinary, enabling swift positional changes at will, seamlessly transitioning between realms, without a hint of difficulty. With each kick, Ainalu was propelled through the air, enduring this torment for nearly 6 minutes before finally landing on the deck of a pirate ship. Alas, the vessel, aged and dilapidated, could not withstand his weight, collapsing beneath him and sending Ainalu crashing into the hold. You, having vanished and reappeared, now stood beside him as he coughed up blood, a testament to the resilience of those in the world of pirates more tenacious than cockroaches. Remarkably, he remained alive despite his injuries. Allow me to share a rather unfortunate truth. With a foot resting upon Ainila's head, a grin revealing a mouthful of pristine teeth, I remarked, "Had you arrived here sooner, perhaps this ability to vanish and reappear would have been yours. By a twist of fate, You acquired the Thunder Fruit, becoming a wielder of its demonic powers and ability that rightfully belonged to Ainalu, one that would have allowed him to dominate this world. Yet, it has now become yours, filling you with a sense of guilt and indebtedness towards him. Oh, come now. Let's not jest. The Devil Fruit is inherently ownerless, and this pirate ship, too, belongs to no one. Your acquisition of the Thunder Fruit signifies your destined connection to it. Otherwise, how could it have strayed from its original narrative to find its way into your hands rather than Ainilis? Everything is preordained. Well, I find my ire has subsided considerably, and I shall spare your life. Should our paths cross again, I advise you to show me the respect I deserve. Do not disregard my stature. The consequences will undoubtedly be dire. Remember me well. With those words, the figure transformed into a surge of blue lightning, vanishing from sight. Only after you had completely disappeared did Enel emit a deafening roar, akin to a wounded beast's growl. It seems you harbor quite a disdain for me. In a flash, the blue lightning darted past, accompanied by a voice brimming with suppressed excitement, which resonated in Enel's ears, freezing his savage expression. A hand, sharp as a blade, effortlessly pierced through the position of Enel's heart, the entire arm emerging from within. Clutched in your grasp was a pulsating heart, shimmering with blue lightning that danced within your palm. This heart, once vibrant, now appeared charred and blackened. How could you harbor such animosity towards me? I had graciously resolved to spare you. Not only did you fail to express gratitude, but you also did not even attempt to repay my kindness. Yet, your ingratitude is truly unforgivable. As your figure transformed into lightning and faded, a faint voice lingered in the air, tinged with regret. Enel's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down at the gaping wound, still oozing blood from his chest. He opened his mouth to speak, but blood surged forth, drowning his words. His widened eyes lost their focus, and his body fell rigidly to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. The scattered dust gently settled, burying him, as though he had merged with the earth, creating a harmonious scene. Fear not, Baika. I shall assist in your annihilation, ensuring he disappears completely from Skypiea. Your soft voice floated from afar, but alas, even as it reached Enel's ears, he could not muster any response. How convenient it is, this sensation of ease. Here, and here, everywhere, the elemental capabilities of the Logia fruit are exquisitely marvelous, particularly the rumble fruit and the spark fruit. These fruits, imbued with light attributes, grant the ability to fly without the need for wings that in the past, even after exhausting my legs, I could barely cover any distance, but now, the gap between myself and others is insurmountable. Acquiring the rumble fruit has piqued my interest in its myriad abilities, and I find myself in a state of exhilaration. My form flickers in and out of existence, traversing trees, ground, sky, and clouds. There is nothing now that can confine me. I am the thunder, my body levitating in the air, right arm raised high, eyes closed, a smile spreading across my face to reveal a gleaming set of teeth. Ha ha ha! With a thunderous roar, the once serene sky erupted into a tempest of lightning, arcs of electricity surging and howling, a dreadful calamity descending in an instant. Hee hee hee! You spread your arms wide, letting out a joyous laugh. This feeling, this overwhelming sensation of power coursing through every inch of your being, is utterly intoxicating. The thunderous assault does not require a vocal declaration. Utilizing the powers of the fruit does not necessitate specific gestures. Yet, as you wave your arms and proclaim aloud, the pose is established, the name is unveiled, and thus, it becomes truly flamboyant, truly impressive. Having been granted a second chance at life, seizing the opportunity for grandeur is paramount. One must not neglect oneself. How to exude sophistication? Simply embody it. Lightning descends like a ferocious dragon from the heavens, striking the pirate ship upon which you have obtained the thunder fruit. In the midst of this tempestuous lightning, the ship is instantly reduced to mere powder, engulfed in flames, flickering with electric brilliance, and roaring with thunderous might. This terrifying destructive force is solely the result of your casual shout and gesture, all for the sake of style. How gratifying it is to witness the sheer power of the thunder fruit. Indeed, one must set aside all superficial embellishments and focus solely on the outcome. The destructive capacity of the thunder fruit undoubtedly ranks among the highest. However, possessing such devastation while simultaneously exhibiting such spectacular combat effects is unparalleled. No other devil fruit can rival the thunderous wonder. Strength, of course, is vital, yet one cannot overlook the importance of flair. In battle, one must shine, must dazzle, must be utterly breathtaking. Your affection for the thunder fruit is palpable. With a smile, your form transforms into scintillating blue sparks and vanishes from sight. Now, as you traverse your path, you move with unbridled freedom, as swift as you desire. What transpires in the forbidden grounds? What is happening? Such a terrifying explosion reverberates, echoing louder than imaginable. The warriors of the Sandia tribe, tasked with guarding the sacred area, are drawn to the commotion caused by your ostentatious display of the thunder fruit. With furrowed brows and tense expressions, they gaze intently toward the forbidden zone, pondering if the newcomer from the Blue Sea has instigated some trouble. Surely the leader will not blame us. They murmur amongst themselves. Quiet down. Forget all about that Blue Sea person, commands one, leaving no room for dissent. The warriors naturally connect the events to the recent arrival, yet they cannot fathom the nature of the disturbance. Their concern for potential repercussions from their tribe compels them to nod in agreement with their leader's command, avoiding any trouble. When one mingles in the world of mischief, accountability is inevitable. Any transgressions must be faced with resolve. Such deceitful behavior is simply unacceptable. Is your leader truly capable? If he cannot manage you few rascals, allow me to take charge, you declare. Blue and violet sparks coalesce in the air, revealing your formidable physique. You appear as before, yet now, your presence exudes an intimidating aura far surpassing the prior. Notably, you defy gravity without the aid of the Sky Island's flying gear, effortlessly suspended in midair with arms crossed, showcasing your powerful pectorals, gazing down disdainfully at them. The corners of your mouth curl upward, revealing a gleaming smile of pristine white teeth. Oh, it's you. You taunt. You dare to retaliate? Trespassing in the forbidden grounds is a capital offense. Wait patiently for us to deal with you. Seeing the Shandians once more, the tribesmen are filled with anger. Yet simultaneously, a surge of excitement brews within them. They intend to capture you, and then teach you a lesson. This is quite wrong. Only the leader of the Shandian tribe remains composed, his brow furrowed, his gaze intensely fixed upon you, warily assessing your presence. In the world of pirates, everyone is muscular. Each individual possesses remarkable physical prowess. Even the weakest among them is formidable. Yet intelligence seems to be a scarce commodity. Nonetheless, one can understand. In such a brutish world, strength prevails as the ultimate logic. As long as one is powerful, the necessity of intellect becomes irrelevant. You grasp a handful of hair, casting a bemused glance at these Shandian warriors. Their faces twisted in sinister smiles. How fortuitous it is that our thoughts align. I, for one, despise the notion of delayed vengeance. Thus, I am prepared to immediately exercise my right to revenge. I hope you do not mind. The Shandian warriors, upon hearing your words, stand there momentarily dazed, as if they have heard something utterly ludicrous. Beware, they shall ultimately pay the price for their arrogance. The leading Shandian warrior remains vigilant, sensing an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. A wave of unease surges through him, though the reason eludes him. He resolves to warn his comrades. Alas, his warning comes too late. Your ethereal form rematerializes. You find yourself behind one of the Shandian warriors. Greetings. I must say, you possess quite a striking appearance, one that lifts my spirits. Thus, I shall commence with you. Your teasing words reach the ears of the Shandian warrior, rendering him speechless. Blood spills from his mouth as he gazes in disbelief at the arm protruding from his back, piercing through his heart, and the charred heart gripped in your hand. Now, darkened in the blue lightning's glow, his eyes widen in horror, yet they lack focus. He succumbs to death, having witnessed the state of his own heart, leaving this world without regret. You withdraw your arm, and the lifeless body of the Shandian warrior collapses to the ground, while your arm remains unscathed by the searing lightning. I shall end your life. Pasputita, accursed denizen of the Blue Sea. The surrounding Shandian warriors, though astonished by your extraordinary method, are even more devastated by the loss of their comrade. In a pirate world, defeat is a grave matter. The death of a companion is indeed a significant event. Oh dear, I'm truly terrified. Hith. You retreat a couple of steps, your arms wrapped around yourself. Yet your face is adorned with mockery, as you emit a hearty laugh, only serving to further infuriate the Shandian warriors. Kill him and avenge Rika? The situation spirals out of control. This bloodshed can never be resolved amicably. You can always trust in the formidable power, born from the deep bonds of friendship among comrades in the pirate world. Crackling blue-violet lightning envelopes your form. Previously, you may have feared these comrades, but now, with the Thunder Fruit in your possession, after becoming the wielder of the Thunder Fruit, you surpassed even Azain. Your prowess, I abstain from consuming beef. Yet even the leader of the Shandia tribe finds himself in a state of trepidation. The unfolding situation has entirely exceeded his capacity for control. He never anticipated that a conflict among compatriots from Qinghai would escalate into such a multitude of troubles. Had he known, he would have deeply regretted not eliminating you upon their first encounter. Despite the intimidating aura of lightning that surrounds you, and the fact that one of his companions had already perished at your hands, how could the Shandia warriors who have valiantly fought against the inhabitants of Sky Island without ever contemplating the reclamation of their homeland debase themselves to such a degree as to beg for mercy over such a trivial cost? That would be utterly uncharacteristic of a Shandia warrior. Not only did he refrain from dissuading his companions and subordinates, but he also initiated an attack against you. Harnessing the ability to soar through the air granted by the Sky Island, he swiftly approached, gripping his spear tightly, aiming its point directly at you. You remained unmoved, standing resolutely in place, choosing to elementalize yourself. As the expression of satisfaction and triumph illuminated his face, your form gracefully dissipated, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. When your voice echoed near his ear, the Shandia warrior's pupils contracted, as if he had just heard the most dreadful news imaginable. Beware of Tax, he's behind you. The rest of the Shandia warriors were equally astonished, witnessing the scene unfold before them. They rushed forward, their faces etched with anxiety. The warrior who had fallen victim to your ambush was a stark reminder they were resolute in ensuring no further harm would befall their comrades. They would not stumble twice in the same pit. They could not afford another misstep. With the advantage of flight, the Shandia warriors moved with remarkable speed, closing the distance to you in mere moments. Die! They shouted, lifting their spears high, their points aimed straight at you. Observing your stillness, they could not help but feel a sense of impending victory, their minds conjuring images of your body, pierced by their weapons. You smiled, the corners of your mouth curving upwards, revealing a glimmer of your white teeth. Have you all ever been struck by lightning? This inquiry went unanswered, for you did not grant the Shandia warriors the time to respond. With a crackling surge, the wild power of lightning erupted from your being, engulfing everyone present, those who attacked you and those you had attacked, including your Zelfine. Blinding radiance, the Shandia warriors, accustomed to the harsh exposure of ultraviolet light, screamed in agony as their darkened skin contrasted starkly with the brilliance of the lightning. Several figures plummeted from the air, and beneath the clear blue sky, you stood unfazed and composed. The fallen warriors of the Sandia tribe lay scattered upon the ground, their hair a tangled mass, skin charred and dark, eyes glazed in a state of unconsciousness. Are they still alive? Your curious gaze scrutinizes these Sandia people, pondering aloud. Surely, they must still be alive. You absent-mindedly tug at your hair, murmuring to yourself. After all, this is the realm of pirates. Any form of elemental assault can inflict harm upon the strong, yet it cannot reap their lives. To extinguish a formidable foe, one must rely solely on the most unadulterated physical means, engaging in close combat to pierce their flesh and shatter their innards. Otherwise, the strong in this pirate world are not easily vanquished. This won't do. These beings are mere fodder. If even the weakest of them proves so difficult to eliminate, then possessing the Thunder Fruit would render you nothing more than a mere spectacular and impressive display lacking substance. The Thunder Fruit is most effective for clearing the field. These insignificant foes have no right to survive under your onslaught. Instantly, you manifest elemental form once more, now hovering above the ground, meticulously inspecting the fallen Sandia warriors one by one. You need to ascertain their current state. After a thorough examination, you find them to be in satisfactory condition. A smile of contentment finally graces your face. Ha ha ha. These Sandia warriors have been pushed to the brink of death. They cannot perish any further. I told you. How dare you wretched souls claim the privileges reserved for the powerful? With a sense of relief, you appreciate the abilities bestowed by the Thunder Fruit. Such small fry cannot withstand your electric discharge. Once dealt with, you leave the Sandia tribe behind. They still owe you an apology. However, for now, you can afford to let them be. Those despicable inhabitants of Sky Island owe a grave apology as well. My dignity has endured far too many blows at their hands. I have suffered enough. Your elemental form vanishes from the spot, leaving behind a scene littered with the charred bodies of the Sandia warriors. You reappear aloft, soaring above the forest. This time, your perspective is vastly expanded. Shielded by the trees, you can clearly observe the distant surroundings. There lies the city closest to the forest, the very place where you first arrived, feeling utterly helpless and enduring the greatest humiliation. You were nearly beaten to death there. Ha ha ha, you cursed birdmen, await your reckoning. Each punch that landed upon you, each kick that struck you, is etched vividly in your memory. You shall never forget their faces. This man has but one virtue, repays every slight. In times of weakness, he endured, for to do otherwise would deny him the chance for vengeance. Now, armed with strength, how could he possibly restrain himself? To have endured in weakness only to refrain from vengeance now that he possesses power would that not leave his heart in turmoil. Such discontent would taint every endeavor thereafter. Thus, you are resolute in seeking retribution, intending to return the pain inflicted upon you 100-fold. Indeed, this is the place. You hover momentarily in the air. His gaze swept over the city below, observing the islands of empty air where the white-winged birds resided. A cruel glint flickered in his eyes, for love begets hatred. Just as one may cherish their dwelling, they may equally despise it. Those without wings, not belonging to the aerial realm, suffer the disdain of the bird folk. The verbal insults alone are sufficient to ignite one's ire. Even more intolerable are the aggressors who, with unbridled ferocity, assail a newcomer to this world. Can you believe that at that moment, your physical condition had yet to adapt to the rules of this realm? You were indeed weakened to the utmost degree. These individuals, endowed with formidable physical prowess, could easily overpower you. How could one retaliate against their merciless onslaught, lest they risk their very life in the tumult? The hatred from those initial encounters does not simply dissipate having now acquired the means for vengeance. You are determined to repay the suffering endured. Come forth, you wretched birds. All of you, show yourselves. You hover over the city of empty air as a thunderous blue-violet tempest envelopes the sky. The deafening roar reverberates around you, instilling a sense of impending doom. This is the realm of the aerial, yet above the clouds, there's been no rain, no thunderous storms. The unfamiliar terror of this scene sends shivers through the hearts of the aerial denizens, rendering them momentarily paralyzed. Upon hearing your call, each one of them, though timid, is filled with curiosity. Obediently, they step out of their homes, standing in the streets, gazing upward in awe at the terrifying presence you embody. Their mouths agape. They find themselves momentarily bereft of speech. A swift-moving silhouette draws closer, and since consuming the thunder fruit, you have discovered an alarming enhancement in your perceptual abilities. At this very moment, although your eyes have yet to behold it, you can sense the approach of a formidable presence heading in your direction. You momentarily divert your gaze from the birdfolk below, turning instead towards the source of the energy you have detected, clad in resplendent armor. Just like at this moment, even though his eyes have not yet seen it, he has already sensed that a certain powerful aura is approaching him. Faley temporarily shifted his gaze away from the birdman below and turned towards the direction of the sensed aura. Clad in armor, the newcomer rode a rather disgusting pink-spotted Pegasus. Who could this be? As a casual viewer who is not very well versed in the anime One Piece, Faley was not entirely sure. However, he had some faint memories. It seemed to be a leader who originally belonged to Sky Island, but was driven away by Inaru, who had consumed the Rumble fruit. Even Inaru, who did not know hockey and relied solely on the Rumble fruit, was not a match for him. Naturally, as someone with mediocre abilities, Faley, the current owner of the Rumble fruit, would not fear the opponent. Who are you? Gonfer asked gravely, controlling Pierre to hover 100 meters away from Faley. Watching Faley stroll leisurely in the midst of the thunder, the feeling of helplessness in the face of terrifying power made Gonfer's voice dry. Gonfer had also heard the shouting that echoed throughout the island and the strange environmental changes above Sky Island, which made him rush over in a panic. He sensed that something big was happening, but he did not expect the situation to be so tricky, not to mention stopping or defeating Faley. Gonfer knew he could not even get close to him. Faley, bathed in lightning, was not someone Gonfer could approach. He feared that before getting near Faley, he would be turned into a charred corpse by the thunder. Given the current situation, Gonfer could only find a way to negotiate with Faley, hoping to clarify what Faley intended to do and then respond accordingly. Lacking strength, Gonfer had no other choice. Feli is just a name. Who I am is not important. Feli looked at Gonfer. What about you? What's your name? You have the final say here. Gonver. Seeing that Feli was willing to negotiate, Gonfer finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Feli wouldn't even want to talk, which would be troublesome. Since they could communicate, they might clarify the situation, and perhaps the current predicament could be resolved through conversation. I need to know what you're doing now, Feli, Gonfer insisted. Feli chuckled. 2 years ago, I was beaten up by a group of people from Sky Island, and now I'm here to settle the score. Being beaten up is nothing. It's not an embarrassment. It's just the path I took to get here. Gonfer should know this. Feli feels no pressure. Right now, he is just here for revenge. This grudge has been dragging on for 2.5 years. Feli doesn't want to wait any longer. What? Upon hearing Feli's words, Gonfer felt a headache coming on. Beaten up and now back for revenge? Looking at Feli's devil-like physique and flamboyant demeanor, then at the Sky Island residents below, who were shrinking in fear like quails, Gonfer truly doubted that Feli was serious. How could things possibly be as Feli described? Was there some kind of misunderstanding? Gonfer wanted to try to negotiate. There is no misunderstanding. Feli coldly looked at Gonfer. Old man, do you think I'm lying to you? Gonfer's expression changed, and he quickly waved his hands, saying, I didn't mean that. Feli pointed down at a few people and said, it's those guys. Below, the crowd was dense, and Gonfer looked in the direction Feli pointed. He couldn't distinguish who was who and was completely at a loss. Forget it. Feli didn't want to waste time with Gonfer. He elementalized and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already among the residents of Sky Island. Bang, bang, bang. Punches and kicks, a flurry of strikes. Amid the terrified screams of the birdmen of Sky Island, Feli kept flashing around. Several Sky Islanders were kicked out of the crowd and fell into the central square. Feli reappeared beside Gonfer's original position and pointed at those he had kicked out. A group of worried relatives rushed out as well. Those lying down are the ones who attacked me before. I want revenge. Do you have any objections? This was not a battle with any resistance. It was a one-sided ravaging. These guys looked nothing like they could cause trouble for Feli. Gonfer truly did not know if what Feli said was true or if he was just joking. I see they've learned their lesson. Can you let them go? Gonfer bravely continued to speak. As the god of Sky Island, he had to protect the people of Sky Island. Even in the face of Feli, Gonfer had to muster this courage. It was his responsibility that he could not shirk, and he would absolutely not evade it. Feli laughed and coldly looked at Gonfer. Old man, do you think your face is very big? Gonfer's smile froze, and the grin turned into a tense expression. He gripped his knight's lance tightly, his gaze piercing. Even though he was old, his spirit was still vigorous. I am the god of Sky Island, the protector of its residents, and I absolutely cannot allow you to act recklessly. God? Feli laughed, even louder. You actually call yourself a god? I thought I was pretty delusional, but I didn't expect you to be such a character. How shameless can you be? Since you, old man, are so shameless, then I'll let you, this god, fall before the people of Sky Island you protect today. Thunder Beast. Chapter 11. The fall of the god being cool is one thing. Hitting the target is another. The essence of the thunder fruit is the control of lightning. The form that lightning takes is a reflection of Feli's will. Therefore, while pursuing coolness, the effectiveness of the attack must be guaranteed. This effectiveness refers to attack speed and attack power. Thus, the so-called Thunder Beast is a lightning beast that resembles a fierce tiger. It descends from the thunderclouds, appearing before Gonfer. In the eyes of all the indigenous people of the Sky Island, the speed of the lightning is incredibly fast, even in the fixed form of a tiger. Its charging speed is astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a clawing and roaring figure, pouncing right in front of Gonfer. Gonfer's eyes widened as he raised the knight's spear in his hand. Pierre sensed the danger. With its flying ability, it was not slow either. Acting on instinct, it attempted to evade with Gonfer. Unfortunately, Feli's attack, Thunder Beast, was a wide-area attack and extremely fast. Even if Gonfer wanted to avoid the blow, there was no time. He could only brace himself and take Feli's hit head-on. Gonfer was no longer young. His aged body was severely depleted of vitality. Faced with Feli, who possessed the Thunder Fruit and was a top-tier Logia-type Devil Fruit user, his chances of winning were 0. Wearing metal armor does provide good protection and enhances combat strength. However, Gonfer was facing Rhea. Metal, being such a good conductor, was essentially a custom-made small coffin for him. The result was already evident. There were no unexpected circumstances. Gonfer, along with his flying horse Pierre, was baptized by lightning. The battle began very suddenly and ended extraordinarily quickly. In the incredulous gaze of all the residents of the Sky Island, the man they had always regarded as a god, Gonfer, whose tall body swayed and ultimately fell from the sky to the ground with a tilt of his head. Pierre, loyal to his master, saw Gonfer plummeting to the ground. Even though it was severely injured, it rushed towards the descending Gonfer at high speed. Fortunately, Pierre was also a devil fruit user, having consumed a zoan-type devil fruit, which exaggerated its physical abilities. After being electrocuted, it quickly regained its senses. Pierre had considerable intelligence. Seeing Gonfer defeated and in a state of unconsciousness due to Feli's attack, it had no other thoughts and turned to fly away with Gonfer. It aimed to take Gonfer away from this dangerous place and dangerous man. Where do you think you're going? Feli's elementalized body appeared in front of Pierre. How ridiculous! Lightning also has properties of light. Among the Logia-type devil fruits, only the Marine Admiral, the user of the flash fruit, can match Feli's speed. A mere bird from the Sky Island that has eaten a devil fruit dares to attempt to rescue its target right under Feli's nose. It was simply a joke. Pierre was terrified and made a sudden stop, turning to leave with Gonfer. We met again. Just like before, Feli reappeared in front of Pierre, blocking its path. Still not working, huh? Where do you think you're going? If I were you, I would behave and put that old man down. Time and again, nothing changed. No matter how hard Pierre tried, it could not shake off Feli. Roar! Driven to desperation, Pierre looked at Feli, who appeared in front of it again. This time, it chose not to change direction, but charged straight at Feli. Seeking death, are you? Thunder Slash. For a character with a certain presence in the pirate world, Feli believed that to eliminate such a presence, close combat was necessary. Ranged attacks had limited effectiveness and always left the opponent with a breath. Feli himself felt uneasy about such outcomes. He was a person who pursued stability. Therefore, he decided to take action himself, just in case. He feared unexpected changes. The compressed power of lightning gathered in Feli's hand. His palm became like a blade, slicing through Pierre and the Gonfer it carried as it leaped forward. Puff! Ziz! Feli brushed past Pierre and Gonfer, hearing the faint sound of flesh being sliced and the sizzling sound of lightning scorching meat. Feli stopped in place, unable to suppress the smile creeping up on his face, revealing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. He cackled. Pierre was still flying. After brushing past Feli, it maintained its speed and quickly headed for the distance. Great! Lord Gonfor has been rescued by Pierre. As long as he is safe and has successfully left, that's good. Below, many residents of the Sky Island watched as Gonfer and Pierre flew away into the distance. Their anxieties finally eased a little. Although Gonfer was no match for Feli, his survival was still a glimmer of hope. As longtime believers in Gonfer, the residents naturally did not want to see him killed by Feli. No. How could this be? Lord Gonfer, what happened? Why is this happening? Unfortunately, their feelings of joy did not last long before they were replaced by fear and anger. Pierre's flying body suddenly split in two. Gonfer, carried on its back, was also neatly cut through the front and back. Pierre's head and body were severed. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. Gonfer's unprotected innards fell like rain. Amidst the panic and confusion, the god who had ruled the Sky Island for decades met his end today. Cackling. Under the terrifying sky filled with lightning, the tall and strong man revealed a mouthful of gleaming white teeth, emitting a wild laughter that sent chills down the spines of the onlookers. In this laughter, all the residents of Sky Island felt as if a heavy mountain pressed down on them, making it hard for them to stand upright or breathe. Chapter 12. His desire for progress was too great arrogant, unchallenged, bullying the weak. Feli was like a tyrant with a notorious reputation, a powerful brute. In his maniacal laughter, an unsettling cloud rose in the hearts of all the residents of the Sky Island. The once beautiful Sky Island now seemed shrouded in shadow. Hey, you guys. Feli's elemental body appeared before a group of people dressed in priest uniforms, his expression indifferent as he scanned them. Is that Gonfor? Gonfor had already been killed by Feli. As Gonfor's priest guard, they had fallen behind due to the absence of Pierre and Gonfor's urgent situation, arriving just in time to witness Gonfor being killed by Feli. Gonvia, as the god of the Sky Island, had ruled for decades. Under his benevolent governance, he naturally had many loyal supporters, like the members of the Divine Guard who had just arrived late. Most of them were indeed loyal followers of Gonfor and were still in shock over his death, unable to react immediately. At this moment, they finally came to their senses and saw the culprit who had killed Gonfor and Pierre. Sadness and anger surged in their chests, transforming into the most direct action. Bastard! You dare to kill Lord Gonfor. We will never forgive you. These priests were truly brave. Even though Gonfuer had died at Philly's hands, they were still so loyal that they were willing to launch a meaningless suicidal attack against him for Gonfuer. That's right. In Philly's eyes, these members of Gonfuer's Divine Guard were indeed nothing but small fries. They might have had decent strength and were considered strong on the Sky Island. But if they didn't know how to use Haki, they posed no threat to Philly, who was a natural-type devil fruit user. An elemental form would always be a massive challenge they could never face. All weapons were aimed at Philly, standing over 3 meters tall. With bulging muscles and an exceptionally robust physique, he became the most conspicuous target. However, the weapons pierced through Philly's body, and the smiles on the faces of the Divine Guard members froze instantly. There were no obstacles. The attacks seemed to fall into nothingness. No blood splattered, nor did they hear any cries of pain from Philly. Everything seemed so bizarre. Looking up, they saw that their weapons had indeed landed precisely on Philly, penetrating his body. But where the weapons pierced, a blue-purple glow emerged from Philly's body. There was no flesh and blood at all. Philly wore a warm smile, his white teeth gleaming clean. Yet this smile gave him no warmth, but instead a bone-chilling coldness. Electrotherapy, the name of the technique, came easily to him, emphasizing a certain flair. After all, Philly was now a thunderfruit user, no longer the little nobody he once was. ZZZZ. The thunderfruit ability activated. Lightning like maggots wrapped around and covered all the Divine Guard members who attacked Philly. Under everyone's watch, the effects of the electrotherapy were evident. When the lightning faded, Philly returned to normal, while those daring enough to attack him lay sprawled on the ground. Their bodies were charred, with not a single intact piece of flesh visible, rendering them unrecognizable from before. The entire scene fell silent. What level do you think you are to dare to lay a hand on me? Small fries are just small fries. I didn't even need to lift a finger, and they fell. Philly was quite satisfied with the destructive power of the thunderfruit. At least when cleaning up small fries, he could achieve extermination rather than just inflicting serious injuries. If even taking down a nobody required Philly to do it himself, then the thunderfruit would be too lackluster. The atmosphere was tense and quiet, to the point that a pin drop could be heard. All the residents of the Sky Island were anxious, not daring to breathe. Philly's gaze turned to the remaining members of the Divine Guard. Just moments ago, they had lost their minds in anger over Gonfuer's death and attacked him. Yet, some still dared not act rashly and remained in a wait-and-see state. Therefore, they were still alive, and Philly did not kill them as well. Hey, do you want to end up like them? Philly kicked a charred corpse on the ground, which immediately turned to dust. He then turned to the Divine Guard members with evasive eyes. If you want revenge, do it quickly. Silence. Stillness. Not a sound could be heard. The Divine Guard members who remained standing appeared at a loss, not daring to breathe. Attack! Attack Philly! The past examples lay right before them. Gonfuer was the same, and the other Divine Guard members were no exception. They had no courage left. Just then, one of the Divine Guard members stepped forward, knelt on both knees, and prostrated himself. The sound of his knees and forehead striking the ground was deafening. Lord God! Amidst the astonished and shocked gazes of everyone, he continued to shout loudly. This time, his voice clearly reached the ears of everyone present. The call of God slowly drifted across the vast square, making the place even quieter. God! With this, the other Divine Guard members followed suit, all kneeling before Philly. Philly noticed the first one to kneel was crying. Tears streamed down his face like a dam bursting, and despite his efforts to hold back, it was utterly ineffective. What talent! Truly a talent! Philly couldn't help but laugh. Are you crying for that old man? Duden was startled, fear flashing in his eyes. He pressed his head to the ground even harder, raising his voice several degrees. I'm just so happy that the Sky Island has such a powerful god to protect it. He truly desired to progress so much. Philly burst into laughter. Good, very good. You'll be my captain of the Divine Guard from now on. Philly pointed at the Sky Island residents he had kicked out from the crowd. Chapter 12. His desire for progress. Philly's arrogance was akin to that of a tyrant with a notorious reputation, a brute wielding power. In his maniacal laughter, a cloud of unease rose in the hearts of all Sky Island residents. The once beautiful Sky Island now seemed shrouded in shadow. Hey, you all! Philly's elementalized body appeared before a group of individuals clad in priest uniforms, his expression indifferent as he scanned them. Is it the man Gonfuer? Gonfuer had already been killed by Philly. As Gonfuer's priestly guard, without Pierre and with Gonfuer's urgent situation, they had fallen behind and arrived just in time to witness Gonfuer's murder at Philly's hands. Gonfuer, as the god of Sky Island, had ruled for decades. Under his benevolent governance, he naturally had many loyal followers, just like these members of the Divine Guard who had arrived late. Most of them were indeed devoted followers of Ganfuer. Initially shocked by Ganfuer's death, they had yet to react, but now, finally aware. They saw the culprit who had killed both Ganfuer and Pierre. Sadness and anger surged within them, manifesting in the most direct action. Bastard! How dare you kill Lord Ganfuer? We will never forgive you. These priests were indeed very brave. Even though Ganfuer had died at Philly's hands, they were still so loyal that they were willing to launch a meaningless suicidal attack against him. Indeed, in Philly's eyes, these members of Ganfuer's Divine Guard were just small fry. They might be strong by Sky Island standards, but if they did not know how to utilize hockey, they posed no threat to Philly, a user of the natural type Devil Fruit. Elementalization would be a monumental challenge they could never overcome. All weapons were directed at Philly. Standing over 3 meters tall with bulging muscles, his massive figure became the most conspicuous target. However, as the weapons pierced through Philly's body, the smiles on the faces of the Divine Guard members froze instantly. There was no obstruction. The attacks seemed to land not at all, as if they were striking emptiness. No blood splattered, nor did they hear any cries of pain from Philly. Everything appeared so strange. Looking up, they saw that their weapons had indeed landed precisely on Philly, piercing through his form. Yet, where the weapons penetrated, blue-purple fluorescence appeared on Philly's body, without a trace of flesh. Philly wore a warm smile, his white teeth gleaming cleanly. But this smile elicited no warmth, only a chilling sensation in their hearts. Electrotherapy, the name of the move, came easily to him, emphasizing a certain style. After all, Philly was now a user of the Thunder Fruit, and was no longer the petty individual he once was. ZZZZ. The Thunder Fruit's ability activated. Lightning coiling around the members of the Divine Guard who had attacked Philly, engulfing them completely. Under everyone's gaze, the effects of the electrotherapy were evident. When the lightning faded, Philly returned to normal, while those daring enough to attack him lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies charred, with not a single piece of intact flesh remaining, making it impossible to discern what they looked like in life. The area fell silent, as if a pin drop could be heard. What level do you think you are to dare lay hands on me? Small fry are just small fry. They fell without me lifting a finger. Philly was quite pleased with the destructive power of the Thunder Fruit. At least when clearing out the small fry, he could achieve complete annihilation rather than just inflict severe injuries. If he had to personally deal with even the weakest of opponents, then the Thunder Fruit would be too embarrassing. The atmosphere was tense. Everyone on Sky Island was anxious, not daring to breathe. Philly's gaze turned to the remaining members of the Divine Guard. Just moments ago, those who had lost their reason in their anger over Ganfuer's death had acted against him. But ultimately, some still dared not act rashly and were in a wait-and-see state. Thus, they remained alive. Philly had not killed them all. Hey, do you want to end up like them? Philly kicked a charred corpse on the ground, which immediately turned to dust. He then turned to those Divine Guard members whose eyes were darting around. If you want revenge, do it now. Silence. The atmosphere was so quiet that not a sound could be heard. The remaining Divine Guard members stood there, seemingly at a loss, not daring to breathe. Attack! Attack Philly! The lesson was laid bare before them. Ganfuer had fallen, and the same would happen to any of them. They lacked the courage to act. Just then, one of the Divine Guard members stepped forward. Kneeling, he prostrated himself. The sound of his knees and forehead striking the ground was deafening. Lord God! Under the astonished and shocked gazes of everyone, he continued to speak loudly. This time, his voice clearly reached the ears of everyone present. The invocation of God lingered in the vast square, creating an even deeper silence. God! With this, the other members of the Divine Guard followed suit, all kneeling before Philly. Philly noticed that the first one to kneel was crying. Tears streamed down his face like a dam bursting, and despite his efforts to suppress them, it was all in vain. Talented individual. Truly talented, Philly couldn't help but chuckle. Are you crying for that old man? Duden's expression froze, fear flashing his eyes as he pressed his head to the ground even more firmly. Raising his voice a few degrees, I am grateful that Sky Island has such a powerful god to oversee it. He was so eager to progress. Philly laughed heartily. Good, very good. You will be my captain of the Divine Guard from now on. Philly pointed at the Sky Island residents he had kicked out of the crowd, and under their terrified gazes, he issued an order. Take these blasphemers away. I want to deal with them properly. Philly glanced over some women, his eyes glinting. Bring their families too. One person sins, the whole family pays the price. Yes. There was no hesitation. Things had reached this point, and there was no turning back. Duden waved his hand to give the order, "Arrest these blasphemers." Yes. The other Divine Guard members answered loudly and immediately took action. "No. Please spare us. We were wrong. We know we were wrong." The captives cried out in terror, pleading for mercy. Philly did not heed them at this moment. Instead, he turned to Duden and said, "Take me to my palace. I need to familiarize myself with my future residents for managing Sky Island." "Yes, Lord God, please follow me." The Dudan faction's sycophantic style, with a flattering and humble attitude, has finally left. I just thought I was doomed. What are we going to do now? That guy is just from Qinghai. Boom. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out from the sky. A bolt of lightning descended from above, striking the man who had just spoken. Amid the piercing cries of the cashier, he was turned into a charred corpse lying on the ground. The people who had been discussing just moments ago covered their mouths, their bodies trembling uncontrollably from excessive fear. "To the divine, one should show reverence, you fools." Faley's voice echoed throughout the venue, like a steel knife, fiercely stabbing into their hearts that were already riddled with wounds. Chapter 13, The Divine Servants. Even if Gonfor is not that kind of god who indulges in extravagance and oppresses the common people, he is still the highest leader of the Sky Island, and is revered by the residents of the Sky Island with the title of God. How could Gamfor's living environment be poor? This temple is located at the highest point of the Sky Island. In this unique world built of clouds, it resembles a world among the clouds. Surrounding it are layers of white clouds, giving a very sacred feeling. The overall architectural style of the palace conforms to the characteristics of the Sky Island, combining grandeur and holiness. The main color scheme is white, creating an overall peaceful atmosphere. However, this palace has now changed ownership. The old god, Gonfor, has passed away, and his place has been taken by the new god, Feely. Duden stands respectfully beside Feely. Even without needing to bow, his height of over 2 meters makes him appear smaller next to Feely. Yet, he maintains a humble and flattering attitude, with a smile on his face and a posture that is extremely respectful. Whether Duden's behavior is sincere or feigned, as long as he can maintain this attitude in front of Feely, Feely will like him. A gentleman values actions over intentions. How can Feely have higher expectations for a small fry like Duden? That would be overly harsh. In the temple square, everyone has been driven out by Duden and the members of the Divine Guard. "Get out, all of you. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and leave. Why are you dawdling? Come over here." The dogs of the master must show sharper fangs and demonstrate their own value in front of the new master to avoid being abandoned. Therefore, Duden and the members of the Divine Guard show no mercy to their former companions, appearing fierce and unfriendly. Initially, they would explain the situation to them, hoping to inform them of the current circumstances. If they encountered someone sensible who understood the situation, they would naturally breathe a sigh of relief. But if they met someone hot-headed who wore their discontent and resentment on their face, they wouldn't need Feely's orders. The clubs in their hands would already be swinging down. "What kind of look is that? Mind your attitude. How dare you look at the Divine Master like that? It's extremely disrespectful. Show some respect." Bang, bang, bang. Many upright individuals who were loyal to Gonfor were being educated with clubs by the members of the Divine Guard, who had already chosen the path of betrayal. The strikes were powerful and the attitude firm. 6 strikes per second was not their limit of loyalty to Feely, but rather the maximum they could physically endure. Many fell into pools of blood under the violent persuasion of Duden and his crew. No matter how tough their bones were, they could no longer lift their heads in front of Feely. Enough. Feely was very satisfied with Duden and their actions, highly recognizing their loyalty. He did not truly want them dead. Not killing them was also a show of their attitude and mercy towards their former colleagues. Hearing Feely's words, they reluctantly stopped. They had gotten into a rhythm with the clubs, and it was almost addictive, making it hard to stop. Feely stepped forward, revealing a bright smile in front of the many temple personnel, and announced loudly, "That old man Gonfor is dead." He looked at the faces of everyone present, locking eyes with them until they could no longer bear to look away, and then said with a smile, "From now on, I am the god here. I hope you can remember this." Under Duden's club education and scolding explanations, the temple personnel roughly understood what had happened. However, they quietly watched as Feely personally announced Gamfor's death and the change of ownership of the temple. Those who had long viewed Gonfor as a god still found it hard to believe. God, Duden's performance was always outstanding, always knowing how to cooperate and shine the spotlight on Feely. He knelt down, prostrating himself fully, his forehead pressed firmly against the cloud-like floor. It didn't hurt, but the attitude was absolutely thorough. "God, The other members of the Divine Guard followed suit. Previously, doing this in the square felt a bit burdensome. But after some experience, it became second nature. The key was practice makes perfect. Divine Master. They imitated Duden. There were still some who were lying there, gasping for breath, not knowing how to retreat. The air was tinged with a slight smell of blood. The delicate maidens were more easily submissive than their male counterparts. They had no gold beneath their knees, and kneeling down was not difficult. It was not an unbearable humiliation. Faced with such a tall figure and strong presence as Feely, they truly had no courage to resist. Good, very good. Feely laughed heartily. He pulled over the most beautiful and voluptuous female divine servant into his arms and asked her, amidst her panic and stiffness, "Take me to get cleaned up. I've been in the forest hunting. My beard has grown wild and covers my whole face. I don't know how long it's been since I last cleaned myself. I feel like I'm going to be infested with fleas." Now, he finally had the opportunity to clean himself up properly. "Divine Master, this way. I'll lead you." Duden immediately stepped forward with a fervent attitude. Feely nodded at Duden, then looked at the young and beautiful female divine servants around him, waving them over. "Come here." The divine servant stood stiffly, frozen in place. Seeing this, Duden couldn't help but scold. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and take the divine master to the bath." The female divine servants, as if waking from a dream, approached cautiously, trembling as they led Feely to the bath. They tore off his ragged clothes, revealing his muscular physique with well-defined muscles. Under the shocked and extremely embarrassed gazes of the divine servants, Feely stepped into the bath. The water in the bath turned visibly dark as he entered. He hastily had it cleaned again before finally settling down. Feely spread his arms, sitting there comfortably. The water in the bath submerged him to his lower abdomen, exposing his robust upper body to the air. He scanned the blushing divine servants, a fiery heat igniting in his eyes. In an undeniably commanding tone, he said, "Come here." The divine servants shivered collectively at his command, but faced with Feely's beast-like gaze, none of them had the courage to refuse. Their feet felt as if they were weighed down with sandbags, moving slowly. But as Feely let out a soft hum, one by one, they entered the bath, swimming over to his side and surrounding him. Those who got close realized the unusual state of the water, their faces turning even redder, as if they were burning with shame, and white steam rose around them. "Help me wash." Feely closed his eyes. He really needed to clean himself thoroughly. At first, it was fine, just washing his body and dealing with the clutter, tidying up his body that had been neglected for so long. But gradually, sounds of splashing began to come from the direction of the bath, and the abnormal shouts that the divine attendants would never have in the past. Although Dan had already guessed in his heart, upon hearing the mixed and chaotic female voices, his expression became unpredictable. His fists clenched and then relaxed. In the end, he lowered his head, and 2 lines of clear tears continuously slid down his cheeks. Lord Gonfu. Chapter 14, Whose voice is this? Please let us go. We know we were wrong. We truly know we were wrong. Where's my mother? Where's my mother? My wife, where have you taken my wife? Let me go. Please let us go. Lisa, I beg you, give her back to me, give her back to me. In the square, those Sky Islanders who had once bullied Philip during his weakest moments due to identity discrimination. Now, each of their faces was filled with pain. Their eyes were full of fear, but also hid a deep-seated resentment. However, none of them dared to express that final emotion directly. They were trapped here. The scorching sun in the sky cast unbearable light upon them. Dry mouths, cracked skin, and the white wings on their backs felt as if they were being scorched and dried out, causing unbearable pain. Life was slipping away, and death was gradually closing in. This was difficult for them, who had always lived in a privileged environment, to bear. Although they resented Philip, in the face of the overwhelming absolute power disparity, they could not muster any thoughts of resistance. Their only hope now was that Philip would show mercy and let them go. Looking around at the other victims in the same predicament, they could not see the beautiful women from their homes. A strong sense of foreboding surged in their hearts. They felt dry and bitter inside, with lingering hatred, but more so a sense of powerlessness and melancholy. They were all brought here. Duden walked out of the palace, looking at the miserable state of these people in the square, feeling a moment of compassion. But ultimately, he buried his emotions deep inside and waved his hand. Immediately, members of the Divine Guard stepped forward to escort them into the temple. "Where are you taking me?" "Tell the great deity that I know I was wrong." "Let me go. I won T-Dare again." "We know we were wrong. We won T-Dare again. We really won T-Dare again. Please let me go." "Where's my wife? I beg you, let us go." Weak pleas came from the mouths of these people. Unfortunately, Duden was also powerless in the face of their begging. If they had to blame someone, they could only blame themselves for offending the wrong person. Who told them to provoke Philip? That guy who had gained power and become violent, fierce, and arrogant. He was vengeful and ruthless. Duden was unsure if these people could continue to live. When those who had once clashed with Philip were brought to a certain place, they heard noises from inside. Each of them looked confused and astonished. When they heard a voice that was somewhat familiar, as if it belonged to someone close to them, a moment of panic struck. A stronger sense of humiliation instantly washed over them. Blood seemed to accumulate in their throats, as if it would burst forth. Philip's slightly heavy voice came from the room. Come on, tell me, whose voices can you hear here? If you can name them correctly, I might let you go. If you can't, then there will be no chance of survival. You should thank me and thank them. This is a chance for your lives that they have worked hard to plead for. First, listen to this. As soon as Philip's voice fell, a woman's surprised scream rang out. This voice made the men present tremble all over. One of the men kneeling on the ground suddenly shuddered, raising his head sharply. His eyes seemed to be burning with endless rage. I will kill you. Hanaya, what have you done to Hanaya? He recognized that it was the voice of his newlywed wife. It was the most familiar sound when they were close together. The woman's voice continued. But among it came Philip's slightly mocking reply. You actually guessed right, so you can leave. According to our agreement, I will let you go. The two members of the Divine Guard who were originally holding the man hesitated upon hearing this. Duden, standing aside, couldn't help but urge, don't you understand the great deity's meaning? Let him go. Upon hearing this, the two members of the Divine Guard immediately released their hold on the man. Duden scolded, thank the great deity for his mercy. Hurry and leave this place. Although he didn't know whether Philip's words were true or not, if possible, turning around and leaving now without dragging things out might genuinely provide a chance for survival. Unfortunately, the man was now filled with rage, and it was clear that his anger had clouded his judgment. He let out a beast-like roar and charged recklessly toward the room ahead. Bastard! Quickly stop him! Duden's expression changed upon seeing this, and he hurriedly called out while also chasing after the man. Zzz. A blue-purple lightning flashed in the room. Accompanied by the woman's somewhat high-pitched scream, the electric light struck the rushing man. Ah! After a scream, both the man and woman ascended to the heavens. Pop! Philip grabbed another one from a group of women beside him, regardless of the woman who had fainted earlier, and mockingly said, Listen, whose voice is this? Answer me. The man struck by Philip's distant lightning had already turned into a charred corpse, lying on the ground, unrecognizable from his original form. Duden waved his hand. The two members of the Divine Guard, trembling with fear, came over, covering their mouths and noses, suppressing their urge to vomit, and forced themselves to clean up the area. The second voice, just by listening, sounded somewhat aged, but could not hide its lingering charm. One of the youths turned red in the face. Mother, who? Philip stood in front of a huge mirror, looking at his reflection, feeling particularly strange, standing at 3 meters 2, with robust limbs and a strong physique. The distinct muscles seemed to be forged from steel. Just the visual impact alone gave off a terrifying sense of power. The beard on his face had been shaved off, revealing the face hidden underneath. It was a somewhat handsome face, and one could roughly see the original contours, but the lines of his face were clearer, more defined. In terms of temperament, Philip had significantly improved. The rugged and fierce aura was written all over his face. At this moment, Philip could not connect his now incredibly strong self, stronger than a fierce tiger and more majestic than a lion, to the previously unhealthy state he had been in. His long black hair was casually draped over his shoulders. Two girls dressed in white gauzy garments, with long golden hair and skin as white as jade that glowed with an unnatural rose red, as if just pulled from the water and lacking strength, were focused on tidying up Philip's messy hair, simply tying it back so it wouldn't hinder his movements. Philip embraced the two girls and, amid their exclamations, lay down on a large bed beside them. There, many divine maidens were still in a state of fainting. Philip closed his eyes and softly said, Let me rest well. As Philip spoke, lightning surrounded the entire room. This level of lightning was more than enough to guard against the people from the Sky Island. Faley hadn't slept so well in a long time. This soft big bed really made him nostalgic. After just a moment of relaxation, his overburdened body was fully released. The mental pressure was also lifted, and his thoughts became clear. He needed to rest well. Pong! Several charred corpses were carried out of the temple by the members of the Divine Guard under Duden's orders. They were then carelessly discarded in the nearby forest. Looking at these guys' bodies, Duden's expression was cold as he murmured, "Not a single one survived. How ruthless. Just now, not everyone chose to resist like the first guy did against Phaley. Many chose to endure, to yield in hopes of surviving. Even when the greenhouse was placed on their heads, right in front of them, they still chose to bear it. It's just a pity. When the woman who recognized their identities let out a high-pitched cry, thunder would fall upon them. Originally living people would turn into these charred corpses. Phaley really sent them away at their most humiliating and psychologically tormenting moment. Remember this." Duden looked at the members of the Divine Guard beside him. "If we want to live, we must be dogs, and the most loyal dogs at that." The silence of the Divine Guard members at this moment was deafening. Chapter 15. The attack of the Sandia tribe. The music played on, and the dancing continued. The days of hardship had truly lasted too long. Now that he finally enjoyed a good life, Philly naturally wanted to savor it. Fine wine, delicious food, and beautiful women. Power brought him rights, and those rights granted him endless conveniences and pleasures. In the Sky Island, where no strong warriors existed and was not governed by the world government, Philly truly relished the joy of being a local emperor. The divine maidens danced gracefully, their figures enchanting. Soft jade and fragrant wine were at his side, with exquisite dishes laid out before him. With a drink in one hand and a piece of meat in the other, Philly reclined comfortably on a soft couch, admiring the beautiful scenery before him. In such a decadent and corrupt life, he found immense pleasure and was utterly intoxicated. Truly, it was wonderful. Philly drank fine wine from the mouths of several divine maidens. Why'd he do this? Of course, it was because he needed a large quantity. These petite lips could not provide enough flavor in just one sip, so he naturally needed to make up for it with quantity. The meat had to be devoured in large bites to be satisfying. Although the divine maidens were women, they could still serve him with pieces of roasted meat that were bigger than themselves. Their service attitude was very satisfactory to Philly, who didn't mind letting them taste the meat themselves. After all, that old man Gonfu was so old that his parts were no longer usable. With so many good things around, he could only watch and not eat. It was not just the old man suffering, but also the divine maidens, who were in the prime of their youth. Philly certainly could not waste anything. He had made up his mind. Over the past few days, he had played enough, indulging in all sorts of perversions. Even Philly himself did not realize how much of a beast he had become. Indeed, power was truly captivating. Philly was very clear about why he could live such a life of indulgence and debauchery now. Blue-purple lightning danced lively in Philly's hands, crackling ominously. The nearby divine maidens trembled involuntarily, fully aware of how terrifying and domineering this power was. Anyone who dared to resist or disobey Philly would not survive a lightning strike. Philly pinched the cheek of one divine maiden and, under her shocked and fearful gaze, asked, "Are you afraid?" The young girl stuttered in no. Philly increased his grip. "Really?" The girl winced in pain, her expression turning somewhat pained, but she dared not defy him. Her tone became even more humble and submissive. Her expression filled with flattery and pleading. "Why, yes, my lord." Philly smiled, revealing his white teeth, and with a teasing glance, said, "Then let me feel your sincerity. You know, I don't trust empty words." The maiden's originally pale face involuntarily flushed with color, becoming shy and somewhat annoyed. Yet in the end, under the watchful eyes of her companions, she knelt down. This time, the hand that held her cheek seemed to have lost its strength, easily allowing her face to slip away from Philly's grasp, gradually disappearing from his sight, replaced by the light and dance that once again filled his vision. "Oomph." Philly raised an eyebrow and let out a light snort. He beckoned to the side, "Bring me wine." Hearing this, several divine maidens blushed and poured wine into their mouths, glancing at Philly with shy eyes. They moved in unison. "My lord." The hall was filled with decadent music. Outside, Dudan, a member of the Divine Guard, showed a worried expression. He did not rashly knock on the door, but respectfully stood there, looking at the divine maidens standing outside, their expressions somewhat flushed. Before speaking, "I have something important to report." A woman's startled voice sounded, followed by Philly's voice. "You better have something important to tell me." Dudan immediately replied, "My lord, I truly have urgent matters." "Speak." "It's those Sandia people. They found out that old thief Gonfu was killed by you, my lord. They're taking the opportunity to launch an attack on us, trying to seize the divine continent. In the Sky Island, the only ancient city that had been transported by the soaring sea currents was Shandora, the only island in the sky that truly had soil. This island was once the place where the Sandia people lived. However, after the Sky Islanders discovered the soil, They regarded it as a chosen land and used force to drive the Sandia people out of Shandora. The temple that once belonged to Ganfu was now occupied by Philly, built upon the ruins of the ancient island of Shandora. The Sandia people coming to fight for Shandora was essentially equivalent to trying to seize control of the temple from Philly. What a bunch of brainless fools. Philly's dismissive laughter echoed from within the room. They couldn't even defeat that old Ganfu. How do they think they can take the temple from me? Dudan immédiatement flattered. My lord, those foolish Sandia people naturally do not know your greatness. All you need to do is show a miracle, and you can repel their attack, making them realize how weak and insignificant mortals are before God. That's right. Dudan knelt before Philly, who had killed Ganfu. He shamelessly acted as a lackey. However, Philly, as the user of the Thunder Fruit, was indeed a natural-type devil fruit user with the power to destroy the world. Dudan was willing to serve Philly, but that did not mean he looked highly upon the Sandia people. Previously, when Ganfu ruled the Sky Island, the Sandia people could not reclaim Shandora. At that time, Ganfu had a relatively lenient attitude towards the Sandia people, but the other residents of the Sky Island had no good impression of the Sandia people. If they were not a match for Philly, how could they possibly be a match for the Sandia people? Dudan thought that these damned Sandia people should not live on the Sky Island. Let's go see what those clowns are up to. The Sky Island does not need any Sandia tribe. It only needs obedient residents under the rule of the god Philly. The doors swung open. Philly was covered in kiss marks. Dudan immediately lowered his head, not daring to look more. I should stretch my muscles and bones. It's been just a few days since I moved. My body is getting a bit stiff. Piling was not exercise. It was enjoyment. This life of music and dance could not last long. Otherwise, it would extinguish his fighting spirit. Philly also needed to do some serious business to adjust his life rhythm back on track. Damn Sandia people. You truly do not know your own limits. Don't think that just because Lord Ganfu is gone, you could be our opponents. Die for me. Ha ha ha, charge. Take back our homeland. We will return to our land. Let these Sky Islanders know our strength. The Sandia people gathered their fighting forces, determined to defeat the Divine Guard and reclaim Shandora. Ziz. Boom. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. The scene of an intense battle was suddenly interrupted by this unexpected change in the weather, causing everyone to halt in surprise. Chapter 16 Lousy counts to 3 boom. Thunder rumbled, and lightning surged like a giant snake entwined, like a wild dragon dancing wildly. Thunder dragons and electric pythons, fierce and violent, descended from the sky amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd. What is happening? It hurts. Help me. With each thunderstrike, a warrior of the Shandia tribe was struck. In such a powerful thunderstorm, their bodies suffered heavy injuries. But it must be said, they are descendants of the Shandia, a warrior race. Despite their small population, they have been able to contend with the people of the Sky Island, so their physical qualities are not bad. In this thunderstorm attack, some managed to survive, not being directly smashed to bits. However, this operation shattered the offensive momentum of the Shandia warriors in an instant. One by one, they stayed in place, trembling, afraid to act recklessly. Finally, they calmed down, right? In this strange silence, only the rumbling of thunder and the roar of lightning created a tense atmosphere. A tall figure leaped into the battlefield from afar. He did not use a flying shell, but could float in midair. Facing the gazes of everyone present, he remained calm. Who are you? Kurla, the leader among the Shandia warriors, asked solemnly. Duden used a flying shell to come to a position slightly behind Phaley. Hearing this, before Phaley could speak, he took the initiative to answer. His voice was loud, pointing at Kurla with one hand while respectfully bowing to Phaley. Then he turned back to Kurla and said loudly, You Shandia people are truly foolish. You dare to attack the island of the gods without even knowing the honor of the gods. God? Kurla dismissed Duden's words. Ganfu Air is the god of the people of the Sky Island, but he is not the god of the Shandia tribe. The so-called god has never been acknowledged by them. Even now, even if the god has changed, they would not recognize it. Yet Kurla looked at Phaley with a serious expression, sizing him up, not daring to be careless. Compared to that old man Ganfu Air, the young and strong Phaley, tall and sturdy, gave him a considerable visual impact. Coupled with the powerful ability to manipulate lightning just now, it made alarm bells ring in his mind. He even regretted rashly attacking the temple without clarifying the information, having been blinded by the news of Ganfu Air's death and making such a thoughtless decision. He had thought it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Shandia to finally reclaim their homeland. Who would have thought that a terrifying enemy awaited them here? Far stronger and more ruthless than Ganfu Air. Without saying a word, he directly attacked the Shandia warriors. Some had already lost their lives, while the others, though they had survived, were in such a state that they had lost their fighting capability. It was uncertain how long they would need to recuperate to recover. Surrender or die. Feli looked at Kurla and said very directly, think it over and let me know your answer. In the pirate world, it is an absolute truth that whoever has the bigger fist has the power to speak. There is no need for benevolent rule here. As long as you possess sufficient military strength, what you say is the truth. Showing respect to the wise is unnecessary and a waste of time and energy. Feli couldn't be bothered to do it. With that time, returning to the temple to play with the little angels would be a good choice, right? You. Kurla was clearly infuriated by Feli's words. His fist clenched, his eyes filled with anger. My patience is limited, Feli said discontentedly. I'll count to 3, and you'll tell me your answer. If you haven't made a choice by then, I'll help you come up with an answer. 1, 2 after speaking. Without further ado, Feli immediately began to count down. Watching Kurla's changing expression, Feli appeared very calm, but his mood was very pleasant. This absolute control over their lives and the development of the situation was as sweet as candy, too wonderful, making Feli addicted. Seeing that Kurla still hadn't made a decision, Feli squinted his eyes, slowly spitting out another number. As Feli spoke for the second time, the atmosphere in the venue became exceptionally heavy. Not only did Kurla become tense, but all the other Shandya warriors also looked on edge, prepared to fight Feli at any moment. Even if they might be outmatched and could die at Feli's hands, they did not intend to just sit back and wait to be caught. They are warriors of the Shandya tribe, warriors among warriors. They would rather die in battle than show cowardice. By the way, Feli looked at Kurla and added, if you are willing to submit to me, I would allow you to live on the Island of the Gods. The Island of the Gods is very large. Although it is just an ordinary small island compared to the land islands of the Blue Sea, it seems quite spacious for the Island of the Gods, which only has a temple. Even if the entire Shandya tribe were relocated, it would still be more than enough, appearing particularly empty. God! The first to react was not a Shandya warrior, but Duden. He did not expect Feli would make such a promise to the Shandya warriors. After all, even many residents of the Sky Island do not have the qualification to live on the Island of the Gods. There's only a palace for the god. It previously belonged to Gonfu Air, but now it belongs to Feli. What did you say? Kurla was also taken aback. How could this be? Is it true? Can we return to our homeland? The other Shandya warriors were just as surprised. For over 100 years, they have been fighting against the people of the Sky Island to return to the Island of the Gods. Now Feli proposed a condition that truly astonished them. In an instant, even their will to fight to the death diminished significantly. I'm going to count to the last number. What is your answer? Feli ignored the psychological changes of Kurla and the other Shandya warriors and continued at his own pace. Just as Feli was about to say the last number and began to channel the power of lightning, Kurla shouted loudly, we agree. Feli paused, squinting his eyes at Kurla. You're quite a smart man. Kurla was already sweating profusely, looking solemnly at Feli, saying, I need to discuss this with my people. Feli turned and left. I'll give you 1 day. By this time tomorrow, you all come to the temple. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. Duden shot a displeased glance at Kurla, his eyes filled with disdain, but unable to influence Feli's decision, he could only grit his teeth and follow after Feli. The other members of the Divine Guard also left with their injured companions. Chapter 17, Tried Out Kurla. What's wrong with you? Return to the clan's residence. When the warriors returned looking like this, the clan members had long been mentally prepared. However, they noticed the strange expressions on the warriors' faces. It was neither the joy of victory nor the pain and regret of defeat. It was a kind of helplessness that lay somewhere between happiness and confusion. This left the clan members, who had already prepared for both defeat and victory, scratching their heads in bewilderment. Chief! Kurla walked up to the chief. His expression serious. I have something to tell you. The chief, seeing this, nodded seriously. Come in. Wapa, Lachi, Kamachili, and other core members of the new generation of the Sandhya clan were all very curious and inquired about the returning clansmen. Hey, Uncle Aturo, what was the outcome? Do we win? It must be so. We can return to our homeland, right? This attack on the Sky Island was something that encompassed the hopes of the entire Sandhya clan. As the main combat faction of the new generation, Wapa and Lachi naturally hoped that the long-cherished wish of over 300 years could be realized today. They hoped to return to their homeland in this generation. How should I put it? Wait, and you will know the result. This inquiry was not just from Lachi and Wapa. Every Sandhya clansman was curiously surrounding the returning warriors, asking about the outcome of this counterattack on the Sky Islanders. However, The answers they received were also ambiguous. Eventually, after recounting the full story, the Sandia clansmen looked at each other in confusion. Controlling thunder and lightning? How is that possible? Is that something humans can do? Could it really be a god? A god? Just like that old guy Gonfuo? What kind of god is that? We will never compromise. I can't shake the feeling that all of this seems unreal. With the existence of Feli, the originally boiling hearts of the Sandia clansmen cooled down. They debated heatedly, discussing the conditions proposed by Feli. Fight to the end or accept. Their goal was to return to their homeland. Originally, the Sky Islanders were unwilling. Now, as the new god, the suggestion put forth by Feli could fulfill their wishes. But for some reason, the sudden ease of achieving their goal left them feeling somewhat at a loss. We can really return to our homeland. It should be, right? But do we really have to choose to submit? After understanding the full situation, Lachi and the others looked at each other, unsure of what to do. The chief's expression was grave. Do you really feel that way? Kurla sat there dejectedly, speaking bitterly. Well, we would die. For the sake of our clansmen, we don't need to do this. The chief remained silent. The Sandia clan is a warrior clan. They possess an indomitable spirit and a will to never compromise or give up. Even when facing a formidable enemy, they would never yield or compromise. However, in light of Kurla's description, his opinion, as the strongest warrior in the clan, held significant guiding importance. As the chief, he had to think carefully, but it felt uncomfortable to proceed in this manner. The chief remained silent for a while without speaking. Kurla said solemnly, "He only gives us one day to consider. We must respond quickly." The chief's expression turned slightly angry, but in the end, he took a deep breath from the smoke in his hand and sighed, letting out a long breath, agree to his request. Kurla looked at the chiefs, slightly bent back, and silently nodded. Well, the next day, Feli was coaxed out of bed by the goddess attendants. In a warm and fragrant atmosphere, he was served and dressed. He was leisurely eating and drinking, watching dances, and listening to music. Just as he was immersed in this indulgent pleasure, he heard reports from outside. Feli stood up from the pile of women. He stretched and walked briskly to the balcony. The goddess attendants, filled with curiosity, surrounded Feli and walked to the balcony with him. The balcony on the second floor of the temple was huge and had a wide view. Everything in the temple square ahead could be seen clearly. When Feli stood on the balcony, the first thing that caught his eye was a group of Sandia clansmen dressed in combat uniforms, exuding a fierce aura. There were many of them, bringing their families along. They had made a decision within a day, just as Feli had requested. They were efficient and brought everyone to Feli. You need to remember my appearance. Feli's voice, amplified by the power of the thunder fruit, although not loud, clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Always maintain respect and humility towards me, and do not show the slightest dissatisfaction otherwise. Feli smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting, revealing his white teeth. You will die. It was morning, the warm sun rising, casting a gentle light on everyone, making them feel warm. But with Feli's words and that smile, everyone felt a bone-chilling coldness and couldn't help but shiver. We understand. Fearing that the actions of the clan members would provoke Feli's dissatisfaction and lead to unnecessary troubles, Kurla and the chief hurriedly stepped forward to express their obedience. Feli waved his hand, turning with two soft women and walking back inside. Follow me. Ben was already waiting there. His eyes openly revealed his disdain and rejection of the Sandia clansmen, but he still followed Feli's previous instructions and led them to the designated area. Although he disliked the Sandia people, he feared Feli even more. Therefore, he dared not act against Feli's wishes. It's time to check out other places. Waking up once again from the warm and fragrant embrace, Feli rubbed his eyes and murmured, "The women of the Sky Island." He was tired of them. Not just the goddess attendants in the temple, even the women from any household on the Sky Island. As long as he had the desire, he could have them. And he had them all. He was bored. Naturally, he wanted to change places. After all, it had been a year since Feli became the god of the Sky Island. Because whenever he fancied a woman from a household on the Sky Island, it led to complaints from the people. This caused several uprisings on the Sky Island. But with just a casual wave, the uprisings were easily suppressed. This made Feli increasingly reckless over the year. The more he behaved arrogantly and acted wantonly, the stronger his dominance over the Sky Island became. Now on the Sky Island, he had sown countless seeds. They had all become his backyard, and he had free labor to help him nurture them. He only needed to wait for the moment when he felt like it to go and taste them. This excessively leisurely life had made Feli somewhat weary, and that thought became clearer in his mind. He wanted to go out and explore. Chapter 18. If you don't work hard, You'll lose your wife and daughter. Although Philly had already developed this idea in his heart, he still restrained himself and did not act rashly. The Sky Island was one of Philly's favorite places. Aside from an initial bad impression it left on him, the rest were all beautiful memories. Here, he obtained the Thunder Fruit, which became his greatest support in this world. From an ordinary person, he had the fortune to become a favored one by the heavens. Later, he killed the original leader of the Sky Island, Gonfor, and was crowned the new god of this place. In the year that followed, he not only completed his revenge against those who had once besieged him, but he also dealt them an incredibly heavy blow, both physically and mentally. In the end, he showed no mercy, leaving no one alive, allowing the feelings of frustration within him to finally be resolved. After becoming the so-called god of the Sky Island, he began more than a year of indulgent and tyrannical rule. He would spend nights in the homes of the people, sleeping with their wives, acting wantonly and without restraint. When riots occurred, he ruthlessly suppressed them with more violent and forceful means. In this world where no one practiced even the three-color hockey or had limited levels of training, Philly, possessing the power of the Thunder Fruit and being a natural type Devil Fruit user, truly became a local emperor. Here, he acted entirely according to his own desires, indulging to the extreme. In this life of extreme decadence, Philly felt as if he was on the brink of self-destruction. Sometimes, he would find it somewhat surreal, involuntarily questioning what had happened to him. After all, he had once received a good education. Born under the red flag, raised in the spring breeze, he was a good child full of positive energy. Surely, he must have been suppressed too much, Philly comforted himself. Moreover, this was a world where little lives were created, a cruel place that emphasized strength and bloodlines. If I am strong enough and ruthless enough, and I can stand firm, then it doesn't matter what I do. Being unrestrained is nothing. I am a god. Originally, Philly scoffed at the title of god. However, after enjoying the power brought by his immense strength for a long time and witnessing the various privileges that came with it, the simple and kind values he had established in his previous world had become too fragile. They had long been corroded and consumed by the rules of this world. Moreover, it was not passive, it was active. Philly opened his arms, embracing this world with excitement and complete sincerity, even doing so more thoroughly. The Sky Island was Philly's paradise. Even if he grew a bit tired of life here, he would never be willing to give up this piece of his land. Happiness might temporarily fade, but would not disappear forever. The Sky Island had already been stamped with Philly's mark. Philly was the master here, the god of the Sky Island. Even if the god temporarily left, the brilliance and influence of the god would be deeply rooted in the hearts of the island's residents, unshakable. Surrounded by a group of young and beautiful women from the Sky Island, Philly could hardly be bothered to open his eyes. After a moment, they had been completely trained by Philly, becoming his loyal followers. Even his wife and mother could be personally sent to Philly's bed, and he would cheer them on. Becoming increasingly unprincipled, Duden approached him, saying, "My lord, what are your orders?" Duden will go through fire and water without hesitation. He knelt on one knee, his attitude humble, positioning himself correctly and maintaining a steady demeanor. Philly had indeed considered whether to find a new lackey. However, after using Duden for a long time, he realized how well he suited Philly's desires, and thus he remained. Philly had become somewhat dependent on him. "Go find me the best navigator. If we're to leave the Sky Island, we must know the route." After spending so long in the pirate world, Philly naturally had a much more detailed understanding of it than when he had merely watched video clips initially. For instance, the Sky Island, which is said to be a paradise rich enough to rival nations. How could such a place with enormous wealth and few powerful fighters not attract the greedy world government? It had existed so peacefully for so long because of the extremely complex geographical and magnetic environment of the pirate world. Here, even two neighboring islands, without a memory pointer, might never be successfully reached. The harsh and changeable environment made every 10 miles feel different and every 100 years feel different. The ocean was like this, and the sky was no different. Even if one could fly, without an experienced and skilled navigator, one could easily lose their way. Even though Philly, as a user of the Thunder Fruit, had the ability to fly, if he were to leave the Sky Island like this, he would become a headless fly. Not to mention finding places of interest to explore, he could potentially lose the coordinates to return to the Sky Island forever. That was definitely not what Philly wanted to see or experience. Therefore, he needed to make adequate preparations. If he left the Sky Island now, he would be able to return at any time in the future. This paradise that belonged to him was something Philly valued and would not willingly give up. He truly liked the little angels here. They were quite delightful. Duden was indeed a very competent dog for all the tasks Philly assigned him, even if he didn't understand. He would never ask too many questions. Instead, he would do his utmost to satisfy, fulfill, and accomplish them. Duden's work efficiency was also why Philly valued him. In just 3 days, Duden used all available means to bring dozens of experienced Sky Island residents, who had either been to the Blue Sea or had special experiences and navigational abilities before Philly. My lord, these people have been instructed by Duden before coming here. Or perhaps, Philly's notorious reputation precedes him. In the name of the god, his actions are devilish. In front of Philly, they dared not show any attitude. All the people of the Sky Island were aware of Philly's malice and naturally did not dare to test the waters, because that would truly mean death. Philly would not kill people without reason, nor would he make things difficult for them. He simply stated a straightforward request. You all, get me a sea chart. I need to sail on the sea without losing direction and clearly locate the positions of various islands. All right, you can all go now. I want to see a feasible plan in 3 days. If you attempt to deceive me and I find out after trying, then prepare to die. Your families will accompany you. Oh, and by the way, if any of you are both young and beautiful or still possess charm, I wouldn't mind taking care of you. Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts raced. As for Duden and the other members of the Goddess Guard, as well as the attendants by Philly's side, they were already accustomed to it. If Philly couldn't even express this level of evil, it would be too inconsistent with his character. Yes. We will definitely complete the task. In 3 days, we will definitely come up with a plan, my lord. Chapter 19. Master of the Sky Island X. Philly's dog. Help. Run. The Master of the Sky Island is coming. On the Divine Island, the residents of the Sandia people is currently playing out a very thrilling scene. A giant black-blue striped python, 100 meters long and so large that dozens of people cannot encircle it, is moving through the forest as if swimming in water, nimbly weaving back and forth. A large amount of forest vegetation has been destroyed, with branches and leaves strewn on the ground, some even broken in half. This python is known as the Master of the Sky Island and is intricately connected to the serpent god from 400 years ago on the Gaia Island. Its size is a result of being an abnormal species, not an ordinary beast. However, as long-term residents of the Divine Island, the Sandia people have not had anyone step foot in this area for a long time. When Ganfu wanted to land on the Sky Island, the construction of the temple was specifically designed to avoid the activity range of the Master of the Sky Island, to prevent unnecessary trouble. But Duden, while arranging for the Sandia people, had some ulterior motives. Although he did not directly place the Sandia people in the activity range of the Master of the Sky Island, the place they currently inhabit is very close to it. Moreover, even if the Master of the Sky Island attacked the territory of the Sandia people, Philly could not blame Duden because the Divine Island is actually not that large. It is normal for the Master of the Sky Island to coincidentally attack the territory of the Sandia people. After all, they are newcomers, and the Master of the Sky Island is very unfamiliar with them. It is reasonable for it to attack them. What should we do? The attack of the Master of the Sky Island indeed makes the Sandia people feel anxious. The Sandia tribe is a warrior race. They're not afraid of war, but facing a land giant that is at least 200 meters long, with hard scales that possess terrifying defensive abilities and saliva that can corrode a person. This kind of beast with integrated offense and defense and agile movements leaves the Sandia people at a complete loss. Kurla is injured. He just had an encounter with the Master of the Sky Island. Unfortunately, the outcome was obvious. With a tail whip, as the strongest warrior of his tribe, he was repelled by the Master of the Sky Island. In the face of such a powerful giant beast, he is simply no match. The chief frowned tightly and couldn't help but sigh. Our luck is really terrible. Indeed, the Sandia people have been living here for a year and have not encountered any trouble. Although the members of the Divine Guard have a general relationship with them and do not get along well, they have coexisted peacefully. They also do not believe that a giant beast like the Master of the Sky Island would listen to the members of the Divine Guard. Therefore, the current predicament faced by the Sandia tribe can only be blamed on their own bad luck for being targeted by this monster. We need to find a way to solve this problem. Kurla said in a deep voice, if it continues to wreak havoc like this, the entire village will be destroyed. The Sandia tribe has invested a tremendous amount of effort to finally establish a home on this sacred land. He cannot bear to watch it be destroyed. Darn it, how can it do this? Vapa, Lachi, and Kamachi, the young Sandia people, looked on with hatred and tears in their eyes as they watched the Master of the Sky Island wantonly destroy their hard-built village. Even though they are young, they are not powerless. In the previous battle, they all fought with all their might to attack the Master of the Sky Island. Unfortunately, Despite their numerous attacks landing on the Master of the Sky Island, they didn't even scratch it. It had no effect whatsoever, and naturally, they could not stop the Master of the Sky Island from doing as it pleased. They could only watch helplessly as their village was rampantly destroyed. ZZ. Boom. Thunder rumbled. Lightning flashed. The sky was swirling with thunder, and lightning slithered like a raging python. Such an exaggerated and dazzling scene could only be accomplished by one person on the entire Sky Island. Although he was unwilling to admit it in his heart and resisted verbally, all the Sandia people knew that the god of the Sky Island, Philly, had arrived. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking precisely at the rampaging Master of the Sky Island. Roar! The Master of the Sky Island, which had been indifferent to all external attacks, let out a piercing cry of pain under this electric strike. Its body twisted violently, curling up like a twisted dough. The thick, powerful scales on its body became charred from the attack, and the areas directly struck by the lightning had scales shattered, with blood and flesh flying. There were even whiffs of fragrance, clearly indicating that parts of its flesh had been roasted by the lightning projected by Philly in a short time. After this attack, the Master of the Sky Island's movements became even more ferocious and ruthless, causing even more severe damage to the village. However, now all the Sandia people in their hearts do not care what will become of the village. After all, before Philly's arrival, the village had already been nearly destroyed by the Master of the Sky Island. Even if it continued to suffer damage, it wouldn't be much worse. They now want to see the instigator of this incident, the Master of the Sky Island, receive the harshest punishment. Even if it means being killed, it is its own fault. Great God, please take justice for us. The terrifying power can bring loyal followers. At least now, among the Sandia tribe, a small group of people truly regard Philly as a deity. If not, how could Philly possess such immense power, even controlling the power of lightning? I will. Philly casually glanced at the surrounding Sandia warriors, not taking their words to heart, and equally dismissive of their gratitude. Philly's gaze turned to the Master of the Sky Island. Finally, he was willing to make a move. Philly's interest in the Master of the Sky Island is much greater. This snake is strong, at least among so many animals. It is the first to withstand such a powerful thunderstorm attack. Roar! The Master of the Sky Island also saw Philly flying in the air. It let out an angry roar at him. As a creature that has lived for nearly 100 years, the Master of the Sky Island naturally possesses considerable intelligence. It can understand the situation and, as a wild beast, has a keen sense of danger. It can clearly perceive that Philly is a threat to its life. It seems that it still doesn't feel enough pain. Philly extended a finger and smiled. Super electromagnetic cannon. A dazzling blue-purple light emerged from his fingertip. A point expanded into a face, growing into a pillar size. It roared out. Roar! The lightning pillar struck the body of the Master of the Sky Island. Its hard scales and thick, tight flesh were completely obliterated in this shot. The Master of the Sky Island let out a painful howl. Its shrill cries echoed throughout the forest. Beasts ran wild, and birds fluttered in chaos, struggling madly. They dare not stay in place any longer, but ran far away. It now understands that it is no match for Philly. Philly's presence is like a devil to it. Philly can kill it. For the first time, the Master of the Sky Island felt the threat of death so close. Hey, did I let you go? The elemental body disappeared and reappeared in front of the Lord of the Sky Island. Roar! The Lord of the Sky Island widened its eyes, unable to believe that Philly could suddenly appear in front of it. It seemed to be provoked by this urgent chase, and it actually opened its bloody maw to bite at Philly, attempting to swallow him whole. Should I say you're smart, or should I say you're foolish? Blue-purple lightning surged around Philly, forming the shape of a giant beast behind him. Thunder Dragon. Roar! It sounded like a raging dragon roaring. The Thunder Dragon charged at the Lord of the Sky Island, causing it to smoke all over, crackling with electricity, and its skeletal structure could even be seen. After the Thunder Dragon vanished, the head of the Lord of the Sky Island drooped onto its body, lying there on the verge of death, no longer moving. This move, I held back. Otherwise, you would only die, understand? Philly approached the Lord of the Sky Island, nonchalantly standing on top of its head. The move Thunder Dragon that Philly developed was merely flashy. Such a large-scale attack dispersed the power of lightning, which actually reduced the effectiveness of the attack. Its main feature was just being cool, not very practical. However, it should be distinguished by the opponent. Against an evenly matched opponent, this move was indeed useless. But against ordinary people, it was sufficient. Just like against the Lord of the Sky Island, it worked quite well. Roar! The cold vertical pupils of the Lord of the Sky Island stared at Philly, its crimson snake tongue flicking out, filled with resentment and fear. But in the end, fear outweighed the resentment in its heart. Its gaze became clear. You can understand my words, right? Philly asked. Roar. The Lord of the Sky Island nodded its head. Good. It seems not dumb, that's good. Seeing that the Lord of the Sky Island could communicate freely, Philly was quite satisfied, because this Lord of the Sky Island still had great use for him. Lord God, Duden approached with a not-so-good expression, accompanied by several members of the Divine Guard who looked somewhat disheveled. Philly raised an eyebrow. Speak. Duden knelt on one knee, showing remorse. There's been a rebellion in the 13th District. Oh. Philly nodded calmly, then sat down on the head of the Lord of the Sky Island, pointing in a direction, saying, Let's go, I see you've been through a lot. I'll take you to eat something good. Although the Lord of the Sky Island did not know what Philly meant by good food, it had already begun to salivate profusely, dripping onto the ground. Anything touched by the saliva of the Lord of the Sky Island was corroded and dissolved. A sharp scene. Duden's pupils contracted, quickly retreating with several members of the Divine Guard. Philly's voice rang out again, this time specifically addressing the Shandia people. Kula, bring your warriors and come with me. Chapter 20. The blood incident in the 13th District of Sky Island is indeed vast, but it cannot be compared to the expansive Qinghai. However, when considered small, it still has a considerable area. Therefore, for the sake of management, the entire territory under Philip's rule in the Sky Island was divided into 13 regions based on fixed areas. This way, no matter what was being done, it would be more convenient. Just like at this moment, when reporting on matters within the territory, it's easier to define the scope. As soon as a few regions are mentioned, Philip has a general idea in his mind. There is no need for Duden to lead the way. Philip can go by himself. Your recovery ability is quite impressive. Philip sat atop the Sky Island Lord's head and turned to look back. The injuries caused by Philip's railgun attack on the Sky Island Lord's long body, which was hard to see above the trees in the forest, had visibly healed. Roar. The Sky Island Lord responded to Philip, and there was even a hint of pride in those vertical pupils. Oh, calling you fat, and you're still panting. Philip laughed and scolded, slapping the Sky Island Lord on the head. What is that? Hey, monster! Run! The monster is coming! Run! Mommy! Mommy! Daddy! Daddy! It must be said that the exaggerated size of the Sky Island Lord is indeed shocking to the residents of the Sky Island, who have no creatures like the Sea Kings, especially since the Sky Island Lord is a giant serpent by nature, exuding a shadowy and cold aura. Those eyes naturally revealed a chilling and resentful vibe. It is perfectly understandable that the Sky Island residents were terrified. Someone is on the monster. That is, the Divine Lord. They shouldn't be afraid now. It's the Divine Lord. Some sharp-eyed individuals spotted Philip sitting on the back of the Sky Island Lord. Although Philip ruled the Sky Island with violence, he did not have an excessive desire for wealth. Therefore, the lives of the Sky Island residents were not oppressed. Comparing it carefully with the rule of Gonfuer, there wasn't much difference. The only difference between Philip and Gonfuer is that he is young, vigorous, and thus has a fiery temper. Therefore, he has a strong pursuit of beauty. Philip does not pursue wealth nor oppress the companions of the Sky Island residents who once humiliated him. So, his fiery temperament always requires their help, right? It's not a difficult matter. He just borrows their wives, mothers, and daughters. It's not like he doesn't exchange. He doesn't monopolize. If he gets tired, he will return them intact. Philip hasn't taken their lives. That is indeed very merciful, okay? Power is revered at all times. So, regarding Philip's self-proclaimed divinity, even if there are grievances about his actions, they're still incredibly respectful in the face of his power. Quite a few Sky Island people are willing to acknowledge Philip as a god, even higher than Gonfuer. Some even voluntarily allow their female family members to be favored by Philip, considering it an honor. In such situations, Philip finds it hard to handle. It even makes his special feelings disappear. However, he still needs to eat. He still likes to casually taste something fresh. Seeing Philip sitting on the Sky Island Lord's back, and since the Sky Island Lord did not do anything to them. As for the houses destroyed in the wake of the Sky Island Lord, what is so difficult about that? They can be rebuilt easily. Those guys. As soon as Philip left on the Sky Island Lord, the Sky Island residents immediately noticed a group of people appearing. They were the Sandia people in special combat uniforms, predominantly black, with a unique design. Next to the black-clad Sandia warriors were members of the Divine Guard in white combat uniforms. The leaders were Kurla and Duden. The Sandia people, how did they end up here? How were they allowed into our city? Although the Sandia people have adapted to the environment of the Sky Island and grown wings on their backs, their demeanor is very different from that of the Sky Island people, and they have obvious physical differences. The Sky Island people recognized them at a glance. The Sky Island people held no good attitude toward the Sandia people, just as the Sandia people did not have a good attitude toward the Sky Island people. Now, the Sky Island people's attitude towards the Divine Guard members had also become somewhat awkward. The previous Divine Guard was naturally beloved by the Sky Island people, as it was Gonfuer's guard. But now, the members of the Divine Guard are hunting dogs in Philip's hands. Anyone who dares to oppose Philip will be besieged by the Divine Guard members. Furthermore, the presence of the Divine Guard alongside the Sandio warriors clearly indicated that they were on the same side. The attitude of the Sky Island residents towards them became even more complicated. Let's go. Duden was already accustomed to this and didn't care at all. He had already let it go. Kurla has never cared about the Sky Island people's sunshine. Sandio people are like that. Some even coldly return the glare. When the Sandio warriors stared like this, the Sky Island people unconsciously averted their gaze. The Sandio warriors showed disdainful expressions. Hurry up and leave. Duden and Kurla didn't dare to delay, leading the team and using shell-flying tools to chase after Philip. We must overthrow that bastard Shanghai person. The Sky Island belongs to us, not that demon. We have had enough of oppression. We absolutely cannot remain silent any longer. In the 13th district delineated by Philip, a large number of Sky Island people gathered together, raising their arms and shouting, their faces flushed and emotions excited. But suddenly, a massive snake head appeared high above them. Those vertical pupils were filled with coldness, instantly cooling the blood of these people. How could such a monster appear here? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind breaking followed continuously. Two teams in different colored uniforms, black and white, appeared in the air, all armed and coldly gazing down at the crowd below. Gulp. Someone unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Their original courage was quickly fading. It's that Shanghai person. At this moment, someone finally saw Philip, sitting atop the Sky Island Lord, wearing a mocking smile while observing them. They dared not meet Philip's gaze, feeling immense pressure. Philip was too lazy to say any nonsense to these people. For someone with absolute military power that can suppress everything, fists are authority, directly transforming the world without variables. Words are superfluous. Philip floated into the air and said to the Sky Island Lord, "These snacks are all yours." Roar. The Sky Island Lord let out a roar and opened its bloody maw towards the crowd below without saying a word. Philip then said to Duden and Kurla, "Kill them all." Upon hearing this, Duden and Kurla felt a chill run down their spines, every hair on their bodies standing on end. The 13th district has a full 100,000 people. All. Philip said lightly, "Don't make me say a second time." Hearing this, Duden and Kurla gritted their teeth and exchanged glances. This was their first time feeling the same. Kill. With Duden and Kurla leading the way, the Divine Guard and Sandia warriors. Although he looked solemn, he still took action. Roar. The ruler of the Sky Island was very pleased. So many birdmen today. Enough for it to have a feast. Such things he used to only occasionally treat as snacks. He never thought they could be a meal. No, I was wrong. Isudinid. Please let me go, let me go. A surge of passion comes at a price. Moreover, it may be a price that one cannot bear. The ruler of the Sky Island moved back and forth among the crowd. Its wide-open maw could take away hundreds of lives each time. Members of the Divine Guard and the Shandia warriors surrounded the perimeter. Anyone daring to flee would face a bloody purge. The people of the 13 districts were clearly prepared. They had plenty of weapons. Unfortunately, magnetic absorption. Feely's palms, placed at varying depths, swirled with blue-purple lightning. Centered around him, a telekinetic field formed. All metallic substances in the field were uncontrollably drawn upwards. The weapons in the hands of the 13 districts people were twisted into an iron ball by Feely. No, even the weapons for resistance were taken away. An overwhelming sense of despair surged in their hearts. The people of the 13 districts knew that this time, there was truly no chance of survival. And today, no one from the 13 districts would survive. This event would later be referred to as the 13 Districts Massacre and was also labeled as a divine punishment. Chapter 21. The Pirate World. Here I come 3 days later. District 13 reopened. The horrific scene that unfolded before the eyes of the residents of Sky Island left them unable to stand. The situation here was as if a hurricane had swept across the entire island. Those who had been hesitating to take action, looking to learn from the events in District 13, suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. They felt a bone-deep cold. God Philly. His infamous reputation echoed throughout Sky Island. The factions under his command were even more dreaded by the island's inhabitants, who dared not speak of them, only suppressing their thoughts. These three factions were the the Divine Guard. Composed of the former guard of the old god Ganfer, now expanded with additional members mostly chosen from the relatives of the guards. This placed the members of the Divine Guard and their close kin in a very special position throughout Sky Island. The second faction was the Shandia tribe, which had been in fierce conflict with the Sky Island residents for 100 years, starting from the original god and continuing to the present. Now, the Shandia tribe had submitted to the new god Philly, becoming a sharp blade in his hand, constantly threatening the residents of Sky Island. The third faction was singular and had a very special identity. It had no relation to humans at all and was completely unrelated. It was the ruler of Sky Island, the giant serpent known as Nora. In the horrifying bloodbath of District 13, the tragedy that claimed hundreds of thousands of lives was largely attributed to this cannibalistic serpent. During these 3 days, it was conservatively estimated that the giant serpent Nora had swallowed nearly 70,000 people. The name of the giant serpent Nora could silence a child's cries at night and had become the second greatest taboo on Sky Island, beneath the god Philly. The giant serpent Nora was tamed by the god Philly and coiled around the massive stone pillar erected specifically for it in the temple square. The residents of Sky Island seemed to see the coiling serpent from that pillar disappearing into the clouds, gazing greedily at the people of the island with its icy, shadowy eyes that reflected greed. Thus, the Divine Guard, the warriors of the Shandia tribe, and the serpent monster Nora became the 3 acknowledged attack dogs of the evil god Philly in the hearts of the residents of Sky Island. However, in the face of such a terrifying oppressive rule, some residents developed an extreme admiration and support for the powerful Philly. They worshipped Philly as a god, bowing in humility. Anyone who dared to disrespect the deity would be captured by the Divine Guard and the Shandia tribe, privately interrogated, and then sent before the serpent Nora to become a sacrifice. When this incident occurred, the Thunder God cult gained notoriety. It should have been something that everyone feared to discuss. But the development of the Thunder God cult was unaffected. Although the number of believers was not large, its influence was immense. Especially after realizing that the god Philly had a laissez-faire attitude towards the Thunder God cult, they became even more wary of it. Very good, very good. A satisfied smile graced Philly's face as he held a memory pointer, which was clearly an old and genuine artifact, and addressed the trembling residents of Sky Island below him. You have done well. I am very satisfied. Take your rewards and leave. With clear distinctions between rewards and punishments. Philly was not greedy for wealth, as money held no meaning for him at this moment. With absolute military power, he would never lack for money at any time. These residents had received a death order from Philly 3 days prior, requiring them to produce a memory pointer or devise a way to navigate the seas without losing direction. Upon hearing Philly's words, they finally breathed a sigh of relief, their previously tense hearts finally at ease. When they arrived at the square, the giant head of the serpent Nora approached them. The moment they thought they could relax, their hearts raced again, facing the terrifying, shadowy creature that devoured the residents of Sky Island as easily as eating and drinking. They could not help but feel fear. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, shaking like chaff. However, to their surprise, Nora opened its mouth, not to swallow them, but to regurgitate something. Gold. Bright, shining gold that sparkled under the sunlight. Take it, urged a member of the Divine Guard as they noticed the residents still stunned, looking at Nora, who had coiled back around the stone pillar in the square. Disappearing into the clouds, they finally awoke from their daze. After expressing their thanks several times, they reluctantly took the gold that had been regurgitated by Nora, leaving with an urgent desire to depart without lingering. Duden and Kurla, one dressed in white and the other in black uniforms, exchanged unfriendly glances and then approached Philly together. Seeing him lying in the embrace of several women, playing with something in his hands, they stood respectfully without daring to speak. After a moment, Philly took the initiative to say, I leave the matters of Sky Island to you. If you cannot resolve them, let Nora handle it. I will be leaving Sky Island for a while. Having said that, without waiting for Duden and Kurla to ask questions, he waved them off. Duden and Kurla were taken aback for a moment, then both bowed and left. What do you think? What is there to think? Once outside the Great Hall, despite their mutual dislike, Duden and Kurla began to converse. Just do what we were supposed to do. We have no choice now. You're right. Their exchange was brief, and the matter was settled. They would continue living their lives and doing their own things in an orderly manner. You all need to eat well now. Philly lay there, his gaze sweeping over the divine attendants, jesting. After all, you will be starving for a long time afterward. Upon hearing this, the attendants' faces flushed, but they all unconsciously leaned towards Philly. Electric therapy. Stimulate body activity increase recovery speed, enhance muscle strength, and heighten enemy sensitivity. The powers of the Thunder Fruit had been fully developed by Philly, and even in some special places, it could produce unexpected effects. Finally leaving Sky Island, Philly's body floated in the air, slowly descending. Looking up at the increasingly small Sky Island, and then down at the vast blue expanse below, excitement shimmered in his eyes. The pirate world, here I come. Chapter 22, Bounty Hunter, haha. So refreshing. It's really exhilarating. The sea is vast for fish to leap. The sky is high for birds to fly. Philly entered the blue sea from the Sky Island, and that heart, which had been corroded by a luxurious life, began to beat strongly again. With the ability to fly thanks to the Thunder Fruit, Philly found it much easier to navigate this sea compared to ordinary people. The only thing that gave Philly a headache was the bizarre and inexplicable weather in this pirate world. In just an hour of flying, Philly had experienced various climate environments, completely different and fragmented, making him feel as if he had gone through several autumns and winters. Blizzards, heavy rain, hail, blazing sun, and strong winds. 10 miles can be a different sky. 100 miles can be a different year. Sometimes, even a small island can experience several types of weather. It truly allowed Philly to witness the rich natural environment of the pirate world. At the same time, he understood why Roger, who conquered this sea, is revered as the Pirate King. This is indeed an eye-catching and respectable achievement. Even with the help of the memory pointer given by those few people on the Sky Island, reaching his destination was not easy for Philly. Perhaps because too much time had passed, the quality of the pointer had some issues, easily affected by the chaotic magnetic fields around. If it weren't for Philly's flying ability, which made the cost of trial and error low and his efficiency high, plus his good luck in faithfully trusting the memory pointer's guidance, he might have gotten himself lost. Damn it, next time I go back, I'll take their lives. Philly casually tossed the memory pointer into the sea. It had worked well on the Sky Island, but now it had turned into a useless piece of junk. It was no wonder Philly felt some resentment. Forget it, they probably don't even know. I'll just consider it an act of mercy. Just arriving at the blue sea, curious about everything here. Philly didn't want to dwell too much on those weaklings. If he felt angry about it later, he could just kill them. Right now, Philly needed to focus his energy on these brand new matters. According to the final indication of the memory pointer, the island he arrived at was called Anubai Island. Anubai is a legendary creature that has become a story passed down to the present. The island is named after this legendary tale. On Anubai Island, there is the Anubai Kingdom, which is also a member of the world government. The island has a naval base with a stationed squadron of Navy personnel. Here, no one cast overly scrutinizing glances at Philly. When he was on the Sky Island, he had suffered from the bullying of gazes because he had no wings. In the end, it was he who punished those bullies, preventing himself from being left with psychological scars. Lack of money. Philly raised an eyebrow. Anubai Island indeed had many places for food, drinks, and entertainment. Compared to the Sky Island, it seemed much livelier with a variety of entertainment activities. However, to enjoy these things, one needed to pay in berries. Things that had only been descriptions in his ears before were now something Philly really needed. Philly had no system or personal space. There was not much berry on the Sky Island. Gold was heavy and cumbersome, and he hadn't taken any with him. Rushing to see the situation in the blue sea, Philly left in a hurry, so his pockets were empty. This is tough. A poor family on a rich road. How could I forget to bring money? Philly helplessly slapped his forehead. In the past, he would have valued money greatly. Without money, he wouldn't feel secure. No matter how much he earned, he would always feel it wasn't enough. But after arriving in the pirate world and gaining unparalleled power after eating the Thunder Fruit, Philly's view on wealth naturally changed. Neighbors stockpiling food, I stockpile guns. He's my granary. During the time he killed Ganfu and occupied the Sky Island, calling himself a god to rule, Philly had never considered money, that mundane thing. Because he simply didn't need it. His power was enough to provide everything he needed on the Sky Island. This mindset profoundly influenced Philly's actions, leading him to be empty-handed now, with pockets cleaner than his face, unable to find even a single berry. Robbing? Philly's eyes wandered. His gaze swept over the wealthy pedestrians on the street. The rich people on the road suddenly felt a chill and involuntarily shivered. Looking around, they noticed nothing unusual and continued walking in confusion. Still not feasible. Philly shook his head. This is not the Sky Island. If a strong person emerges from the crowd, it doesn't need to be someone with a powerful devil fruit ability. Anyone who can use armament hockey or has sea prism stone weapons poses a significant threat to Philly. Right now, Philly relies on elementalization, using one trick to dominate. but he knows the blue sea is full of capable people and isn't prepare to take risks. It's you. Philly walked out of building. The blue seagull flag fluttered in the wind. This is the naval branch, the fortress stationed on Anubai Island. In Philly's hand is a bounty notice. Bluebeard Merkrick bounty. 8 million berries, the era of inflation where bounties reached tens or hundreds of billions of berries had not yet arrived. Moreover, Philly was located in the North Sea. For a pirate to have a bounty of 8 million berries, one can imagine how dangerous he is. A typical household of 3 might earn only a few 100,000 berries a year. Therefore, if Philly can really bring back Bluebeard Merkrick's head, it would definitely be a gold mine, enough for his subsequent expenses in the blue sea. Hey, Bluebeard. Oh, what is going on? You actually contacted me first. Someone has taken your bounty. Be careful not to fall into a trap. Ha! Since someone wants to trouble me, they must be blinded by money. Don't worry. I'll make sure they come back empty-handed. Don't be careless. I don't think that guy is simple. I got it. The call ended. At the Naval Branch Fortress on Anubai Island, Lieutenant Jinyu put down the transponder snail, his expression serious. He still remembers that over 3-meter-tall man. He sensed a very strong life force from him. No, I need to go in person. Jinyu's brows furrowed slightly, never relaxing. He stood up from his seat and pushed the door to walk outside. In the sea breeze, the cape inscribed with the word justice fluttered in the wind. Chapter 23. Are you engaging in undercover work? Bluebeard Merkrick, the captain of the North Sea Bluebeard Pirates, has long been a source of evil in the North Sea. The North Sea, known for its rampant warfare and chaotic situation, has allowed pirates to thrive in this tumultuous environment. Merkrick's bounty of 8 million berries is partly due to his own strength, but more so because he has caused significant trouble for the world government. He plunders and burns towns, captures and sells people, and frequently initiates village massacres, making Bluebeard the type of pirate most wanted for elimination by the North Sea Navy. Unfortunately, it seems that Bluebeard has a knack for foreseeing events, as he always disappears right before the Navy attempts to capture him. When he reemerges, he commits crimes that leave the Navy in distress, as if he is retaliating specifically against their pursuit. This has garnered intense hatred from the various naval forces in the North Sea, who wish they could take his life themselves. However, things have not progressed as the Navy had hoped. As Merkrick's misdeeds increased, the Navy was compelled to place a bounty on him, which rose from an initial 800,000 berries to a staggering 8 million berries, an increase of tenfold. Even in the North Sea, such a bounty ranks high. This amount reflects the price Merkrick has earned through his numerous crimes. Yet, upon learning of his increasing bounty, Bluebeard Merkrick showed no fear. Instead, he became even more exhilarated, seemingly wishing for his bounty to exceed 10 million berries. Consequently, during this period, he frequently committed heinous acts, with village massacres becoming a standard part of his operations. Merkrick views the Navy's bounty as a measure of his worth. He is truly both foolish and detestable. It is the ordinary people, used as sacrifices for the pirate flag by Bluebeard Merkrick, who are the ones to be pitted. Their blood flows uselessly in a world where pirates reign supreme, as they are simply too weak. The Navy provides bounty hunters with some information about wanted criminals that they can manage. Bluebeard Merkrick is a key focus of the North Sea Navy, and information about him is relatively detailed, making it easier for Feely to search. Based on the locations where Merkrick has committed crimes, Feely roughly delineated the operational range of the Bluebeard pirates. The next part would be the challenging phase. Feely, being a user of the Thunder Fruit, can fly. Once the range is determined, he can use his memory pointers to avoid getting lost and conduct a thorough search. However, finding Merkrick, who could be hiding at sea or on some island, is no easy task. It is not much different from searching for a needle in a haystack. This is an extremely energy-consuming endeavor that tests patience and attention to detail. It is also the first time Feely has been so dedicated to earning money since becoming a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. One place after another, Feely's top-tier mobility allows him to maximize his chances of not missing the Bluebeard pirates. As the detection range gradually shrinks, information about the Bluebeard pirates slowly increases during this process. The smile on Feely's face becomes increasingly playful. He is confident that it won't be long before he finds the main target. Feely now resembles a hunter. All his efforts are for the thrill of the hunt, just like a fisherman who waits so long for the moment of joy when the rod bends. All the previous efforts will be worth it. In the pirate world, although there are many entertainment activities, they are indeed few compared to what Feely experienced in the world. Even as an ordinary person, Feely had more entertainment options in his daily life than now. Of course, it wasn't as lavish as it is now, but it was sufficient to pass the time. Unlike now, where Feely must find something to do for himself, or he could easily fall into boredom. On a small path along the southern coast of Anubai Island, a battle occurred, or it would be more accurate to describe it as a one-sided massacre. Super electromagnetic cannon. Boom. The lightning power formed a cylindrical attack that shattered the ship's hull. A large number of pirates, filled with fear and anxiety, fell into the sea, hastily grabbing nearby wood to keep themselves afloat. Feely floated in midair, making a gesture as if to shoot. A lightning energy bullet shot out and struck a pirate bobbing in the water. Under the lightning attack, his hair stood on end, and the shape of his bones became visible. He clutched the floating wood tightly, his expression filled with terror as he asked, I'll tell you. Feely nodded. Go ahead. I had contact with Bluebeard before. They are currently at Slain. Ion blade technique. Just as the pirate finished speaking, a long knife formed from gathered lightning energy swept across the sea. A cloud of blood mist erupted, and his body was severed in two. Every pirate present met the same fate. All were killed. Thank you. I want to torture you. I'll make your death quick, Feely said as he turned and headed toward the location mentioned by the pirate. Based on Feely's previous search, he could eliminate and speculate about several locations where Bluebeard might be. Since this pirate mentioned Slain, he would check there first. If not, he would move on to other places. This would significantly affect his previous plans. As for the pirate's words, they were just something to listen to, occasionally treated as low credibility information. A little verification is acceptable, but complete trust is out of the question. Otherwise, it would be himself who suffers. A pirate ship, black in color with a skull flag, displaying a blue-bearded black captain's hat, was anchored at a shallow area of Slain Island. Oh, that guy really didn't lie. He is actually here. Looks like he is a decent pirate, after all. In my heart, I sincerely feel sorry for you. Feely pretended to close his eyes and made a gesture of prayer at his heart. Then, he put on a wicked smile again. His body transformed into blue-purple light points and disappeared from the spot. Did you really need to come here in person? Don't be careless. I'm here to remind you. You've been going a bit overboard lately. On the Bluebeard pirate ship, a 5-meter-tall, burly man, covered in muscles, with one hand replaced by an iron hook and a fierce expression, looked indifferently at the man in front of him. This man, a Navy lieutenant named Jinyu, dressed in a Navy uniform, stared coldly at him. Yo. I'm really lucky today. I actually get to witness this grand play. This is the Bluebeard Pirates, and it's at sea. The open surroundings mean that any situation can be known immediately. That's why Jinyu dared to come meet Bluebeard without fear of revealing his identity. Wow, my luck is really good. I just arrived and ran into such a grand show. Truly spectacular. The irreverent voice rang out, and the mocking words fell on Jinyu and Murkrik's ears like a clap of thunder. Both turned to look at the source of the voice. Feely had returned to his original form, floating in the air. The playful expression fell on the two of them. Is it him? A fierce light flickered in Bluebeard Murkrik's eyes. Jinyu's expression was even worse, his face turning pitch black. He cannot leave here alive. Chapter 24 Navy 6 Techniques. Bluebeard squinted his eyes, staring at Feely flying in the air, and said with a cold smile, You heard it too, Lieutenant. You can't leave here alive. I think this sea is quite peaceful, suitable for your resting place. Saran is a deserted island. There are no signs of human habitation here. That's why Bluebeard uses it as a regular stop. They are not afraid that the commotion here will attract others' attention. Since Feely has already seen Jinyu, they can't let him leave no matter what they say. You guys are quite confident, Feely chuckled. If I want to leave, can you really keep me here? Feely's words made both Jinyu and Bluebeard frown. The pirates around them stared at Feely with unfriendly expressions. Indeed, the fact that Feely could fly in the air proved that he had the ability to fly. If Feely really wanted to leave, the chances of Bluebeard and Jinyu keeping him here were very low. Feely was curious about where Jinyu and Bluebeard got their confidence from, thinking they could keep him here. Swift steps soon, Jinyu showed Feely through action where his confidence came from. Jinyu's body left a series of afterimages before disappearing from a spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Feely, also hovering in the air. Finger pistol. His finger shot forward, and his arm struck out. The terrifying sound of the wind showed just how powerful this strike was. 6 techniques. Feely narrowed his eyes as his body actively elementalized, dodging Jinyu's attack. When he reappeared, he created distance between himself and Jinyu. This was why Feely did not act recklessly like he did on the Sky Island, doing whatever he liked. Besides the discrimination from the Sky Island people, Feely also disliked the Sky Island people who discriminated against him and acted excessively. More importantly, there were many talented individuals in the Blue Sea. Even with the abilities of a Logia-type devil fruit, Feely was not invincible. just like at this moment. Jinyu's martial arts were widely promoted in the Navy, combining powerful mobility, attack, and defensive capabilities. Mastering this martial arts to the extreme would make one's strength comparable to top devil fruit users, or even stronger. Karp was a typical representative. Even without using any devil fruit, relying solely on pure martial arts strength, he was one of the top combat powers in the pirate world. Feli had eaten the thunder fruit, which forcibly enhanced his strength, taking a shortcut. If compared to those in the Navy who gradually improved through martial arts training, he did not have a significant advantage. Of course, martial arts strength varies from person to person. Just because one could use 6 techniques does not mean that Feli would be wary. Super electromagnetic cannon. Since the other side had already made a move, Feli was not the type to sit back and take a beating without retaliating. He quickly launched an electromagnetic cannon attack. The power of lightning rapidly condensed and explosively released a terrifying force. Jinyu leaped and dodged in the air, avoiding Feli's attack. The electromagnetic cannon struck the mountain on the island behind, resulting in a large area of the mountain being directly obliterated. The intensity of the super electromagnetic cannon attack was evident. Gulp. Bluebeard couldn't help but swallow hard. Looking at the results of Feli's casual strike, he felt a chill run down his back. What kind of power is this? A devil fruit user? What fruit is it? As a notorious pirate, Bluebeard naturally had some understanding of devil fruits. The treasures of the sea, any one of them conservatively valued at 100 million. The rarer ones were priceless. From Feli's strike, he could already see too much. He felt that the tone of his previous words had been a bit too loud. It was no longer a question of whether he could keep Feli here, but whether he had a chance to live. Set sail. Bluebeard decisively issued the command. He absolutely could not sit back and wait for death. Only he knew how strong he truly was. His bounty was so high not because of his own strength, but because he had caused serious harm to ordinary residents and put significant pressure on the Navy. In terms of genuine ability, he would not rank high. Just now, it was because Jinyu was here that he felt somewhat secure. But now looking at it, Jinyu might not even be Feli's opponent. So what was he still doing here? Waiting to die? Of course not. He had to leave. Quickly escape this place of disaster. If he didn't run now, he might really not have a chance to live. Thunder fruit? Jinyu's previously calm face was now filled with shock. The lightning energy Feli had unleashed made him immediately recall something. At the same time, he involuntarily thought of 2 powerful beings in the Navy who were like insurmountable obstacles before them. Both were top-tier Logia-type devil fruit users, and Feli possessed a powerful Logia-type devil fruit of the same level as them. Jinyu was confident in his strength. In the 4 seas, his strength was enough to handle most enemies. But if the opponent had a top-tier Logia-type devil fruit ability, then the outcome might not be in his favor. Jinyu's expression darkened. He stared at Feli intently and said in a deep voice, "Are you going to attack the Navy? Huh? Are you kidding? At a time like this? What do you mean by that?" We continue. Upon hearing this, Feli could no longer hold back, his gaze mockingly sweeping over. His words filled with sarcasm. "You really are a fence-sitter. I'm curious how you have the nerve to suppress me with the identity of the Navy. Have you forgotten that you just secretly collaborated with pirates?" Jinyu's expression was grim. He watched Feli warily. He was very wary of the Thunder Fruit's ability. "Fine. I'll just eliminate you as a disgrace to the Navy." Feli smiled, his gaze coldly fixed on Jinyu. "Thunder Beast. Roar." The sky rumbled with thunder. Lightning surged, and the thunder transformed into the form of a hungry tiger, pouncing toward Jinyu. Shave. Moonwalk. The Navy's 6 techniques, using moonwalk in conjunction with shave, allowed for high-speed movement in a short time, gaining terrifying mobility. Facing Feli's attack, Jinyu did not retreat, but instead advanced to meet it. In a desperate situation, only by facing death could one seek to survive. Quick, quick, quick. Everyone move faster. Bluebeard's pirate ship had already set sail, raising its sails. Bluebeard nervously watched the battlefield not far away, his back already soaked with sweat. "Captain, the Navy. There are Navy ships over there." The unexpected turn of events came so suddenly, with changes happening one after another. Not far away on the sea surface, 3 Navy sailing ships were rapidly approaching. Bluebeard's face turned ugly as he cursed. "Damn it. Why is my luck so bad? What terrible luck." Chapter 25. Face-changing, the lieutenant received orders from Jinyu and was standing still. Suddenly, he noticed an exaggerated commotion near Saran. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, which was quite frightening. As a member of the Navy, he had seen all kinds of storms. Siki knew that his superior, Jinyu, was at the location where the abnormal situation was occurring. Out of concern, He didn't think too much and quickly ordered the soldiers to steer the sailboat towards the area. As luck would have it, they ran into the Bluebeard pirate crew. A major threat they always failed to capture no matter how hard they tried. Siki drew his sword and pointed it forward. The Justice Cape behind him rustling in the howling sea wind, and shouted, "Prepare for battle. Load the cannons. 12 o'clock position. Fire immediately." The Navy could suppress the pirates and ensure relative stability in this turbulent era because their overall strength surpassed that of the pirates. All Navy members had received specialized military training. As soon as they heard the command, the Navy soldiers sprang into action. The entire deck was bustling with activity, each person fulfilling their role. Naval combat was different from land combat. Each battlefield was its own battlefield. Cannons were weapons. It was a matter of whose weapon was sharper and whose skills were better, allowing one side to maintain the greatest advantage before inevitably facing a close-quarters battle. Of course, this situation required the exclusion of exceptionally high-end combat powers, if either side had a powerful individual capable of turning the tide of battle. The confrontation between the Bluebeard pirate crew and the Navy ship would not even occur. However, the real game-changers, the ones who could influence the battle, were Fire-Eye, who had cunningly consumed the Thunder Fruit and became a natural-type Devil Fruit user, and Jinyu, who had undergone formal military training at the Navy Academy and mastered the 6 powers of the Navy, having developed his physical abilities to a considerable level. Neither of them could arrive at the battlefield now, giving Fire-Eye an elemental advantage. He actively avoided Jinyu's attacks while taunting him with provocative words. "Hey, I wonder if your subordinates are as corrupt as you. But from the looks of it, they don't seem to know. Tell me, if they knew that their commander had a deep connection with the very pirates they despise, wouldn't they feel miserable?" 6 powers, finger pistol. His arm struck rapidly through the air, fingers moving so fast that only afterimages remained. Jinyu remained unaffected by Fire-Eye's trash talk, maintaining his combat rhythm and attacking with ease. Even though Fire-Eye was a Devil Fruit user, he had not undergone specialized training, nor did he have any close combat experience. Even after entering the pirate world, his body had started to change, becoming sturdier and feeling stronger day by day. But despite having such a robust physique, Fire-Eye had not managed to develop his advantages. It was like a bank employee guarding a vault full of gold bars and cash, yet having no key or rights to enter and exit freely. He could only watch helplessly, which was truly frustrating. "Do you think my subordinates would believe a pirate's words?" Jinyu retorted. This made Fire-Eye laugh. All right. Your ability to twist the truth is indeed impressive." Fire-Eye raised an eyebrow and asked, "I'm genuinely curious why someone with your strength would team up with a worthless guy like Bluebeard?" Jinyu's strength indeed exceeded Fire-Eye's expectations. With the Thunder Fruit granting him the terrifying natural power of lightning, Fire-Eye realized he couldn't defeat Jinyu in a short time. Jinyu's martial arts skills were formidable, especially his proficient use of the Navy's 6 powers. In a situation where both offense and defense were integrated, Fire-Eye found it challenging to engage in close combat. It was well known that while natural-type Devil Fruits were powerful, if the user lacked strong martial arts skills, the abilities of the Devil Fruit could not be fully realized. This was an ironclad rule applicable to all Devil Fruit users. "You're pretty good at twisting the truth," Fire-Eye said coldly. "But I wonder how long you can keep this up?" Jinyu's strength was indeed formidable, but his high-frequency explosive tactics could not sustain a prolonged battle. The combined use of Moonwalk and Shave allowed Jinyu to have temporary aerial mobility, but the physical toll was immense. Unlike Fire-Eye, who had easily gained the abilities of a Devil Fruit user with minimal consumption, Jinyu was struggling. "Stormfoot." Fire-Eye's words seemed to strike a nerve with Jinyu. His attacks not only did not diminish, but became even fiercer. Jinyu unleashed 2 powerful gusts of wind from his legs, rushing straight at Fire-Eye. "Oh, I'm really scared." Fire-Eye stood still, not even moving, allowing Jinyu's attack to land on him. The attack passed through Fire-Eye's body without causing any bloodshed. The wound on his body healed immediately, leaving no trace. Without even using Haki, Fire-Eye sneered, "What do you plan to fight me with? I can outlast you." Jinyu's expression darkened further. Fire-Eye's words weighed heavily on him because they were true. After using Moonwalk and Shave for an extended period, Jinyu felt his stamina waning. Fire-Eye, as a natural-type Devil Fruit user, possessed elemental abilities that rendered him invincible against opponents who did not understand Haki, effectively a dimensional strike. Jinyu could still dodge Fire-Eye's attacks for now, but he couldn't hold out much longer. The electric properties from Fire-Eye were already starting to inflict damage on him, and it was becoming increasingly severe. If this continued, Jinyu would definitely be the one to lose, not Fire-Eye. Thunderstorm. Fire-Eye leapt high into the air, transforming into a blue-purple sphere of light and began to spin rapidly. Then, numerous lightning orbs densely shot from Fire Eye's body, flying out like bullets in all directions, launching a comprehensive covering attack from different angles. This move was inspired by the Navy's pillar Kizu, who wielded the glint fruit and used his technique Yasukani no Umagatama. Since the thunder fruit shared similarities with certain attributes of the glint fruit, Fire Eye was able to perfectly replicate some of Kizaru's abilities, even finding them easier to use. As expected, Jinyu's face changed dramatically. Such a large-scale, dense covering attack was something he could not perfectly evade even with his high-speed movements using shave and moonwalk. Boom! 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 Several lightning orbs struck Jinyu, leaving him heavily injured. Under the destructive and paralyzing effects of the lightning, Jinyu's movements became sluggish. In the midst of this torrential rain of lightning orbs, even a momentary lapse in focus could lead to disaster. Indeed, after being hit once, the electric shock paralyzed him and reduced his agility. The subsequent blows were fatal. More lightning orbs struck Jinyu, inflicting even greater injuries. Fire Eye finally came to a halt. Upon seeing the situation, there was no hint of mercy. Thunder Beast, the roaring thunderous tiger, charged forward, limbs moving, mouth wide open, teeth bared, and claws outstretched towards Jinyu. Divine Punishment, the right arm raised high, a loud shout to the heavens. A massive pillar of thunder descended from the sky, precisely hitting its target. Super Electromagnetic Cannon. The thunder and lightning laser cannonball that had gathered in front of him fell upon Jinyu simultaneously with the heavenly punishment. Jinyu, who had always maintained a demeanor of superiority, could no longer keep up the calm facade. He let out a painful scream, losing control over his body. Thud! He fell into the sea under Free's attack. Seeing this, Free felt it was still not enough. Thunderblade, the ion sword technique, sharp enough to rival real blades. Under Free's control, it slashed down towards the spot where Jinyu had fallen into the sea. The seawater was cleaved in half by this strike. Parting to reveal the scene below for a brief moment, Free could vaguely see what was happening in the water, but Jinyu was nowhere to be found. This is troublesome. Although the battle was won by Free, he couldn't feel happy about it. Free knew very well that Jinyu was highly unlikely to be dead. In Free's eyes, without having his heart ripped out or his head severed in front of him, he couldn't confirm the possibility of Jinyu being revived. Therefore, death couldn't be confirmed. Moreover, Jinyu was someone with many opportunities for survival, having fallen into the sea. Free looked not far away. The Bluebeard pirate ship had already been approached by the Navy. Navy soldiers, armed with guns and swords, bravely jumped onto the Bluebeard pirate ship. What followed was a chaotic battle filled with cold weapons and gunfire. Bluebeard himself, indeed, didn't possess much strength. His high bounty was all earned through harming ordinary civilians. Now, facing off against the regular naval combat forces, he immediately showed his true colors. In no time, he was captured with his hands bound. Thud! Another splash echoed. Free quickly looked over and found a pale-faced Jinyu. You really have a great life. Unfortunately, there's no chance left. Prepare tout. The destructive attribute of lightning gathered in Free's hands. He was about to strike and finish off Jinyu. You can propose any conditions. Jinyu floated helplessly on the water's surface, his face pale and his expression pained as he looked at Free. As long as I can do it, I won't refuse. As long as you can spare me. What I did before was indeed wrong. Whatever kind of compensation or apology you want, I will accept. Decisive and straightforward. Without any hesitation, Jinyu expressed his demands to Free, laying out his bottom line. Free withdrew his attack, unable to hold back his laughter. You really want to live. It makes me feel embarrassed to kill you now. Look, they're coming over. Do you have anything to say to them? In the distance, the Navy ships were rapidly approaching. Jinyu nodded. I understand. Thank you for helping us take down the pirate Bluebeard. If it weren't for your efforts, this mission would definitely not have been so easy. In every word, Free's identity underwent a tremendous transformation. Jinyu's rapid change of face was remarkable. The ability to lie with his eyes wide open came naturally. Chapter 26. How old are you? Captain Jinyu. Ensign. The pirate Bluebeard has been captured alive by Ensign Zobi and his naval soldiers. It was only at this moment that they hurried over to Philip and Jinyu. In the pirate world, strong individuals possess incredible physical qualities and exaggerated recovery abilities. While Philip found a piece of wood to support Zobi's body, allowing him to float on the sea, Jinyu's body had recovered significantly during their conversation. Even his complexion had returned to a much more normal state. The arrival of Ensign Zobi and his soldiers did not ease Jinyu's mind. Instead, he felt even more anxious. His gaze fell on Philip, fearing he might take some extreme actions. The previous agreement was merely a verbal contract, and neither party truly understood the other. How could Jinyu easily trust Philip's words? However, the situation was beyond his control, and he had no other options. Moreover, after having fought with Philip, Zhou also knew he would absolutely not be a match for Philip. Even if he and his subordinates joined forces, the outcome would not change. In front of Philip, the user of the Thunder Fruit, even the most ordinary soldiers were like fish in a barrel, useless in battle. Jinyu was brought back to the deck of the warship, with Philip following him onto the deck. Ensign Zhou and the Navy soldiers looked at Philip with caution. The Navy team led by Jinyu and Zhou had an overall average height, representing a rare, standard template of ordinary humans, all under 2 meters tall. There was nothing particularly outstanding. Ensign Jinyu stood at 185 meters, while Ensign Zhou was just over 190 meters. Facing Philip, who was 315 meters tall, muscular, and exuding a sense of power, they visually felt oppressed. Earlier, they had been at a distance, and all the soldiers were engaged in a fierce battle with the Bluebeard pirate crew, not daring to be distracted for even a moment. A lapse in focus could cost them their lives. Moreover, as the user of the Thunder Fruit, Philip's movements were excessively flashy and dazzling. His attack intensity aside, his display was enough to captivate, so Zhou and the others couldn't clearly see the battle between Philip and Jinyu. They had no idea how Jinyu had ended up in such a weak state. How long has it been since Philip helped me? I was ambushed by Bluebeard and got injured. This was something they had agreed upon earlier. Given Philip's strength, Jinyu dared not break the agreement. As long as he wanted to live, he couldn't bear the consequences. Thank you. Zhou expressed his gratitude to Philip with a gesture. He and Jinyu were superiors and subordinates, but also classmates from the Naval Academy, so their relationship had always been good. It's nothing. Philip waved his hand casually, his gaze playfully landing on Jinyu as he smiled and said, I believe Ensign Jinyu is a person of integrity. Zhou looked at Jinyu with some curiosity. Facing his friend's puzzled gaze, Jinyu replied, let's clean up the battlefield first, then we can talk. Zhou nodded, okay. Now that Jinyu was injured, the command of the Navy was temporarily handed over to Zhou. After Zhou left, he organized the follow-up matters in an orderly manner. Philip and Jinyu stood together on the deck, one over 3 meters tall, the other just over 180 meters. In comparison, Jinyu appeared quite petite. However, in reality, Jinyu's body was muscular and he was a real strong man. As a martial arts expert, his physical qualities were beyond reproach. After a moment of silence, Jinyu spoke up. I hope you won't go back on your word regarding our previous agreement. Philip chuckled. You can put your worries aside. I'm not that bored. I just want to make some money on the side. Who would have thought you had ties to that pirate? According to our agreement, you will teach me everything I want to learn. I will definitely keep it secret. All right. Jinyu had no other choice but to agree. When one is outmatched in strength, whatever one does is beyond their control. This is the pirate world, a pure world where strength is the only truth. Verbal sparring needs to be based on having a sufficiently strong fist. Otherwise, one could easily lose their life due to careless words. The Thunder Fruit is a top-tier natural-type devil fruit. Even some mythical Zoan-type devil fruits, in Philip's eyes, do not provide as much enhancement to the user as the Thunder Fruit. Philip originally had no combat skills, but after eating the Thunder Fruit and gaining control over lightning, it was as if he had transformed from a destitute beggar into a billionaire. However, even after obtaining the Thunder Fruit, Philip did not possess strong martial arts skills. It was akin to being a billionaire without the capital, without channels and stable means to generate wealth. When facing ordinary people, or even some millionaires, Philip could crush them with his financial power. But against fellow billionaires, he would appear superficial and lacking depth, making it impossible to confront them directly. Now, Philip needed to enhance his own foundation. After unexpectedly becoming wealthy through the Thunder Fruit, he needed to use this wealth to quickly create channels and paths for generating more wealth. He had to make up for his serious shortcomings as quickly as possible, which included training his martial arts to ensure that his combat power was not excessively inflated. In the pirate world, which strong person is not a martial arts expert? Even the top natural-type devil fruit users like Akiji, Akainu, and Kizura have extremely powerful martial arts skills. And the character Enel from the original work is the best example of what not to do. He possesses the top natural-type devil fruit, the Thunder Fruit. It was easily defeated by Luffy. Relying too much on devil fruit powers without training martial arts resulted in him becoming fish on a chopping board once his powers were limited. Philip does not want that. Moreover, my body is also quite unusual. Philip still remembers when he first came to this world, how poor his physical condition was. His sub-health was far inferior to any ordinary person in this world. But then, over the years, he did not exercise at all. He enjoyed a luxurious life in Sky Island using the power of the Thunderfruit. Yet even so, his height has been continuously increasing, and his muscle mass has been skyrocketing. Moreover, the growth has been muscle, not excess fat. His physical quality has seen an exaggerated improvement. Philip wouldn't dare say his talent is comparable to Big Mom's, but is definitely not trivial. With such excellent innate conditions, Philip naturally would not give up on martial arts training. In the pirate world, giving up martial arts is equivalent to giving up on becoming stronger. It is a form of self-exile and an extremely foolish act. Philip does not want to be that kind of fool. Now, how old am I, really? This is the question that Philip is very curious about. Under normal circumstances, when he crossed over, he had already graduated from university for 2 years and was 24 years old. After crossing into this world, another 3.5 years have passed. He should be close to 30. But when he actually looked in the mirror and saw that youthful face, Philip was quite sure that this was definitely not the state of a 30-year-old. After wearing it, under the adaptability of the world, age also fluctuated. Faley couldn't help but laugh. He was probably the first person who, despite being fully aware of the situation, still couldn't clearly know how old he actually was. Chapter 27. Physical arts. The body is like a treasure, hiding countless secrets. It requires an experienced master to teach you how to explore and develop it. Phil is just like that now. His body is exceptional. When he first arrived in the pirate world, his physical condition was suboptimal, and he seemed to be lacking in every way. However, over time, as he gradually adapted to the new environment, his physique began to change. From an initial height of 1.78 meters, he grew to 3.15 meters, transforming from weak to strong and robust. All these changes were evident to Phil. He could feel his body becoming more powerful. Although his height has stopped growing now, Phil can still clearly sense that changes are continuously occurring within his body. It's as if he nominally and actually owns a company that is constantly growing, but he cannot hold the financial power for now. Therefore, he needs to take full control of the company, understand everything inside and out, and consolidate all the rights into his hands. You really can eat a lot. Jinyu looked at the empty bowls piled in front of Phil, with more food being brought in by the chefs one after another. He glanced over, his eyelids twitching. While it's true that strong people have good appetites, Phil's appetite seems a bit excessive. Kazan and Sakazuki, who debuted at the same time as him, have similar appetites, but they are not as exaggerated as Phil's. Before doing work, shouldn't one at least allow themselves to fill their stomachs? Where's my bounty? If it weren't for being able to mooch off your base cafeteria, I wouldn't have anywhere to eat. Phil switched to another bowl, finished it in a few bites, and then moved on to the next one, completely unconcerned about Jinyu sitting beside him. I've already given you a heads up. You can collect it any time, Jinyu said, suddenly adding lightly, Bluebeard was executed last night. Phil's eating momentarily paused as he glanced at Jinyu with a teasing look. You're really decisive. That guy helped you out a lot, and you just solve him like that? Jinyu didn't answer that question, but said, hurry up. I have other things to attend to. Phil quickly finished a few more bowls before stopping, wiping his mouth and saying, stop pretending. You're the boss of this base. It's easy for you to slack off. You're not as busy as you claim. Jinyu did not force an explanation, but replied very seriously. But I do have things to do. I can't spend all day on you. Phil stood up, looking down at Jinyu and sneering. Who do you look down on? Am I that foolish? I told you to focus. You must learn to control every muscle in your body. Make them move according to your will. Concentrate. Hold your breath. Focus your mind. It's not like this. You have great strength, but you need to learn control. Even with brute strength, if you don't learn to be clever, you'll ultimately struggle to meet the requirements of the 6 styles. Practice on your own, when you can freely control your muscle movements. We can move on to the next step. In the Navy's training ground, Phil's previously calm face was now filled with frustration. He had just boasted at breakfast, and before he even settled down, he was slapped in the face. Listening to Jinyu's explanation, it made sense, no problem. It was indeed reasonable. The small techniques seemed effective, and it looked like it was going to work. Only through the combination of theory and practice could one achieve the expected goals. Then came the hands-on practice. Damn, what was that? Muscles are not that easy to control at will. Controlling such violent power is not simple at all. Damn. Phil did not stop Jinyu and let him leave. He could only blame himself for this matter. Am I that foolish? I can endure the hardships of training. A little exhaustion is nothing. Phil understands that. One must endure pain to rise above others. However, the slow progress and minimal results made Phil, who always pursues efficiency, feel uncomfortable. After simple testing, it was clear that this body contained terrifying power. But correspondingly, the more powerful the monster, the harder it is to control. He wanted to take complete and precise control over every part of his body, to respond instantly to his thoughts. This would require a difficult process. The 6 styles, although a physical art that any Navy personnel can practice, only a few can ultimately succeed in mastering it. Even mastering any one of the 6 styles can be regarded as elite within the Navy. Phil, being inherently greedy, attempted to cultivate the 6 styles, which required high muscle control, using his body that should have belonged to him but had become so thoroughly foreign and unrefined. The difficulty was naturally imaginable. Failures. Failures. More failures. The first 3 months were spent in failure. In the foundational stage of practicing the 6 styles, or rather, the physical arts, Phil experienced an indescribable torment. Fortunately, he persevered. Hey, I made it. After using a backward kick to unleash a half-meter wide air slash that cut through the wooden post in the training ground, the expression on Phil's face, which had been tense due to slow progress in training, finally broke into a smile. Razor foot, shave, moonwalk, the 3-leg techniques of the 6 styles. After mastering the simplest razor foot, Phil seemed to have unlocked a cheat. In the following 2 months, he learned the other 2 offensive techniques that required leg power, integrating them into his mind. 1 point mastered, all points mastered. A full year, exactly 1 year. After learning the razor foot, Phil made rapid progress in the 6 styles training. Shave, moonwalk, finger gun, iron body, life return. All 6 styles were mastered by Phil. I've got nothing more to teach you in the 6 styles. A year's time, Phil spent a full year at Jinyu's Navy base. Aside from eating, it was all about training. The cafeteria and training ground were Phil's long-term haunts. It took him 3 years at the Naval Academy to learn the 6 styles, but Phil, with no foundation in physical arts, managed to learn the most common yet demanding 6 styles of the Navy with just simple guidance from Jinyu. Now, even without the 6 styles, based on Phil's more than a year of honing, he had a deep understanding of his body's condition. Every part of his body could change at his will. In this situation, Jinyu knew he could no longer be a match for Phil. Even in physical arts, he couldn't surpass him. And with Phil possessing the abilities of the Thunder Fruit, any attack he made would undoubtedly lead to his own demise. I have nothing more to teach you. In terms of physical arts, you've already surpassed me. Haki, do you know how to use it? Philly looked at Jinyu with blazing eyes. In future battles against nature-type devil fruit users, without the use of Haki, his attacks would merely be like tickling, having no real effect at all. Mastering armament Haki was something Philly had to learn. He couldn't give up on it. This was a method of cultivation. Philly originally thought that Jinyu would only choose to tell him whether he would teach or not. To his surprise, Jinyu tossed him a small booklet. It was the kind that had yellowed pages. Philly took it and found that it indeed contained methods for cultivating Haki. He treasured the booklet and put it away, then looked at Jinyu with a puzzled expression. After watching for so many years, you still haven't learned it? Isn't there a professor for Haki at the Navy Academy? Don't you have mandatory requirements for Haki in the graduation assessments? Jinyu replied, "You can leave now." He turned and walked towards the fortress. The guy he had been looking at for over a year, who was starting to seem somewhat pleasant, suddenly felt so annoying today. At this point, he was no longer worried that Philly would expose his collusion with Blackbeard. After all, Blackbeard had been dead for over a year. On the night he was captured, he had chosen to commit suicide in prison out of fear of his crimes. Haki. If mastering the 6 forms of the Navy was so difficult, then what would the path of Haki cultivation be like? As long as one focuses on physical techniques, one would absolutely have to engage in Haki training. Haki, the minimum standard requirement for strong individuals in the pirate world. Not understanding observation Haki might have its downsides, but it could be accepted. Not having Conqueror's Haki isn't a fatal flaw. That ability isn't something everyone is qualified to possess. However, if you cannot master armament Haki, it undoubtedly proves that you're truly useless. Honestly accept the fact that you're mediocre. Stop harboring the extravagant hope of having too many thoughts about this world. You don't have the qualifications. You can't even present the most basic ticket to the outer world. Chapter 28. Kazan, eat well and drink well. I'm only treating you this once. I don't know if we'll have the chance to meet again next time. Inside the naval branch, a large number of various ingredients were delivered from the market. In the kitchen, aside from the necessary personnel responsible for safety checks, everyone else was in the dining area. Filey raised his wine glass and smiled, inviting everyone to eat heartily. He had stayed in this place for over a year to learn the Navy's 6 styles. Most of the time was spent honing his own skills. However, He naturally couldn't avoid interacting with the naval soldiers, and over time, they became familiar with each other. Although their feelings weren't particularly deep, he wanted to treat everyone to a good time before leaving. It wasn't a big deal. During this year, Filey tried to avoid using his devil fruit abilities and focused on testing his physical skills. Being backed by the naval branch made it easy to gather information on bounty pirates. He went solo, and he earned quite a bit from bounties, totaling nearly 10 million berries. Jinyu sat across from Filey, his expression unchanged as he said, "You actually let my soldiers drink openly here." Siki had just picked up his wine glass, excited to drink, but upon hearing this, he froze in confusion. No more next time. However, after Jinyu finished speaking, he raised his own glass and took a swig. Seeing this, Siki smiled and quickly drank from his glass. The Navy has regulations against drinking, but the enforcement depends on the base commander's attitude. The autonomy isn't too strict. It's not uncommon to drink occasionally, as long as Jinyu is willing. They could drink every day without issue. Fish and meat were plentiful. After preparing various dishes, they were all served. Glasses clinked and laughter echoed. Such a feast occurred occasionally, but never as lavish as today. Jinyu asked, "When are you planning to leave?" Filey replied, "Tomorrow." Jinyu frowned. "Are you in such a hurry? Didn't you want me to leave quickly?" Filey chuckled. "What? Now you're reluctant?" He intentionally lowered his voice, adopting a mysterious tone, and said, "Don't worry. I'm very tight-lipped." Siki looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Jinyu ignored him and said, "Let's wait a couple more days." Filey asked curiously, "What's going on?" Jinyu straightforwardly replied, "The headquarters sent someone to see you." Filey pointed to himself. "See me? For what?" He had no connection with the naval headquarters. "I reported about you. They take it very seriously and will send someone to discuss it with you." Filey laughed. "You don't think I'd want to join the Navy, do you? A dog for the Celestial Dragons?" Jinyu. Siki. The other naval soldiers who overheard this were shocked. They were left speechless by Filey's comment. The Navy is one of the 3 major violent organizations controlled by the world government, and is the largest and most powerful department. Although the Navy must obey the world government, it does indeed protect ordinary people with its strength, as long as it doesn't conflict with the will and interests of the Celestial Dragons. Filey's words were quite harsh, and saying them in front of the Navy soldiers made them uncomfortable. "Come on, don't look like that. I take it back. Let's drink." Filey waved his hand with a smile. "I can assure you, I won't join the Navy." Filey immediately added, "It's fine if I don't join. I just need to meet them." Filey was even more curious. "Why do you care so much about this?" Siki chimed in, "There's a referral fee." Filey. He looked at Jinyu in confusion. Jinyu remained unfazed. Within the Navy, one can recommend talents upward. As long as the recommendation is in place and the person is met, regardless of the outcome, a referral fee can be obtained. This sum isn't small. It can equate to several months' allowance. Filey became even more curious. "Do you need that little bit?" Jinyu, someone willing to collude with pirates for money, wouldn't care about such a referral bonus. Filey was genuinely curious why Jinyu insisted on him meeting someone from the Navy. "As long as I can make money, I'm interested." Jinyu's response was quite straightforward. He didn't beat around the bush and provided a clear answer. He simply liked money. As long as he could get it, he wouldn't refuse any amount. "All right," Filey agreed. He wasn't afraid that the Navy would take action against him. 2 days passed quickly. When he met the person sent by the naval headquarters, Filey was somewhat surprised. The person had long black curly hair, an eye patch on his forehead, and a slightly dark complexion. He exuded a lazy demeanor as if he were always in a drowsy state, lacking energy. At that moment, he was a rising star in the Navy and would be a top combat force in the future. He was Rear Admiral Kazan. "Hey, are you the user of the Thunder Fruit?" Kazan looked at Filey at eye level, his curiosity evident as he sized him up. Filey also looked at this future Admiral of the Navy, the top Logia-type Devil Fruit user, Kazan. Once an important character in a film and television series. Now he stood before Filey. A sense of connection to his past life lingered in Filey's mind upon seeing him. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Kazan waved his hand in front of Filey, his face full of confusion. Filey shook his head. "It's nothing." He asked, "And you are?" Although he knew who the other person was, he still followed the procedure. "Rear Admiral Kazan of the Naval Headquarters. Amateur bounty hunter, Filey." Kazan shook Filey's hand and curiously asked, "Are you really the user of the Thunderfruit?" Filey nodded, "Indeed." Kazan turned to Jinyu, "Tightwad, your bonus will be issued soon." Jinyu frowned and turned to leave. Although they were classmates, they didn't share much friendship. Besides, Jinyu didn't like that title. He loved money. But who allowed them to call him that? Kazan didn't care about Jinyu's reaction. He turned to Filey and asked, "So, are you considering joining the Navy?" Filey shook his head. "Not interested." Kazan nodded. "All right, I understand. Then I'll take my leave." Filey. He truly was the king of slacking off. Having received Phile's response and understood his thoughts, Kazan had no intention of continuing the conversation. Under him appeared a bicycle made of ice. Leaving already? Huh. Kazan turned back. Has the little brother changed his mind? Phile shook his head. Goodbye. Without saying a word, Kazan rode his ice crystal bicycle right onto the sea. Wherever Kazan passed, it froze into ice. The sea posed no threat to him, a devil fruit user. How would be a bit? Phile watched Kazan's actions. Although the rumble fruit is indeed cool, the ice fruit is not to be underestimated. In terms of showing off, they both have their own charm. After Kazan left, Jinyu appeared beside Phile. Watching Kazan's gradually disappearing figure on the sea, unable to help but interject, I never expected it to be him. Before Phile could respond, Jinyu proactively said to him, All right, goodbye. Our agreement has been fulfilled. I believe you will not go back on your promise. After receiving a nod of affirmation from Phile, Jinyu turned and returned to his office. It's really waited for 2.5 days. In the end, all I got was a set of formal procedures from Kazan. But this person Kazan is indeed interesting. I met the future Marine Admiral Kazan and got a glimpse of his ice fruit ability. That visual experience was quite nice. Phile also had no intention of staying here any longer. He turned and left the Marine base. Then, just a short while after his small boat had set off, he encountered Kazan waiting on the sea. Kazan stopped in front of Phile on his ice crystal bicycle, freezing the boat beneath him. Phile curiously asked, What are you doing? Kazan scratched his head, looking impatient. If you don't even want to, why do you still want me to come? Kazan complained as he took out a din mushy from his pocket and handed it to Phile. The din mushy transformed into the face of a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Hello, Phile. I am Sengoku. Chapter 29, The Charm of Paid. Leave hello, Sengoku. Phirai greeted naturally. Sengoku. Kazan, little brother you. Phirai looked puzzled. What's wrong? Kazan scratched his head. It's nothing. After all, being able to greet a Marine Admiral so casually, as if it were small talk, makes me feel like Phirai is a bit oblivious. Just like him. Marine headquarters, as one of the Marine Admirals, Sengoku was momentarily taken aback by Phirai's greeting. However, he quickly regained his composure and threw out a question. Young man, don't you want to join the Marines and uphold justice on the seas? Phirai no. Sengoku. Kazan interjected. Admiral Sengoku. I already told you he doesn't want to join. You had to ask again, and now you know the answer. Can I leave now? Kazan was very serious about his slacking off. Every extra second was a desecration of his lazy life. Be serious. Under the angry operation of the din mushy, spitting saliva, Kazan shrugged helplessly, drooping his head, standing aside in a state of despair. The din mushy looked back at Phirai and said, Reason? Phirai, you can't change it. After the din mushy, Sengoku frowned. What is it? He was even more curious. Phirai spat out 3 words, celestial dragons. Kazan's pupils contracted. Sengoku also fell into an unusual silence. However, after a moment, Sengoku said, I've heard that you've learned the 6 powers of the Marines. Phirai squinted his eyes. What's wrong with that? Sengoku. This is a martial art unique to the Marines. Others cannot learn it. This was just an excuse. The 6 powers of the Marines could be learned by anyone who had attended the Marine Academy. Even ordinary Marines had instructors to teach them. It was just that the difficulty of learning was very high, and the physical requirements were even higher. Few people in the Marines mastered it. Moreover, this martial art had already spread. So when Jinyu was teaching Phirai, he felt no pressure at all. There was no fear of being found out. Now, Sengoku, bringing up the 6 powers, was simply looking for an excuse. So, Phirai, what do you want from me, Sengoku? Sengoku, how about coming to the headquarters for a visit? You're welcome to visit the Marine headquarters. From Phirai's answer, Sengoku understood. He hated the celestial dragons. Coincidentally, anyone in the Marines who held a sense of justice also hated the celestial dragons. This was no different from Phirai. Even Sengoku hated the celestial dragons. But that didn't affect Sengoku as a Marine Admiral, leading the Marines to fight against pirates and maintain basic stability in the world. In Sengoku's view, order, even the worst order, was better than chaos. He had personally experienced how miserable civilians' lives were amid chaos. He had never thought about overthrowing the celestial dragons, who had ruled the world for 800 years. It was not easy to overthrow them. What he could do was to try his best to maintain stability on the seas and protect more ordinary people. Phirai hated the celestial dragons. No problem. But Sengoku also wanted to try to let Phirai experience the internal atmosphere of the Marines. Perhaps it could change his attitude towards the Marines. After all, a thunder fruit user, even with weak talent, could definitely become a vice admiral in the Marine headquarters simply based on the potential of the fruit itself. A vice admiral in the Marine headquarters, especially one with the thunder fruit, which had extremely strong mobility, could play a crucial role in the Marines. Just look at Borsalino. The powerful mobility of the glint fruit made many urgent matters fall solely on him. At this moment, against the backdrop of the great pirate era ignited by Roger's death, the strength of the Marines was severely insufficient. They always felt powerless when fighting against pirates. Suddenly discovering Fire Eye, a thunder fruit user, Sengoku couldn't help but make an effort to recruit him. If it weren't for the time constraints, he would have personally rushed over instead of sending the slacker Kazan. Fire Eye was also amused. He didn't expect Sengoku to make such a request. That's right, just an invitation for you to visit the Marine headquarters. Whether you are willing to join the Marines or not doesn't matter. Sengoku quickly agreed. The truth of this statement was open to question. Fire Eye smiled and turned his gaze to Kazan, saying, "If Vice Admiral Kazan can defeat me, I'll go." Sengoku was taken aback. "You want to spar with Kazan?" Fire Eye nodded. "Yes." Kazan had a helpless expression of constipation. "Little brother, don't increase my workload." Kazan felt he was having the worst luck. Every day. Why did everything have to come to him? Sengoku's voice immediately came from the Den Mashi. "Kazan." Upon hearing this, Kazan raised his head, supporting his forehead with his hand, and spoke with a tone full of helplessness. Okay, I got it, Admiral Sengoku." On the other end of the Den Mashi, Sengoku spoke seriously. "Kazan, get serious. If you can bring Fire Eye to the Marine headquarters, I'll give you a vacation." Kazan's previously lethargic state of mind instantly changed, and his tone became quite serious. "Admiral Sengoku, is what you said true?" The vacation for the Marine headquarters commanders was paid leave. Moreover, since the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, the Marine strength had become increasingly inadequate in the face of suddenly multiplied, even exaggerated, numbers of pirates. Kazan didn't even know how long it had been since he last took a vacation. His drowsy appearance was not only due to his lazy personality, but also because of the intense workload. Hearing Sengoku's offer of paid leave, how could he not be motivated? "Little brother, I have to get serious now." Kazan turned to Fire Eye. His entire aura changed. That lazy gaze instantly turned incredibly serious. He seemed like a drawn sword, exuding a chilling aura. The power of the ice fruit activated. Kazan's body partially transformed into ice sculpture elements. White cold air emerged from his body. The sea around him froze due to his influence. The sea within dozens of miles was affected by the ice fruit, sealing into solid ice. Even the weather changed because of Kazan, with extreme cold altering the environment. The capabilities of the ice fruit, when utilized by Kazan, were evident. The pressure that came at him was absolutely incomparable to facing that Jinyu guy. Compared to Kazan, Jinyu was nothing. Achoo! Jinyu was in his office, counting his assets. Suddenly, a sneeze caused him to topple over in his shaking chair and fall to the ground. Damn! Rubbing his nose and touching his sore head, Jinyu felt incredibly unlucky. Chapter 30. Even the best have their gaps. The air was frozen, and even time seemed to slow down a bit. After arriving in the pirate world from Kazan's side and obtaining the Thunderbolt fruit, this was the first time Philly felt such a heavy pressure. The sensation of breathing becoming more laborious was unprecedented. This is how it should be. If all I faced were the likes of Jinyu and Ganfuer, my life would be too boring. The greater the pressure, instead of making Philly timid, it had the opposite effect. His emotions became more exuberant. It felt as if the blood in his body was boiling at that moment, flowing faster. Bro, for that vacation reward, I have to take this a bit seriously. Winning or losing didn't matter much to Kazan before the reward thrown by Sengoku. He didn't have a strong obsession with victory or defeat, but when it came to paid leave, he was determined to get it. Perhaps it's not as simple as you think. The pirates encountered in the North Sea were generally weak and simply not enough to test Philly's limits. As for Jinyu, he was only a challenge when Philly first arrived in the Blue Sea. After a year, he held no weight in Philly's eyes. But Kazan was different. As a fellow Logia-type Devil Fruit user, the Ice Fruit and Thunderbolt Fruit were comparable. No one dared to claim which of the two fruits was stronger. The top Logia-type Devil Fruits each have their own charm, depending entirely on the user's development level. As for physical combat, Kazan learned from Marine Admiral Zephyr, a pure martial arts master of hockey. Among the three admirals, he was the strongest in physical prowess. As a vice admiral in the Marine headquarters, Kazan's strength was beyond doubt. He was a top Logia-type Devil Fruit user, and his physical skills were also outstanding. Facing Kazan, Philly had no guarantee of victory. But if he went all out, he wanted to see just how big the gap between him and Kazan really was. Thunderstorm. Jump. Spin. A large-scale coverage explosion. Lightning surged like raindrops, densely pouring in from all directions. There was no way to dodge, no way to evade. Oh, this is similar to Borsalino's Yada, no Kagami move. Kazan thought of his senior as soon as he saw it. The yellow monkey was also a top Logia-type devil fruit user, the glint fruit user. The fruit's ability was very strong, and when combined with his fruit powers, it gave him an inherently very fast movement speed. When the glint fruit was activated, the speed was so fast it could make one's scalp tingle. Having trained together for a long time, Kazan also had his countermeasures. As the thunderstorm poured down, Kazan remained unfazed, not even furrowing his brow. He casually condensed an ice wall in the air, blocking all of Philly's lightning spheres. Ice strike. Ice pillars shot up from the ground, the front end resembling a sword, charging straight at Philly. Distance and height were not an issue. The ice blade seemed endless, never stopping. Bang! 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 Storm legs. Philly kicked repeatedly with his legs, the strong wind carrying lightning, releasing intense energy imbued with high heat, slicing through the front end of the ice pillar. But it wasn't enough to completely block the ice pillar. Thunder Beast. A ferocious tiger roared downwards, charging towards the ice pillar. Boom! A violent explosion sent ice crystal fragments flying everywhere. Bro! Kazan did not stop. He crouched down, placing his hand on the ground. Ice pillars rose beneath him, lifting him quickly towards Philly. Thunder Dragon. A giant dragon roared, descending menacingly. The ice pillar transformed, forming a wall to block the attack. The ice pillar remained, getting closer to Philly. Thunder Punishment. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the air, and flashes of lightning danced. Several lightning columns fell from the sky, surrounding Kazan and locking him firmly in place. Bang! The lightning struck Kazan, but Philly was not pleased, because this attack caused Kazan's body to shatter into pieces. He actively elementalized. As expected, Philly was not surprised. Elementalization is a common innate ability of Logia-type devil fruit users. Under active elementalization, one is immune to all energy damage. In the past, Philly had relied on this ability to make his opponents helpless. Now, he finally understood the helplessness those opponents felt when facing his techniques. Useless, bro. Among Logia-type devil fruit users, this way, it was impossible to determine a winner. Ice crystals gathered, and Kazan revealed his true form once more. This time, he was closer to Philly. The ice pillar caught up with Kazan, pushing him forward towards Philly. Armament. Without any unnecessary words, the fruit abilities among top Logia-type devil fruit users were basically flashy tricks. Even if they fought for 10 days and nights, it might not inflict any damage on each other. It would only exhaust their own stamina and energy. It was a test of who could endure longer. For Logia-type devil fruit users, close combat was the only way to determine victory. Moreover, one must be able to use Haki. Kazan charged in front of Philly. His arms had turned pitch black and shiny, as if his skin was coated with a layer of dark metallic substance. Armament Haki. This was the first time Philly witnessed Armament Haki in a real scenario. Armament Haki is a special ability obtained through training. Once learned, it provides a powerful offensive and defensive capability. The most special aspect is that Armament Haki has properties that specifically target devil fruit users, akin to seawater against them. The elementalization ability of Logia-type devil fruit users will be directly ignored by Armament Haki. To deal with Logia-type devil fruit users, apart from external materials like sea prism stone and seawater, one must cultivate Armament Haki. Philly had always relied heavily on his elementalization ability, but it would completely fail against Kazan's strike. However, Kazan's move missed. Philly still managed to avoid Kazan's attack through active elementalization. When his form reappeared, he had already circled behind Kazan. Pointing gun, his arms moved rapidly, crossing in front of him. Waves of afterimages generated sonic booms, and lightning covered his fingertips, increasing the attack's damage. Bang! Bro! Philly's attack was caught by Kazan. That pitch-black arm blocked in front of him. The defensive capability of Armament Haki, combined with Kazan's physical strength, made it impossible for Philly's attacks to break through his defense. Twisting his waist, he kicked. Armament Haki enveloped his leg. Bang! At close range, with rapid contact, no matter how fast Philly reacted, active elementalization could not completely evade. Instead of passively taking hits, he had to choose active defense. He crossed his arms at his waist in a protective stance, bracing himself against Kazan's strike, sending Philly flying. Magnetic Storm Domain. Boom! Philly forced his body to stabilize in midair, watching Kazan rapidly close in again. Lightning energy erupted urgently, but caused no destruction as he had imagined. It seemed as if nothing had happened. But precisely. Kazan's high-speed moving body suddenly slowed down significantly. His body began to fall from midair. Moonwalk. His legs kicked out after images. The Navy's sixth form activated. Kazan hovered in the air, but he stared at Fiery with a strange expression. The heavy pressure on him did not dissipate. Using Moonwalk to maintain aerial combat consumes energy many times more than usual. Super electromagnetic cannon. Boom! The giant cannon fired. As expected, the ice crystal element turned to evade. This attack still had no effect. Kazan's body recongealed and continued to attack Fiery. Two ice crystals condensed into sword blades in Kazan's hands, covered by armament hockey. Holding the swords in both hands, he stepped on ice pillars, moving like a horse. As Kazan approached Fiery, the heavy pressure did not prevent him from moving. Even though he was slowed down, he was still not slow. Damn! Thunderblade. In Fiery's hands. The electric energy was highly concentrated and transformed into two sword blades. Wielding the swords, Fiery approached Kazan without hesitation. Since long-range attacks were ineffective against each other, they decided to settle it in close combat. Active element transformation might not allow for a timely reaction, but it offered a greater chance of victory. Even without mastering armament hockey, relying on pure physical strength might not lead to defeat. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, clang, clang. The two clashed in the air, one wielding a lightning sword, the other holding an ice blade, continuously slashing and cutting without any strategy. Ice crystal fragments flew. An electric spark scattered. Clang. The four sword blades crossed against each other. Fiery and Kazan faced each other. The laziness in Kazan's eyes had faded significantly. In Fiery's eyes, there was nothing but the burning desire for battle. Kazan casually said, "Little brother, your strength is quite impressive." Fiery replied, "I think you're talking about yourself." Vice Admiral Kazan. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, clang, clang. They pushed hard against each other and separated, simultaneously kicking out their legs. They collided multiple times in the air. The body covered in armament hockey had its defensive capability raised by who knows how many levels. But even so, relying solely on physical strength, Fiery did not show signs of fatigue while clashing with Kazan. After several exchanges of punches, kicks, and blades, Kazan's frown deepened as he looked at Fiery with a serious gaze. He grin on. Fiery felt increasingly exhilarated, as if every muscle in his body was cheering. Since arriving in the pirate world, he had never experienced such a thrilling battle. All right, I'm not getting this vacation." Kazan suddenly stopped and waved at Fiery. "Hurry up and leave. I want to check out other places." Fiery was momentarily stunned, but his emotions gradually calmed down. He looked at Kazan, feeling enlightened. Kazan's body had hardly changed since their battle, while Fiery was already slightly out of breath. The gap in strength between them, though not small, was still present. Kazan decided not to fight anymore, realizing that defeating Fiery would take considerable effort. The reward didn't seem as appealing as he initially thought. After all, he had expected to easily defeat Fiery. Since it wasn't easy, he figured it wasn't worth the reward. He could relax at work too, just not as thoroughly or openly as during a vacation. "Let's go." Fiery straightened his clothes and prepared to leave. Kazan uncertainly asked, "Mariehua?" Fiery nodded. "Yes." Kazan said, "Since I didn't defeat you, you can choose not to go." Fiery shook his head. "On the contrary, I want to see now. I want to see how excellent the teacher who taught Vice Admiral Kazan is. Zephyr." Kazan thought of that strict and serious teacher who also cared for his students. "Let's go." Kazan nodded. Since Fiery was willing, he was more than happy. Fiery flew in the air, while Kazan rode an ice crystal bicycle on the sea. A long ice path suddenly appeared on the ocean. Roar! A Sea King-class creature just surfaced. In the sky, a bolt of lightning fell, piercing its body, causing the Sea King to sink back down. Roar! Another Sea King emerged from the side, opening its huge mouth towards Kazan. As a result, its body, which had leaped into the air, was frozen halfway before it could fully leave the water surface. The entire creature was encased in ice. Under the sunlight, a giant ice sculpture floated on the sea surface. Kazan rode his bicycle through the natural tunnel formed beneath the fish's body. After Kazan passed safely, the ice began to crack and eventually exploded, turning into a sky full of ice shards. Chapter 31. They're all big shots, Kazan. Are we just going to rush over like this? Filey was flying in the air while Kazan was riding on the sea. Traveling on the sea is really tedious. Currently, the Navy's warships are only sailing ships, and their speed isn't very fast. Therefore, It's better for Filey and Kazan to use their devil fruit abilities to speed up the journey. However, from Filey's perspective, this distance is quite far. The journey from the North Sea to the Navy headquarters in Mariejois at the beginning of the Grand Line is indeed long. I happen to be on a mission in the North Sea, so I came to find you, Kazan replied without even looking up. According to the normal procedure, after you agree, a special ship will be responsible for taking you to the headquarters. Filey couldn't help but ask, how long will it take us to get back like this? Kazan answered, about half a month. Filey, this distance is really too far. And that's with both Filey and Kazan using their powers. If they were to travel normally, it would take even longer. However, this is indeed a pirate world. The world is completely covered by the sea, and countries and regions are only located on islands. Islands vary in size, but can never compare to the land area of the world Filey once lived in. Therefore, different countries have completely different customs and cultures. The creatures are different, and the species are all bizarre. Even the weather and legends each have their own characteristics. Moreover, every once in a while, one can travel from one country to another. Filey didn't find the journey boring at all, especially when they accidentally encountered pirates on the way. Once it was confirmed that the other party raised the pirate flag and was a target wanted by the Navy, Kazan, despite his lazy demeanor, didn't mind stepping in to resolve the situation. Living outside, no matter what you do, you need to spend money. Thus, Filey also needed to find ways to earn some money to spend. He unreservedly took down those pirates with bounties. Kazan didn't care about this. As long as he could deal with these pirates, it didn't matter whether it was him or Filey who took action. The outcome was all that mattered. After all, these bounties came from the world government. Instead of letting those corrupt officials embezzle the money, it was better to use it for some contribution. Filey and Kazan didn't need to take the fixed route from Reverse Mountain, so they could go straight to Mariejois. One flying, the other riding, and both being devil fruit users, the numerous sea kings in the Calm Belt had no effect on them. Many sea kings that got the impulse to treat Filey and Kazan as snacks ended up becoming meals for other sea kings. Kazan said it would take 15 days. But with his laziness on the road and Filey's curiosity leading to stops on some special islands, it ultimately took nearly 20 days to arrive at Mariejois, even with Sengoku calling to hurry them along from time to time. Finally, they arrived at Mariejois. What magnificent sight! Mariejois, the Navy headquarters. The place of the Navy's highest combat power. Filey had seen its appearance in clips before. At that time, he didn't think much of it. After all, it was just a film, and there were countless more shocking scenes and buildings. How impressive could an anime be? However, now it was different. Standing in front of that purely stone structure built against the mountain, the overwhelming aura made Filey involuntarily straighten his back a bit. Finally back, Kazan looked at Mariejois, still with that lazy expression. After all, this was a place he had lived and worked in for so long. So he was used to everything here. He didn't share Filey's special feeling of seeing it for the first time. Let's go. Follow me to see Admiral Sengoku. After spending these days together, he and Filey had developed a good relationship. Although he wanted to go back to his dorm for a good sleep and start his vacation right away, it wouldn't take much time to take Filey to meet Sengoku. Let's go. Filey didn't waste words. Since he had agreed to come with Kazan, he wouldn't go back on his word. Otherwise, he would have run away halfway. Although he couldn't beat Kazan, he could run. In this entire pirate world, apart from Kizaru, no one could guarantee they could catch him. Even Kizaru probably couldn't do it. Stopping a beam of light with another beam of light, one could imagine the difficulty. Kuzan-san. Kuzan-san. Captain Kuzan. Kazan. Following Kazan, Filey encountered many Navy personnel along the way. In this place, where high-ranking officers are relatively rare across the four seas, they were everywhere. This is the significance of the Navy headquarters. As one of the most elite vice admirals in the Navy headquarters and a future candidate for admiral, Kazan, despite always appearing lazy, was not someone anyone dared to overlook. Moreover, everyone knew Kazan's character and wouldn't nitpick with him. They would actively greet him. And Kazan would also greet his colleagues. Although lazy, he was not impolite. Seeing Filey beside Kazan, they were a bit curious, but seeing Kazan's anxious demeanor, they didn't dare to ask recklessly. After the two walked past, they curiously murmured to themselves or discussed with their companions. Who was that guy? I don't know. Being brought to Mariejois by Kazan himself must have a reason. But if they tried to dig deeper, they had no clues. Admiral Sengoku, come in. Hearing Kazan's voice, a calm male voice immediately sounded from inside. Kazan pushed the door open and, as expected, saw another figure in the room. He greeted, Vice Admiral Garp, you're here too. Garp was holding Sanbei, stuffing his mouth with them, and greeted Kazan with a hearty laugh. Kazan kid, you finally came back. Then he stood up, curiously looking towards the door. Just in time, his gaze met Filey's. Garp didn't care about his disheveled appearance, and he looked Filey up and down. So you're the user of the rumble fruit? While Garp was examining Filey, Filey was also observing Garp. He was nearly 3 meters tall, but still shorter than Filey by quite a bit. His build was robust and muscular, undoubtedly powerful. He had a crew cut and had a very masculine demeanor. However, he was already showing signs of age. His hair, although not completely white like Filey was familiar with in later years, had quite a few gray strands. But undeniably, he was full of vitality. The Navy hero, Iron Fist Garp, without any devil fruit, relying solely on his innate talent and absolute physical prowess, he had become the current pinnacle of combat power in the pirate world. Garp's strength was unquestionable. Filey, though arrogant, maintained respect in the face of such formidable power. Vice Admiral Garp, come in, come in. Quickly, let's talk. As the door was pushed open, Garp was pulled aside, and the clean-shaven Sengoku stepped out with a smile, saying, Filey, I've finally been waiting for you. A kind female voice sounded from behind. Sengoku, is this the person you mentioned? Filey turned to look in the direction of the voice. She is a woman dressed in a Navy Justice cloak, with a ponytail and a refreshing and clean appearance. She still possesses a certain charm. Filey understands. This is probably what General Crane looks like in her middle age. She was a beauty in her youth, and now in middle age, she is a mature woman. Moreover, there's a certain air of heroism about her that makes her even more attractive. However, thinking about what she saw of General Crane in her past life, over a decade later, Filey cannot help but sigh. Time is truly ruthless. General Crane cast a curious glance at Filey. She noticed that Filey seemed to be lamenting something sad. That's right, Sengoku said with a smile. This is Filey, the Thunderfruit user. A Thunderfruit user, huh? I really came at the right time. A tall man with a scruffy appearance, wearing a yellow striped suit, yellow glasses, and natural curly short hair, walked over with his hands in his pockets, looking somewhat lewd, yet annoying with a smile. Kizaru. Upon seeing the newcomer, Filey immediately recognized his identity. That iconic face is hard to forget. Thunderfruit. Another tall figure approached, dressed in a red suit with a red decorative flower pinned to his chest. Wearing a baseball cap, a tall and sturdy man with a serious expression walked over. Akainu. Filey was completely stunned. The future 3 admirals of the Navy. Most of the current highest combat power of the Navy is basically here. This is a lot of pressure for someone who can't even use hockey. Filey is indeed a bit panicked now. Anyone picked out from here could easily crush him. Regarding his earlier thought that no one could keep him here if he wanted to leave, Filey now feels that was somewhat rash. He has overestimated his own strength. Chapter 32. All actors. Buddha Sengoku wore a kind smile. These are all strong members of our Navy. They probably came to see you after hearing about you. Vice Admiral Suru nodded kindly. Don't mind it, I just came to take a look. Kizaru shrugged. Just curious, that's all. Akainu's serious gaze scrutinized Filey without a word, leaving one to wonder what he was thinking. This tough guy gave off a heavy aura. It was hard for anyone to feel at ease under his intense stare. Ha! Karp stuffed his mouth with Sunbei, chewing heartily as he said, Actually, Zephyr wanted to come too, but he has some things to take care of and couldn't make it. What do you all want? Are you trying to intimidate me? Filey regretted his hasty decision to accept Sengoku's invitation to the Navy headquarters in Mariehua. He had already regarded the Navy's importance on the Thunderfruit highly, but he still underestimated it. The Navy valued the abilities of the Thunderfruit even more than he did. With this atmosphere, Filey believed it wouldn't be easy for him to back out now. He could only go along with everyone's emotions and chuckle. Indeed, seeing so many big names I've only heard of in rumors before is quite pressuring. If he stayed a bit longer, he might just explode. Sengoku waved his hand, addressing everyone. You 3 can disperse for now. Kazan nodded. Well, I'll take my leave. Having brought Filey over, Kazan had long wanted to leave. Just thinking about his paid vacation made him feel relaxed all over. Then I'll leave too, Kizaru said, turning into light and vanishing. Filey stared at Kizaru's elemental form, realizing he was no different from it. Akainu gave Filey a deep look, as if trying to remember his appearance, before turning to leave without saying a word. But the pressure Akainu exerted on Filey was the greatest. The overwhelming aura he emanated far surpassed that of Kazan and Kizaru. After all, one was a Dove faction member, and the other was a fence-sitter. How could they compare to the Hawk faction? Come, Filey, come in first. Sengoku then gestured for Filey to enter the office. Karp laughed heartily, inviting him in. Come on in. Sengoku shot Karp an annoyed glare. Karp, this is my office. Go back to your own place, and stop loitering around here. Karp laughed heartily, completely unfazed, and said casually, Sengoku, don't be so stingy. Besides, you won't be here for long. I'm just sitting in for a bit. After saying that, he walked straight in. Saru smiled kindly at Filey, saying, those two are just like that. You come in first. Filey felt numb. Why were the three of them acting so friendly? I'm not joining the Navy. Kizaru's form gradually solidified, appearing beside Akainu. He looked at Akainu curiously and asked, Sakazuki, I never expected you to help out, given how childish Sengoku's ideas are. Akainu replied in a cold voice, if there's a chance for success, then it should be pursued. I'm just here for a stroll. It's nothing significant. Besides, I also want to see what kind of troublesome character we might have to deal with in the future. The user of the Thunder Fruit, even if inherently mediocre, could become an absolute headache if they committed evil acts, simply due to the fruit's characteristics. Sakazuki was just defining the potential threats they might face in his own way. Kizaru smacked his lips, impressed, as expected of you. Just then, he noticed Kazan yawning as he walked by. Kizaru, rarely chatty, asked, Kazan, what you up to? Kazan, rarely showing a hint of pride, replied, on paid leave. Kizaru. Akainu also looked over in surprise. Since the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, the number of pirates had surged. The Navy's strength had become severely inadequate, and their control over the seas had drastically diminished. As the three strongest vice admirals of the Navy, the three top-tier natural devil fruit users were significantly stronger than their peers. Thus, many tasks naturally fell on them. Kizaru, the one who could slack off, had not been able to do so in recent years. Sakazuki, who despised evil, took on every task that came his way without complaint. But now, upon hearing that Kazan was on leave while they still had to work hard, their mood soured. Akainu couldn't help but ask, is it because you brought that person back? I'm leaving now. Kazan sensed the resentful aura emanating from his two colleagues and regretted saying that, quickening his pace to disappear from Kizaru and Akainu's sight. Kizaru. Akainu. Previously, they seemed to have been assigned a mission to the North Sea by Sengoku. However, at that time, they had other things on their plates and were unwilling to be so busy. So they decisively pushed it away. Naturally, the task fell to Kazan, since the pirate they were to eliminate was generally beyond the capabilities of the headquarters vice admirals. Sending the three of them was the safest and only choice. Who would have thought Kazan coincidentally brought Filey back? It was like getting a freebie. Filey, how do you feel about the atmosphere of our Navy? Not bad. And do you think there's anything wrong with the Navy upholding justice? Of course not. Very good. Sengoku's smile grew even brighter. So, are you willing to become like-minded partners with us to uphold justice on the seas? Although it was unfortunate to say so, Filey shook his head. I'm sorry, Admiral Sengoku, but please allow me to decline. Karp's movement of eating sunbae paused slightly, and Tsuru also cast a glance. Sengoku's expression stiffened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. His demeanor became more serious as he asked, can you tell me why? Although I know that the saying, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility shouldn't be used to bind you. Sengoku's words were filled with sincere emotion. But the sea is really chaotic, there are too many pirates, and our Navy really needs more capable forces to maintain justice on these seas. Filey stared into Sengoku's eyes and said, Roger's death, while it opened the Great Pirate Era. Even without Roger's provocation, pirates will never disappear from this world. The Navy may uphold justice, but it is powerless against the deepest evils in this world. It is even manipulated by this evil. I want to join the Navy, but deep down, I feel troubled about it. It's all an act. Let us see who acts better. 3 parts false, 7 parts true. I, Filey, can also practice with you. Filey's words didn't fully clarify his thoughts, but they felt like a thorn in Sengoku's heart. Sengoku felt very uncomfortable. Kapu frowned and muttered, what the... Only Crane let out a weak sigh, and a hint of worry appeared on her face, which still carried a trace of heroism. Sengoku looked at Filey, his expression showing some confusion. What do you mean by that? Filey's tone was low. Celestial dragons. As soon as these 3 words were spoken, the room fell completely silent. Even the sound of Kapu chewing on chips stopped. It was dead quiet. Chapter 33. Rookie fools. The existence of celestial dragons is extremely unreasonable. It can even be said that their existence is evil. Yet it is also most perplexing, because the ancestors of the celestial dragons created the world government, which has existed and ruled this world for 800 years. Many countries have joined the world government. Even though some countries have not joined, it does not affect the world government's control over the world. The celestial dragons are the descendants of the royal bloodline of the countries that originally founded the world government. They possess supreme authority in this world and act without restraint, causing countless tragedies and disasters. Their evil may surpass even that of pirates. Even if it doesn't reach that level, it is certainly on par with pirates. No matter how eloquent Sengoku is, no matter how much he hopes to recruit Filey into the Navy, he cannot make up for the evaluation of the celestial dragons. The existence of the celestial dragons itself is synonymous with evil. Filey. Sengoku looked at Filey and felt a chill run down his spine. The conversation had just started, and Filey went straight for the jugular, catching him off guard. Sengoku turned his gaze to Crane, hoping to get help from his friend. Crane is so wise that she can solve many problems. Sengoku truly has no way out, and can only place his hopes on his old friend. As for Garp, that thick-headed guy, he has no hope at all. However, Crane also showed a helpless smile. Such a problem, no matter how clever she is, cannot be solved. Because the answer to the problem is clearly written here. It cannot be altered without blinding people's eyes. Finally, Sengoku wanted to say something. Admiral Sengoku, I have a good impression of the Navy. At least of most of the Navy. Of course, excluding someone like Jinyu. Filey thought of Jinyu, that Navy officer who colluded with Blackbeard, and couldn't help but shake his head. At this point, a good solution must be found to end the situation. Moreover, Filey indeed wants to gain some benefits from the Navy. He suddenly had an idea, and with the current atmosphere, he decided to express it. Filey felt it might have an unexpected effect. Filey is a decisive person, and since he felt there was a certain feasibility, he decided to give it a try. Sure enough, when Sengoku heard that Filey still had a strong impression of the Navy, he instantly perked up. Even Crane and that thick-headed Garp also felt a bit better. Filey continued from where he left off. My hometown was destroyed by the celestial dragons. As soon as these words came out, Sengoku's heart immediately gave rise to a bad thought. Crane was also silent. Garp seemed to recall some bad memories, his fists clenched, forgetting his favorite son Bay on the side. I thought I was going to die. At my most desperate moment, a Navy officer saved me. He used his life to pull me back from the abyss of death. This makes me very conflicted. Admiral Sengoku, you know what I mean, right? The Navy saved Filey, which is a good thing, making Filey have a good impression of the Navy. But the Navy is under the world government, which was founded by the celestial dragons. Their existence is to maintain the celestial dragons' rule over the world, and the Navy is the largest violent organization. The Navy saved Filey, but the celestial dragons destroyed him. The Navy is also under the control of the celestial dragons. Joining the Navy would be akin to betraying oneself. In this situation, Sengoku found it somewhat embarrassing to persuade Filey to join the Navy. His situation is indeed special. In fact, many people in the Navy have similar experiences to Filey. Admiral Sengoku, pirates who harm ordinary people's lives and property are absolute evils. I also detest pirates deeply. If the Navy has a need, I am willing to contribute my strength for justice. Sengoku was taken aback, and after realizing it, he was overjoyed and asked in shock, Filey, do you want to join the Navy? Filey shook his head. I just stand on the side of justice, but I don't necessarily have to join the Navy. Filey changed his wording. What if I only feel that the Navy is still upholding justice and fighting pirates to protect civilians? I would be willing to work hard as a member of the Navy, but Filey's tone shifted. If the time comes when I have to make a choice that goes against my own heart, Admiral Sengoku, can you not stop me? Sengoku, why? He was moved. He was indeed touched. Filey's words were sincere and closely related to his experiences. For Filey to reach this point, Sengoku felt he was a genuine youth. Sure, no problem, kid. However, before Sengoku could speak, Garp had already crushed the senbei bag, loudly agreeing. There were even tears welling up in his eyes, clearly moved by Filey's words. Some emotions were hard to restrain. Crane softly said, Child, it's enough for you to think this way. We cannot ask too much of you. Thank you for being willing to join the Navy. Having his words snatched by Garp, Sengoku felt a bit displeased. Hearing Crane's words, his emotions gradually calmed down. Looking at Filey again, he said seriously, Filey, if one day what you said really happens, I will not make things difficult for you. Filey also nodded vigorously. Thank you, Admiral Sengoku. Damn, I almost believed it myself. I was moved. Filey stood up straight and nodded forcefully at Sengoku, while looking at Crane and Garp with gratitude in his eyes. After my battle with Rear Admiral Kazan, I deeply realized my own shortcomings. Even though I possess the Thunder Fruit, I am still too weak to uphold the justice of the sea and to be able to punish evil and protect the people. Filey declared loudly, Admiral Sengoku, I want to become stronger. This is the key, to become stronger. If he cannot become stronger, why would Filey waste so much time playing with the Navy? Of course, it is to have a good training place. The Navy undoubtedly has the most systematic training in the world. If he wants to become stronger quickly, joining the military is the best way. But that takes too much time. Filey doesn't want to waste so much time. Relying on the uniqueness of being a Thunderfruit user, taking a shortcut is not out of the question. Good. Sengoku nodded, waving his hand, and said, Filey, as a new recruit, I believe Zephyr would be very willing to accept you as a new student halfway through. Yes. Filey saluted with a not-so-standard Navy salute. Chapter 34. Black Arm Zephyr. If you want to know the strength of the Thunderfruit, there's no need to watch Filey's performance. Just refer to Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru. Especially Kizuru. The properties of the Pika Pika Nomi overlap with those of the Thunderfruit, so calculating the strength of the Thunderfruit isn't difficult. Therefore, special arrangements were made for Filey, especially since Filey himself has a favorable impression of the Navy. At least that's what Filey says. After learning about Filey's desire to become stronger, Sengoku immediately decided to send him to the Naval Academy. After all, Filey is only 15 years old at this moment. That's right, Filey is only 15 years old. Standing at 3 meters and 15 centimeters tall, his age is indeed 15. This is not something Filey said himself, but a calculated result. As for the principal, Filey himself is unclear. But the Navy's doctors told everyone so. Looking at the 3-meter-15 Filey, he still seems like a child. Sending him to the Naval Academy seems reasonable. With the Thunderfruit as a safety net, the training duration may not take too long. With special care, the graduation time could be expedited. Filey didn't stay long in Mariehua before boarding a Navy warship, heading to the Officer Academy specifically designed to cultivate a new generation of talent. Graduates from here will become the backbone of the Navy in the future. They all start as officers, trained as high-ranking officers in combat power. Their career paths would be smoother than those directly conscripted into service. After all, they have a solid foundation. As Filey said, the Navy is indeed very, very busy. Roger's death did not bring peace to the pirates on the seas. The great treasure he shouted about before dying instead inspired many ambitious individuals to set sail. Under this tide, those who were originally hesitant also followed suit. A large number of morally corrupt individuals became pirates. Violent incidents around the world surged. The Navy, which was already understaffed, is now even busier. Sengoku and his team could spare so many top-tier combatants to meet Filey only because of the extreme importance they placed on the Thunderfruit. One can imagine the level of importance. Now that Filey is leaving, he won't receive the same treatment as when he first arrived. Filey discovered that Akiji was also on the ship. However, at this moment, Akiji was lying on a sun chair on the deck of the warship. The eye mask that he always wore finally returned to its rightful place. Hey, I'll go check on the teacher. It's on my way to you. Akiji was enjoying a rare paid vacation. Of course, he wouldn't waste it. Sengoku still had some conscience and didn't break his promise. After Akiji completed the task of bringing Filey to the Navy headquarters, he kept his word and gave him a break. Oh, Filey found a place to stand, feeling the salty sea breeze blowing towards him, squinting his eyes. This vast ocean is truly expansive. His strength still hasn't reached a level where he can act recklessly in this world. He still needs to work hard. Filey silently made a resolution. In his previous life, no matter how hard he tried, there were no good results. But this life is different. The heavens reward diligence. Filey believes he can become stronger. Once he becomes stronger, he can do as he pleases. For that uninhibited life in the future, Filey spread his arms, looked up at the sky, and murmured softly to himself. Akiji moved slightly, pushed up his eye mask, and looked at Filey's back with a hint of confusion. He seemed to hear something remarkable, but he didn't think it mattered. Closing his eyes, he pulled the eye mask back down and returned to the long-lost dreamland. When they reached their destination, they saw a tall figure standing at the island's port. His somewhat special purple hair complemented his dark bronze skin that had been tanned by long-term exposure to ultraviolet rays in a strange harmony. Kazan, the man immediately spotted Akiji and couldn't help but show a satisfied smile. Teacher Zephyr. Akiji still looked lazy, as if he hadn't woken up. Even when facing his former teacher, Zephyr turned his gaze to Filey. You're the Thunderfruit user, named Filey, right? As a friend and colleague, Sengoku naturally wouldn't hide the fact that Filey was a Thunderfruit user from Zephyr. Before Filey and Kuzan arrived, communication was established through a den mushi. Yes, Principal Zephyr. Filey nodded, not neglecting the address. This naval academy is currently headed by Zephyr. Zephyr understood the purpose of Filey's visit, and since Sengoku had given instructions, he got straight to the point. I need to create a training plan based on your strength. Filey immediately responded. I want to train hockey. I've already learned the 6 styles in terms of physical techniques, although I can't say I have mastered them completely. But basically, there are no issues. As for physical fitness, there's no need to say much. I am very familiar with my old body. But after arriving in the pirate world, Filey felt somewhat confused about his own body. He was getting stronger day by day. Even against Akiji, who was covered in Busashoka haki, he could hold his own. Training requires a gradual approach. And since I don't know what level you're currently at, it's hard to judge, Zephyr replied seriously. Therefore, I need to assess you in person. Akiji raised his hand like a student. When Zephyr looked over, he asked with his eyes, and Akiji spoke up. Filey's fruit ability development is quite good, and his physical techniques are not weak. He just doesn't understand the method of training haki. Teacher Zephyr, please help him in this area. That battle wasn't in vain. Akiji's words saved Filey a lot of time. Oh, Zephyr asked curiously, you fought? Sengoku had not mentioned the encounter between Filey and Akiji. Akiji nodded, yes. Well then, Filey, come with me. Zephyr turned and led the way, speaking as he walked. After this, you'll focus on training haki. The Navy needs talents like you on the battlefield. Zephyr had taken a step back for personal reasons. But there was also the issue of the Navy urgently needing fresh blood. Zephyr's teaching ability is very strong. Many outstanding juniors in the Navy have become the backbone of the Navy's combat power under his guidance. Training haki. Zephyr was also impatient and didn't plan to waste time. The theoretical knowledge is minimal, and ultimately, whether it can be realized depends on practice. Therefore, as they walked towards the academy, Zephyr began to explain the theoretical knowledge system regarding haki training to Filey one by one. Zephyr's way of doing things suited Filey very well. He quickly got into the state. Whenever he didn't understand something, he asked immediately and could get answers right away. The one-on-one teaching service was extremely effective. Chapter 35. Legs are longer than life before learning how to fight back. One must first learn to endure being hit. It's not about standing there foolishly to be attacked, but ensuring that you have enough resilience and tolerance for being struck. Those who can take a beating are the ones who can fight until the end and emerge victorious. Pay attention. Feel the flow of power within you. Try to control it, condense it to the surface of your body, even force it out. While let you get hit, it's not just about taking a hit. Learn to seize the opportunity to counterattack. Anticipate proactively. With every hit you take, remember it well, learn from the experience, and ensure that next time. It won't be so easy for me to get the upper hand. At the Navy Academy, students noticed a new recruit who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Unlike the others, this person always got pulled aside by instructor Zephyr for one-on-one combat training. Watching the newcomer receive such special treatment, the other students couldn't help but feel jealous, leading to discontent. Everyone knew how fortunate it was to be personally trained by Zephyr, the infamous admiral. Even in retirement, an admiral is still an admiral. Their strength is evident, and no one can ignore it. Hey, you there, don't be so arrogant. Yeah, who do you think you are? Where did you come from? Do you know how annoying you are? In the cafeteria, Philly was eating voraciously. He never expected that such a situation would happen to him again one day. When he first entered the pirate world, he had encountered bullying due to discrimination on Sky Island. Now, he was attracting jealousy because he was too eye-catching. Philly grabbed a delicious piece of meat cooked from a sea king and took big bites, glancing at the students surrounding him, saying, if I were you, I would waste time on such boring things. Playing house. Philly had no interest in petty squabbles with these guys. Eating was his top priority. Ever since he started training under Zephyr, all the training he had missed out on before was now being caught up. The extravagant days on Sky Island had become a thing of the past, unlikely to return. The teachings of that naval disgrace, Jinyu, regarding the 6 powers, were indeed lacking. After training under Zephyr, Philly realized there was a significant difference in their teaching levels. Problems that he had always felt were off were easily resolved once he encountered Zephyr, flowing smoothly without any hindrances. Philly had thought that when training with Jinyu, he was training hard enough, but now, dragging abandoned warships for endurance and strength training. Running while carrying boulders the size of small mountains had become the norm. According to Zephyr, train until you can't anymore. Limits can always be surpassed. Increase the intensity, and naturally, the height will follow. In his past life, Philly would have thought Zephyr was talking nonsense. The human body has limits. Surpassing them would certainly cause irreparable harm. But this was the pirate world. Oh, then it's no problem. When in Rome, Philly needed to accept the mysterious rules of the pirate world. After all, what Zephyr said was not wrong. Thus, Philly's training became increasingly terrifying and inhuman. Is this what being 15 is? Zephyr was a witness to Philly's terrifying progress. Looking at the results of Philly's age test in his hand, also feeling amazed. Bang, bang, bang. Crisp sounds continuously echoed from the academy cafeteria. When Philly walked out of the cafeteria, he could vaguely see many students lying around in disarray. Each one sprawled on the ground, slumped over tables, curled up. I said not to waste time. Philly stretched lazily, tilted his head back to look at the sky, and flashed a bright smile. Today was truly a good day. In the Navy Academy's training ground, two figures were moving at high speed. Bang, bang, bang. They collided rapidly and then instantly separated, crashing into each other again, using fists and feet, every hit landing solidly, no flashy moves. Zephyr's fists were hard and dark, covered in armament hockey. Just half a month ago, he could easily hit Philly, making him see stars. But now, Philly seemed to have a precognitive ability, from barely dodging at first to now handling the attacks with ease. Indeed, while Philly was eager to learn armament hockey, he had awakened observation hockey even earlier. With the assistance of the Thunder Fruit, his observation hockey was growing rapidly. He was now using it more and more skillfully, able to counter even a seasoned admiral like Zephyr. Of course, this was under the condition that Zephyr wasn't fighting seriously. If Philly were to face Zephyr at full strength without mastering armament hockey, he wouldn't stand a chance. Ding! As their fists collided this time, it produced a sound like metal clashing. As the dust of battle settled under the sun, Philly's arms gleamed with a metallic black sheen. Compared to Zephyr's, although much dimmer, there was no doubt that this was armament hockey. Good, good, good. Keep it up. Zephyr, satisfied, did not stop but continued his assault. Moreover, Philly felt that Zephyr's attacks were even stronger than before. Instructor Zephyr, you really think highly of me. Zephyr had always been suppressing his strength to fight Philly. His ability was strong, and he could control his strength to provide Philly with the maximum sense of pressure within his capabilities, forcibly pushing Philly to progress quickly. Without sufficient teaching experience, it would be impossible to reach Zephyr's level. As the principal of the Navy Academy, Zephyr's students spread throughout the Navy because he was truly good at teaching. Philly, give it your all. My black arm is not just for show. Boom! His fist created a gust of wind. Even the mountains would crumble under this punch. However, Philly could dodge, but chose not to. Instructor Zephyr, I want to have a good match with you. Facing the challenge, the wind for his punch was electric thunder flashing. Combining his devil fruit ability with hockey, he developed the fruit's powers comprehensively, perfectly integrating them with his fighting style, growing together. This was the most effective way to progress. Good. In Zephyr's hands, hockey intensified. Facing the combination of Philly's thunder fruit ability and hockey, he had to show some skills to let this temporary student, whom he was quite satisfied with, understand why he was called Black Arm Boom. The square erupted in an explosion, deafening and piercing. What was happening? At the island's port, long, shapely legs that seemed longer than life. Black hair, styled atop her head, wearing a long sword at her waist, with an eerie black spider tattoo on her thigh. A beauty mark at the corner of her lips made her even more alluring. The perfect blend of a soldier's elegance and a woman's softness. Her appearance captivated the nearby passing students, their gazes uncontrollably drawn to her. Chapter 36, going to see Major General Ji Yuan, a beauty who attracts attention wherever she goes. Especially a naval officer nearly 3 meters tall, with a graceful figure and charming demeanor. Moreover, she is a major general in this division. Describing her future as limitless potential is certainly no exaggeration. Immediately, a person in charge approached her, eager to greet her. Facing Ji Yuan, even this formal occasion made the staff responsible for reception feel happy. Ji Yuan curiously asked, who is teacher Zephyr fighting against? She sensed the energy fluctuations in the air. One of them was very familiar. She had been struck by powerful punches countless times during her studies at the academy, and the memory was still vivid, something she could hardly forget in this lifetime. However, the other presence was quite unfamiliar. It seemed unlikely that it was a student, but it wasn't a student. Ji Yuan couldn't figure out who could make the formidable Admiral Zephyr engage in combat at the academy. It must just be for teaching purposes. It's Philly, came a quick response. Ji Yuan grew even more curious. Philly? She murmured to herself. Suddenly, she remembered something. Oh, it's that person Sister Crane mentioned. Although Ji Yuan and Crane had a significant age difference, she still referred to Crane as her sister. While the matter of the Thunder Fruit was important, there was no need for excessive secrecy. Given the relationship between Peach Rabbit and Crane, it was not surprising that Crane would share information about Philly. Let's go. I have something to discuss with Teacher Zephyr. He should have received the news in advance, but it looks like I've arrived unannounced, Ji Yuan said, striding forward with her long legs, shaking her head helplessly. Zephyr was great in every way, But because he chose not to continue fighting on the front lines and instead took on the role of the Naval Academy's principal. Responsible for training more talent for the Navy, the formidable Zephyr, renowned for his strong armed hockey and combat abilities, had nowhere to showcase his skills. It was rare for him to find a student he could spar with in the academy, someone who could also satisfy his desire to fight a little. For a moment, he got carried away and forgot about the important matters. If it were someone else, Peach Rabbit might have felt a bit angry. But Zephyr was her teacher. While she couldn't say all her skills came from him, a significant portion did. She would never be angry with him. Besides, it had indeed been a long time since she last saw Zephyr, so it was nice to check in. Moreover, Peach Rabbit was quite curious about Philly. The nature-type Thunder Fruit hadn't appeared for a long time. Now that the Thunder Fruit had finally resurfaced, Peach Rabbit naturally wanted to see who its owner was. This fighting style is really exaggerated. Before she even saw the person, she heard the sounds. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy, muffled sounds of impact echoed continuously. Then came the louder sounds of explosions and shattering. Philly, who allowed you to use your fruit powers so carelessly? Don't get distracted during the fight, Teacher Zephyr. You brat. You don't even listen to your teacher's words? If you have the skills, come at me. Why can't I use my own abilities? All right. Come here. Zizzy. Bang, bang, bang. The commotion was indeed loud. However, the information conveyed through the conversation left Peach Rabbit puzzled. What was going on? Turning a corner and overcoming an obstacle, she finally entered the training ground. Only then did Peach Rabbit see the scene playing out at that moment. The usually unfathomable black-armed Zephyr, who made many students unable to display their abilities even upon graduation, now appeared somewhat disheveled. His naval training combat uniform was mostly torn. His iron-like, muscular body was exposed to the air. However, his originally smooth, purple hair was now standing on end, wild and seemingly full of its own personality, as if an explosion had occurred. In front of Zephyr stood another figure. Compared to Zephyr, this person appeared even more disheveled. With a bare upper body, his well-defined muscles bore bruises of various colors. His long black hair was simply tied back with a red string. His face was ruggedly handsome, with blood trickling down from the corners of his upturned mouth. Yet he seemed not to care at all. The panda eyes on such a handsome face, despite being comical, also carried a hint of cuteness, making Ji Yuan glance at him a few more times. Beside him was a lewd-looking man named Khaki, making her prefer to look at the handsome men in the Navy. Yi Yuan, what are you doing here? At that moment, Zephyr noticed the unexpected guest and appeared somewhat surprised. Peach Rabbit. Philly also turned to look in the direction Zephyr was facing. After recognizing who had arrived, he couldn't help but take a few more glances at Peach Rabbit. Beautiful. Definitely a stunning beauty. Philly felt like he might explode from sight. He couldn't look too much, otherwise he might lose control. Peach Rabbit said to Zephyr, "Teacher, did you really forget?" She narrowed her eyes slightly. Although she still wore a smile, it had a rather eerie feel to it. Zephyr was taken aback, as if suddenly realizing something, and slapped his forehead, belatedly saying, "Look at my memory. Getting old makes it easy to forget things." Saying this, Zephyr cast a reproachful look at Philly. "It's all your fault, you brat. If it weren't for training you, would I have forgotten such an important matter?" "Huh, old man, you're quite something. So you can pass the blame too?" Philly felt speechless. Having spent so much time with Zephyr, he knew that although Zephyr was a tower-like man, his personality wasn't as dull and cold as it seemed on the surface. On the contrary, he sometimes showed a bit of humor. Otherwise, Philly and Zephyr wouldn't have gotten along so well during their 6 months together. "Philly, the owner of the Thunder Fruit. Sister Crane mentioned you to me." Peach Rabbit shifted her gaze back, now even more curious. "Hello, Senior," Philly said, showing a generous demeanor after the initial amazement of seeing Peach Rabbit. After all, he was a man who had been with various beautiful women on Sky Island. He had a relatively high resistance to beauty. He wasn't the type of man who would get nervous around Peach Rabbit due to lack of experience. Peach Rabbit said, "Junior, get ready quickly. We're going to see." Philly asked curiously, "What for?" Peach Rabbit replied straightforwardly, "To eliminate pirates." Zephyr explained, "You've been training here for so long. It's time to test the results in actual combat. According to the usual practice, I will arrange students in batches on different warships for a few months of field training. Peach Rabbit is in charge of your external assessment this time. It's just right. Your hockey training has shown initial results, so take this opportunity to consolidate it. When you return, I will evaluate if you qualify for graduation." Philly readily agreed. "All right." He turned to Peach Rabbit with a bright smile. "Then, Senior, I'll be relying on you during this time." Peach Rabbit also smiled and said, "As for the Thunder Fruit user, it's hard to say who will trouble whom." The warship left the port. Philly stood on the deck, looking at the vast and boundless sea ahead, feeling the sea breeze blowing towards him. It was a long-awaited voyage. Chapter 37, already a swordmaster? Comfortable. She lifted the covers, propped herself up, and stretched lazily. Her graceful body curve drew dazzling arcs. Unfortunately, such a beautiful sight was only within the room, and no one was fortunate enough to appreciate it. The ship feels a bit strange. As a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters, and having fought on the front lines for a long time, Peach Rabbit spent more than half of her time on warships. Calm seas, howling winds, and raging waves. She had personally experienced the warship in various environments. But at this moment, although the ship's swaying was rhythmic, it was definitely unnatural. Filled with curiosity, she tidied herself up and walked out. So that's it. As soon as she reached the deck, Peach Rabbit understood where the problem lay. On the bow deck of the warship, a tall and strong youth was practicing handstands, shirtless. He was also using his legs to grip a weighted training object, increasing the intensity of his workout. Yet despite this, he remained calm and composed. Clearly, this level of training had little effect on him. Such a level of exercise is hardly effective for you. You might as well sleep more, Peach Rabbit said bluntly, not intending to be polite with Philip. Philip, without turning red or out of breath, continued his training, rising and falling as he answered Peach Rabbit's question. I'm used to it. If I don't move, my body feels uncomfortable. Habits can be a terrifying thing. During the past 6 months training with Zephyr, Philip had developed a daily workout routine. Even though he knew this training wouldn't significantly enhance his strength, if he didn't exercise, his body fell off. Once he started moving, the suppressed emotions within him would dissipate, leaving him feeling refreshed. Junior, you still need to adapt. There's still a long way to go. You'll definitely get used to it, Peach Rabbit said, understanding immediately as someone who had been there. When she had just graduated from the Naval Academy, she had the same issue, but now it was whatever it was. On the sea, conserving energy was more important. Unexpected situations could happen at any moment, so she needed to ensure she rested well and maintained her best mental and physical state. This tastes good. Philip devoured the food that the chef brought over. There was so much that it piled up like a small mountain. Peach Rabbit smiled smugly and said, "You're in for a treat. The chef on this ship ranked well in the Navy's internal culinary competition and is quite skilled." Peach Rabbit's appetite couldn't compare to Philip's, but it was definitely not small. Compared to Philip's hearty eating style, she appeared much more ladylike and composed. Major Peach Rabbit, a pirate group has been spotted ahead. At that moment, a messenger rushed over to report. Philip looked in the direction the messenger pointed, although there was still some distance. He could clearly see the skull pirate flag fluttering in the wind. Peach Rabbit glanced over, uninterested. I wonder what pirate group it is. The messenger shook his head. There are no records of them in the military. Peach Rabbit spoke with some dissatisfaction. Another bunch lured out to sea by Roger's words. They really don't know how dangerous it is. Being a pirate is not that easy. Peach Rabbit coldly ordered, "Bring the warship closer." Yes, the warship moved closer. "Turn the helm. Raise the sails, accelerate." After Peach Rabbit gave the orders, the soldiers on the ship immediately took their positions and began to work. The specially trained soldiers operated the warship with fluidity. Philip could clearly feel the ship completing a rapid turn and accelerating toward the pirate ship's position in a very short distance. "Junior, take your time eating." After wiping her mouth, Peach Rabbit stood up, her long legs striding to the bow in just a few steps. She rested her hand on the hilt of her sword, the Kinbaira, and her gaze towards the distant pirate ship became sharp. She resembled a poised leopard ready to pounce. Philip looked at Peach Rabbit's sword, Kinbaira. What level of sword is that? Philip vaguely remembered that in the lore of the Pirate King, there was a ranking of famous swords, like the 12, 21, and 50. He hadn't memorized it in detail, just had a faint impression. Since Peach Rabbit held such a high position, her sword should be of a good quality. Philip finished his meal and, after wiping his mouth, stood next to Peach Rabbit. He pointed at her sword and directly asked, "Senior, what quality is this sword?" "What quality?" Peach Rabbit was momentarily taken aback by Philip's question. "Kinbaira is certainly not a supreme great sword, right? A great sword? Or a good sword? At least, it should be of good sword 50 quality." Ultimately, Peach Rabbit, feeling somewhat powerless, gave a relatively convincing answer. "Senior, you're not sure either." Philip could tell from her tone that Peach Rabbit didn't even know the quality of her own sword. As long as it suited her, that was enough. While the quality of the sword was important, the user's strength was even more crucial. Peach Rabbit couldn't help but explain, "Oh, right?" Philip nodded, naturally not intending to argue with Peach Rabbit. "Damn it, it's the Navy. Why are these guys everywhere?" "Prepare the cannonballs." Let these Navy guys see the strength of our wolf fish pirates. Oh, let's take down the Navy. The pirates had also spotted Philic and their naval warship. However, these pirates, instead of being afraid and fleeing like mice before a cat, boldly prepared to attack the warship. Bang, bang, bang. Several cannonballs were fired by the pirates. If those cannonballs hit the warship, it would definitely cause casualties. There were strong individuals in the Navy, but most were ordinary people. Just as Philic was about to take action, he saw Peach Rabbit draw her sword. He only saw a flash of cold light. A sharp blade, aura, sliced through the air, splitting the incoming cannonballs in half. The severed cannonballs fell into the sea without causing a ripple. You dare to attack? Then prepare to face the justice of the Navy. Peach Rabbit raised Kinbira, pointed at the pirate ship, and coldly ordered fire. Bang, bang, bang. The Navy wouldn't just sit back and take hits. Ah, my leg. Help me. Clearly, the pirate side did not have someone like Peach Rabbit. While there were many devil fruit users among them, given the vast number of pirates, it wasn't easy to encounter them. After a round of cannon fire, the pirates' offensive capabilities were essentially neutralized. Taking advantage of this moment, the warship quickly approached the pirate ship. Board, Peach Rabbit commanded. The Navy soldiers, already armed with firearms and swords, rushed to board the pirate ship as soon as the two ships were alongside each other. Damn it. Bang. Bullets and blades played out a dazzling dance of death at that moment, with Peach Rabbit leading the charge. The Navy is basically overwhelming. Occasionally there are injuries, but they don't significantly affect the situation. Some pirates, not knowing their own limits, see Peach Rabbit as a woman and still charge at her recklessly. Piifich. Piifich. The golden kunro swings in Peach Rabbit's hand, cutting through graceful angles. In the incredulous eyes of the pirates, the metal weapons in their hands are sliced apart effortlessly. It's not a forceful break. It's like a knife cutting through paper. Clearly not much strength is used. It easily breaks through. The level is a bit high. Is she a swordsman? Philly looked at Peach Rabbit more seriously. He likes beautiful and strong women. But if this woman is powerful and stunningly beautiful, then Philly undoubtedly likes and respects her even more. What are you looking at, Junior? Peach Rabbit turned around and said with a smile, Don't forget, you are a trainee. Hurry up and take action. Philly nodded, understanding. However, he still stood in place, lightning surging in his hands, continuously throwing it at the pirates. Bang, bang, bang. Brilliant fireworks burst forth at this moment. The sound of the Thunder Fruit S ability is really useful. Peach Rabbit sighed upon seeing this, then continued. But I suggest you take this opportunity to train your use of armament hockey more. Philly's smile was a bit teasing. Senior, do you think practicing on them is useful? Peach Rabbit. Ha ha ha, that's true. It really doesn't have much use. Hurry up and finish, then continue sailing. There are many pirates out at sea, and we can't clear them all. Bang. Philly and Peach Rabbit were leisurely dealing with the stubborn pirates on the pirate ship when suddenly a huge commotion came from the ship, violently shaking it, causing many people to lose their balance and fall to the ground. Philly's figure disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in the air, vigilantly scanning the area where the pirate ship had submerged underwater. Chapter 38. Fishmen or Mermaids. Bang, bang, bang. The collisions continued relentlessly, showing no signs of stopping. The pirate ship rocked violently with each impact, yet the battle between the Navy and the pirates raged on. This chaotic situation evidently gave the pirates an opportunity. Initially prepared to wait for death and endure the fear of being slaughtered by the Navy, they suddenly seemed invigorated, launching a counterattack against the Navy. Thud! Jean Kunluo arced elegantly through the air, severing a pirate in half. Blood spilled everywhere. A gruesome scene caused by Peach Rabbit's hand. The violently shaking ship did not significantly affect Peach Rabbit. To avoid increasing casualties on the Navy's side, she frequently struck in this rather unique environment. More and more pirates fell at her hands. I surrender. I do too. Don't kill me. I know I was wrong. The fear of death was the best medicine, awakening these pirates. They knelt neatly on the deck, their heads pressed against the ground, their hands flat against the deck. This posture showed all their defenses were down, revealing their most vulnerable side. It was akin to voluntarily placing their necks against the enemy's blade. Sheathed her sword, Peach Rabbit immediately ordered, capture all remaining pirates. Clean up the battlefield. Peach Rabbit possessed the power to destroy this pirate ship with a single blow. However, she did not do so. Instead, she took the risk of her subordinates getting hurt or killed to engage in close combat. Of course, it wasn't out of a desire to complicate matters. The real reason was for the spoils at this moment. Pirate ships typically contained considerable wealth. Even the most dilapidated pirate ship had some inherent value. Pirates were very willing to invest in their ships. In most cases, pirate ships were superior to Navy warships. It was a reversal of fortune. Since the beginning of the Great Age of Exploration, the number of pirates had increased, and the Navy's personnel shortages led to a rapid increase in casualties. In addition to the pressure on Navy manpower, there was also a growing financial crisis. With increased casualties, issues related to compensation and subsequent bonuses naturally needed to be addressed. When all these accounts were tallied up, they amounted to a significant sum. The Navy, while fighting for justice, found that justice couldn't just be shouted. It required real financial backing. The funding the Navy received from the world government was limited. The higher-ups only knew how to order the Navy to suppress here and there. But when the Navy needed money, they all became evasive, always coming up with various excuses to delay. With finances choked, the internal situation of the Navy became quite difficult. Thus, they could only sustain their war through war. Since the Navy had already paid the price to deal with pirates, the interest would naturally come from the pirates themselves. Although the Navy felt stifled by the world government, they had no choice. After all, the money was entirely in the other party's hands. Fortunately, bounties were strictly allocated according to regulations. Even the world government would not be vague about this. Pirate ships, well-crafted and valuable, could be sold as soon as the pirate flag was taken down, allowing the Navy to contact buyers. Moreover, pirate ships often had considerable wealth on board. Some could be traced back to their source, while others would simply be confiscated. The Navy would take 1/10 of the spoils from direct combat, with the rest submitted to headquarters. It was precisely for this reason that, beyond justice, the remaining Navy soldiers fought hard against the pirates. Zizi. A sphere of lightning formed in Faley's hand, then was thrown towards the bottom of the ship. Through his observation hockey, Faley sensed energy fluctuations. And it wasn't just any small fish. The energy intensity was quite considerable. With his Thunderfruit, using observation hockey became very convenient for Faley. After all, the Thunderfruit directly enhanced his observation hockey. Bang, bang. Like underwater mines, they made dull sounds beneath the surface. It's gone. It seems it's not a person, but a sea king. That energy fluctuation quickly retreated. Faley noticed, temporarily unaware of the other party's true nature. He wondered what was going on. Upon seeing Faley return, Peach Rabbit curiously asked. Faley shook his head. I'm not sure what it is. I tested it. And the other side left. Peach Rabbit frowned upon hearing this. Is it a sea king? His thoughts aligned with Faley's. In this vast ocean, only such creatures could cause such a commotion. However, with no results, there was nothing to be done. Peach Rabbit did not dwell on it. Faley looked at the pirates who had been detained on the deck, all obediently tied up together. Meanwhile, the Navy was excitedly searching around, continuously moving things out of the cabin. Bundles of bills exuding the scent of ink were piled on the deck, catching Faley's attention. The Navy was currently in a difficult situation, as the world government was always reluctant to allocate funds for various reasons. Seeing this, Peach Rabbit had no intention of hiding anything, sharing the general situation with Faley. Oh! Faley nodded upon hearing this, indicating his understanding. It's no wonder. The world government. The celestial dragon's lavish lifestyle could probably easily satisfy the Navy's needs with just one transaction. Yet, in the extremely harsh maritime situation of the Great Age of Exploration, the world government remained so stringent with the Navy. One could imagine their strong sense of vigilance against this violent institution. They needed the Navy's power to suppress pirates, maintain the ocean's stability, and consolidate their own rule. Yet, they also feared the Navy growing too powerful and losing control. Thus, they could only impose financial restrictions on the Navy, constantly reminding them who they were really working for. Faley didn't expect that even in an era where one could build a nation with their strength, he couldn't escape the annoying intrigues and machinations. As if sensing Faley's thoughts, Peach Rabbit chuckled softly. Just some tricks. Don't take it to heart. Faley pouted. Just get rid of those parasites that raise pigs, and there will be money to maintain order in the ocean and uphold the Navy's justice. Peach Rabbit glanced at Faley, giving him a thumbs up. You really dare to think. Faley rolled his eyes at Peach Rabbit. I'm just saying, don't take it seriously. Perhaps at this moment, it was indeed just talk. Faley lacked a system. Although he was powerful now, didn't he know how far he could grow? Ambition often swells along with increasing strength. At least Faley was clear that with his abilities, it would be difficult to overthrow the celestial dragon's rule. Those guys, though most were pigs, had feasted on the world's wealth and power for 800 years. Even if they were fed, they had become behemoths. It wouldn't be so easy to topple them. high-end combat power? They certainly had it, and in abundance. Otherwise, how could they maintain their rule over the world? Major General Gun, we have a major discovery. Some Navy personnel, visibly excited, rushed out from the cabin. Yuan was very curious about the performance of the soldiers under him. Fish people. There are fish people? One soldier immediately spoke up. No, wait. However, another soldier next to him interrupted and corrected him. It's mermaids. They're the same. No, they're not. Yes, they are. The two guys actually started arguing about this in front of Tao Tuesday. All right, take me over to have a look. Yes. Fish people? Mermaids? Faley was also curious. This pirate ship really was full of surprises. Naturally, Faley was very interested in such special species in the pirate world. He had never had the chance to see them before, but now that he encountered them, he wanted to see for himself. He followed Tao Tu and walked towards the cabin. Yimi, wait for me. I'm going to find everyone to rescue you. Covering the burn wound on his chest, Kulun endured the discomfort and swam quickly through the sea. As a fish person, his speed was even faster than the fish in the ocean. Chapter 39, Don't Fight Anymore. In the depths of the pirate ship's bottom, there was a large cabin containing a huge wooden barrel. Above the barrel was a head with long blue hair. The face was beautiful, exuding a sense of fragility. With a timid gaze, she looked at Philip and the others who had walked in, clearly displaying a sense of fear. When she saw Peach Rabbit, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Is this a mermaid? One could indeed see what the girl looked like. However, what was below her head was blocked by the barrel, leaving no way to know. How did these two Navy soldiers know she was a mermaid? They must have seen one before. Philip was very curious and wanted to take a look, so he stepped forward. A huge shadow loomed over, completely covering Yimi. Yimi gasped in fear and wanted to retreat, but with her back against the barrel, there was no way to escape. The blue fish tail was not very clear in the dim room, but it was certain that it was not human legs, but a fish tail. Peach Rabbit stood still. She had seen members of the mermaid clan before and was not as curious as Philip. She simply asked, "How is it?" Philip nodded and replied, "Indeed, it's a mermaid." Yimi was somewhat scared. However, after glancing at the Navy uniforms Philip and the others were wearing, she asked with a hint of hope, "You are the Navy. Can you save me?" Philip looked at Peach Rabbit. Peach Rabbit replied, "We will let you go." It was obvious that the pirates had captured Yimi, intending to sell her as a slave. The price of mermaids is quite expensive. Some well-conditioned mermaids can be sold for prices comparable to ordinary devil fruits. It was a considerable fortune. Yimi's situation clearly indicated that she had been captured by pirates and was prepared for sale. Although Yimi was now captured by the Navy, she did not belong to any merchandise. At least in Peach Rabbit's eyes, she would definitely not treat Yimi as a commodity. She would give her freedom, and Peach Rabbit would not refuse. Thank you. Thank you. Perhaps among those present, only Peach Rabbit and Yimi were women. And even though they belonged to different races, they could still provide Yimi with a sense of warmth. Especially upon hearing Peach Rabbit say she would release her. Yimi could hardly hide her joy, which was clearly written on her face. "I'll help you." Philip grabbed the wooden barrel, preparing to lift it out. "No need." Yimi shook her head and hurriedly said, "I can do it myself." Peach Rabbit also said, "Mermaids can transform into legs." While speaking, Yimi had already climbed out of the barrel. Her fishtail indeed transformed into two fair-skinned human legs at a visible speed. Moreover, she was in her natural state without any clothing, causing Philip's eyes to light up. Philip felt a slightly cold gaze. He quickly turned his head to look. Just in time, he met Peach Rabbit's half-smiling gaze. Philip didn't feel embarrassed, grinning and showing his white teeth. "Oomph." Peach Rabbit shot Philip a glare, turned around, and ordered, "Get her some clothes." Yimi also felt her face flush and heat up. Soon she was dressed and covered herself. What a pity. Philip felt a bit regretful. This beautiful sight was temporarily unavailable. "What, do you feel it's a pity?" Peach Rabbit said pointedly. Philip sincerely replied, "Yeah, senior." His gaze fell on Peach Rabbit's legs, smiling as he said, "But it's okay." The sentence was not finished, but the meaning was clearly expressed. "You guy, Philip." Peach Rabbit glared at Philip angrily. She gave him a light slap on the butt with the back of her knife. It was neither painful nor harmful, resembling flirting. Philip followed Peach Rabbit, asking as they walked, "What are we doing next?" Peach Rabbit replied, "Continue sailing." She glanced at Philip and said, "My patrol this time lasts for 3 months, aimed at inspecting the situation of the Four Seas branches, while also trying to clear out pirates." During the Great Pirate Era, such cleanup operations became increasingly frequent. It was said to be for training the new generation of Navy, but in reality, it was out of necessity, as there were simply too many pirates. This method was to clear out as many as possible. Not to mention, Even if the overall effect on the situation was limited, it did alleviate the pirate problem in the four seas to some extent. Bang! Just as Philip and Peach Rabbit reached the deck of the pirate ship, their eyes simultaneously turned to the same place. They exchanged glances and quickly rushed forward. The surrounding Navy soldiers were confused, still trying to figure out what was going on. Peach Rabbit had already drawn her sword, Jinbira. This time, it seemed she didn't hold back. A long blade aura was slashed out, heading straight for the sea ahead. Super electromagnetic cannon. A pillar of lightning erupted, transforming into a massive energy attack, heading for the same spot. Bang! The seawater was sliced open by the sword's aura. The electromagnetic cannon plunged down. Beneath the sea, a huge, ferocious sea beast opened its gaping maw. Its ugly face bore a somewhat stiff expression, lacking in intelligence, and its dazed eyes were filled with confusion. Puff! The electromagnetic cannon struck the sea beast, exploding into brilliant blood mist. Roar! The anguished wails echoed through the heavens and earth. Life was completely devoured. Half of its massive body was destroyed, collapsing into the sea, the crimson hue spreading like ink around. Bang! 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 Roar! Roar! This was just the beginning. The sound of water breaking echoed from all directions around the pirate ship. A large number of sea beasts emerged from the water. Philip raised an eyebrow. Looks like we've stirred up a hornet's nest. Peach Rabbit nodded calmly. Indeed. She turned to a nearby Navy soldier and ordered, "Go bring that mermaid over." Philip curiously asked, "Are you sure the problem lies with that mermaid girl?" Peach Rabbit nodded. Pretty much. Roar. However, these sea beasts did not give Philip and Peach Rabbit time to chat. They charged towards the pirate ship together. Bang, bang, bang. The Navy soldiers were not to be underestimated. Skillfully igniting their rifles, they shot at the surrounding sea beasts. Thunder punishment. Philip soared into the air, spreading his arms. Thunder roared in the sky. Lightning flickered. The weather changed in an instant. Zizizi. Huge thunder rolled in, striking down all around the pirate ship. The sea beasts struck by the lightning emitted painful howls, their bodies emitting white smoke as they helplessly fell back into the water. Puff, puff, puff. The blade aura was fierce and swift. Peach Rabbit struck out, and the sea beasts immediately found their heads severed from their bodies. A large amount of blood colored the surrounding sea, and the sea beast's assault on the pirate ship was ended before it even began by Philip and Peach Rabbit's intervention. Tangchao Wajin Quan. Water column impact. Bang! The water column shot up like a long snake, rushing towards Philip. Philip squinted his eyes, seeing the attack, and calmly elementalized himself, effortlessly dodging the move. Thunder Beast. He raised his arm high and swung it down. The fierce tiger descended like an unstoppable force, roaring fiercely as it came. Thunder Dragon. The dragon's roar echoes through the sky. Its speed is incredibly fast, pouring down with claws bared. The dragon and tiger are born together, brutal and cruel. Bang! Surface bomb. Waves rise high and the water rushes. The surface breaks open, and several figures rush forward. All of them are over 2 meters tall, each with distinct and uniquely ugly features. Male fishmen. They strike the same pose, raising their arms in front of them and forcefully blasting. A massive amount of seawater surges upward like a tidal wave. Useless. Phaley increases his altitude. The seawater falls into the void. The attack is completely ineffective. Damn it. One of the fishmen, seeing this, can't help but roar. Cowardly humans if you have the guts. Fight me. All right. I thought taunting wouldn't work, but the result is indeed unexpected. Phaley not only accepts the challenge, but also decisively takes the initiative to attack. He speeds downwards rapidly. Armament. His upper body is entirely covered in armament color, especially his arms, which are even thicker and denser. Be careful. Seeing that his companion actually advances to take the punch Phaley is diving down with, he hurriedly pulls him back. At the moment Phaley touches the water surface, several water columns from different directions surround and launch attacks, but Phaley actively elementalizes to evade. Stop attacking. Chapter 40. Fisher Tiger Yimi was hurriedly brought out by 2 naval soldiers. On the way, she learned from the 2 soldiers what had happened. She was very clear about the current situation. If things went wrong, it could lead to a more serious conflict. The conflict between the fishmen and humans was too deep to be resolved with just a few words. Therefore, she rushed to the deck as quickly as possible. After coming out, it was already a bit late. The situation had worsened. The 2 sides had already started fighting. Fortunately, only the sea beasts raised by the fishmen were being killed, and there were no serious losses on either side. This could be considered a stroke of luck, allowing Yimi to breathe a sigh of relief. Yimi, Yimi, are you okay? Yimi. The fishmen saw their companion, whom they came to rescue. And upon finding that Yimi was in good condition and unharmed, their worried hearts finally relaxed a bit. Everyone, I'm fine. You don't have to worry. Yimi hurriedly walked between the two groups, extending her arms as if to stop everyone. She loudly said to her companions, "Everyone listen to me. It was the Navy that saved me. They didn't harm me. It was these pirates who captured me." Yimi pointed at the members of the pirate crew, tied up and gathered in one place on the deck. The fishmen, half of their bodies submerged in water with their upper bodies exposed. Look in the direction Yimi was pointing. Upon seeing the pirates, they all glared angrily. Not only at the pirates who captured Yimi, but the fishmen had no good impression of pirates at all. Too many of their kin had been taken away by pirates. Most of the slave ships were also pirate ships or closely connected to pirates. Some crazed pirates even dared to go directly to the fishermen's stronghold to capture them for sale. Their actions were utterly insane. Seeing these pirates, the fishermen were reminded of the tragedies their kin suffered because of them. They couldn't help but wish to flay these pirates alive, to drain their blood. Kill them. We must kill them. Indeed, these pirates must not be allowed to escape. They had to pay with their lives. They needed to know that we fishmen are not to be trifled with. Our anger must be quenched with their lives. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. The fishmen were filled with righteous indignation, eager to rush onto the pirate ship and torture these pirates. Fortunately, they still retained some rationality, aware that the Navy, including Peach Rabbit and Philly, was present. They dared not let their emotions get the better of them and board the ship. Yimi, come here quickly. Yes, hurry back. Come to the sea. The ocean was the fishmen's territory. Yimi was currently on the ship. As a female mermaid, she was not skilled in combat and lacked strength. Even though Yimi said that Philly and Peach Rabbit had saved her, the fishmen naturally harbored a rejection towards humans and had not received much fair treatment from the Navy. This made them distrustful of Philly and Peach Rabbit. Even Yimi's personal account could not dispel the wariness born from long-standing hostility and injustice. Lord Peach Rabbit. Yimi looked at Peach Rabbit, seemingly wanting to ask for her opinion. After all, she had indeed been saved by Peach Rabbit. Facing her kin's distrust, Yimi felt somewhat embarrassed and guilty towards Peach Rabbit. You should go. Peach Rabbit did not take out her frustration on Yimi because of the fishman's attitude. She simply did what she was supposed to do. How others thought was irrelevant to her. She was just following her heart. They really looked strange. Philly observed the fishmen, whose upper bodies were emerging from the water, and found them increasingly interesting. The female mermaids were all stunningly beautiful, with not a single one looking ugly. On the contrary, the male fishmen appeared significantly less attractive. It seemed that all the good looks in the fishmen and mermaids were monopolized by the females, leaving nothing for the males. Just then, another figure emerged from the water. His appearance provided a source of reassurance for the surrounding fishmen. Even Philly, who was hovering in the sky, was taken aback upon seeing this fisherman. With red skin and thick lips like sausages, he had curly long hair wrapped in a headscarf, wearing a beach shirt that clung to his body due to being soaked in seawater. Although he was tall, he was not particularly strong among the fishmen and even appeared slightly slender. However, he exuded a convincing power from within, along with an impressive warmth and charisma. The surrounding fishmen instinctively gathered around this newly emerged figure, clustering by his side. Fisher Tiger. Fragments of memory related to the One Piece manga surfaced in my mind. This fisherman's image was one of the few celebrities that Philly could remember. His name had been recorded in history and circulated as an important event on short video platforms. He was a fisherman of great determination. Brother Tiger, Brother Tiger, Brother Tiger. The fishermen surrounded Fisher Tiger. It was evident that their enthusiasm and trust were genuine, absolutely not fake. Lord Tiger. Even Yimi, who was still standing on the deck of the pirate ship, displayed excitement on her face upon seeing Fisher Tiger. It seemed that the attribute of beauty was not so applicable to Fisher Tiger. For the fishmen, he was a hero, naturally uniting their strength. "You're a Fisher Tiger." Peach Rabbit clearly had some understanding of the fishmen and had heard of Tiger's reputation before. This was just her first time meeting him. Fisher Tiger nodded, cupping his fist in salute to Peach Rabbit, his gaze then seriously sweeping over Philly, and he said earnestly, "Thank you for saving Yimi." Hearing Fisher Tiger say this, the other fishmen, although still not showing any good expressions towards Philly and the others, did not voice any objections but instead held it in and accepted it. This was the influence of a leader within the tribe. Fisher Tiger had that ability. "It's nothing, just my duty," Peach Rabbit replied with a smile, then said, "Yimi, you should return to your kin. Yimi bowed deeply to Peach Rabbit and Philly, saying, "Thank you." This gratitude came from the heart. Without Philly and Peach Rabbit taking action against this pirate ship, Yimi would likely have faced a dark life with no hope. Her future would have been mired in despair. After saying this, Yimi smiled brightly and quickly ran towards the sea, her radiant smile making her appear exceptionally beautiful at that moment. Bang! However, a sudden loud gunshot rang out, shattering the beautiful atmosphere. No. Chapter 41. CP Organization. Everything happened too suddenly and unexpectedly. The gunfire brought about a change. When the sound reached their ears, a bullet also struck one of the merman's forehead. There was no overly extravagant splatter of blood. Just a blood hole appeared above his head. The opponent's eyes were vacant, and his body lay stiffly on the surface of the sea. Kulong. The most devastated emotionally was Yimi. Kulong was his friend. He was the one who first attacked the pirate ship, but at that time, the situation was unclear, and he was heavily injured by Feli, forcing him to retreat quickly to seek help from more companions. And now, his life was taken away right in front of everyone. The mermen were in turmoil. The Navy situation was not much better. Tao Tu frowned, her gaze directed somewhere. This matter had originally calmed down and was about to end, allowing Yimi to return to his own tribe, while the Navy had also captured these pirates, making a decent profit, which could be considered a win-win. But with this turn of events, the situation became complicated. Impressive. Feli's eyes flickered as his gaze swept towards a certain direction. The bullet had come from that direction. Come out, holding thunder like a demon god. The strike was swift and decisive. Under Feli's control, lightning fell straight toward a certain point. You actually found me. A slightly surprised voice rang out. On the originally empty pirate ship, a figure revealed itself. The man was dressed in a white suit, wearing an animal mask of a monkey. He held a handgun in his hand. The handkerchief that had been wrapped around the gun's muzzle was thrown to the ground, emitting a faint smell of gunpowder. This guy was the culprit who killed the merman Kulong. C0. Looking at the man's outfit, Tao Tu, who had been relatively calm, now had a noticeably ugly expression. Feli was also somewhat surprised. He didn't expect to encounter a member of the Sea Organization on his first outing with Tao Tuesday. Feli didn't know much about the Sea Organization. He only knew that they were directly responsible to the celestial dragons and were like pets raised by them. They would attack whoever they were commanded to, ruthless and obedient, with no one more loyal to the celestial dragons than they were. Absolute lackeys. You know it well. The C0 member, seeing that Tao Tu had seen through his identity, showed no signs of panic. Instead, he became even more self-satisfied. Being a member of C0 was something he had always been proud of. It didn't matter if he was a dog of the celestial dragons. A dog with great power was a person of nobility that ordinary people could hardly look up to. Usually, they would only bow and scrape before the celestial dragons and a few high-ranking officials. Elsewhere, they were high and mighty. What about the Navy? Could it be that a C0 member would be afraid of the mere Navy? Ridiculous. They dared to kill in front of the Navy and then command the Navy to clean up the mess. They were that arrogant, that domineering, that invincible. Tankawa Zhengquan. 150 times the impact punch. Boom! A powerful pressure of water column attack descended from the sky. Fisher Taiji's eyes burned with hatred, as if he wanted to tear apart the C0 member who had killed his companion. The water column attack was fierce and long-lasting, and similar attacks came from all directions surrounding him. The C0 member's expression immediately turned ugly. Armed color hockey. The pitch-black armed color covered him. In this way, he enhanced his defense to deal with the unavoidable attack. Finger gun. Continuous. One of the 6 styles of the Navy was unleashed. His fingers moved swiftly like lightning, creating afterimages, forming a shield in front of him. He blocked all the water column attacks. But even so, his suit was soaked, and many parts of it were damaged. The first clash ended quickly, and the result was barely a draw. Tankawa Zhengquan. Manatee Fury Strike. The sound of breaking water echoed. A figure flew from the sky, drenched in red. His fists seemed to be burning with flames. Fisher Taij abandoned the advantage of the sea environment and charged directly at the C0 member for close combat. You lowly merman, you're really asking for death. The C0 member's eyes burned with anger upon seeing this. He was a dignified attendant of the celestial dragons. Yet a lowly merman, despised by the entire human world, dared to strike at him. This was an enormous humiliation. He had to make Taij express his apology with disappointment. Gale kick. Alternating leg strikes. The fierce wind tore through the air, meeting the fire circle. Bang! Crash. The collision caused a massive energy wave, whipping up a storm. It even triggered a huge explosion on the surrounding sea, sending splashes of water flying. Bastard! The seawater splashed onto the C0 member, causing his expression to change dramatically. As a devil fruit user, seawater had a severely restraining effect on him. His body suddenly felt somewhat weak, but fortunately, it hadn't affected his combat ability yet. Just this alone made him feel anxious. You're the bastard. You actually killed Kulon. Give me your life. Fisher Tige didn't care about anything else. He had to kill the C0 member in front of him to avenge his companion. Bang! 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 Every punch was like the wind, fierce and powerful. The force was substantial, and the offensive grew increasingly ferocious. Mermen naturally possessed powerful physical qualities, their strength being dozens of times that of ordinary humans. This was their talent, an advantage of a special race in the ocean. Of course, this advantage didn't hold against the freaks among humans. But overall, the physical talents of the mermen were indeed stronger. The C0 member, facing the increasingly fierce attacks from the enraged merman Tige, also showed signs of unease. Seeing that the surrounding navy did not move, and that Tao Tu, a major, stood there unmoving, he finally couldn't help but shout, "Navy, what are you waiting for? Kill all these mermen. No! Wait, capture that female merman alive." Upon hearing this, Feily's mind raced, and he immediately understood something. The C0 member specifically named Yimi to be kept alive, while showing indifference towards the other mermen, which indicated a problem. Tao Tu also frowned. Not only was she dissatisfied with the C0 member's command, but she was also disgusted by his condescending attitude. The Navy indeed had to obey the orders of the world government and must accept directives from the Sea Organization. However, the order that the C0 issued now was something Tao Tu strongly resisted. Panic flickered in Yimi's eyes. She had originally been standing beside Tao Tuesday. But upon hearing the C0 member's words and seeing that Tao Tu did not immediately refuse, she fell into a slightly conflicted and hesitant state. Instantly, she pulled away from Tao Tuesday. Among the Navy soldiers, many had already directly ignored Tao Tu's orders, raising their guns and drawing their swords, aiming at the surrounding mermen. After that, they looked back at Tao Tu, as if at this moment, confirming her final command would mean they would immediately follow the C0 member's request. Damn Navy! As expected, humans are not to be trusted. Brother Tige, be careful. Brothers, don't let these Navy succeed. The C0 member's words instantly made the atmosphere in the scene feel as if it was set ablaze. The atmosphere between the Navy and the fishmen suddenly became extremely tense. What are you doing? Put down the guns. Tao Tu's face darkened as she glanced at the soldiers under her command. It was really unsettling for her that they had acted on just one word from a C0 member without her orders as their commanding officer. Major General, what do you intend to do? Didn't you hear my orders? A C0 member, who was currently engaged in battle with Tiger, roared angrily at the sight. After taking a punch from Tiger and being knocked back, he crashed into the ship's cabin before stopping. A few drops of blood fell from beneath his mask. Tiger pointed at the C0 member and coldly said, "You, just go down with Curon," covering the spot where he was attacked. He took out a telephone bug from his pocket. The C0 member's mask turned to Tao Tu. "Major General, you wouldn't want me to report what's happening here, would you? Have your soldiers immediately eliminate all fishmen except for that female mermaid. This is an order." Chapter 42. The torment of Tao Tu. This statement was almost shouted from the depths of his throat. Due to his emotional agitation and injuries, his voice became sharp and piercing. The surrounding naval soldiers, who had originally lowered their weapons upon hearing Tao Tu's words, raised them again and aimed at the surrounding fishmen after the words of the C0 member. What should we do now? The fishmen in the sea also looked grim. They could see that Tao Tu and this C0 member had differing opinions. They were unwilling to follow the C0 member's orders. However, it seemed that Tao Tu had less authority than the C0 member, and even if they were reluctant, they could only act according to the other's demands. This made the fishmen appear somewhat hesitant, unsure whether they should immediately engage the Navy in battle. They turned their gaze to Tiger. "You talk too much." Tiger also saw the problem. He was quite decisive. Not wanting to give the C0 member another chance to speak, he charged towards the other party. His fist smashed down hard towards the C0 member's head, aiming to take his life. Without any hesitation, he chose to dodge instead of taking the hit. The C0 member, agile, successfully evaded Tiger's attack. Then, to everyone's astonishment, his body suddenly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already above the mast, holding a den mushi. With a voice clearly filled with suppressed anger, he questioned Tao Tu. "Rear Admiral, Are you planning to betray the world government? He then looked at the surrounding navy and loudly declared, I command you in the name of the world government to act immediately and eliminate all these fishmen. This time, some soldiers in the navy actually responded loudly to the C-0 members' orders. Philly looked over and saw that when those naval soldiers looked at the fishmen in the sea, their eyes revealed a strong disdain. Discrimination. Philly understood that look. After all, he had been stranded on Sky Island, at his lowest and weakest point in life. When facing the Sky Island birdmen he initially encountered, their gazes were similar to how these naval soldiers looked at the fishmen. Philly stroked his chin. It's truly absurd. He actually empathized with the fishmen. Tao Tu was quite unhappy to see her subordinates causing such a scene, bypassing her direct superior and obeying the C-0 member's orders. Even though she understood that the C-0 member had the authority to issue orders beyond his rank. The rules in such an out-at-sea situation left a lot of room for choice on whether to follow them or not. However, these soldiers chose to directly override Tao Tu, which spoke volumes about the situation. Tao Tu tightened her grip on her sword, Kinpyra, and the veins on her hand bulged. Although she did not show much on her face, it was clear that her emotions were fluctuating greatly. Her anger was not necessarily less than that of the fishmen and the C-0 member. Tao Tu did not like being ordered around like this. Rear Admiral, I command you to eliminate these fishmen immediately. Seeing that Tao Tu seemed hesitant and had not executed the order, the C-0 member's patience was wearing thin. He raised the din mushy in his hand and looked at Tao Tu. I command you to act immediately, or I will report the situation here. Be prepared to face judgment when you return. Tao Tu's breathing grew heavier, her emotions clearly unstable. As a Navy officer and a member of the system, even the strongest would be influenced by the system. Moreover, Tao Tu was not yet a candidate for Admiral, and her strength had not reached a level that could influence the Navy's decisions, even if she had a good relationship with Vice Admiral Crane. If the C-0 member reported the situation here, it would definitely lead to severe consequences for her. Worse still, the Navy soldiers accompanying her would suffer even greater repercussions. Tao Tu might not care about herself, but she had to be responsible for the Navy soldiers under her command. Tao Tu glanced at the fishmen again. Meeting their angry eyes, she felt some guilt in her heart. However, sometimes one has to make decisions that go against their inner feelings. The Navy had chosen to betray justice countless times due to superior orders, a twisted mechanism that had almost formed a tacit rule deeply imprinted in the hearts of every Navy officer with a sense of justice and conscience. They held on to the hope that one day they could change this powerlessness of the Navy and viewed their current actions as a form of enduring humiliation. Tao Tu sighed deeply, took a deep breath, and finally, with no other choice, accepted the C-0 member's order to have the soldiers encircle the fishmen. No, Lord Gun, please don't do this. Although Yimi was timid, at a moment of life and death for her people, she did not lack the courage to stand up. She stood in front of Tao Tu, arms outstretched, tears welling in her eyes. I will stay here and let you deal with me. Let my people go. Yimi was not a fool. From the C-0 member's words earlier, she knew that the other party had come here specifically to capture her, and she was the root of the current situation. As long as she was abandoned, everything could be resolved easily. Yimi, what are you doing? Come back. Don't be naive. Yimi, we won't let these weak humans capture us. This is the sea. We are the children of the ocean. Yimi, hurry and jump into the sea. We'll be safe. The fishmen's expressions changed drastically, one after another warning her. They would not allow Yimi to do something foolish. They were fishmen, and this was the sea. They were currently in the ocean and could summon sea beasts to fight. In this situation, it was uncertain who would capture whom, despite the C-0 members' boastful words about being able to kill them at any time. Tao Tu wanted to say something, but looking at the young girl who was enduring her fear and was willing to sacrifice herself, all words caught in her throat, unable to be spoken. Her inner blood had not yet cooled. The dedication to justice was far stronger than that of veterans like Carp and Crane, who had faced numerous difficult choices. Tao Tu struggled once again. Rear Admiral, my patience is limited. Gulu Gulu. Hey, Shanjo, what's going on? The voice of the din mushy sounded at this moment. A low voice came from the other side. Although it was not loud, it fell clearly into everyone's ears. Boss, some Navy officers don't understand their position. What should we do at this time? Hearing Shanjo's words, the person on the other end couldn't help but laugh. Then the voice came through the din mushy. Navy, you should know that you need to act according to Shanjo's words. We represent the world nobles. And the most important meaning of your existence as the Navy is to protect the world nobles. This most basic matter perhaps doesn't need to be repeated countless times. Chapter 43. The transparent fruit. User. The man on the other end of the phone bug spoke calmly, weaving his words without threats. However, the implications were very clear. He wanted Peach Rabbit to obey the arrangements of C0 the mountain monkey. As for Peach Rabbit's position, he didn't even bother to ask. He was well aware of his subordinates. If she were truly a high-ranking naval officer, he wouldn't have received this call. C0 the mountain monkey merely needed to use him to apply some pressure on those unruly Navy personnel who thought they could overturn the world with a little status and power. He had done this many times before and was accustomed to it. Moreover, this C0 officer was quite dissatisfied with the Navy. These guys, always talking about justice, often caused unpleasantness when executing missions with them. It seemed that the Navy was about to forget that they were first and foremost responsible to the celestial dragons, and only secondly, to uphold their own sense of justice. However, when the celestial dragons had demands, that was where justice lay. It seemed the Navy had forgotten who was paying their salaries. The situation had escalated to a higher level. Peach Rabbit felt a sudden pressure. Though she was spirited, she was already trapped within the framework of the Navy. Even if she wanted to break free, she felt powerless. Many Navy personnel had experienced this same sense of helplessness as Peach Rabbit did now, and their final decisions were usually the same: compromise. With that unwillingness and entanglement, they could only grit their teeth and follow orders. Just as Peach Rabbit was about to speak, reluctant to issue orders under the earnest gaze of Yimi, the sound of bubbling from the phone bug suddenly became intermittent. Soon after, the connection was inexplicably severed, and the phone bug fell into chaos. What was going on? The mountain monkey looked at the phone bug in his hand, which had gone on strike and cut off communication, utterly confused. He had never encountered such a situation before. Peach Rabbit was preparing to muster her resolve to give the order. She inexplicably felt that she must look very disheveled at this moment. As a senior, she was completely unable to set a good example to lead her juniors. The teacher had asked her to mentor the juniors. He would probably be disappointed in the Navy now. With that thought, just before issuing the final command, Peach Rabbit instinctively glanced at the position beside her where Philly stood. Then, Peach Rabbit froze in place, because she did not see the junior Philly, who should have been standing there. How dare you? The astonishment from C0 the mountain monkey erupted in an angry voice from above, immediately drawing Peach Rabbit's gaze and focusing everyone's attention there. Both the Navy and the fishmen were in a state of extreme shock and confusion. The position where C0 the mountain monkey had originally stood was now taken by Philly. The mountain monkey himself had crashed heavily onto the deck, causing it to collapse. And the phone bug that had originally been in the mountain monkey's hand, used to threaten Peach Rabbit and force her to execute orders, had now fallen into Philly's hands. You bastard, do you even know what you're doing? C0 the mountain monkey turned angrily, his face twisted in extreme rage beneath his mask. His furious eyes locked onto Philly, utterly bewildered at how this Navy soldier could possess such strength. He hadn't even realized he had been ambushed by Philly. Although he sensed something at the last moment and attempted to defend himself, Philly's power was too great, and he took the hit hard. His arms, which had been used to block, were still numb. Yet at this moment, his mood was even heavier, and his gaze fell on the phone bug in Philly's hands. An involuntary sense of foreboding rising within him. Perhaps if he thought of something bad, it would come true. Suddenly, blue-purple lightning erupted from Philly's hand. Bang! The phone bug exploded in Philly's grip. You! C0 the mountain monkey felt as if his head was about to explode. He had thought of all kinds of situations. Forcing the Navy to cooperate was not the first or second time for them at C0. But this time, he encountered a person whose mind was not quite normal. Is this okay? The Navy actually dares to stir trouble with C0. What do they want? Not to mention C0 the mountain monkey, even Peach Rabbit, the Navy soldiers present, and the fishmen still in the water were all in a state of bewilderment. The current situation had left their not-so-large brains struggling to comprehend. Isn't C0 and the Navy on the same side, working together against the fishmen? So what is going on now? ZZ. Philly had no intention of talking. After disabling the phone bug in C0 the mountain monkey's hand, he was enveloped in blue-purple lightning and charged swiftly towards C0 the mountain monkey. Armament hockey activated. Clenching his fist, he gathered power in his right hand as he flew forward. The immense force and resolute attitude made C0 the mountain monkey's expression change drastically. Navy, are you betraying the world government? C0 the mountain monkey could not dare to take the hit. Seeing the spot he had previously dodged turn to ruins. He grew even angrier and couldn't help but question. Thunder Beast. Unfortunately, what awaited him was only Philly's silent but increasingly fierce attack. With a roar of a fierce tiger, a destructive force leaped towards him. Bang! Although he managed to evade, the shockwave from the explosion still injured him. Pointed strike. Death. The Navy 6 techniques were activated. The combination of shave and moonwalk was faster than pure elemental movement and could launch a second attack without needing to materialize. With powerful finger strength and lethal intent, he aimed straight for C0, the mountain monkey's heart. His pupils constricted sharply. The threat of death loomed, forcing C0, the mountain monkey, to abandon any further verbal sparring. Armament hockey hardening. Bang! Under the immense force, he hardened his defenses. 100,000 volts. ZZ. The physical technique was blocked. The power of the devil fruit surged next. In close proximity, the lightning energy erupted explosively. The powerful current surged through his entire body. C0, the mountain monkey's armament strength, was insufficient to completely withstand this attack. The numbness was followed by pain. Once the paralysis effect wore off, a strong stabbing and burning agony caused C0, the mountain monkey, to let out a series of hair-raising screams. The fishmen in the water involuntarily shivered. Bang! C0, the mountain monkey's body was blasted away by the explosion of lightning, crashing against the cabin and causing a cloud of dust to obscure the view. Super electromagnetic cannon. A column of lightning followed closely behind. Boom! A powerful energy was infused for an extended period, all concentrated at a single point, penetrating the entire cabin. As the dust settled, the vast ocean was visible on the other side. Is he dead? Yimi instinctively spoke out. Her words fell on everyone's ears, and they felt that the development of events was indeed somewhat unexpected. No. Philly suddenly retreated quickly. Not all. As soon as he finished speaking, the spot where he was originally standing suddenly collapsed, and C0's bloodied and mangled face was filled with hatred and murderous intent as he stared intently at the retreating Philly. Then, right in front of everyone, he disappeared once again. Philly, on the other hand, felt a tremendous force strike his right shoulder, causing him to lose his balance and crash into the side of the cabin. However, it didn't seem to affect him much. He stood up without a change in expression and grinned, saying, "A devil fruit user. Strange. This fruit shouldn't belong to that lecherous leopard, should it? A paramecia, the transparent fruit. Or perhaps it's another devil fruit with some similar abilities? Not clear on the specifics, Faley couldn't be sure. Dead people don't need to know. He couldn't see C0's figure, but he could hear his venomous voice as if it was coming from all directions. C0, stop it. Suddenly, Peach Rabbit, who had been silent and troubled, stepped forward and shouted loudly to stop the other party's actions. Shut up. I will definitely report today's incident. Peach Rabbit's actions completely ignited C0's fury. He had tried so hard to make Peach Rabbit obey, but instead, he had been beaten so badly, almost killed by Faley, while Faley barely got hurt from just one counterattack. And then Peach Rabbit dared to jump out and cause trouble. This was truly double standards. This was a breath he simply couldn't swallow. For so long, C0 had never felt so humiliated. They all must die. Yimi, hurry down. Tej had already rushed to Yimi's side, speaking urgently. Yes, Lord Tej. Although Yimi was surprised at the moment, she understood the gravity of the situation upon hearing Tej's words. Without any hesitation, she quickly ran towards the edge of the deck. Stop. A naval soldier tried to block her. Yimi was forced to stop. Bang. The sword sheath of Jinbira fell, knocking him to the ground. Peach Rabbit, with his back to the stunned Yimi, urged, hurry up and go. The surrounding navy, seeing this, did not try to stop her again and stood still. Thank you. Yimi bit her lip and bowed to Peach Rabbit. Then she swiftly leaped over the navy and jumped into the sea. Who allowed you to leave? C0's bloodied face suddenly appeared in front of Yimi, his eyes filled with malice. He raised his leg, covered in armed color hockey, and without hesitation, kicked towards Yimi. Bang! A long, beautiful white leg collided with C0's kick, producing a shockwave that sent Yimi flying back. Chapter 44, did I get it wrong? You. C0 Mountain Monkey never expected that not only Philip, but even Peach Rabbit dared to take action against him. His anger grew even larger, and the ferocity in his eyes seemed ready to spill over. Let's go. Yimi had just been affected by the battle between Peach Rabbit and C0 Mountain Monkey. The imagined fall to the ground did not happen. Fisher Tej reached out and grabbed Yimi, lifting her by the back of her collar and then forcefully throwing her towards the sea. The sudden change caught Yimi off guard, and in her panic, she let out a scream. Take Yimi and retreat immediately. Fisher Tej had not forgotten the purpose of their trip. The key was to rescue Yimi from the humans. Kulun had already paid with his life for this. and if they could not save Yimi, it would be a betrayal of his sacrifice. He could not let his life be lost in vain. Brother Tej. The other fishmen acted quickly, hurriedly catching Yimi. However, they did not leave, but turned their gazes towards Tej. Obviously, they wanted to leave with Tej. If they were to go together, they naturally had to leave together. Go first, Tej said loudly, stopping everyone's hesitation. You know my strength. Having you here will distract me. Kulun cannot die in vain. You must take Yimi back to Fishman Island immediately. Kulun's revenge cannot be left unavenged. Leave now. The surrounding fishmen were agitated upon hearing this, but seeing Tej's extremely serious gaze, they ultimately chose to trust him. Tej is their big brother. Even without a blood relation, he was more convincing than a biological brother. They had to listen to Tej's words. Go. Take Yimi back. Don't make it difficult for Brother Tej. Brother Tej will wait for you on Fishman Island. You must come back safely, Brother Tej. The fishmen acted quickly, diving their heads into the water and immediately submerging. Yimi felt much more at ease in the sea than on land. Through the surface of the water, the world on land became increasingly blurry in her eyes. There was Fisher Tej, whom she sincerely appreciated, and there was Peach Rabbit's tall and bright figure. And also, that young Navy man who radiated with the power of lightning. Tall, strong, and handsome. What is his name? I still don't know. Yimi knew that if it weren't for Philip destroying the snail, continuing to develop under that situation, Peach Rabbit would most likely choose to compromise, and the fishmen would definitely not abandon her as a companion. There would definitely be a fight between the fishmen and the Navy over her. That outcome was something she absolutely did not want to see. It was Philip who helped her. Yimi would definitely remember this kindness. If there was a chance, she would repay Philip well. You really deserve to die. Caesar Mountain Monkey looked at the already escaped Yimi, staring at the calm sea surface. Anger ignited within him, his gaze fiercely sweeping over Tej. Then looking at Peach Rabbit, who had already stood aside and did not want to continue fighting. I will make you understand the serious mistake you made. This matter is definitely not over. After returning, C0 Mountain Monkey would definitely report what happened here. He wouldn't swallow such a huge loss. Absolutely not. Thunder Dragon. However, just as C0 Mountain Monkey's words finished, a sharp attack seemed to have been prepared for a long time and fell from the sky. Philip, stop. Peach Rabbit immediately shouted to stop him. She stood up, ready to intercept Philip. The situation with C0 had reached this point, which was not what she wanted to see. There was still room for negotiation. If it continued to escalate, she didn't know how to wrap things up. Therefore, Peach Rabbit was determined to stop Philip. She decided to bear the subsequent troubles alone. However, upon hearing Peach Rabbit's words, Philip did not hold back. The offensive continued. In a moment of disbelief, Peach Rabbit noticed that after Philip heard her shout, his movements not only did not slow down, but seemed to become even more fierce and ruthless. Peach Rabbit felt a chill run down her spine. She hurriedly sped up her actions as well. Using Shave and Moonwalk together, she rushed to intercept Philip. Tang Xiaohua's true fist. 50 times attack. Boom! Peach Rabbit glared coldly, showing her displeasure. She looked at Tej, who was blocking her way, and questioned, Fishman, what do you mean by this? Tej glanced at the battlefield beside him, his tone calm. If you want to pass, first get past me. Peach Rabbit. The surrounding Navy soldiers? Confused. Everyone present, except for Philip and C0 Mountain Monkey, who were fighting, when they heard Tej's words, couldn't help but feel a bit slow-witted. Apparently, Philip was a Navy man, part of the same faction as them. Tej, you are a fishman. Now, blocking Major Peach Rabbit. Looking like you're moving together with Philip, doesn't it seem a bit inappropriate? Thunderbreak. A spear of lightning condensed in his hand. Blue and purple lightning compressed and formed a terrifying white light, thrown out with incredible speed. Even if one wanted to dodge, the speed was unmatched. The injured C0 Mountain Monkey could only take this attack head-on. However, the lethality of Philip's move far exceeded C0 Mountain Monkey's expectations. The attack combined armor-piercing, paralysis, burning, and explosive damage. When it landed on him, even with the defense enhanced by armament hockey, it was simply too much to withstand. His chest exploded open. The powerful shockwave sent C0 Mountain Monkey flying away. Shave Moonwalk. Philip's figure shifted instantly, reappearing behind the flying mountain monkey. Lightning surged in his hand, clenching his fist. White lightning gathered on his fist, distorting the air due to the powerful energy fluctuations. Thunderstorm. This punch slammed hard in a mountain monkey's back. It was not a direct lightning paralysis. All the paralyzing power, burning sensation, and explosive attributes concentrated in one place. At the moment of contact with Philip, A violent explosion occurred. Boom! C0 Mountain Monkey's body flew out again. Faster, quicker, further. Philip shot up into the sky, chasing after C0 Mountain Monkey. Philip, stop! Peach Rabbit was terrified upon seeing this. She initially thought Philip merely disliked C0's style of doing things and was preparing to teach the other party a lesson. After all, C0 members were all experts. Philip might not be able to win, but with the ability of the nature-type Thunder Fruit, self-protection would definitely not be a problem. Just by watching how Kizaru fought on a daily basis, no matter how fierce it was, he could avoid injury. One could tell how absurdly advantageous the speed of the thunder and light-related nature-type devil fruits was. But who would have thought? Her thoughts were wrong. And quite absurdly so. She had somewhat overestimated C0 Mountain Monkey's strength and underestimated the junior's power. I said you can't get past. Fisher Tage reappeared in front of Peach Rabbit at the right moment, his expression serious and his words solemn. Get lost. This time, Tauta didn't want to waste any more time on Tiger. She drew her Kinpyra from her waist and unleashed a powerful slash of energy. Tankawawa's righteous fist, a 1,000-fold attack. Tiger's fists were covered in armament hockey. Instead of dodging Tautu's strike, he faced it head-on. Boom! Chapter 45, No Evidence. You're talking nonsense. The powerful aftershock from the battle caused both of them to stagger back a few steps. However, at the moment of retreat, Tage forcefully pressed his feet against the ground, maximizing friction to stop his body. Once he halted, he exerted force in his legs again, propelling his body forward to continue attacking Peach Rabbit. He intended to disrupt Peach Rabbit's rhythm with a fierce offensive, preventing her from intervening in the other battlefield while fighting. The swordsman could deliver long-range slashes, and with a slight mistake, Peach Rabbit could create an opening that would affect Feli in the C0 Mountain Demon S battle. Although Tage didn't understand why Feli was intent on killing the C0 Mountain Demon, he disliked the latter but found Feli very appealing. Since Feli was taking action, he would also seek vengeance for his kin, the Kulin brothers, even if he couldn't personally take down the C0 Mountain Demon. Stopping Peach Rabbit to give Feli the chance to kill the opponent would be his contribution in the process of eliminating the C0 Mountain Demon. Peach Rabbit, however, said nothing. She understood Tage's purpose was merely to delay her. From an initial anger to a sense of resignation now, Peach Rabbit didn't seem to have the strong intention to stop Feli. It wasn't that she didn't want to, it was just that it didn't hold much meaning anymore. In fact, Peach Rabbit felt that rather than leaving with a heavily injured C0 Mountain Demon, it would be better to die here and end it all, avoiding the subsequent troubles it would bring. Thunderstorm, thunderstorm, thunderstorm. Feli's heavy punches landed repeatedly on the C0 Mountain Demon, sending him flying amidst the violent explosions. Feli would then leverage the speed advantage of the Thunder Fruit to teleport to the inevitable path of the C0 Mountain Demon S flight, striking him again with powerful close-range attacks for secondary damage. Then came the third, fourth, and with each close-range explosion, the C0 Mountain Demon S body was left shattered and broken by Feli. He could no longer maintain the hardened protection of his armament hockey to reduce damage. Blood holes appeared on his stomach, with blood continuously flowing, exposing his intestines. Crimson blood streamed from beneath his mask, under Feli's high-intensity, high-frequency, concentrated killing attacks. The C0 Mountain Demon S body had reached its limit. If this continued, he would really die. Wait, in the air. He could no longer feel any physiological feedback from his body. In the final moments, death seemed imminent. The previous arrogance and dominance now appeared so ridiculous and pitiful. The desire to live and the fear of death overcame the pride and dignity of being a celestial dragon's dog. No, let this end here. The C0 Mountain Demon now understood the need to submit. He just wanted to survive. As for whether there would be retaliation later, that was a matter for another time. First, he needed to stay alive. Plasma cutting. Feli smiled, grinning broadly to reveal his pearly white teeth. Lightning surged in his hand, condensing, compressing, and compressing again. The white light formed a blinding blade shape, seemingly capable of destroying all hard and indestructible things in the world. With just a swing of his arm, a sharp pain and chill ran through his neck. But it wasn't too intense, at least. Death didn't seem as painful as he imagined. Is that my body? The Mountain Demon S head flew through the air. Even in death, Feli couldn't see his true face. Under the mask, he saw his body flailing in the air. Blood gushed forth like a fountain from the cleanly cut wound. As his gaze swept over Feli for the last time, his nearly closed eyes suddenly widened. This head, now disconnected from the body, opened its mouth, seemingly wanting to shout out 1,000 words of resentment. But aside from spewing some blood to stain the inside of the mask red, it could do nothing else. Thud. Thud. The head and body fell into the sea from two different places and at different times. Two areas of water, tinged with faint red, converged together. This should be safe enough. Faley looked at his masterpiece, quite satisfied. It is well known that, whether in dramas or anime, characters are often difficult to kill. They may seem on the verge of death, but with a turn, they could spring back to life. To prevent any unnecessary troubles in the future and eliminate potential threats, Faley chose the most reliable way to kill. If the head relocates and separates from the body, then even if they are characters from a novel, most would likely be out of the scene, at least for the C0 mountain demon, who is not the protagonist. This method of death would make it impossible for him to come back, no matter how many excuses one could think of. The body rematerialized on the deck of the pirate ship. Faley stretched and smiled. He was satisfied with the outcome this time. At least he didn't let this C0 member escape. As long as the news didn't leak out, he could continue to stay in the Navy. But if it really came to a last resort, he would have to leave the Navy and continue wandering. The sea is vast and always has a place for him. Senior sister, stop. The bad guy's already been dealt with. Faley smiled, completely unaware that he had just slaughtered the celestial dragon's guard. He showed no sense of crisis at all. Peach Rabbit. Watching Faley, who was smiling brightly and looking as handsome as the warm sun, left Peach Rabbit with many words stuck in her throat. She really couldn't understand why someone with Faley's combat power needed to go out for assessments. He could just graduate directly. This was hardly an assessment. After encountering pirates for the first time, so many things had happened. Peach Rabbit was even considering returning directly and handing Faley, who was so reckless in doing things, back to Zifa. She couldn't handle this matter. Seeing Faley return and looking at the bloodstained sea, Fisher Tage also didn't continue to tangle with Peach Rabbit. His purpose was to delay her to give Faley time to deal with the C0 mountain demon. However, Tage was somewhat surprised by Faley's efficiency. In just a breath, the C0 mountain demon was already separated from his head and body. The outcome for the opponent was also a form of revenge for Kulun. More, Tage said to Faley sincerely. Whether Faley accepted it or not, whether he looked down on his fisherman identity and discriminated against him, Tage had to express his heartfelt gratitude to Faley. There was no pretense. More than that is unnecessary. Let's hurry and leave. Faley stood next to Peach Rabbit, putting his arm around her shoulder, and with a righteous air said to Tage, "If you dare to lay a hand on my senior sister, I might not be able to hold back from killing you. Let go of me." Peach Rabbit's face flushed red as she swatted Faley's hand away, glaring at him with a hint of annoyance. He really didn't know the limits. They were indeed senior and junior, but their relationship wasn't close enough for such familiarity. Faley shrugged, smiling nonchalantly. Okay. Although Tiger was grateful to Phil, the conflict between fishmen and humans had a long history. Moreover, the other party was the Navy, and he felt uncomfortable staying there any longer. After turning around, he plunged into the water and continued to dive, disappearing from sight in a moment. Do you know how much trouble you've caused? Once only the Navy was present, Peach Rabbit finally looked at Phil, her expression serious. Phil had killed a C0 member. He had killed a subordinate organization member. This was a serious crime. Phil casually asked, "Where's the evidence?" Peach Rabbit hinted, "Everyone isn't blind." ZZZZ. Suddenly, a lightning ball exploded among the pirates tied together and still alive. It was really too easy to kill these ordinary pirates. There was simply no difficulty at all. Peach Rabbit felt a severe headache upon seeing this. Is this enough? Phil smiled at Peach Rabbit, then turned to the surrounding Navy soldiers. Now, no one saw anything, right? There's no physical evidence, no certification. Who can prove that we encountered a member of C0? Get me. Bring out some evidence first. The Navy soldiers who saw Phil looked somewhat candid. Obviously, they did not oppose Phil killing the C0 member and took it very seriously. However, some of them avoided his gaze. Phil particularly remembered a few guys. Those with obscure expressions were the first soldiers to respond to the C0 member's orders and attempted to attack the fishmen, disregarding Peach Rabbit's command. Hey! Peach Rabbit grabbed Phil's wrist, staring into his eyes with a serious expression. Don't mess around. Phil turned his hand to grasp Peach Rabbit's hand, gently rubbing it. As Peach Rabbit's face turned slightly red in shock, he said, "Senior, do you think I'm some kind of murderer?" Peach Rabbit glared at Phil. "You'd better not be." She huffed and returned to the Navy ship. How did she not notice that Phil liked to touch? He had behaved very properly before. Was it all an act? So soft. Phil felt the sensation in his hand just now with a smile and followed behind Peach Rabbit back. Senior. Chapter 46, Are you sure it's a knife? What are you planning to do about this matter? It's an opportunity for us. What do you mean? But what if he finds out? Just make sure he doesn't find out, right? What if such matters can't be kept absolutely confidential? Stop being so wishy-washy. This kind of opportunity doesn't come by often for us. In a secret cabin somewhere on the warship, several Navy soldiers gathered together. They belonged to different squads and generally wouldn't gather without reason. But today, things were clearly different. They shared a common thought. The consequences of this thought would be very serious, but at the same time, it would bring them immense benefits. In the current situation where risks and rewards are both significant, one person lacking courage needs a group of like-minded individuals to provide the final determination through the influence of the team. That's right. They were the Navy soldiers who had previously had thoughts about C0 Mountain Ape's words, directly bypassing Peach Rabbit and wanting to carry out orders to attack the fishmen. What happened today was a huge shock for all the Navy soldiers present. Even Peach Rabbit, a rear admiral, was unusually surprised by Philip's actions, let alone these ordinary Navy soldiers. The world government has ruled the world for 800 years. In these 800 years, the celestial dragons, who have been deified as the masters of the world, naturally hold an unparalleled status in the hearts of the world's people. Even if they are evil and extremely cruel, no one questions their noble status. As the personal guards of the celestial dragons, responsible for handling matters, C0 is like a low-ranking official in front of the Prime Minister. Their status is established, and who would dare to act recklessly? This is also why these Navy soldiers disregarded Peach Rabbit's orders and chose to follow C0 Mountain Ape's commands. If Peach Rabbit hadn't intervened, they might have actually fought the fishmen. And now, in front of all the Navy soldiers, Philip unreservedly killed C0 Mountain Ape. Such an open act truly shocked all the Navy. Among them, those soldiers dissatisfied with the celestial dragons and C0's arrogant attitude toward the Navy felt very relieved by Philip's actions. As long as no one asks, they would definitely choose to keep silent. Even if someone does ask, as long as there are no special means, they will likely claim ignorance. But human hearts are hard to read. Even in the world of pirates, which is more pure and passionate, there are anomalies. There are always those who desire power, pleasure, and wealth, wanting to climb higher. If one's strength cannot support their ambition, then seizing fleeting opportunities is the only way to rise. Philip's appearance and his actions against C0 Mountain Ape provided them with a chance for a sudden rise to wealth. If they can seize it, they could soar to great heights. The rewards would surely fill their stomachs. Therefore, even if there are certain risks in the face of enormous benefits, even if it means putting themselves in danger, what does that matter? Let's do it. That's right. If we keep going like this, we might end up dead in a fight with pirates one day. Seizing this opportunity now gives us a chance to climb higher. That's right, this risk is worth it. I'm in. Me too. I'm all in. We must be discreet about this. Once we dock next time, we should disperse immediately. We need to report Philip and spread the news of C0's assassination. There's a significant risk involved. They must draft a plan in advance and ensure that no mistakes occur in the following time. Therefore, this is their first and last gathering before the plan's success. They need to consider all possible situations. There could be absolutely no mistakes. Very good. Very good. Your ideas are excellent. Just listening to them makes me feel like it's foolproof. It's rare to see someone using their brain to do things. But then again, those with strength don't need to climb up this way. Power comes to them naturally. After all, strength is power. It must be tough for you guys without strength, yet craving power to satisfy your ambitions this way. A voice, both abrupt and mocking, with a hint of genuine praise, echoed in their ears. The Navy soldiers at the gathering felt as if their minds had exploded. They were not familiar with this voice, because Philip usually only chatted and joked with Peach Rabbit, trying to make her laugh. The rest of the time, he basically just ate, slept, and trained. However, today, Philip spoke a lot during the battle. The Navy soldiers, especially those with ulterior motives, remembered Philip's voice particularly well. Now that they heard it, they immediately recognized who the owner of the voice was. The joy of planning and envisioning a bright future turned to ash in an instant. A deeper fear surged like an abyss, swallowing them whole. A strong dread clung to them like maggots. Philip, before he could finish speaking or even start, the plasma knife sliced through the throat of the one who opened his mouth. Warm, hot blood sprayed out, instantly staining the faces of the nearby Navy soldiers red. At that moment, fear became tangible. Unfortunately, before they could even beg for mercy, not a single word escaped their lips. Philip, like a specter, swiftly moved between them using shave and moonwalk, then returned to his original spot. All the Navy soldiers clutched their necks, where blood gushed out in torrents. No matter how hard they tried to stop it, their efforts were in vain. The choking sensation grew heavier, and breathing became difficult. They wanted to make a sound, but with their throats filled with blood, opening their mouths produced nothing but the blood that flowed out uncontrollably. Their eyes widened in disbelief, and one by one, they collapsed to the ground, lifeless. If you lack strength, don't scheme against others. An ant's thoughts will not be acknowledged by an elephant. But those who dare to harbor malice against me, Philip will not let them go. Philip crouched down, placing his hand on the bodies. Refining thunder. This time, it was no longer the tumult of lightning and thunder, but rather the electricity was condensed to the extreme, turning light and electricity into pure, top-tier heat. In that terrifying high temperature, the several Navy corpses lying on the ground, along with their clothes, flesh, and bones, were all reduced to powder. This method took too long. It's good for erasing traces, but for combat, it still needs to be quicker. Philip looked at the masterpiece on the ground, feeling relatively satisfied. Refining thunder, using high heat as the main output method. It takes time to reach the temperature limit, but battles can often be decided in an instant. This technique is fun against enemies far weaker than oneself. But facing evenly matched enemies, it just gives them an opening to exploit. Philly just stood up straight when he sensed something. He stood at the door of the cabin and said softly, "Senior." Suddenly, a pleasant sound of a blade rang in his ears. In front of Philly, a sharp katana pierced through the metal deck. The separated blade was right in front of Philly, just inches away. If it got any closer, it would be pressed against Philly's face. Even at this distance, he could feel the chilling aura emanating from the blade. Philly spoke up. "What a fine sword. The Jinbaira truly matches my charming senior, the Peach Rabbit." Chapter 47. Crossing the line, Jinbaira trembled slightly, reflecting its master's unsettled heart. Philly's fingers gently traced the blade of Jinbaira, feeling the icy coldness of its touch. "What are you doing?" However, as Philly's hand rested on the blade, a slightly surprised voice came from the other side of the steel partition. Tao Tuesday. Philly raised an eyebrow. A hint of teasing in her smile. As expected of Senior Tao Tu, "You're quite sensitive." "Tao Tu, take your hand away." As a sword master who had trained in swordsmanship for a long time, Tao Tu had already established a certain tacit understanding with her sword, Jinbaira. Any change occurring on the blade and the subtle effects it produced could not escape Tao Tu's perception. Therefore, she could sense what Philly was doing at that moment. Although Philly was merely brushing the blade, this action, while somewhat abrupt, was just that. Yet for some reason, Philly's actions made Tao Tu feel an inexplicable itch all over her body. Drawing out Jinbaira with its sharp edge, she worried it might hurt Philly and could only remind her verbally. However, Philly ignored her words, continuing her own way, her hand still resting on Jinbaira's blade, showing no intention of moving it away. In this situation, Tao Tu felt a sense of embarrassment akin to riding a tiger, difficult to dismount. Just now, she had wanted to find a way to vent her emotions, and instinctively drew her sword, plunging it into the metal partition to signify to Philly that she was here. She was fully aware of all the rude and cruel things Philly was doing. This was her Tao Tu's warship, and the ones Philly was killing were all her soldiers. Philly should not act so recklessly. She should hold back a bit. However, unexpectedly, when Philly was caught in the act, she showed no signs of restraint or unease. She seemed as if she were just having a casual encounter, greeting her with a friendly and warm attitude, disregarding her warnings. "Philly, do you even know what you're doing?" Tao Tu lowered her voice. Unlike her usual elegant tone that Philly was familiar with, it became hoarse and heavy, highlighting her complex emotions. "How could you do such a thing? They are all my soldiers." "All your soldiers?" Philly's voice turned cold, tinged with mockery. "So, should they be allowed to spread today's events, using it as a stepping stone to climb higher?" "My dear Senior, Junior, I really shouldn't do this. After all, they are your soldiers, under your protection, Senior Tao Tuesday." The shift from you to you in her tone, which was originally warm and tender, became cold and distant at this moment. The sensation from Jinbaira vanished, indicating that Philly had clearly withdrawn her hand. That feeling of itchiness throughout her body also instantly disappeared. However, Tao Tu did not feel any relief. On the contrary, her heart suddenly felt empty, as a wave of indescribable fear sparked by Philly's words washed over her. Tao Tu did not understand why. Upon hearing Philly's suddenly distant and respectful address, she felt uncomfortable, and she nervously explained, "I didn't mean it that way." "Philly, you misunderstood me." Thunder metal. A large hand covered the metal partition. Lightning generated intense heat, melting the metal and destroying the barrier between Philly and Tao Tuesday, forcibly creating a new door between the two where there was none. face to face, directly opposite each other, as she watched the partition gradually disappear. Witnessing Philly's figure slowly filling her vision, Tao did not know what was happening. In the past, she had always been calm and composed in front of Philly, but now her emotions became erratic, uneasy, and restless, making it difficult to maintain her usual serene mindset. It seemed that this situation arose from Philly's refusal to heed her advice, her firm attitude, and her decisive actions, as if she would not hesitate to eliminate C0 Mountain Monkey even if Tao stood in her way. She did not care about C0 Mountain Monkey's special identity, nor did she fear the severe chain reactions that could follow. She was unafraid, even knowing the possible consequences. Yet at this moment, she was resolute in executing her ideas, unwavering in her beliefs. In the Navy, there are many tall figures, both humans and giants, but few were as strong as the top 3 nature-type ability users. Strong and handsome individuals were even rarer. Someone like Philly, who was slightly taller than Tao, with a perfect physique and handsome looks, was almost non-existent. Most were odd-looking characters, like that T-Pig, who, despite having considerable strength, was incredibly lewd. Even more so than her senior, Borisolino. It was truly hard for Tao to bear. At this moment, standing before her was a handsome and powerful figure, decisive and resolute. And what surpassed her was his attitude in the face of the oppressive force of a rigid system, which was absolutely not to be ignored. While she was pained, hesitant, and conflicted, she ultimately suppressed her anger and wavering beliefs, going with the flow and acting according to orders. This was also a question her caring sister, Tru, had once told her, that sometimes in the Navy, in order to uphold justice, the executors would become tormented. Today, Tao completely felt the agony of that. However, in stark contrast to her choices was this junior who had just entered the graduation assessment, exuding vitality and vigor. Faced with the oppressive power of a rigid system, he displayed an attitude completely different from hers. He unwaveringly and decisively implemented his own sense of justice, even if such actions posed enormous risks and required bearing unimaginable consequences. Yet he still did so, even with her, a close senior, earnestly and diligently persuading him. His attitude remained unchanged. He was still like this, but it was precisely this Philly who shocked Tao, strongly impacting her original state of mind. It made Tao feel that perhaps their efforts to suppress themselves and make sacrifices to uphold justice in the world were not necessarily the best or most correct choice. Watching Philly step out, crossing the obstacle in front of her and standing before her, he leaned in close, their noses merely a few centimeters apart. His breath brushed against her face. The warm wave hitting her skin made it itch. Her heart trembled along with it. She felt an intense itch all over her body. The mockery in Philly's eyes deepened. That disdainful and casual attitude was vividly clear to Tao Tuesday. So, are you going to make a move, senior? Tao heart skipped a beat. The feeling of being misunderstood brought a sense of grievance that she had never felt because of a man. I didn't. Philly feigned surprise, but the mockery in her eyes remained. Is that so? The anger in her heart was somewhat uncontrollable, even more so than when she was ordered by C0 Mountain Monkey. Tao stepped forward, pushing Philly on the shoulder, her hands gripping his collar tightly. She moved closer, her body pressed against Philly's, actively breaking the distance between them. Her emotions were overly agitated, her chest heaving, and intense, complex emotions reflected in her eyes as she gritted her teeth and replied, I said, I didn't. Philly opened his arms, very cooperative. He was pushed backward by Tao into the cabin, leaning against the metal partition. His arms were spread against the partition. Although it was a show of attitude, it looked more like he was embracing Tao, just with his arms still outstretched. Tao stared into Fei Li's eyes. I didn't mean that. Fei Li nodded. So, Senior Tao, do you think I shouldn't kill these trash with ill intentions? Tao frowned and reminded him. They also fought bravely in battles with the Navy. Their wounds, all from the front lines. I don't care, Fei Li said calmly. Choices come with consequences. Tao was annoyed. Suddenly, Fei Li pulled her into his embrace. Tao's tall and slender figure was wrapped in his arms. The resilience and unique softness of her body were indescribable. Surprising Fei Li, it was markedly different from those he had played with before. But unfortunately, this beautiful moment didn't last long. With a heavy blow to her heart, Tao quickly distanced herself from Fei Li. Her face flushed with embarrassment and anger as she looked at him. What are you doing? Fei Li pouted. You leaned in yourself. Tao couldn't help but curse. Am I that kind of person? Fei Li retorted. But don't you know how beautiful and tempting you are? Tao's face turned even redder. She turned to leave, her voice carrying a hint of shame and anger. We'll talk about this later. You clean this place up? Tao Tu's heart was pounding fiercely. She placed a hand over her heart. At nearly 30 years old, it was the first time she experienced such an emotional shift. And the source was surprisingly a young boy, her junior. What was going on? Tao Tu shook her head vigorously. Everything that happened today was far beyond her expectations. It had spiraled out of control. Many things were developing in an uncontrollable direction, making Tao Tu feel scared. Just then, her personal phone bug rang. Tao Tu took it out to check. The phone bug displayed the face of he. Could it be exposed? Tao Tu's heart skipped a beat. Just after the assassination of C0 Mountain Gorilla, now, he suddenly called. It was hard not to connect the two events. Now, any sign of trouble easily linked back to Fei Li in her mind. Sister he, Tao Tu still answered the phone bug. What is meant to be will come. What is meant to escape will not. No matter what, she had to see what was going on. Chapter 48. The sea water feels like floating clouds. It's really uncomfortable. Peach Rabbit has left, but her departure was rather restless. She stirred up a lot of anger in Philly, just setting fires without caring about putting them out. What a lack of public spirit. Philly returned to his room, lying down with his hands behind his head. Unfortunately, he couldn't fall asleep at all. As soon as he closed his eyes, all he could see was Peach Rabbit's face. Philly sighed deeply. This isn't Sky Island. It would be better to exercise a bit of restraint, brother. His body and mind weren't in great harmony at that moment. It's normal to be full of youthful vigor. It only means I'm fine. Comforting himself with such self-talk, Philly suddenly flipped over in bed. He couldn't sleep. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to sleep at all. Indeed, he had been holding back for too long. Thinking back to the decadent days Philly spent on Sky Island, and comparing it to now, it was almost like he was a monk. He didn't think much of it himself, but his body was protesting. It seemed that things were a bit different during battles. Just as he was lost in thought, Philly's mind suddenly flashed back to the scene of fighting the C0 mountain monkey. When the fishmen used fishman karate to attack with the help of seawater, although the seawater didn't cause any harm, its inherent restraining effect on devil fruit users was effective. At that time, the C0 mountain monkey couldn't maintain his devil fruit powers, and the ability of the transparent fruit failed. That allowed Philly to seize the opportunity and deal a heavy blow. However, Philly's thunder fruit ability was also restricted. It took him a while to recover. But, aside from being unable to use the devil fruit abilities, it seemed he didn't feel any other discomfort. Philly's eyes suddenly widened as a certain guess formed in his mind. Could it be that seawater isn't as terrifying to me as it is to other devil fruit users? After being drenched in seawater, the C0 mountain monkey's strength had clearly decreased significantly. But aside from being unable to use the thunder fruit, everything else felt normal for Philly. This allowed him to seize the opportunity in a very short time to deliver a fatal blow to the C0 mountain monkey, ultimately taking his life. In fact, Philly's battle with the C0 mountain monkey involved a lot of clever tactics. However, outsiders might not notice. Only Philly could feel it. Now, as he carefully reviewed everything from that battle, the guess in Philly's mind became increasingly certain. If that's the case, then let's give it a try. To know whether the guess is true or false, it needs to be personally verified. As a man of action, Philly was decisive in his approach. He quietly filled a large wooden barrel in the ship's cabin with seawater. Looking at the seawater, Philly took a deep breath and then jumped in. Splash! The sound of falling into the water echoed. Philly was completely submerged in the seawater. The sensations of soreness, weakness, and powerlessness did not occur as Philly had guessed. It felt like he really didn't feel anything. Seawater restrains devil fruit users. This is a universally acknowledged rule. No one is an exception. But now, Philly discovered that his body was perfectly fine, with no discomfort. Then, it must be the devil fruit ability. As Philly thought of this, he began to channel the powers of the thunder fruit. However, after holding back for a while, nothing happened. As a thunder fruit user, the powers granted to him had already become a part of Philly himself. At this moment, it seemed to have vanished into thin air. No matter how hard Philly tried, there was no effect. My body feels normal, and my strength hasn't been affected at all. However, the devil fruit ability cannot be used, and it even feels like I have never eaten a devil fruit at all. The seawater still has some influence on me as a devil fruit user, but it is limited to the inability to use the devil fruit ability. My physical fitness and achievements gained through training are not suppressed by the sea just because I am a devil fruit user. Although it was somewhat worse than I thought, it was still sufficient. After testing for a while, Philly finally confirmed that seawater only restricts the use of devil fruit abilities. As for everything else, there was no impact. This discovery was a huge surprise for Philly. For someone with weak strength, a devil fruit ability is a godsend. But for someone who is already strong, it may just be an embellishment or even introduce a significant weakness. It's a well-known and recognized weakness. Therefore, even if the devil fruit ability is powerful and provides tremendous help to the user, many renowned strong individuals do not consume devil fruits. They rely solely on their own training to navigate the seas. The former pirate king, Roger, is the most representative figure. Along with his first mate, Rayleigh, both were not devil fruit users. They simply reached a level of strength that commands respect by developing their physical limits. Now, my well-known weakness is gone. This is truly great news. As a devil fruit user, even with the tremendous advantage of being a nearly uncatchable thunder fruit user, Philly could not completely erase the lingering apprehension in his heart. What if, even if it's just a slight possibility, if he were to be ambushed by an enemy using seawater or a similar substance, like sea stone, wouldn't he immediately become a soft-shelled shrimp, unable to fight back, and just a laughingstock? But now that worry is gone. There is nothing to worry about. The devil fruit ability is Philly's absolute support. Even if he loses that support, his own combat power will not be affected. Therefore, as long as he is strong enough and his physical skills can suppress everything, even without the ability to use the thunder fruit, he will still be a presence on the seas that no one dares to ignore or underestimate. It feels great. Reaching this conclusion, Philly felt a sense of relief wash over him. Every pore, every hair was cheering with joy. The frustration he felt earlier, having nowhere to vent, was momentarily relieved. Life is getting better. Philly's mouth curled into a smile, and he couldn't hide the joy he felt. Okay, I understand. I will go check it out. Sister Crane, don't worry. I will take good care of Philly. I will observe to see if he can bear the responsibility of justice. I promise to complete the task. Goodbye, Sister Crane. Peach Rabbit's heart raced, and her face turned red as she hung up the phone. Even she couldn't understand why her heart raced so fast and her mood fluctuated so much when discussing Philly, even though they were just talking about very normal things. It's all that damn bastard's fault. Peach Rabbit gritted her teeth, gripping the hilt of her Jinbira sword, her eyes filled with embarrassment and anger. The previous Philly Jr. Now success has turned into a jerk. Chapter 49, a bit of personal grievances at night. Everything was as usual. The next day, the sun rose, and the warship returned to its busy state. Everyone was doing their own jobs, each in their own positions. Where's Santos? Where's Paypak gone? Has anyone seen Connie? On the warship, every soldier had their own post and responsibilities. Like screws, they might seem insignificant, but if they were missing, the machine would malfunction. Therefore, the issue of the few soldiers who went missing yesterday was quickly noticed. The matter naturally reached Tao Tuesday. Tao Tu's expression grew serious, and she spoke solemnly to her adjutant. All right, I understand. Have those nearby take over their duties. As for where they went, have someone investigate. I want to know the answer. This matter is very serious. Do you understand? The adjutant respectfully saluted and replied loudly, Yes, Major General Ji Yuan. After the adjutant left, Tao Tu no longer maintained her previous calm demeanor. Her spirits seemed to deflate, like a punctured ball, listless. After all, as the highest commander of the warship, all the soldiers here were her subordinates. She naturally had to take responsibility for them. Moreover, she clearly knew that those soldiers were not just missing, they were dead. All killed by Fei Li, leaving not even a trace in this world. Faced with this situation, Tao Tu truly did not know what to do. At that time, Fei Li had no choice. Why is your attitude towards justice so perfunctory? Tao Tu felt deeply disappointed about the soldiers killed by Fei Li. She understood the reason for Fei Li's actions, which was why she was entangled yet did not explode in anger. In that situation, it seemed that the only way to ensure safety was for the other party to completely disappear from this world. Even if there was uncertainty whether other Navy soldiers held the same mindset, at least for now, the attitudes of those few killed by Fei Li were unequivocal. To gain promotions and opportunities to climb the ranks, they were willing to betray their comrades. This world is too complicated. Even within a single force, there are different people. Although Tao Tu understood this, when faced with it personally, she couldn't help but feel disheartened. Fei Li and Ji Yuan were acting together. Everything was fine, right? Sengoku looked at Vice Admiral Crane with a searching gaze. Carp, munching on rice crackers, said casually, what could possibly go wrong? Ji Yuan is no ordinary major general. And that kid Fei Li is a thunder fruit user, rapidly improving his strength under Zifa's training. If those two are acting together, it's the pirates we should worry about. Though Sengoku usually enjoyed arguing with Carp, this time he rarely expressed the same opinion and nodded in agreement. It's fine. Everything is normal. Vice Admiral Crane replied calmly, though there was a hint of surprise in her eyes. She knew Tao Tu very well and seemed to have heard something else from their earlier conversation. The specifics were still uncertain. They would have to wait for Tao Tu to return to discuss it. By the way, Sengoku said with an unsightly expression, C0 asked us to investigate something. Carp, curious, responded, were those guys from C0 up to now? Crane also looked at Sengoku with curiosity. Their relationship with the C organization had always been poor. Even though they were both institutions of the world government, cooperation was rare. Even when there was collaboration, the process and results were generally unpleasant. So hearing that C organization suddenly had something for them was intriguing for both Crane and the carefree Carp. Indeed, what C organization relayed was related to the C0 mountain monkey. That call suddenly got disconnected, and they lost contact, unable to reconnect. The last message from the call indicated it was related to the Navy. With so many navies at sea, it was difficult to rely solely on C0's intelligence capabilities to find them. Although they knew that even if they informed the Navy, the other party might not wholeheartedly help. This time it was a slap in C0's face, so they had to give it a try regardless of the outcome. As for the final result, they would take it step by step. If there were any gains, they could use it to grasp the Navy's weaknesses. It might even have unexpected benefits. Who cares? Let it be how it is. Carp waved his hand dismissively, continuing to eat his rice crackers. Sengoku frowned in thought, not responding. He then looked at Vice Admiral Crane. Xiao He, what do you think? Carp, still munching on rice crackers, also looked over. Vice Admiral Crane was the smartest among them. Most issues Sengoku couldn't handle would be referred to her for advice, as long as it was Crane's opinion. Even Carp would listen. No need to worry too much. Vice Admiral Crane said calmly, we have no connection with the C organization. Just handle what they instructed casually. We're giving them face. The Navy and C organization have no friendship. Moreover, this is not an official order or request. They don't need to take it too seriously and burden themselves. The Navy is already busy enough suppressing pirates and maintaining stability at sea. Losing a member? It's just a small team that lost contact. The Navy doesn't care. Ha ha ha. Xiaohe is right. Let those guys go away. We in the Navy don't care at all. Carp laughed loudly, shaking the entire room. You are really too noisy. Sengoku was quite helpless about his old friend's personality. Vice Admiral Crane listened to Carp and Sengoku's boring conversation, but couldn't help but think that Ji Yuan's troops seemed to be there at that time. Would she know something? Probably not. Besides, it really wasn't something the Navy needed to worry about. Bang! Come again. Jinbaira left the sheath, unleashing several powerful energy slashes aimed at Fei Li's position. The strong slashes came with a hair-raising sound of wind. Armament hockey, hardening. This was the best time to test the results of her training. Fei Li did not dodge, using his body as a shield to receive Tao Tu's energy slashes head-on. Combining shave and moonwalk, he quickly moved through the air and appeared right in front of her. That deadly long leg, filled with fierce intent, came swinging toward Fei Li's head without hesitation. Whip kick. Bang. He raised his hand to block. As solid as a rock, Fei Li stood his ground without moving an inch. He looked at her with a teasing glance. Senior, we don't have any deep-seated grudges, do we? Tao Tu spun around, accelerating to unleash another powerful kick. During battle, do not get distracted. Her voice was cold and her movement sharp as she launched a fierce series of attacks at Fei Li. Hiss. The attack from Peach Rabbit made the surrounding Navy members gasp in surprise. This battle had a touch of personal grudges. They didn't know when Philly had offended Peach Rabbit. Chapter 50. Couple disguised the sparring session ended. Peach Rabbit was slightly out of breath, while Fei Li appeared calm. The advantages of the natural-type Devil Fruit abilities became evident at this moment, especially for Fei Li, once he confirmed that the seawater only limited his Devil Fruit abilities. There were truly no drawbacks, only benefits. Sister, should we continue? Not necessary. Peach Rabbit felt that Fei Li was becoming increasingly irritating. She hadn't felt this way before, but now, Fei Li could easily provoke her emotions. Fei Li leaned in and asked, Sister, have we changed course because we've received a mission? There's a mission. At this moment, Peach Rabbit did not throw a tantrum, but honestly explained the situation. Sister Crane sent a message that there is news of a devil fruit on Bulbo Island. We're not far from there, so we should go check it out. Fei Li curiously asked, what kind of devil fruit is it? There were many known types of devil fruits, and their powers were all documented. Major Crane specifically asked Peach Rabbit to check on the situation of a particular devil fruit. Most likely, it had appeared before and had been recorded and was now resurfacing. The surgery fruit, Peach Rabbit said. It's a very special devil fruit. The surgery fruit. Upon hearing this, Fei Li understood. The surgery fruit is one of the superhuman-type devil fruits. In this life, Faley was not familiar with it. In his previous life, he only knew that its user was a relatively important supporting character among pirates. However, he learned that the surgery fruit possessed a very rare ability. After awakening, it could perform a type of eternal life surgery. The user could sacrifice their own life to grant a person eternal youth and immortality. In the pirate world, the concept of immortality really exists. Faley did not doubt that the abilities of the surgery fruit were exaggerated. However, wanting to perform the eternal life surgery, the conditions would certainly be very harsh. Just the idea of the user willingly sacrificing their life for someone else made Faley think it was practically impossible. After all, he would never be selfless enough to give his life for others. Even so, as long as this devil fruit had the ability to grant immortality, its existence would undoubtedly be an irresistible temptation. Everyone would want to have it in their hands. The Navy actually cares so much about a devil fruit, Faley said with a smile. Peach Rabbit explained, the order isn't from within the Navy, but rather from someone above. Faley nudda. Knowing it must be the world government. With money and power, how could they bear to leave this world? Naturally, they wanted to live and continue enjoying life. They would never want to let go. So we're just going to confirm if the information is accurate? Faley teased. Even if it's just a formality? He thought Peach Rabbit would nod, but the situation was just the opposite. Peach Rabbit shook her head and said very seriously, if possible. The Navy would have already taken this devil fruit. Faley squinted, his voice tinged with curiosity. Oh, things are getting interesting. Seeing Fei Li's expression, Peach Rabbit couldn't help but explain further. The Navy needs some leverage. Faley nodded, similar to the conditions from above. If that's the case, the surgery fruit is indeed suitable. Well, Peach Rabbit sighed helplessly. The Navy's budget can't be cut any further. The number of pirates is increasing. The Navy is also continuously increasing its forces. But at the same time, the military budget that should have increased is still delayed in being allocated. This has forced the Navy to resolve its funding issues through various means. In the short term, it might be manageable, but over time, many problems will arise. Although the Navy works for the world government is always wary of the Navy. This has led to the current situation. The world government places great importance on the surgery fruit, and the Navy naturally sees some potential in it as well. Therefore, they also want to have the surgery fruit in their hands. This way, perhaps the success rate in future negotiations could be higher. Balbo Island is a very ordinary island in the North Sea. The Balbo Kingdom is located on the small island. As a member country of the world government, there is also a Navy base on the island. Peach Rabbit's warship was docked at the Navy base, with all soldiers on standby. Faley and Peach Rabbit, after disguising themselves, left the base. Although being over 3 meters tall wasn't that common, it was still a significant height in the pirate world. At least on the streets, one could easily spot several individuals of that stature. Thus, Faley and Peach Rabbit did not attract too much attention. There were taller people than them, and quite a few at that. However, Faley and Peach Rabbit were not wearing Navy uniforms. Faley changed into a black suit, while Peach Rabbit wore a white dress. The sword Kinbaira at her waist seemed to have disappeared, leaving no trace. There was no way to wear this white dress with Kinbaira without drawing attention. Faley grinned and said, "Sister, can we maintain this kind of relationship?" Peach Rabbit's face turned red. Be serious. At this moment, Peach Rabbit and Fei Li were playing the role of a couple. Peach Rabbit had her arms around Fei Li's arm, and they were very close, almost leaning against each other. Every time they moved, Fei Li could feel the warmth and tenderness from her arm. He didn't mind at all and sincerely expressed his true feelings. As they chatted and joked, they arrived in front of a building. A black curtain obscured the interior, and 2 burly men dressed in ancient attire stood at the entrance, each over 5 meters tall. They watched Fei Li and Peach Rabbit closely, but did not stop them, allowing them to enter. This was the auction house on Balbo Island. It was here that news had emerged a week ago about the auction of a devil fruit. They had also taken pictures of the devil fruit and distributed them to increase publicity, hoping to fetch a higher price for the fruit. Many people in the world knew about devil fruits, but even more did not. Even fewer were aware of the abilities of the devil fruits. The authenticity of the situation was also debatable. Moreover, time was tight. The Navy was relatively close to this location and had adequate strength, including Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit. The headquarters also had intentions regarding the surgery fruit. That was why they sent Peach Rabbit to check it out with Fei Li. Is this the place? Let's go in and take a look. 2 men in white suits and masks approached. They merely glanced at the guards at the door and paid them no mind. Walking straight inside. Hee, what a surprise to encounter the auctioning of a devil fruit. Let's go in and take a look. Now that we're here, we can't miss it. A group of individuals dressed in peculiar clothes, with unkempt beards and robust figures, exuded a wild and fierce aura as they headed towards the auction house. The two guards at the entrance considered stopping them, but were met with a glance from the group that made them hesitate. He forcefully stopped himself. Just now, there was a feeling that if he dared to move, he would really be killed. Despite having such a large build, he had no courage to strike against those few people who were just over 2 meters tall. One after another, many people entered the auction house. There were only 10 minutes left until the auction started. Everyone found their seats and sat down. Here, there's no such thing as capital verification or VIP seating. You just sit down when you arrive. Once the auction starts, the items will be presented directly. As for the devil fruit, it may not be the highlight. But for this auction, it definitely is. After all, Balbo Island is not very large, and being able to auction off a devil fruit is quite rare. They are pirates. Sitting next to Faley, Peach Rabbit scanned the newcomers with a furrowed brow. Now, it has nothing to do with us. We are not the Navy. Faley's gaze swept over the two men in white suits and masks, grinning and saying, "It really is a small world. Isn't it a coincidence?" Peach Rabbit whispered a warning. "Don't act recklessly." She was genuinely afraid. She had realized that Faley could be somewhat unruly. Chapter 51. No one is more arrogant than them. I definitely listened to what Ji Yuan has to say. Faley turned around, wrapped his arm around Taotu's waist, and pulled her into his embrace. In the midst of Taotu's astonished and panicked gaze, he leaned down and whispered into her ear, "After all, as my good girlfriend, how could I not listen to you?" The warm breath tickled her ear. The hand on her waist felt incredibly hot, causing Taotu's body to grow warmer. She pressed her hands against Faley's chest, trying to create distance between them. She tilted her head back, her eyes filled with shame and anger, and lowered her voice to remind him, "You jerk, what are you doing?" Ever since that day, Taotu's address for Faley had downgraded from junior to jerk. There was no intention of changing back. It rolled off her tongue so easily. At this moment, it came out quite naturally. "Aren't you my girlfriend?" Faley's voice suddenly rose a bit, catching the attention of many around them. Taotu's eyes widened. What are you doing?" Usually composed, Taotu felt somewhat helpless at this moment. Faley pulled Taotu into his embrace and placed her on his lap. Taotu was completely stunned. She never expected Faley would do this, especially in front of so many people, particularly with members of the Sea organization present. Taotu was worried about exposing her identity, so she didn't dare to struggle too much and create a scene. As a result, she could only let Faley take advantage of the situation. "I'm your senior." Taotu's ears turned red. With her hands pressed against Faley's chest, she looked up at him, her eyes filled with both shame and anger. "I'm a jerk, huh?" Faley teased, pinching her chin and saying, "If I don't do something jerkish, wouldn't that mean Ji Yuan is calling me for nothing? That would be a loss for me." Taotu turned her head, swatting Faley's hand away. Gritting her teeth, she cursed jerk. Faley's hands roamed over Taotu's slender waist. Feeling her slight tremors and hearing her increasingly heavy breathing, his smile widened. Taotu leaned against Faley's chest, feeling utterly powerless. Lowering her voice, she said, "You should know when to stop." Faley's hand paused, simply resting on Taotu's waist, and he softly replied, "All right, let us keep it like this." Taotu tried to get up from Faley's lap, but after 2 or 3 attempts, she failed. Jerk! She noticed people around them occasionally shifting their gazes towards them. Taotu could only grit her teeth in frustration. Fortunately, Faley didn't take things too far, which eased her heart a little. Forget it. Let's leave it like this. At least the current situation was still bearable. If she made further demands, she worried Faley might change his attitude. So, she decided to let things be at this moment. If they couldn't improve, that was fine. At least they couldn't get worse. "Boss, I like that woman. Let us make a move and grab her later." Ha! In the auction house, there were plenty of unscrupulous characters. Taotu, in Faley's arms, had already caught the attention of some bloodthirsty pirates. "Ji Yuan, my judgment is indeed good." Faley whispered in Taotu's ear, "Look at how popular you are." He held her even tighter, as if afraid someone would snatch her away. "Jerk!" Taotu cursed in her heart, her face flushed. However, Faley's words were not entirely unpleasant to her. A glance over at the group of pirates revealed that many were staring at her without restraint, compared to her shame and anger in response to Faley's rudeness. Her gaze towards those guys turned cold and sharp. Taotu had become a Navy officer and even risen to the rank of major. She was not a delicate girl who couldn't fight back. She had fought her way out of blood-soaked battles. She had killed countless pirates of that ilk. For these guys to dare to speak to her like that was simply asking for death. Faley's gaze fell on 2 members of the Sea organization. The Sea Organization was indeed an exclusive agency serving the celestial dragons. The strength of those within it went without saying. While not every member was a top-tier powerhouse, they definitely had the level of a Navy major. The last time Faley easily took down C0 Mountain Ape, there was a lot of luck involved. Now he faced 2 members of the Sea Organization at once. Although it was still unclear how strong they were, Faley was certain they would be formidable opponents for him and Taudu in this mission. Taudu looked up, following Faley's gaze, and spotted the Sea members. She quietly said, "Today's events won't be so easy." Initially, she thought this disguise would allow them to complete the mission smoothly. But now, with the Sea Organization present, the difficulty of the task had undoubtedly increased several-fold. Taudu felt somewhat uneasy. Would they really be able to complete the mission as planned? One step at a time. Who could say for sure what would happen next? Blue-purple electricity flickered in Faley's hand, jumping between them. If the item was truly valuable, then there was a need to take action. If they got the surgical fruit, there would be no need to hand it over to the Navy. Keeping it for themselves would be quite good. After all, it was the surgical fruit, a particularly special one among the Paramecia devil fruits. So boring. It's really boring. The auction began. The first items up for bid were some regular objects. Even antiques were brought out, leaving Faley stunned. To him, antiques were completely worthless. There were also some weapons, but none were of even decent quality. With their own Jinbaira, Taudu naturally looked down on them. Yet, many people still shouted bids. And the atmosphere heated up. In the pirate world, weapons were still highly sought after. Next came some young female slaves. Seeing this, Taudu frowned. Although the slave trade had not been explicitly banned, it was generally considered an act not officially sanctioned. Yet here, it was being conducted openly. Taudu was very angry, but soon felt powerless because she knew that the true culprits behind the existence of the slave trade, illegal yet not explicitly forbidden, were beyond her control. Taudu's face suddenly flushed. She pushed herself up with her hands against Faley, sitting up abruptly. Jerk! She looked up, blushing, and glared at Faley. Sorry. This time, Faley sincerely apologized. There were some things he couldn't control. After all, his brother had his own preferences, and he couldn't interfere. This time, Taudu successfully sat back down in her own place after escaping Faley's embrace, but the blush on her face did not fade. Finally, when the auctioneer brought a box to the stage and opened it, revealing a fruit inside, he began to speak next. Before the auctioneer could finish his sentence, his head flew off. A figure quickly dashed up to the auction stage. The hand reached towards the box placed on the table. The white suit spoke of their identity. Sea members. Chapter 52. Ghost Fox. Let me show off in front of others, damn pill. Philly clicked his tongue. No wonder he asked the leader among lackeys, so favored and acting so recklessly. Peach Rabbit frowned. She was aware of C's style. However, her contact with C0 was limited, and given her current identity, she couldn't get close. She only knew some things about C0 from General Crane. But hearing and seeing are two different things. The direct experience and secondhand accounts are completely different. Peach Rabbit knew that C0 members were all arrogant, but she never expected they would kill directly instead of just stealing treasures. Their behavior was even more despicable than that of pirates and robbers. After all, they were part of a world government organization. However, thinking about the targets C0 was responsible for, the celestial dragons, just pondering about the celestial dragons made Peach Rabbit feel a heavy suffocation. That feeling was very powerless. Should we act? Philly casually inquired while watching the C0 members. Act. Peach Rabbit hesitated and did not answer immediately. She didn't know what to do right now. From General Crane, she learned that this devil fruit was very important to the Navy. Although C0 also belonged to the world government, their goals were definitely different from those of the Navy at this moment. It could even be said that if the other side succeeded, the Navy's plans would inevitably fail. Peach Rabbit absolutely could not allow C0 to succeed in taking the devil fruit. But to act, Peach Rabbit thought about the consequences again and couldn't make a decision. Bastard. Daring to steal what belongs to me right in front of Lord Lehigh. You really don't want to live anymore. White Wolf, your bragging is getting better and better. I really hope your ability to be disliked by women is as strong as your stubbornness. You're asking for death. This devil fruit belongs to me. Haha. Let us see who has the skills. Leave the stuff behind. Bastard. I came first. You all hand it over to me. The C0 organization is not well known. They didn't deliberately promote themselves, nor would anyone take the time to learn about the various departments of the world government. There were more than one pirate crew in the auction house. They did not know C0, so when they saw the auctioneer being killed, The devil fruit that everyone was eyeing was about to fall into the hands of strangers. Their previously restrained tempers could no longer be maintained. Pretending to be civilized and going through the motions was truly a torment. They were used to bloodshed and understood that whoever had the biggest fist had the right. Winners take all, losers end up with nothing, and their lives are at stake. They didn't know what kind of fruit this devil fruit was. But since it was a devil fruit, that was enough. No matter how trashy or seemingly useless the devil fruit ability was, it could still turn the weak into the strong. At the very least, stronger than before. They were all eyeing this devil fruit. Just let them watch as the C0 members, who were masked and lurking, took this treasure away. They would almost explode. Huh? Ghost Fox and Shiba Inu were also surprised. They didn't expect that there were pirates daring enough to try to snatch from them. No unnecessary words. Because they understood that pirates are unruly and greedy, and only pain and blood can make them rational and capable of thinking. Act. Without any hesitation. The first to rush out was the one wearing a black, grotesque fox mask, appearing somewhat eerie and cold. He threw a punch straight at the pirate charging toward him. What a death wish. The pirate, seeing this, was laughing so hard his mouth almost split open. The gaze that was even colder and fiercer than Ghost Fox's mask fell on him. In an instant, he found what he considered to be a flaw. Then, the long knife was just raised. It didn't even have time to fall. The speed estimation between the two seemed to have a huge error. Bang! The fist smashed into the face. Facial features twisted, misaligned, mixed, and collapsed. Forced to be compressed to the extreme, reaching the critical point. It could no longer support more squeezing space. The head just exploded. The fist hit like it was smashing a watermelon. Faster, heavier, and harsher than that. The shattered skull, the splattered blood and brain matter drenched the people around them. Such a bloody scene unfolded right before their eyes. Philly raised an eyebrow, looked at Peach Rabbit, and whispered in her ear, "Major Gun, as a Navy officer, can you really turn a blind eye to this?" Truly, enjoying the spectacle without caring about the chaos. Peach Rabbit shot Philly an annoyed glance. She took his words as teasing. The Sea Organization, she couldn't be bothered to manage, nor did she have the authority. Pirates. These guys were clearly vicious. She didn't know how many innocent lives they had taken. Although she followed General Crane and didn't have a total extermination attitude towards pirates, she certainly wasn't a saint willing to help them. Just watching, ignoring it. Shoot them. Bang, 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 bang. The pirate world isn't without firearms. The strong rely on their fists to gain power. But smart people know how to use technology to bridge the gap in strength. Firearms are powerful weapons that could take lives. Since they are pirates, they certainly cannot be unprepared. Although there is competition among pirates, at this moment, the sea member holding the devil fruit is the common enemy. Competitors can temporarily cooperate. Once the devil fruit is in hand, then we'll see who can laugh last. Go to hell. Ha ha ha. Acting like a madman, behaving wildly. No, it's just shooting a gun. Is it necessary? Philly looked at the pirates in front of him with a strange expression. His gaze unconsciously fell on the weapons they were holding. Guns. I really want one. In the pirate world, it seemed that Philly had always relied on his own strength to gain everything. Guns were something absolutely controlled as dangerous goods in his previous life. He wasn't a wealthy person, so he never had the opportunity or willingness to try shooting at a range. Now that he was in this world, there were things he once longed for right within reach. Some interests buried by money were piqued. Peach Rabbit noticed Philly's gaze and the change in his expression. She asked with a strange look, "Haven't you learned this? In school?" Philly laughed and retorted, "Can this kind of thing hurt me?" Peach Rabbit thought seriously for a moment before answering, "Probably not." "Yeah." Philly laughed. "If it can't hurt me, it naturally can't hurt my enemies whom I consider rivals. Then its effectiveness is really limited. Old man Zephyr wouldn't let me waste time on such things." Peach Rabbit, "But you're very interested." Philly, "After trying it, I'll probably lose interest." Peach Rabbit took out a handgun from her pocket. "Want to try?" Philly's gaze was fixed on the plump chest of the Peach Bunny. "How did that come out?" He stared for a long time, still baffled. "Hey." The Peach Bunny's face turned slightly red, annoyed, and said, "Do you want it?" "Yes, of course." Philly took the handgun, held it for a moment, and muttered, "It's still warm." "Bastard." The Peach Bunny turned her face to the side, her expression even redder. "It's really ridiculous. This kind of attack can't possibly hurt us at all." The Ghost Fox and the quickly dodged the barrage of bullets. Accompanied by the 6 Styles finger gun, the bullets were either avoided or shot down by their counterattacks. They couldn't be harmed at all. Damn it, they're monsters. There's no way to win. At this moment, the pirates gradually calmed down. Then they became anxious beads of sweat appearing on their foreheads. They even imagined what their deaths would be like, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Ghost Fox regretting it? Unfortunately, it's too late. Bang! As the dense rain of bullets gradually stopped and the surroundings became unusually quiet, another gunshot rang out, so striking in this tranquil environment. Ridiculous still not giving up, seeing this futile effort again. A mocking expression appeared on the handsome face beneath the Ghost Fox's mask, showing off in front of others. It's really exhilarating, especially at this moment. The pirates didn't fire a shot. Each one looked at the two of them with fear and trepidation. So much so that the Ghost Fox couldn't help but want to show off in front of them. This time, he planned to catch the bullet with his bare hands, then let it drop to the ground. Not bad just thinking about that scene. The astonished and even more fearful expressions of these guys made the Ghost Fox feel incredibly pleased. ZZ. Damn. Icarus, you idiot, don't die so easily. Chapter 53. Fist Against Fist. C0 Organization Member, the Fox Demon Icar. Zoan Type, Dodo Foods. Firefox Form. C0 Organization Member, Shiba Inu Oakley Hunter. Zoan Type, Dog Fruit. Shiba Inu Form. The two set out in a team mode to execute a mission. They initially thought everything would go smoothly. Obtaining the devil fruit required for the mission would be the end. Conflict was something they had anticipated. After all, it involved the devil fruit, a treasure of the sea. No matter where it appeared, it was bound to lead to a struggle before any results could be achieved. However, the location of the devil fruit was merely in the four seas. It was not in the Grand Line, nor in the latter half, nor in any place surrounded by strong opponents. It was in an ordinary sea area. Even though the North Sea was the most chaotic among the four seas, it could not compare to the chaos of the latter half of the Grand Line. Therefore, Icar and Oakley Hunter both believed that completing this mission would not be a big problem. Icar even intended to show off, and Oakley Hunter turned a blind eye, finding it amusing, and did not stop him, instead preparing to enjoy the performance from the side. However, the unexpected happened. Who could have imagined that a bullet, which should have been blocked, would pierce through Icar's outstretched hand, which was in a defensive pose? Moreover, the opponent did not stop. Under Oakley Hunter's increasingly dilated pupils, eyes wide with shock and panic, at the last moment, the mask on Icar's face shattered instantly. A pair of pointed ears grew out from both sides of his head. His entire head became furry. His mouth protruded, and his nose elongated. A pair of eyes, unlike those of a human, filled with beastly nature, yet mixed with human rationality, fixed on the spot where his palm was pierced. There, visible to the naked eye, flesh began to grow back at a remarkable speed, merging together in an instant. The injury on his palm healed completely, and that bullet, it struck Icar's face. But that was all. It halted its advancing momentum. All its force dissipated by the tough outer skin, and after losing its power, it simply fell to the ground. Everyone's hearts, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. A devil fruit user. Damn it, he already has a devil fruit. Why does he still want to compete with us? What now? What should we do? Icar's current beastly state was the ability granted by the fruit. As a Zoan-type devil fruit user, the beastly form was the most fundamental ability of Zoan-type devil fruit users. It directly exaggerated the strength of the body to a terrifying level, raising his power several tiers. You're looking for death. The eyes flashed with cruel and fierce light, the gaze flickering, killing intent surging. Originally, he just wanted to show off, make a perfect exit, and then send everyone in the know to their deaths. But who would have thought that things would turn into a joke? Therefore, he absolutely could not let outsiders see him in such an embarrassing state. If anyone saw him, they would have to die. As for what came next, it was just a matter of reporting with a few words, which Icar would not take to heart. I was just trying it out. I really didn't mean anything against you. Philly spun the handgun, unable to put it down. He had no intention of returning it to Peach Rabbit. And Peach Rabbit? Watching Philly seriously play with her handgun, as if he was not planning to return it, but rather keep it for himself, she felt a mix of amusement and frustration. It was just a gun. If Philly wanted it, she would give it to him. But did this guy really like guns? Observing Philly's meticulous handling of the handgun, Peach Rabbit suddenly felt her whole body heat up, as if thousands of ants were crawling over her, making her itch. Quickly decide, don't waste time. Shiba Inu Oakley Hunter was no longer willing to waste time. After the mistake Icar made earlier, he indeed felt a long-lost sense of urgency. His form transformed into a creature with circular patterns on its surface, a comically triangular head. Its tail was short and thin, and its limbs were of moderate length, making it look somewhat ridiculous and awkward. Roar! He charged out and began his attack. The powerful biting ability showed its true level at this moment. Ah, run, quick, it really wants to kill us here. Run, don't just stand there, run, hurry up. Normal spectators, the kind that feared for their lives, had already chosen to distance themselves the moment the situation began. Those left behind were the brave and curious. But at this moment, no matter how brave one was, they still needed to have their lives intact. Akar, don't waste time. Oakley Hunter just wanted to complete the mission and quickly leave. I know, I'll be right there. Akar replied while his gaze fell on Philly. The resentment in his eyes was palpable. That foxhead, opening its drooling mouth, coldly said, "You die." He remembered clearly the bullet Philly had given him. Philly dared to fire a shot, and it was the shot that made him look so embarrassed. He would never choose to forgive easily. Roar. Emitting a strange roar that was half human, half beast, Akar quickly charged towards Philly. In his half-beast state as a Zoan-type devil fruit user, his physique had received a terrifying boost. Therefore, even without using Haki, he was confident he could take Philly down with one punch. So arrogant. He must be dealt with. Philly smiled, seeing Akar charging towards him. An indescribable excitement filled his entire body. He felt every drop of blood in him begin to boil. Every cell was cheering and leaping with joy. Philly was sure that since arriving in the pirate world, he had become somewhat abnormal. It seemed that his intense desire for battle was just slightly less than his desire for intimate interactions with beautiful women. Oh no, Peach Rabbit's expression changed slightly. She had a feeling that things would develop into a bad situation, but she never expected it to be so tricky. Come on, let me see if your fists, little fox, are hard enough. Peach Rabbit shivered, her heart racing. Philly, don't. She hurriedly turned around, wanting to stop him. Bang! However, it was already too late. Philly charged out, not using Haki, but relying on his now stronger body, which had been growing since he arrived in the pirate world, to clash hard with Akar. This was indeed very foolish. But Philly really wanted to know what the result would be. No matter how things turned out, he accepted it. Bang! A violent impact sounded, and the powerful shockwave created a terrifying gust of wind, lifting lighter objects around. Outsiders could not see the situation inside immediately. But Peach Rabbit? She witnessed firsthand that Philly did not fall behind even against Akar, who had used the Zoan-type devil fruit, and seemed to handle it with ease, surprising her. Philly's physical quality was surprisingly excellent. Chapter 54. The burning fruit. Not even dogs would eat it. How is that possible? In his beastman form, Akar's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Philly, who stood firmly in place with a smirk, showing off his white teeth. As a Zoan-type devil fruit user and a formal member of the C0 organization serving the celestial dragons, Akar was not weak. His physical combat talent was particularly outstanding. He was not someone who became strong by accidentally obtaining a devil fruit. He had gone through layers of selection to gain his status before being granted the devil fruit. The Zoan-type devil fruit significantly elevated his already impressive abilities. Countless times, others had attempted to confront him with brute strength, but the outcome was always the same. At the very least, broken bones, and at worst, shattered organs, or even death on the spot. But Philly, his nonchalant demeanor, that carefree attitude, and the mocking glint in his eyes deeply provoked Akar. Go die. If before, Akar merely felt humiliated and wanted Philly to pay with his life. Now he simply wanted to eliminate Philly. Akar despised Philly's reckless gaze. Who gave others the right to look at him like that, except for the celestial dragons? He withdrew his fist and then struck again. At that moment, his Haki activated. The pitch-black Haki enveloped his entire arm, his eyes filled with murderous intent, bursting forth with undisguised killing intent. Come on, try me. Philly was amused, curious about the limits of this body. Would it become even stronger in the future? Was it still in a growth phase? Be careful. Toto saw Akar activate his Haki while Philly was still barehanded, not using Haki to clash with Akar, who had activated his Haki in Beastman form. To her, this was simply reckless. It used to be fine, but now, Toto was anxious and couldn't help but intervene. Stop. A gigantic dog, nearly 2 meters tall, strong and fierce as a tiger, blocked Toto's path. Its completely beastly eyes scanned Philly and Akar. When its gaze returned to Toto, it did not show any contempt just because she was a woman or wore skirt. The fact that Philly could engage Akar in such a manner suggested that Toto, accompanying Philly, was not as simple as she appeared. As a partner, Oakley Hunter knew Akar very well. Although he disliked how this guy always wanted to show off and intimidate others before brutally killing them, he had to admit that Akar, having been selected through layers of scrutiny, was undeniably powerful. That was raw strength, more genuine than gold. Get out of the way. Toto did not choose to sit idly by just because Oakley Hunter was blocking her. She immediately kicked out with her long, beautiful leg, which was more valuable than a person's life, cutting through the air with a sharp whoosh, reaching her target in an instant. Bang! In his fully beastly state, Oakley Hunter had just wanted to bite down when that leg changed direction in a strange manner, landing on his neck. The moment of contact transformed her beautiful leg, which looked like white jade, into a pitch-black blur. Bang! The force was tremendous, enough to be powerful. Clang! With Oakley Hunter's current weight and large size, he was kicked away, crashing into numerous buildings and falling into a pile of rubble, sending up clouds of dust. While driving Oakley Hunter back, Toto glanced toward Philly to observe the situation. Fortunately, she saw that Philly was still fighting with the car. Although he was not as relaxed as before, he was still responding in an orderly manner, showing no signs of defeat. Since there was no need to worry and they had come this far, Toto decided to take decisive action. A ruthless glint flashed in her eyes. As an action-oriented person, she would express her attitude through her actual actions. It seemed that even though she had only spent a short time with Philly, she had been somewhat influenced. Oakley Hunter's expression was grim. He never expected to be pushed back by Toto in one strike. However, he was not harmed at all, although Toto's kick was not light. As a Zoan-type Devil Fruit user and a carefully selected combat expert, he immediately tightened his neck to enhance his defense at the most vulnerable point. The effect was evident. He was unscathed. A sharp sound came from the dust. The Zoan-type Devil Fruit granted its user a keen, animal-like intuition for danger, causing Oakley Hunter's brow to twitch as he dared not be careless, disregarding his current emotions, and immediately assumed a defensive posture, his gaze fixed ahead. Sure enough, a cold glint of blade light flashed toward him. He saw Toto again. This time, the hem of her skirt was gone, revealing her long legs, more striking and faster than before. But Oakley Hunter had no interest in Toto's beautiful legs. His eyes first fell on the katana that had appeared in Toto's hand without him noticing. It was an ordinary katana, not of high quality, just a common weapon. But from this ordinary weapon, Oakley Hunter sensed a sharp killing intent that made him wary. Bang! 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 The battle between Philly and Akar was purely a clash of physical strength, punches landing hard against flesh, straightforward with no tricks. Although Akar was a Zoan-type Devil Fruit user in his fox form, his fighting style was very straightforward. However, after being hit by Philly, he began to use his Devil Fruit abilities. Flames surrounded his body, and with every punch he threw, the intense heat caused burning damage. Suddenly, a phrase popped into Philly's mind as he stared at the flames in Akar's hands, his expression becoming somewhat strange. The burning fruit. Not even dogs would eat it. Fire was a form of power and a Logia-type Devil Fruit, and it wasn't considered weak among Logia types. This was, of course, a tease, but it genuinely made Philly find it amusing, unable to suppress the curve of his lips. What are you doing? This is my ability. It's part of my strength. How does using my abilities affect you? If you have the guts, use yours too. However, Philly's smile felt like a sharp knife, stabbing at Akar's weak spot, as if he had stepped on his tail, causing an unusually intense reaction from him. Yes, he had used his Devil Fruit abilities, activated Haki, and even utilized the fire abilities of his fruit. Meanwhile, Philly was still fighting him barehanded. Psychologically, it was somewhat explosive. Bang! Akar, idiot, don't waste time. Chapter 55. Mixed doubles. This was the first time Oakley Hunter felt so constrained. Since the two partnered together, everything had gone smoothly. He had never suffered a setback at the hands of a woman before. It wasn't that he looked down on women. There were indeed strong female warriors in the pirate world. However, they were few in number, and he had never encountered them. The women he had dealt with before were nothing compared to Peach Rabbit. After all, Peach Rabbit was a female warrior with the potential of an admiral. Both talent and strength were indispensable. Especially skilled in swordsmanship, her destructive power was beyond words. With her clever movement techniques, combined with her fierce swordplay that paired every strike with a wave of energy, her fighting style was effective in both close and range combat. This greatly limited Oakley Hunter's close combat abilities. Looking at Akar, that guy was still playing with fire. He felt a surge of anger. Now was not the time for acrobatics. Anger surged in Akar's heart, and Oakley Hunter's urging only intensified his irritation. In a state of rage, his offensive was stronger, his methods more ruthless, and his strikes more powerful. Bang! 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 But the more anxious he became, the harder it was for him to achieve the expected results. He even lost his rhythm in both offense and defense. Die, die, die! Akar cursed and roared, his eyes growing redder, filled with a bloodthirsty and violent madness. The muscles on his body bulged more prominently, and the veins on his granite-like muscles were thick like ropes. You're getting desperate. The excited smile on Feli's face never faded. Faced with the furious Ikar, he didn't retreat, but advanced instead. Thoughts of avoiding the opponent's strength never even crossed his mind. The more ferocious the opponent was, the heavier their strikes. And the stronger their attacks, the clearer Feli felt his own body responding. Feli could clearly sense that his body was cheering with joy, because this kind of all-out fighting style was extremely pleasurable. Close interactions with a beautiful woman are also very enjoyable. Feli was immersed in it, but in this situation, he greedily savored this pure thrill of violence. Bang! A punch collided. Two fists crossed. A fierce wind stirred up massive waves, and energy spread out like ripples. Ikar's body froze, caught in a state of rigidity from a force. However, the curve of Feli's smile became even more sinister. It's my turn. In the moment when the fists crossed, the effects of the 100-man slaughter training were visibly apparent. Twisting like a sponge, returning to position like a compressed spring. Long legs like steel whips. There were no fancy moves, it was just a powerful and heavy kick. Bang! Damn! Only Ikar knew how painful that kick was. The armament hockey protected his surface, but the subsequent force was still overwhelmingly strong, impossible to fully negate. His body felt like a baseball, the effect of a home run landing on him. He flew backward uncontrollably like a cannonball, struggling to open his eyes, and then suddenly squinting tightly, his pupils constricted again. You are. Bang. Feli had already caught up to Ikar in midair. His lips curled upwards, not waiting for him to finish his words. He kicked, bent his knee, and thrust forward with a knee strike, following up with a flurry of attacks. There was no time to react. By the time Ikar came to his senses, before he could formulate a response, another kick followed closely behind. The armament hockey was difficult to maintain, and the mask on his face had long since disappeared, shattered into countless pieces. Let's continue. You are. A ghostly voice, almost like a wraith, echoed in his ears. Quickly shifting his gaze, he met Feli's mocking and bloodthirsty eyes. Ikar's heart already had a fairly certain answer. Such a ghostly ability, the elementalization technique. The reason Feli's previous gunshot could break through his defenses was likely due to the use of his devil fruit ability. Unfortunately, now that he had pieced it together, it was a bit too late. Feli's offensive was swift and ferocious, far beyond what he had anticipated. Ikar felt like he was thrown into a closed space with a pinball. His body was flying in all directions, up, down, sideways, diagonally, from different angles. Then, he would suddenly be hit by Feli, who had materialized out of nowhere, adding more power to the mix. Under such high-frequency, powerful attacks, even Ikar, a Zoan-type devil fruit user, found it hard to maintain his state. His injuries quickly reached the limits of what he could normally endure. His internal organs were severely damaged, displaced, torn, shattered, and his internal blood flow was chaotic. Unable to suppress it, he spewed blood from his mouth. As he flew backward, blood scattered everywhere. Feli maintained a kicking posture, gazing at Ikar's state as he flew away, satisfied as he retracted his foot. Bang! At this moment, Ikar was in a state of self-preservation, unable to safely dissipate the force on him. He could only be forced to collide and destroy a large number of structures in the auction house, eventually stopping amidst the dust and ruins. Cough, cough. It was a disaster. Ikar had never been in such a dire situation. He struggled to lift his head, following Feli as he descended from the air. Now, Ikar was awake, forced to revert from his beastman form back to human shape. He was too injured to continue fighting Feli. You can't hit me. Feli truly felt regret. This kind of fight, where every punch landed, gave him an infinite wonderful experience, making him lose himself in it. However, it was not long enough, too short. Just when he got serious, Ikar couldn't hold on anymore, which made Feli feel a bit disappointed. You. Killing is just a matter of hitting the ground. As a lackey for the Celestial Dragons, Ikar was always held in high regard wherever he went, even at Marine headquarters. Though he wasn't welcomed, the attitude there was definitely better compared to Feli's current behavior. Being humiliated like this by Feli was unbearable for him. In a fit of rage, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Whoosh! Just as he arrived here, a noise came from behind. Feli naturally sidestepped, vacating his original position. A shadow darted past where he had just stood. Bang! Then, it crashed into a car. Feli raised an eyebrow. I hope I didn't kill him. Just now. It seemed he heard the sound of bones breaking. Quite efficient. Feli turned around with a smile, looking at Peach Rabbit, who was approaching. The katana she had casually taken from a pirate was already severely dulled. Feli looked again at Oakley Hunter. As expected of a Zoan-type devil fruit user, His physical endurance was impressive. His body was covered in wounds, yet he was still hanging on, not dead yet. Through his observation, he sensed that the other party was slowly recovering. Even cockroaches would bow down to such a powerful, self-healing ability. Icar and Oakley Hunter exchanged a glance, their expressions grim. Suddenly, Icar's face twisted, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Felly and Peach Rabbit. Clearly at his last gasp, he let out an incredibly manic laugh. Did I knock some sense out of him? I didn't even hit him in the head that much. Felly looked at this strangely behaving guy in confusion. What was wrong with him? Peach Rabbit was equally curious. Oakley Hunter was panting heavily, looking bewildered. What are you doing? He didn't quite understand his somewhat deranged partner at this moment. You all have to die. Icarus did not respond to Oakley Hunter, but shot a resentful glance at Philly, looking almost mad, and shouted loudly, "No one can leave. We all have to die here." Philly was too lazy to argue. He stepped forward and began rummaging through Icarus's belongings without hesitation. Icarus made no attempt to stop him. He just watched Philly, his lips curling up in a smile that was even harder to suppress than AK's. He found something, but it fell a bit off. Philly touched something hard. When he pulled it out, it turned out to be not a devil fruit, but a golden snail. Oh! Philly understood the reason. Lowering his head, he happened to meet Icarus's sharp and resentful gaze. Just then, with a loud bang, as the cannon fired, Philly's hand pierced through Icarus's chest. Chapter 56: The Third Party Hidden in the Dark and the Demon Slayer Order. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Philly's hand pierced through Icar's chest, gripping the heart he had extracted, which still retained its instinctive beating. The mocking and resentful expression was frozen on his face. At first, the pain was intense, but just moments later, there was no feeling at all. Bang! He tightened his grip. The lump of flesh exploded in his hand. Puhili numero. Philly withdrew his arm. Lightning crackled around his right arm. Blue-purple lightning surged with scorching heat, thoroughly cleansing Philly's right arm. Icar had already become a corpse. His eyes were wide open, staring at the azure sky, completely bidding farewell to this world. The Demon Slayer Order. Philly looked at the golden snail phone in his hand. Although he didn't have a deep memory of the anime One Piece, he was generally aware of the Demon Slayer Order, which had appeared in short videos with a relatively high frequency. Therefore, Philly had some understanding. In any case, the Demon Slayer Order is initiated by a golden snail phone. The Navy would dispatch enough warships capable of destroying an entire island and many powerful individuals to back them up. There seemed to be quite a few rear admirals involved. In the world of One Piece, once the Demon Slayer Order is activated, generally speaking, there would be no possibility of survival for the lives on that island. Philly glanced at Oakley Hunter beside him, shook the golden snail phone in his hand, and asked, "Do you know?" Oakley Hunter wanted to shake his head and lie. But under Philly's half-smiling gaze, he felt nervous. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at his companion lying nearby, now a corpse. He swallowed hard and nodded honestly. "I know." Philly asked, "Can be stopped?" Oakley Hunter shook his head. "It's too late." Upon hearing this, Philly didn't care and instead asked, "What about the devil fruit?" The surgery fruit is a good thing, an eternal life operation, although it may not be achievable. What if it succeeds? In a world where absolute power can suppress everything, of course, one hopes to live on forever. Philly was definitely a mundane person. He couldn't ignore such a commonplace thought. It has already been taken away. Oakley Hunter's swallowing sound grew louder. He had already anticipated how angry Philly would be upon knowing this answer and what his own fate would be. But if he didn't say anything and couldn't provide something, he would only end up worse off. Comparing the two, it was better to admit it directly to avoid attracting more trouble. Taken away? Philly's eyes widened, genuinely surprised. Because throughout the entire battle with Icar and Oakley Hunter, they had never left Philly's line of sight. In this case, how could the fruit have been taken away? This was a big question. Philly was puzzled. How was it taken away? Philly's gaze turned cold. "Don't lie to me." Oakley Hunter honestly cooperated and replied, "It was Moan. He is a fruit transferability user. Within a certain range, as long as he marks the target object, he can grab it from a distance." Philly asked, "How far is the distance?" He didn't care how strong the other party's fruit ability was. He just wanted to know if the target devil fruit was still on the island. "It is," Oakley Hunter hurriedly said. "It should be nearby. We agreed to leave after gathering." Oakley Hunter's eyes widened. Just as he finished speaking, a sharp pain struck him. Then, there was no more sensation. He looked down at Philly's arm, penetrating his heart, involuntarily recalling Icar's appearance just moments ago. His eyes turned resentful. But as soon as this expression emerged, his eyes glazed over, completely losing their vitality. Either his head was blown apart, or his heart was crushed. In the pirate world, people are as resilient as cockroaches. If not cleaned up properly, the next time Philly sees someone alive and well, he wouldn't be surprised at all. As long as one doesn't die, there are infinite possibilities. Bang! Just as Philly dealt with Oakley Hunter, a cannonball exploded not far beside him, raising a cloud of dust that made Philly squint. Peach Rabbit didn't care that Philly had killed 2 more members of the C-Zero organization. Once there was one, there would be a second and third. Having witnessed Philly personally execute a C-Zero mountain monkey, it was only natural for Peach Rabbit to accept watching the ghost fox and the dog die at Philly's hands. What should be done now? What about the people here? Peach Rabbit also saw the golden snail phone that Philly had found in his hand. Although she hadn't seen it with her own eyes before, she had at least heard of it. She had participated in the Demon Slayer Order a few years ago, even if she was just a trivial lieutenant. Peach Rabbit understood that according to the naval ship configuration of the Demon Slayer Order, there was no possibility of survival for the people on this island. Let's go. Philly grabbed Peach Rabbit and quickly flew toward the island's outskirts. The lives of the others had nothing to do with him. This Demon Slayer Order was initiated by the C-Zero organization, not him. But, having had a previous experience of personally participating in a Demon Slayer Order, returning to such a scene again, this time standing on the side of the victims. Watching the cannonballs falling like raindrops and the flames igniting all around, along with the continuous cries, wails, and screams, Peach Rabbit felt a chill run through her blood. Gun, this matter has nothing to do with you. The Demon Slayer Order has been activated. It's not something you can resolve. Hurry and leave here. Ensuring your own safety is the priority. Isn't the Navy just like this? When there are no orders from the world government, they can uphold justice. But when there are orders from the world government, justice becomes a joke. Peach Rabbit. This was the first time Peach Rabbit heard Philly speak so candidly about his views on the Navy. If it were before, she would definitely have rebutted. But now, having witnessed such things again, she opened her mouth but could only sigh. The Demon Slayer Order targets only ordinary people. Ordinary people, in the pirate world, are like dogtail grass. Once cut, they quickly grow back. They simply can't be exterminated. Philly took Peach Rabbit and easily reached the safe area by the shore. Their warship was still anchored there. Major General Gun, what's going on? The surrounding naval soldiers saw Gun and Philly and hurriedly inquired. Suddenly, so many warships arrived and launched indiscriminate attacks on the island. They were also anxious. Hurry and leave. Peach Rabbit had no intention of explaining. What was urgent was to leave this place of chaos immediately. You all go first. I'll come later. Philly, however, did not board the ship but turned around and flew back toward the island. Philly, seeing this, Peach Rabbit hurriedly turned, using both Shave and Moonwalk to fly after him. The surrounding Navy soldiers were left confused. Philly's speed was much faster than Peach Rabbit's, and even if she chased, she lost sight of Philly in just a few breaths. The voice of Philly slowly reached the ears of Taudu. You don't need to worry about my safety, but you, Jin, hurry and leave to avoid getting caught up in this. Be careful yourself. Taudu shouted loudly in the direction Philly had flown away. Then she turned back to the warship, gave orders, and commanded the ship to leave. Taudu stood on the deck, watching the direction Philly had departed, looking at the island gradually being engulfed by flames. Her expression was serious, and her emotions had not relaxed at all. Heartstrings. Philly stood in the center of the island and then used the Thunder Fruit to expand the range of his observation hockey. This unique supportive ability of the Thunder Fruit was indeed powerful. It was like a radar, but even more precise and efficient. Despairing disasters, terrifying deaths, and painful wails. The entire island had now fallen into a hellish scene. However, Philly did not care about these things. His goal was very clear. It was to find the thief who took his devil fruit. Found you. Philly's eyes opened. He turned to the right. His body instantly elementalized and disappeared from the spot. The target was already clear. Chapter 57. Doflamingo Philly's observation hockey talent is certainly not the strongest. He knows very well that in this world, there are always people stronger than you, and in the previous world, he was mediocre. Even in this world, he might be a bit better, but he could never be the one and only. However, Philly possesses the Thunder Fruit. With the special abilities granted by the Thunder Fruit, he cannot claim to have foresight and speed of perception, but at least in terms of range detection, if Philly says he is second, no one in the pirate world would dare to claim the first. Now, after using the Thunder Fruit to enhance his observation hockey, Philly can easily cover an entire island. And that's not even his limit. He can expand it even further if he wants to. With his observation hockey, a large number of images appeared in his mind. The details he could observe were more precise and clearer than radar. Since the target he was looking for was C-Zero, recognizable by its iconic white suit and masked appearance, it was quite easy for Philly to locate. The Thunder Fruit granted Philly a unique ability for mobility and traversing complex terrains and environments, even in such chaotic conditions. With the Navy's demon-slaying order being executed and cannonballs falling like rain, Philly was completely unaffected. In just a few flashes, he found his intended target. The figure in the white suit, wearing a dog-headed mask, was anxiously pacing back and forth, looking impatient. Philly learned from the already slain Oakley Hunter that this person's name was Moan, a paramecia-type user of the transfer fruit. Within a certain distance, he could use a special method to directly bring marked items to himself. It was this ability that allowed Icarus to transfer the devil fruit the moment he obtained it. Even though Philly was watching the whole time, he still couldn't figure out how the devil fruit was taken away. Moan, Philly called out. Huh? Upon hearing his name, the masked figure stopped in his tracks, instinctively turning his head towards the direction of the voice. He saw Philly floating in the air, having appeared out of nowhere. The eyes behind the mask narrowed slightly. Going out on a mission, especially with 3 C members together, indicated how much the higher-ups valued this devil fruit. They even delegated the authority of the demon-slaying order to them. Of course, the demon-slaying order was merely a precaution and not a mandatory measure. If everything went smoothly, there would be no need to use it. After all, making such a big fuss would be embarrassing for them. At first, Moan was quite happy to have successfully obtained the devil fruit. Completing the mission smoothly was a good thing for them. Back at the Holy Land, they would surely be rewarded by the 5 elders. However, before Moan could enjoy this happiness for long, he didn't wait for Icarus and Oakley Hunter to rendezvous with him. Instead, dozens of Navy warships quickly approached, their cannons loaded and aimed at the island. Then came a barrage of cannonballs raining down. Faced with such overwhelming chaos, Moan felt a chill down his spine. The demon-slaying order was not something one encountered casually. This was also his first time witnessing it up close. As he saw the range of destruction on the island expanding, it was gradually moving towards his area. If he stayed any longer, he would definitely fall into danger. There was no time to wait for Icarus and Oakley Hunter. He prepared to leave the area, find a safe spot, and then quickly report back to the Holy Land about the mission status. After that, if he could find Icarus and Oakley Hunter, he would have done his best and wouldn't feel guilty. However, just as he was about to leave, the voice calling out his name rang out. Almost instinctively, upon hearing someone call his name, he turned around and locked eyes with Philly, a stranger with no impression whatsoever. It was clear that there was no previous interaction with Philly. Being a C0 member, he normally interacted with prominent figures. Since this was the case, it meant that there was definitely something wrong with Philly standing before him. Whoosh! Moan's reaction was even faster than Philly had anticipated. He inexplicably pulled out a gun from thin air. Bang, bang, bang. Aiming at Philly, without any hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Flames erupted from the gun's muzzle, shooting a barrage of bullets towards Philly. Moan didn't stop his actions. Instead, he became even quicker, rapidly increasing the distance between him and Philly as he sprinted towards the direction of his hidden ship. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Tat, tat, tat. Tat, tat, tat. Did he think this was the end? No, that would be underestimating Moan's decisiveness and caution. Shooting was just a prelude, not even an appetizer. Immediately after, more dazzling weapons were brought out by Moan. Automatic rifles, machine guns, Gatling guns, grenades, rocket launchers. High explosives, modern weapons that could be quickly utilized and had considerable power were all used to greet Philly. Hurry and go. While retreating and running, he could still use his weapons for firepower output. This showed that Moan's combat quality was definitely not low. After such a barrage, he didn't care about whether it would have any effect, even if the smoke from such attacks caused a certain degree of visual distraction. He had to hurry and reach the seaside as fast as possible. This time, the target was still a ship, but not the one he had reserved. It was a warship specially designed and built by the Navy to execute the demon-slaying order. C0 members indeed didn't like dealing with the Navy, and neither side looked favorably upon the other. One viewed the other as the lapdogs of the celestial dragons, while the other felt like they were the mud-legged peasants who were never trusted and constantly suspected. However, now was not the time for Moan to think too much. At least he belonged to a different part of the same faction as the pirates. Even if the other side disliked him, they would still have to lend a helping hand. The Navy had no choice in this matter. But where do you think you're going? Moan had just taken 2 steps and hadn't even caught his breath when the voice ringing in his ears made his heart race. He quickly stopped, raised his arms, and crossed them in front of him. Bang! Even though he had been mentally prepared for temporary defense, Moan didn't expect the force of Philly's kick to be so immense that his heavy body was sent flying back like a thrown stone. Above the clouds and the sky, threads of the same color connected. A young man with short yellow hair, wearing deep pink sunglasses and a black suit, exuding a rebellious aura, was rapidly moving towards the area where the demon-slaying order was being executed. Interesting. Really interesting. What on earth is happening here? Doflamingo narrowed his eyes behind his sunglasses, his gaze falling on the island, not far below. Watching the Navy warships continuously firing cannonballs, his curiosity was piqued. Chapter 58, Tripartite Confrontation. Bang. 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 The body fell to the ground, creating intense friction with the surface. It rolled uncontrollably, raising clouds of dust. After leaving the landing point for dozens of meters, it finally crashed into a building, destroying it and coming to a stop in the ruins. Whoosh! At the same time, by coincidence, a missile fell, exactly landing on the spot where Moan was located. Boom! The thermal explosion generated a massive shockwave, blasting Moan out of the ruins. He looked quite disheveled, with torn clothes and messy hair. But upon closer inspection, one could see that his skin was intact and his limbs were sound. He had not suffered any substantial serious injuries. Whoosh! Just as Moan stood up, his pupils suddenly constricted. He raised his arm to block again. 100,000 volts. Crackle. However, the anticipated violent impact did not arrive. Instead, a severe burning and numbness spread from his arm to every part of his body. 1,000,000 volts. Crackle. At the moment his body was hit, he nearly lost control of his conqueror's hockey. Fortunately, he could still endure. However, the paralysis caused by the electric shock made his body stiff, leaving him unable to follow up with any actions. But soon after, an even stronger current spread throughout his body. The maintenance of his conqueror's hockey was forcibly lifted, and his body directly endured such a powerful high-voltage current. This time, Moan rolled his eyes back. He lost consciousness, dropping to his knees in front of Filey, temporarily incapacitated. Filey grabbed Moan's wild hair, which was standing on end due to the electric shock, and lifted him off the ground. Whoosh! Just as Filey was about to lift him up, a sharp attack came straight for his face. Bang! He raised his other idle hand, palm open, to block in front of him, stopping that powerful fist. With his other hand, he was forced to release the hair he was holding. He twisted, delivering a whip kick with his now free right arm, blocking to the side. Bang! As he blocked this strike, Filey bent his knees and lunged forward, turning his knee into a weapon. The Dark Conqueror's hockey enveloped it. Bang! The heavy blow landed on the chest of the person in front of him, sending him flying again in an airborne attack posture, losing his support. Super electromagnetic cannon. He raised his arm, aiming at the target. Watching Moan fly backwards in the air, a powerful laser-like lightning shot out. Crackle. In this violent wave of energy, bathed in the baptism of lightning, hearing the heart-wrenching screams, Filey's expression remained indifferent. He soared into the air. Thunder Beast. Thunder Dragon. The dragon and tiger forms of the lightning beasts emerged simultaneously, heading for the target in the pit on the ground. Roar. Roar. Bang. The two forms of lightning attack techniques struck the same target simultaneously. They coordinated, yet conflicted, creating a secondary violent explosion. The terrifying destructive power turned the bombarded area into scorched earth. Filey hovered in the air, using his Kinbunchiko hockey to sense that he would not allow Moan to slip away under his watch. He could also sense that Moan's current life state was not good. Clearly, his attack had indeed achieved excellent results. Cough, cough, cough. As the dust settled, Moan was still gasping for breath, his breathing very weak. It was evident that he had been seriously injured. He never expected that Filey would be a user of the Thunder Fruit, suddenly encountering a lightning attack. The powerful paralysis effect slowed his movements, causing him to lose his combat rhythm, leading to Filey's constant suppression. In terms of physical skills, although he was strong, Filey, as an outsider, had an unreasonable physical quality. The longer one lived in the pirate world, the seemingly stronger they became. Although his height had basically stopped growing, his physique had not shown any signs of halting its enhancement. Coupled with the secondary amplification of Conqueror's hockey, the effect was somewhat bullying. How dare you take my things without permission? You really don't know how to live. Filey stepped over to Moan's side and felt around in his arms. However, it was quite regrettable. He discovered the devil fruit. Damn, the situation had twists and turns, and the outcome was unexpected. After all this effort, the result was in vain. All of Filey's previous hard work seemed wasted. This time, Filey was too lazy to ask. He covered his right hand with Conqueror's hockey and then smashed his black fist on Amon's head, who was still gasping on the ground. The effect was like a watermelon exploding after being hit by a baseball bat. The scorching lightning surged around, cleaning the splattered blood and flesh. Sorry. I was rash. However, after Filey had just executed Mon, feeling slightly better, he stood up and casually glanced at the nearby ruins. There, he saw a devil fruit. Filey was taken aback for a moment. Then a smile appeared on his face. Glancing at the headless corpse lying on the ground, unable to be more dead, he thought, I will definitely take you down. It's just a matter of time. The reasons don't really matter. Since you're dead, there's no need to fuss over it. Filey muttered to himself as he stepped over Mon's headless body, feeling pleased. He bent down and picked up the devil fruit from the ground. Holding the devil fruit in his hand, feeling its rough texture, he contemplated the ability of this paramecia-type surgery fruit. Filey murmured, who should I brainwash and train? He had indeed taken the first step toward gaining the ability of immortality. However, this seemingly incredibly difficult first step was actually the simplest among the conditions for obtaining immortality with the surgery fruit, because all subsequent steps seemed to be more challenging than the surgery fruit itself. It required someone who was immensely loyal to him to complete the immortality surgery. It required developing a devil fruit to the point of awakening. This person needed to be loyal, talented, and willing to sacrifice their own life for Filey's ambition of immortality. Just thinking about it made Filey's scalp tingle. It was simply too much to contemplate. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that all his efforts were actually in vain. Although he felt a headache thinking about it, Filey had no intention of returning the surgery fruit. He casually tucked it into his arms, and then it was as if he had nothing on him. Truly, this is an anime world. After arriving in the pirate world, Filey gradually accepted the bizarre aspects of both the second and third dimensions. The reasonable and the unreasonable coexisted. Just like now, putting things away, he could carry items that he couldn't fit even when carrying a backpack before. This was a benefit, and Filey was too lazy to delve into it. He patted the spot where he had placed the devil fruit, and even though there was no tactile sensation, he felt a surge of happiness. Your stuff. When did the things of our world government become yours? Philly stopped and looked at the guy in a white suit and a tiger mask standing not far behind him, his expression slightly impatient. I said, are you done yet? One comes after another. Kill one, and another shows up. Damn it. Is there no end to this? Ha ha. An eerie and enchanting laughter suddenly echoed from the air. Philly's heart skipped a beat before his eyes. This laughter had more class than my cackling. It's even more pleasant to hear. How interesting, so interesting. The Demon Slayer Order, C0 and you, stranger. Who are you? The line fruit acted like a heavenly ladder, helping Doflamingo fly in the air. Dressed in a black suit, wearing pink sunglasses and draped in a pink haori, he landed gracefully. That defiant expression was always on his face, and his iconic laughter possessed a powerful penetrating quality. Whoosh! Bang! A cannonball fell from the sky, landing in the open space between the three. The explosion, flames, and acrid smoke rose around them, creating a sea of fire. The headless corpse lying on the ground rendered the atmosphere exceptionally bleak. Chapter 59. Cooperation with Doflamingo. Philly's height is 3.15 meters. Doflamingo stands at 2.98 meters. The C0 member, known as Blood Tiger, wears a tiger mask and a white suit and is 3 meters tall. Philly feels quite emotional. Fortunately, after arriving in the pirate world, his body underwent a second growth spurt. Otherwise, just standing would make him feel significantly shorter, which would be somewhat unpleasant. In the pirate world, a height of 3 meters is not that exaggerated. Heights of 1.8 or 1.7 meters are also common. Heights of 5 to 6 meters or even 7 to 8 meters are frequently encountered. There are also plenty of even larger beings. At 3 meters, he is considered an average among the strong. Of course, there are those who are 1.7 or 1.8 meters tall. It doesn't matter too much. Philly thinks that being over 3 meters is quite good. C0 Blood Tiger glanced at Philly, then swept his gaze over Doflamingo, directly stating, Doflamingo, this matter has nothing to do with you. Leave immediately. Doflamingo's smile slowly faded, but the curve of his lips remained. Wearing sunglasses, his gaze was hidden. However, that smile appeared cold and sinister, seemingly filled with intense emotions. Indeed, Doflamingo was once a celestial dragon. To counter his foolish father's decisions, he even personally killed his father and attempted to return to the Holy Land with a man's head, only to be rejected and nearly die in Mariewa. Among C0 members, Doflamingo was more familiar with them than Philly. These guys were once just dogs by his side, hardly worthy of his attention, summoned at will and dismissed just as easily. But now, being called by name by those he once regarded as mere servants has caused a complete 180-degree shift in attitude, making Doflamingo's heart ache even more. His resentment towards his deceased father swelled again. Foolish man, our family became this way because of you. Doflamingo had never respected his father. That foolish clown who naively believed he could live as an ordinary person after abandoning his celestial dragon identity. It was utterly foolish. Color trap. A sudden attack launched without warning, targeting C0 Blood Tiger Palmod. It seemed he had sensed it in advance. Palmod dodged the attack and countered. However, his target was not Doflamingo but Philly, whom he had been eyeing. Sky Splitter. His palm clawed, generating a powerful energy attack from a distance. The target was clear, Philly. Philly's body elementalized, vanishing into thin air. Super Electromagnetic Cannon. He reappeared, his control over the Thunderfruit's abilities growing increasingly skilled. With a casual flick of his finger, a beam of lightning energy shot forth instantly, without any wind-up. Of course, in terms of power, it was significantly reduced. Strength and speed, aside from physical techniques, ultimately required trade-offs. Whip Strike. Taking the initiative to attack, he was, however, ignored. Such a thing humiliated Doflamingo's proud heart. He continued to smile, though it appeared more brutal, and his attacks became more ferocious, aimed directly at Palmod. His right arm shot forward, then withdrew, and moved forward again. The thick threads were as sharp as blades, darting toward the target at an indistinguishable speed. Phasmid's pupils contracted, his heart trembled, and he swiftly dodged to the side. Boom! The ground where the long thread passed was cut open, a massive horizontal line, neat and uniform, as if created by a swordsman's blade. Although it was a thread, Doflamingo's string fruit, under his development, had frighteningly high attack power. Damn it! Phasmid's expression darkened. The lightning energy was instantly before him. Even if he sensed it, his movements were slightly lagging. His arms crossed in front of him. Covered in armament hockey, he transformed into a small black figure, bracing to take the hit. Phasmid's expression remained unchanged, and he felt no intense discomfort in his body. The instant Super Electromagnetic Cannon's attack power was less than half of what it used to be. Parasitic Thread, Lightning Dragon. However, this was just the beginning of an offensive, not the end. Just as Philly's attack landed, Doflamingo entered his rhythm. Phasmid's body stiffened, feeling an unfamiliar force controlling his actions. The defensive posture of his arms was forcibly released. He wanted to leave, but his legs were firmly rooted in place. Unable to move, he watched as the dragon-shaped lightning descended, his eyes filled with anger. Doflamingo! Fu-fu-fu. Doflamingo laughed, his fingers deftly manipulating. Bright, shimmering threads danced above his 5 fingers. Boom! The lightning dragon struck down, causing a violent explosion. The commotion was exaggerated. Doflamingo's expression slightly tightened. The threads he had previously sensed had now broken, floating lightly, losing control over their target. Doflamingo, you're seeking death. A black shadow dashed out from the explosion created by the lightning dragon, clearly heading towards Doflamingo. Fu-fu-fu. Doflamingo's laughter persisted as he stood still. Phasmid's body had transformed into a beast form, now larger and stronger in his tiger-human shape. His arms were covered in armament hockey, turning his palms into blades, slicing towards Doflamingo. Doflamingo's body was cleaved in two. However, rather than a scene of blood splattering, Doflamingo's bisected body dissipated in midair. Puff! Numerous, thin threads fell from the sky, dropping straight down. Boom! Palmod successfully dodged, pushing off the ground with his legs bent like a spring, leaping upwards. Have you ever been kicked by lightning? Zizizi. Boom! A sound filled with malicious delight echoed. Phasmid's pupils contracted, becoming somewhat flustered. His upward arm turned to shield his right side. The powerful kick came instantly. 1,000,000 volts. The attack was blocked, but immediately after, a powerful burst of lightning energy erupted upon brief contact. Boom! In this situation, he could only bear the attack. The light and heat, the powerful energy explosion, made it difficult for Palmod, who was in close proximity, to bear it. In contrast, Philly, with his elemental ability, had no need to worry about the backlash from his own attack. I'm done playing with you. Goodbye. Elementalizing his body, he reappeared, already dozens of meters away from the battlefield. He aimed to leave this place. Philly had achieved his goal. Staying here was a waste of time. There was no need to interact excessively with Palmod and Doflamingo. Philly, where do you think you're running to? Palmod steadied himself and shouted loudly at Philly's retreating figure. Philly remained unfazed, his body elementalized and disappeared completely from Pasmid's and Doflamingo's sight. Fufufu. Doflamingo let out a hearty laugh, looking down at Pomade from the sky. His body flickered and entered the clouds. Damn it. Pasmid's expression was grim. He looked in the direction where Philly had left, then glanced at the spot where Doflamingo had disappeared. His face was terrifyingly dark. He took out a din-din mushy from his pocket and dialed a certain channel. However, the din-din mushy did not respond at all, as if it had encountered some kind of malfunction. Pomade was puzzled. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Suddenly, a sharp blade pierced through his heart. Blood gushed out from his chest. Cough, cough, cough. Pomade looked down at the wound on his chest. His eyes filled with shock. Bang! He forcefully swung his elbow back. Bang! The impact was dull and powerful. The attack was blocked and did not hit the ambusher behind him. Fufufu, you really didn't leave? Fufufu. Chapter 60. The silent kill. Fiery's resolute face appeared from behind Pomade. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a mocking smile. His gaze swept over Doflamingo, but he said nothing. 1,000,000 volts. ZZZZ. The powerful lightning attack suddenly erupted at this moment. Electricity coursed through his entire body, especially where he had been injured, leaving his internal organs defenseless. The internal damage was severe. Thunderstorm. Bang! A massive ball of lightning exploded from within him. Half of Pasmid's body was blown apart, flesh and blood flying everywhere. The terrifying heat generated by the sudden outburst of electricity incinerated everything around, leaving no dirt on Fiery. Bang! Pasmid's enormous body fell down. Ha ha! Doflamingo laughed heartily. A white thread appeared at the position of his pants, piercing through the tip of his shoes and passing through beside Pomade. Pomade, who was originally in free fall, suddenly paused. A faint white thread emerged around his neck. Ha ha! You were quite loud just now. What did you call me? Doflamingo's face, adorned with sunglasses, bore a smile. Although he was laughing, it was impossible to discern the gaze behind the sunglasses. His body quickly descended. The thin thread wrapped around Pasmid's neck was pulled tighter and tighter. Doflamingo's speed of descent gradually slowed. When his feet finally touched the ground, Fiery looked up and saw Pasmid's neck snap in response. Blood sprayed everywhere, and a head flew high into the air. After tracing a graceful parabolic arc, it landed precisely in front of Fiery. The tiger head had reverted to its original human form, the tiger mask gone, revealing a middle-aged man's face, albeit twisted in agony. Fiery stepped on the head, crushing it flat, half buried in the ground. If you don't come out, you won't have to die. Fiery disliked delaying revenge. Any grievances were best settled on the spot. As a member of C0, Pomade was able to recognize Fiery and call his name. Clearly, Fiery's information had reached C0. Unsurprisingly, the higher-ups of the world government were already aware of his abilities as the Thunderfruit user. But this was to be expected. Fiery had initially joined the Navy simply to systematically learn hockey and martial arts. This outing with Peach Rabbit was merely to assess his learning outcomes. At this point, everything he needed to learn was already in hand. It was no longer necessary to return to the Navy. This could serve as a reason to smoothly exit the Navy. If the Navy upheld true justice, Fiery wouldn't mind being a hero. But given the current state of the world, it was more comfortable to be a citizen of his homeland. How Fiery chose was already clear. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. Doflamingo looked at Fiery with a smile, arms wide open, and asked loudly, I just heard him say your name is Fiery. Fiery nodded. Doflamingo laughed heartily. Ha ha. Fiery, now we can say we know each other. Do you know who you just killed? Fiery looked at Doflamingo curiously and replied, Who? He wanted to see what Doflamingo was up to. C0. The organization that is solely responsible for the celestial dragons, their most loyal dogs. Doflamingo covered his face and bent over, laughing. You actually laid hands on someone close to the celestial dragons. The trouble that will follow won't be small. Fiery found it amusing and asked, following Doflamingo's words, Oh, that does sound a bit troublesome. Doflamingo suddenly leaned forward, coming close to Fiery, arms wide open, his pink glasses fixated on Fiery. Even though his gaze was obscured, one could feel the almost tangible heat in his stare. Ha ha ha. Fiery, join me. Join the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo spoke candidly about his intentions. By joining our family, your power, combined with my influence, can easily resolve such matters. Fiery took the opportunity to say, just now, you also made a move. Are you not worried? We are accomplices. Doflamingo replied, accomplices? I have my own ways. Just a mere dog, nothing to worry about. Fiery, join the Don Quixote family. I welcome you. You will be my highest-ranking subordinate. Fiery strength was considerable, already recognized by Doflamingo. Not to mention, as a Thunderfruit user, Fiery could not be weak, even without martial arts. Just developing his fruit ability without understanding Haki would still allow him to handle most opponents with ease, aside from natural-type Devil Fruit users. Moreover, Fiery's martial arts were also exceptionally strong. For the rapidly expanding Don Quixote family, gaining Fiery's membership would undoubtedly be a tremendous boost. Doflamingo was in urgent need of talented individuals at this moment. Join your faction, Fiery said, shaking his head. Seeing this, Doflamingo's smile dimmed slightly. However, he had not planned to speak again. No matter how strong Fiery was, Doflamingo had his own pride. Since Fiery rejected his request once, he wouldn't ask again. He couldn't do something like visiting multiple times to persuade someone, as he once was a celestial dragon. But I don't want to take a look at your Don Quixote family. If I find it appealing, I might just join, Fiery said with a smile. Are you welcoming me? Doflamingo was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Sure, let's go. It's not far from the family residence. Welcome, Fiery. Let me personally show you around my family. At this point, the situation had developed in an unexpected direction. Initially prepared to leave after being rejected by Fiery, Doflamingo was now encouraged by Fiery's willingness to visit. If he could change Fiery's mind, that would be best. If not, making a friend would open up more paths. In the world of pirates, the strong were the real nuclear weapons, and wherever they went, they received preferential treatment. Doflamingo was eager to befriend the strong. Skypath, not a natural-type Devil Fruit user, nor an animal-type Flying Fruit user. But as a String Fruit user, Doflamingo had learned to utilize the ubiquitous clouds for assistance, allowing him to soar in the air. Fiery, on the other hand, used his fruit ability to fly directly in the sky. On the ground, the headless bodies of two C-0 members lay there, continuously bombarded by shells launched from the warships. The explosions and flames engulfed them, leaving not a trace behind. This warm island vanished in an instant under the Navy's righteous bombardment. Navy camp, on the warship where Peach Rabbit was located. Chapter 61. Tautu, what are you doing? The island has turned into a sea of fire. There are basically no traces of life left. Even if it wanted to recover, it would take decades or even hundreds of years. Tautu stood on the deck of the warship, gazing towards the island. She was the first to leave the island and had not encountered any accidents. Her departure was very smooth. Although it was a demon-slaying fleet, they did not attack their own after seeing Tautu's naval ship. However, Tautu's naval ship still carried some survivors from the island. They were lucky to have run into Tautu's day. What on earth is going on? Why are we doing this? The demon-slaying order has actually been activated. The soldiers on Tautu's warship were all bewildered. They had followed Tautu and had evacuated from the island in a daze. Just before leaving, they had relied on Tautu to block several cannonballs that almost hit the ship with her slashes. Looking at the island engulfed in flames, resembling a hell on earth, they dared not think that it was the place they had been just moments ago. At this moment, Tautu was somewhat worried about Fei Li's situation. She believed that as a natural-type Thunderfruit user, Fei Li would have no problem safely leaving the island if he wanted to. But now that so much time had passed, logically, Fei Li should have come over by now, yet he was still nowhere to be seen. With such a situation, how could Tautu not be anxious? Gurgle, gurgle. The transponder snail in her arms suddenly rang. Tautu took it out and saw that it was a call from Vice Admiral Crane. She temporarily set aside her worries about Fei Li and picked up the transponder snail. Sister Crane, is there something you need? Vice Admiral Crane's voice came through with a hint of concern. The transponder snail also changed to show her frowning, deep in thought. Tautu quickly replied, "What do you mean specifically?" Vice Admiral Crane said, "The 5 elders found us and mentioned something about Fei Li." Tautu's spirit instantly tensed. What does this mean? Vice Admiral Crane continued, "There have been a large number of unexplained disappearances over at C0, and communication suddenly cut off. The last message suggested it was related to a Thunderfruit user, but after that, all communication was interrupted." With Vice Admiral Crane saying this much, the implication was very clear. She wanted to know whether this incident was related to Fei Li. Tautu had a close relationship with her, so she would not lie to her about this matter. Therefore, without much hesitation, she directly asked. However, and no, it's nothing. The image of Fei Li appeared in her mind. Tautu, almost on instinct, chose to lie in response to Vice Admiral Crane's inquiry. Is that so? Vice Admiral Crane did not doubt Tautu's words too much, but the frown on the transponder snail's face did not ease. Vice Admiral Crane suddenly said, "Jia Yuan, have Fei Li take the call. I have something to discuss with him." Tautu thought, this is bad. Fei Li was not by her side at that moment. Even if she wanted to continue lying, she had no clue how to do so. Moreover, facing the astute Vice Admiral Crane, Tautu did not think she could pull off a perfect deception. If Vice Admiral Crane was determined to investigate, there were too many loopholes that could not be concealed. Furthermore, lying to Vice Admiral Crane put immense pressure on Tautu's day. At that moment, she decided to take the burden upon herself. Sister Crane, is there something you need to discuss with me? Tautu thought to speak up, but suddenly, a large hand grabbed the transponder snail from her. Fei Li stood abruptly beside Tautu's day. You. Seeing Fei Li smiling and winking at her, Tautu finally felt relieved. Fei Li, you're here? Vice Admiral Crane's voice came from the transponder snail, tinged with confusion, as if she found it very puzzling. Fei Li naturally said, Sister Crane, what are you talking about? I'm obviously here. With such a beautiful senior beside me, how could I bear to leave? Tautu, whose mood had already brightened because of Fei Li's return, felt her face flush when she heard him teasing her in front of Vice Admiral Crane. She glared at Fei Li in irritation, but all she received in return was his teasing smile. Helpless, Tautu could only reach out and pinch the flesh on Fei Li's arm, not knowing where she had learned this move. You and Tautu's day. Something was off, very off. Even through the transponder snail, Vice Admiral Crane sensed the strange atmosphere between Tautu and Fei Li. Suddenly, a ridiculous thought popped into her head, but she felt she was overthinking it. It was too unbelievable. Tautu, she knew very well. It shouldn't be. It couldn't be, right? All right, there's nothing urgent for now. You can continue sailing. Vice Admiral Crane ended the call. The matter between Fei Li and Tautu had no basis, only speculation. She could not make any unreasonable demands. Everything would have to wait until Fei Li and Tautu returned. As for the inquiries from the five elders, hadn't the Navy already begun investigating? Whether they could yield results, and whether those results would satisfy the five elders, Vice Admiral Crane would not concern herself with. They had done their part. The facts were what they were. After hanging up the transponder snail, Fei Li said, Is Sister Crane suspecting our relationship? Tautu replied seriously, What relationship do we have? Fei Li said earnestly, Yes, we are senior and junior. Tautu gritted her teeth, recalling what Fei Li had done at the auction house. Unable to contain her anger. Is that something a junior should do to a senior? What? Fei Li feigned confusion, then realized, laughing, that was acting. Of course, I had to go all out. At that time, didn't it fool everyone? It shows my acting skills are good. Fei Li laughed naturally, pleased with himself. Acting. Tautu glared at Fei Li, her right hand clenched into a fist, knuckles turning white. She coldly stared at the smiling face of the man before her, unable to resist the urge to throw a punch. Yes, acting. Fei Li suddenly stepped forward. The distance between him and Tautu was already close. With this move, there was practically no distance left between them. Their noses seemed to almost touch. Tautu was startled. Fei Li's sudden action caught her off guard. When she came to her senses and realized what was happening, she instinctively tried to step back. However, a pair of large hands had already firmly grasped her slim waist. She struggled a bit, but couldn't break free. What are you doing? Let go. Tautu looked around in panic. They were on a naval warship, and there were quite a few soldiers nearby. The actions between Fei Li and Tautu certainly did not escape their eyes. As the highest commander of the warship, Tautu felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. However, Fei Li directly lowered his head, blocking out the words that Tautu was about to say next. How dare he? Tautu was stunned, her eyes wide open, looking at Fei Li, who was so close yet so unbelievable. She felt increasingly offended in her mouth. She was both shy and angry, but as she pushed, her strength weakened. As for the shocked and bewildered gazes of the soldiers around, Tautu no longer had the energy to care. Fei Li embraced Tautu, glanced at the surrounding soldiers, and grinned. Go to your own thing. The Navy's soldiers, upon hearing this, dispersed in a rush. You. Tautu's face turned red, her expression quite awkward. Wanted to question him, but just as she opened her mouth, Fei Li lowered his head. He still hadn't had enough. Doflamingo. Damn it. What is going on here? Doflamingo was in the air, hiding in the clouds, with a head full of black lines. He was unsure how much longer he would have to awkwardly wait in this place. Chapter 62. The Navy just borrowing shell for a while. Don't take it seriously. Heidi, where are we now? Peach Rabbit touched her slightly swollen lips, her expression a bit dazed. Her mind was buzzing with confusion. After all, the incident just now happened too suddenly. She didn't have time to react at all. Moreover, she and Fei Li were too far apart in age, more than 10 years. It was all too absurd. By the way, where did he just say he was going? Peach Rabbit looked around but didn't see Fei Li's figure. Suddenly, she remembered something and hurriedly scanned her surroundings. As a result, aside from occasionally catching the strange glances of the surrounding naval soldiers, she couldn't find any trace of Feli. Peach Rabbit vaguely recalled that Feli had whispered to her that he would be leaving for a while. If they needed to contact each other, they would use a snail phone. Facing the soldiers' odd looks, Peach Rabbit, as a rear admiral, felt that her usual authority had no effect at this moment. She even actively avoided their gazes. Immediately, she took out her snail phone. The snail phone projected Feli's expression, which was both tough and smiling. "Senior, what is up? Did you miss me already after just parting?" Peach Rabbit's face turned red, but she didn't argue. Instead, she quickly asked, "Where are you going?" Feli chuckled. "I agreed to let my girlfriend take care of me." Peach Rabbit gritted her teeth and said, "You're still in the assessment period. I need to be responsible for you. Come back immediately." Feli replied, "Not possible right now. I need some time. Don't think too much about me, okay?" After saying this, the snail phone was hung up. Peach Rabbit froze for a moment and immediately spoke. "I said." Unfortunately, seeing the unresponsive snail phone, she realized that Feli had disconnected the call. She stomped her foot in a somewhat girlish manner. Peach Rabbit put the snail phone away. Where would he be going? She was very curious and concerned about Feli's whereabouts. If it were in the past, Peach Rabbit would absolutely not have cared so much about someone else's matters, even if she knew. However, Feli was different. At least in Peach Rabbit's heart, Feli was not like others. His treatment was unique. Fufufu. Using the to achieve flight. Doflamingo couldn't help but interject upon hearing Feli's casual conversation that didn't care about his presence. "What is your relationship with the Navy?" Feli answered without hesitation. "I'm currently a student at the Navy Academy. I'm in training with the Navy and also a student of Zephyr." Feli's answer was quite honest, showing no deception towards Doflamingo. Oh, if it were before, Doflamingo would still have some doubts about Feli's answer. After all, he personally witnessed Feli kill a member of C0. Even if he had participated, just looking at Feli's demeanor, he definitely wouldn't have let the C0 member leave alive. The relationship between the Navy and C organization, while not good, still fell under the jurisdiction of the world government. They would never do something like mutually harming each other. But after seeing the interactions between Feli and Peach Rabbit, as well as the reactions of the surrounding naval soldiers when they saw Feli, Doflamingo found Feli's explanation plausible at this moment. "No wonder you're unwilling to join my Don Quixote family." Doflamingo smiled, though his expression was somewhat uncomfortable. If Feli was a Navy member, it made sense why he wouldn't want to join his family's power. He could accept not having stolen from the Navy. Who says that just because he's in the Navy now, he will always be in the Navy? Feli said nonchalantly, "I just have some temporary needs in the Navy." Besides, Feli looked at Doflamingo. "Do you really think I can completely hide what I'm doing from the world government?" The power of the thunderstorm fruit is indeed very versatile. Feli used its abilities to create magnetic field disruptions and cut off the snail phone signal. But that only severed the path for the members of the C organization to investigate him. Elsewhere, there were still many methods to trace Feli's identity. Not to mention the soldiers on Peach Rabbit's warship, even if the ones with ulterior motives had been eliminated by Feli himself. The remaining soldiers were not hard nuts to crack. As long as they were human, they had weaknesses. With the world government's means, if they were determined to search, everything Feli had done would surely be exposed. Moreover, he had only joined the Navy to undergo systematic training, laying a solid foundation for becoming stronger in the future. His purpose had already been achieved. He would definitely leave the Navy platform in the future because the roots of the Navy were fundamentally flawed. There were too many restrictions and grievances. How could Feli allow himself to be controlled by these celestial dragons? He would wait for an opportunity, naturally leaving the Navy without making things too ugly. That could also be considered as being worthy of Sengoku's expectations and the earnest teachings of Zephyr during this time. Teacher Zephyr, in the future, I will help you once. If possible, try to let those junior students survive. Zephyr's identity and position, combined with Feli's personality, destined that they could not be comrades in the future and would likely become enemies and rivals. But Feli would remember this kindness from Zephyr. Helping Zephyr change his life a bit wouldn't be impossible. Fufufu. Interesting, truly interesting. Although Doflamingo didn't fully grasp the deeper meaning behind Feli's words, he could roughly understand that Feli probably wouldn't stay in the Navy for long. That meant there was still hope for Feli to join the Don Quixote family. As long as there was hope, that was good. After this, things might not necessarily not have a turnaround. Here is the headquarters of our Don Quixote family in the North Sea. Doflamingo took Feli to a certain place. A flag fluttered above the port, resembling Doflamingo's smiling face, with a diagonal line crossing through the smile, exuding a hint of madness. Meanwhile, a large number of sturdy men in black suits, holding weapons, stood at the port, constantly urging the laborers to work and move the cargo. Ship after ship of goods was being transported ashore, while the cargo on the shore was continuously loaded onto the freighters. If one didn't know that the Don Quixote family was a criminal organization in the North Sea, they might really think Doflamingo was a legitimate businessman. This guy looks sinister and has nothing to do with being legitimate. Doflamingo opened his arms, a radiant smile on his face. Fuf. Welcome to visit my Don Quixote family. Young master, you're back. Who is this? Chapter 63. Can't we enjoy ourselves? Strange shapes. Odd costumes. It had been a while since he arrived in the pirate world, and there were indeed obvious differences from the world he once lived in. The various characters here had very distinctive clothing styles, and their appearances were quite unique. Fortunately, Philly was making an effort to adapt and was gradually able to accept it. When he saw the officers from the Don Quixote family, he didn't show excessive surprise. There were indeed quite a few strange-looking, oddly dressed individuals. Philly thought that Doflamingo was relatively unique and had a flamboyant sense of style, but within his Don Quixote family, he surprisingly became the most normal one. Only the female officers were somewhat normal. Philly's gaze swept over the Don Quixote family members present. His eyes lingered for a moment on the only woman there. She had long green hair and an alluring figure, which was quite to Philly's taste. Philly didn't have much of an impression of her, just a faint memory from watching short videos before. He didn't even know her name. Doflamingo smiled and said, Philly, let me introduce you to my family members. Doflamingo was quite unconcerned and very enthusiastically introduced Philly. This is Diamante. This is Buffalo. This is Jorah. And Lao Ji. Oh, her name is Monet. What a beautiful name. From Doflamingo's introduction, Philly learned the name of the girl with the green wavy hair. He had a faint impression of Monet. It sounded poetic. Monet also noticed Philly's gaze. From Doflamingo's rare warm attitude, it was clear that he valued and cared for Philly. Although she felt displeased, Monet still wore a bright and cheerful smile, which naturally made people feel fond of her. This is Philly, a Logia-type devil fruit user. Doflamingo briefly introduced Philly to his family members. He didn't mention anything about his background or identity, but the single piece of information he shared about Philly made everyone present shudder. Thunderfruit. Logia-type. It was actually the Thunderfruit. The value of a Logia-type devil fruit is never low at any time. Among the 3 types of devil fruits, the lower limit of Logia types is the highest, while the upper limit varies from person to person. The Thunder Fruit, representing lightning. Anyone who can wield such natural power, no matter how mediocre they were before, would become a moving natural disaster thereafter. Now, the members of the Don Quixote family understood why Doflamingo was so enthusiastic about Philly. Doflamingo smiled at Philly. Philly, let me throw you a welcome banquet. Then I can introduce you to all the family members. At this moment, the Don Quixote family was developing very rapidly, and not all the officers were gathered in one place. Many were assigned elsewhere to testify. The sea was chaotic, filled with conflicts, especially in the North Sea. Even the Navy could only maintain the most basic stability. The most basic meant that it didn't get too chaotic. Various bloody conflicts and mutual killings between powers were beyond anyone's control. Doflamingo was willing to call all the family members back for a banquet just for Philly, which showed how much he valued him. All right, Philly didn't mind at all. He accepted it with peace of mind. The members of the Don Quixote family also tacitly agreed, with no one voicing any objections. Doflamingo smiled and asked, shall we go for a walk? Philly nodded, pointing at Monet. Let Monet take me around, Doflamingo. I don't like men. Doflamingo was taken aback for a moment, but then smiled and nodded. Okay, no problem. Monet, I'll leave Philly in your care. Monet immediately nodded in response. Yes, young master. I will take good care of Mr. Philly. Doflamingo indeed had many matters to attend to, such as building a force and planning for its growth. Even if he wanted to be a hands-off manager, there were still some things that required his personal attention. Moreover, since Philly liked beautiful women, he was even happier. Discovering Philly's preferences was a gain for him. Besides, if Monet could strengthen her relationship with Philly, it would also be a good thing for the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo was actually quite pleased with this. Let us go. Philly looked at Monet. Take me around and show me the sights. Monet asked, do you have any specific preferences? Philly replied straightforwardly, right now, women. He stared intently at Monet. Under Philly's bold gaze, Monet didn't appear flustered at all. She smiled, slightly bowed, and indicated, all right, then I know where to take you. In the city controlled by the Don Quixote family, The most famous establishment in the red light district was currently booked, although there were losses. Monet's status ensured that the manager of the establishment would not refuse the Don Quixote family's face. If they wanted to continue their business here, they had to consider the Don Quixote family's wishes. She knew how to handle things. Morel sat leisurely at the bar, sipping wine with an elegant and relaxed posture. He often heard some seductive music, which caused a slight blush to appear on Monet's fair cheeks. It was hard to tell if it was due to the effects of the alcohol or the commotion caused by Philly. Sister? That person is still inside. Next to Monet was a girl with short green hair, wearing a monocle, holding a basket, and continuously stuffing grapes in her mouth, looking curiously toward the second floor. Why are you here? Morel looked at Sugar in surprise and said, if you have nothing to do, go play somewhere else. After saying that, Morel glanced at the messy, sticky, and fat figure behind Sugar. Tory Pole, take Sugar away. We can't determine the danger level of that filly yet. Don't let Sugar come into contact with him. Sugar's existence was of great significance to the entire Don Quixote family. She was very special and absolutely could not be allowed to have any accidents. Hey, Monet, I understand. Sugar, let us go. Okay. Sugar didn't mind, nodded, and turned to leave after saying goodbye to Monet. Seeing her sister leave, Monet finally felt her slightly tense heart relax a bit. Although I like women, I have no interest in children who never grow up. A warm breath brushed past her ear. That abrupt voice suddenly rang out. Monet's originally calm face froze, and her body involuntarily tensed up. Turning around, she just happened to meet Philly's gaze, which was very close. A girl who never grows up? Monet's words were meaningful, and her eyes searched as she looked at Philly. Indeed, Philly's hand grasped Monet's chin as he leaned down to look at her, smiling as he said, I prefer mature women, those with femininity. Monet subtly brushed Philly's hand away, smiling as she asked, Mr. Philly, are you satisfied with my arrangements? Philly naturally wrapped his arm around Monet's waist and led her outside. Walking and nodding, not bad, but that's all there is to it. If I could replace you with Monet, I would definitely be satisfied. Monet smiled, but did not respond to Philip. She tried to break free from Philip's embrace, but a surge of electricity flowed through her body, instantly making her feel numb. You. Monet's expression finally changed, glaring at Philip with some annoyance. Sorry, I couldn't control it. To express my apologies. Philip leaned down and pressed his forehead against Monet's, smiling as he said, from now on, I'll support you. Monet's body transformed into snowflakes and scattered, elegantly standing beside Philip. Her smile remained. No, the young master asked me to take Mr. Philip around, so let's walk around. Philip clasped his hands behind his head and tilted his head back, saying, sure, since there's nothing to do, let's just relax and look around. Baba 5, I need you. After just 2 steps, Philip's attention was drawn to something interesting. Damn! And beside Philip, Monet's originally serene face now showed anger and murderous intent. Chapter 64, Baby 5, I need you. She was a delicate young girl, dressed in a well-fitted black maid outfit. Her figure was slim, lacking mature curves, but she was already growing taller, and it was clear that her future would not be lacking. She had a pretty and charming face, but at this moment, she wore an expression of shock and delight. Her cheeks slightly flushed. If this shy appearance were directed at a handsome guy, it might indeed be quite captivating. However, if the one standing across from her was a scruffy, middle-aged man, even bordering on old age, with the aura of a gambler, that beauty would be completely lost. It was her, Baby 5. Philly had said that the world of pirates was insane. Some characters within it had behavior patterns that were truly baffling. Even if she had experienced some emotional trauma in her childhood, it shouldn't have escalated to this extent. Philly didn't understand, but it didn't matter. He could accept the bizarre things in the pirate world. Baby 5, a member of the Don Quixote family, had been seen as a burden in her youth and abandoned by her mother. Therefore, she desperately craved to be needed. If someone needed her, regardless of who it was or what request they made, she would agree without hesitation. She was practically a doormat. It was unclear what Doflamingo was thinking to entrust such a seriously flawed person, whose disadvantages far outweighed her value, with important responsibilities. If it were Philly, he definitely wouldn't. So Doflamingo's mind was also twisted. Haha, this world is all twisted. That damn guy actually dared to deceive a cadre of the Don Quixote family. Monet was furious. She was not only angry at Baby 5's foolishness, but also enraged that someone had the audacity to scheme against Baby 5, knowing full well the warnings from the Don Quixote family. This was undoubtedly a provocation against the family's authority. Baby 5 could be foolish and easily deceived, but no one could truly trick her. because deceiving baby 5 was tantamount to slapping the Don Quixote family in the face. Monet would absolutely not allow such a thing to happen. However, there was a figure whose speed surpassed even Monet's. Monet was frozen in place, feeling a gust of wind rush past her. Before she could even react, the man standing in front of baby 5, with a fawning smile, had already vanished from his original position. With a loud crash, he was embedded into the wall, half of his body disappearing. Clearly, he was dead beyond recovery. Huh? Baby 5 was cupping her cheeks with both hands, her face flushed, looking shy and restless. Just a moment ago, this stranger had suddenly appeared before her and knelt down, seemingly ready to propose. Although she didn't understand what a proposal meant, she was still so young. Facing such a strong demand, it made her feel incredibly happy, making it hard to refuse. She was enveloped in an emotion called happiness. That feeling was excessively pleasurable. There was no way she could refuse. Even if that guy was really ugly, it didn't matter as long as she was needed. Baby 5 could accept it. She didn't care. However, this joy didn't last long. In the blink of an eye, the man who had proposed to her had vanished. When baby 5 came to her senses, she realized that a stranger had appeared next to her without her noticing. The man was very tall. Standing in front of him, she could only reach his waist. Even if she looked up, she could barely see his chin. His jawline was sharp and rugged. At that moment, she saw that the man who had needed her so desperately had been kicked away by this stranger. What are you doing? Baby 5 was very angry, struggling to suppress the fire in her heart. She had finally been needed so strongly by someone, and before she could help him fulfill his wish, he was taken out by Philly. How could baby 5 tolerate such a thing happening in front of her? Her small body immediately felt like a bomb filled with ammunition. And indeed, in front of Philly, she turned into a real bomb. It was just a metaphor, but a literal explosive barrel. She launched an attack at Philly, who was right in front of her without hesitation. Baby 5 wait. Monet, who had been watching the situation from the side, saw baby 5 about to attack Philly and hurriedly intervened. However, such verbal prohibitions clearly had no effect. Baby 5 had no intention of listening to Monet. She wanted to take down Philly right then and there. Otherwise, the anger in her heart couldn't be resolved. Baby 5, I need you. Philly opened his arms, facing baby 5 calmly, saying this sentence without any burden, as if it were a deadly move for the girl before him. You. Monet was even more shocked, staring blankly at Philly. She was utterly confused, not understanding how Philly knew about baby 5. This was a secret that was tacitly understood within the family. Outside, it hadn't spread completely. This guy might just be trying something. Monet recognized the man Philly had killed. He was a regular at the family's casino and a gambler who had lost everything. Otherwise, how could he dare to take such a huge risk and act like that in front of baby 5? But how did Philly know? Was it just because he saw it earlier and was curious? But this could turn out badly. Monet felt a headache coming on. The current situation was even more tricky for her than before. If Philly was really interested in baby 5, how should this be handled? For ordinary people, it would just be a matter of letting go. But baby 5 was different. She was a family member, and her talent was considerable, as she was being trained as a cadre. Even though Monet thought baby 5 had too many flaws and wasn't worth such an investment, this was Doflamingo's decision. And since that was the case, Monet would strictly enforce it. Baby 5 was also stunned. As a living weapon, she kept her form as a weapon for a moment before slowly transforming back into her human form. She cupped her face with her hands, full of shyness and excitement, murmuring, I'm needed. I'm needed. Oh no. Monet covered her head, feeling a headache coming on. As expected, this was abnormal, even more twisted than a Yandra. Philly laughed and naturally picked baby 5 up, holding her in his arms, carefully examining her flushed cheeks. You. Baby 5 became even more bashful. Others only needed her verbally. This is the first time baby 5 has experienced something so direct. At this moment, she is clearly aware of the size difference between her and Philly. It's really a lot. Do you want to marry you? A shy smile appeared on baby 5's innocent face. Holding back her embarrassment, she looked at Philly with intense eyes. No, he likes mature women. Monet approached Philly and baby 5, still smiling, explaining as he did. Chapter 65 in front of you, cow. Huh? Baby 5 was stunned by Monet's words. She looked down at herself. Philly remembered that in the future, baby 5's figure would be absolutely stunning, a beautiful woman with both a great body and face. But right now, she was still in her growth phase, in a juvenile state, so it was understandable what she looked like. The smile on baby 5's face froze. The joy she felt was diminished. Ha ha. Feely couldn't help but laugh, pinching baby Five's cheeks and saying, "You're still young. Do you understand that growth takes time? Take it slow. No need to rush. I can wait for you." Baby Five immediately lifted her head, her face full of joy. Really? Of course it's true. Under Monet's seemingly murderous expression, Feely smiled brightly. I really need baby Five. That's just so great to be needed again. Baby Five blushed as if she were drunk, feeling dizzy all over. Leaning against Feely's shoulder, she seemed to have lost all strength. You. Seeing the scene, Monet's uneasy feelings intensified. Although she had always obeyed Doflamingo's decisions, a voice in her heart told her that Doflamingo might regret this decision. Let's go. Let's keep looking around. Feely, holding baby Five, showed no intention of putting her down, called out to Monet, and then led the way down the street. Do you want to eat this candy? This thing tastes pretty good. You should try it. What is this? I've never eaten it before. Do you want to try it? Oh, then let's have some of everything. Miss Monet, please pay for it. With one hand holding baby Five and the other tasting snacks, Feely didn't seem to mind. Baby Five sat in Feely's arms, feeling no discomfort at all. In fact, this completely different and novel feeling made her very happy. Being with Feely made her feel extremely happy. Feely would occasionally say that he needed her. This feeling kept baby Five immersed in the excitement of being strongly needed. However, the more Feely spoke, the happier she felt. But that excitement was gradually diminishing. Her sensitivity to those words was no longer as intense as it had been at first. Nevertheless, during their brief time together, baby Five seemed to have genuinely started to like Feely. This time, even if Feely didn't actively hold her, baby Five took the initiative to wrap her arms around his neck, sitting on his shoulders like a rag doll, unwilling to leave. Monet couldn't help but remind her, baby Five, hurry and get down for Mr. Feely. He is a guest invited by the young master. Don't be too rude. No, Feely needs me. However, baby Five unhesitatingly rejected Monet's suggestion, even blurting out that sentence. Monet. Oh no, this is really terrible, absolutely terrible. Things were indeed developing in the direction Monet least wanted to see. If Feely really wanted to take baby Five away, he wouldn't need to use any coercive means. Just one sentence would suffice. Baby Five would even help him count the money if he sold her. Night fell, and the tour that made Monet feel incredibly headache and distress finally came to an end. During this time, the relationship between Feely and baby Five had made tremendous progress. Of course, don't overthink it. There was no alternative relationship between Feely and a girl who hadn't fully matured yet. It would be more appropriate if it were someone like Monet, a mature big sister. However, the final result turned into, Master, is this delicious? Master, you sit here. Master, is this strength okay? Master, you like this style of mine, right? Baby Five surrounded Feely, no longer lying in his arms. But compared to lying in Feely's embrace, their relationship had grown even closer. She paid close attention to Feely's every move. When Feely wanted to sit, she immediately brought a stool. When Feely wanted water, she would hand him the cup without him having to move. When Feely wanted to eat grapes, baby Five eagerly peeled the skin for him and then gently and cautiously fed him. Catching the seeds, he spat out with her hands and placing them in the nearby trash can. Previously, baby Five wore a maid outfit, which was merely a style of clothing and didn't imply that she possessed that attribute. But at this moment, that outfit seemed to have become baby Five's professional identity. Moreover, she had perfectly integrated into the new roles built with Feely. Feely needed a servant, and baby Five strongly desired to be needed. So far, baby Five had not encountered anyone who needed her more than Feely did. In every aspect, Feely needed baby Five to take care of him. As night fell, Feely sat in a conspicuous position specially arranged by Doflamingo. Baby Five was busy pouring wine for him and serving dishes, running back and forth, her feet hardly touching the ground, with sweat on her forehead. But the smile on her face had never been so fulfilled, so satisfied. Feely had a big appetite and ate a lot, keeping baby Five in a state of fulfilling work. Their cooperation could truly be described as tacit understanding. Feely, it seems you're getting along quite well with baby Five. Doflamingo smiled when he saw this, but his smile carried a hint of displeasure. The little guy likes me, and I need her too, Feely casually replied, resting his chin on baby Five's head. Hearing this, baby Five's smile became even brighter, her eyes narrowing into slits. Bang! Doflamingo slammed his wine glass on the table. The atmosphere in the room instantly turned quiet. Oh, this guy. Don Quixote Rosinante, with a clown face, glanced at Feely and baby Five, then his gaze fell back on Doflamingo's face. As a brother, he knew his brother Doflamingo best. Rosanani understood that Doflamingo was very angry at this moment, but was trying very hard to suppress his temper. This surprised Rosanani a bit. Feely, I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. Looking at Feely and listening to Doflamingo's reference to him, Rosanani's eyes revealed a dazed and thoughtful expression. Wait a minute. Isn't that? Rosanani's expression changed, and he looked shocked. Mr. Corazon, what's wrong with you? Trafalgar Law, the little cabbage head, looked at Rosanani in surprise. It's nothing. Rosanani laughed loudly, masking his emotions. He picked up his glass and gulped it down, gradually regaining control of his feelings. It's him. Rosanani's gaze shifted once again to Feely, becoming meaningful. How could he be involved with Don Quixote Doflamingo? Oh, Doflamingo, what's wrong with you? Feely placed Baby 5 on his lap, rubbing her little head. Master, Baby 5 then offered a piece of meat smeared with sauce to Feely's mouth. It's great to have you, Baby 5. Feely opened his mouth and took a big bite, chewing heartily while not forgetting to praise Baby 5. Feely, you're going too far. Don Quixote Doflamingo stared fixedly at Feely. Even though he was wearing sunglasses, the warning and threatening gaze was something anyone could clearly feel. Chapter 66. Clearly evident as the most loyal member of the Don Quixote family to Doflamingo, Monet always considers matter from the perspective of the family and Doflamingo. Therefore, she disclosed all her concerns and speculations to Doflamingo. Doflamingo had known Feely for a very short time, and their understanding of each other was hardly deep. They only happened to team up to deal with a C0 member they both found displeasing. Doflamingo might have some ulterior motives for inviting Feely to the Don Quixote family. However, if the objectives cannot be achieved, and he risks losing both his wife and his troops, that would be an unacceptable outcome for Doflamingo. Moreover, Feely has no sense of restraint at all. It would be better if he could tone down his intentions a bit. Being so blatant in front of Doflamingo, clearly intending to take Baby 5 away, is quite disrespectful to Doflamingo. Doflamingo, once a top figure in the pirate world and a member of the Celestial Dragons, is now a leader of a criminal family. Can he really afford to lose face? Feely's actions put Doflamingo in a difficult position. Even if he were willing to part with Baby 5 to build a good relationship with Feely, given the serious issues surrounding Baby 5, Feely cannot take her for granted and should not look down on Doflamingo. If this continues, it will be hard for Doflamingo to lead the family in the future. Therefore, Doflamingo wasted no time and expressed his stance directly. Previously, he might have considered giving Baby 5 to Feely or offering certain conditions for a trade, but now, that's impossible. Baby 5 must stay in the Don Quixote family. Feely wanting Baby 5 is out of the question. Feely looked at Baby 5's adorable appearance and her obedient demeanor, growing more fond of her. The more he used her, the more comfortable he became. Feely was very satisfied with Baby 5. After spending some time together, he felt that without her, his future days would lack flavor. Therefore, he had to make his intentions clear and present his stance. He couldn't be so indirect with Doflamingo. He didn't have the luxury for that. Social niceties could be observed when one lacked power, as everyone would have their concerns. But now, in the pirate world, strength is the ultimate truth. As long as one is strong, it doesn't matter what they do. Feely, at least in front of Doflamingo, could still stand tall. Doff, why be angry? Feely said, rubbing Baby 5's head and tilting her chin, asking himself, Baby 5, I need you, come with me. Baby 5 didn't even look at Doflamingo. Amidst the hurried reminders from other Don Quixote family members, she nodded vigorously, saying, Okay, master, I'll go with you. I need you. It was like a switch had been flipped. Once she opened her mouth, she would definitely give Feely a positive answer. Baby 5, we need you too. Yes, Baby 5. Stay with us. Don't go with this guy. Baby 5, we need you. Can't you stay for us? Since Feely could use this tactic, the members of the Don Quixote family could certainly do the same. Monet spoke first, and then Lafalo and the others quickly followed suit. Everyone needs me. I'm so happy. The unprecedented feeling of satisfaction, that indescribable happiness and excitement, made Baby 5 feel almost faint. However, as everyone anxiously waited, Baby 5 suddenly hugged Feely's neck and turned to Monet and the others, her eyes filled with a hint of apology. Sorry, Master needs Baby 5 more. Monet, Lau, G, Diamante, and the others were all in a state of shock. In the past, when she said such things, Baby 5 would definitely choose them over strangers. Even if she hesitated, the final outcome would not change. In terms of both numbers and time spent together, they were guaranteed to win. But this time, An unexpected turn of events occurred. Baby 5 actually chose Filey instead of them. They were baffled and then filled with immense anger. This anger was directed both at Baby 5, as she had admitted it herself, but even more so at Filey. The members of the Don Quixote family knew that Baby 5 was quite unstable and had serious issues. It was precisely because Filey took advantage of this that she made a decision against the family. They were wary of Filey's strength and dared not act rashly. But the anger and hatred in their eyes were unmistakable. Strange. This is truly strange. Rosinante was also bewildered. He knew Baby 5 very well. After all, he had once gone to great lengths to try to drive her away, but ultimately failed. Baby 5 had successfully joined the Don Quixote family with Trafalgar Law. He was aware that Baby 5 had serious mental and psychological issues. He never expected that Baby 5 would firmly choose Filey. Doff, you saw it too. Filey smiled at Doflamingo. Since this is Baby 5's decision, as the head of the family, why not do a good deed and support her? It's over. Watching the show, Rosinante glanced at Doflamingo, already having the answer in his mind. He sighed and covered his face, dreading how to deal with the ensuing troubles. Boom! Sure enough, as soon as Filey finished speaking, Doflamingo immediately stood up from his seat. At the same time, the other members of the Don Quixote family in the banquet hall followed suit, flipping the tables in front of them and glaring angrily at Filey. Master, Baby 5 was a bit scared at that moment. The once kind family now glared at her with anger. However, Baby 5 really didn't want to leave Filey. He truly needed her and couldn't be without her. Filey. String fruit. Doflamingo left his seat, quickly approaching Filey. The power of the string fruit activated. Invisible thin strings shot up at an astonishing speed, aiming to pierce Filey's body. Watch out for me. Filey tossed Baby 5 toward a certain direction, his body scattering apart. Doflamingo's attack failed. Rosinante. He looked at Baby 5, who turned with worry to see the battlefield between Filey and Doflamingo. Rosinante completely didn't understand what was happening. Baby 5, are you really going to leave with him? Trafalgar Law asked, his expression slightly weary, frowning as he inquired. He and Baby 5 are the only two who withstood Rosinante's deliberate difficulties during that period and eventually joined the Don Quixote family. Their relationship is fairly good, and Rosinante also shows some concern for Baby 5. Baby 5's response is still so quick and firm. I want to leave with my master. He needs me. Rosinante. Who would need you? He is so strong. Rosinante's gaze is fixed on the battlefield. The more he watches, the more serious his expression becomes. Chapter 67. This bet will satisfy you. Although Rosinante despises Doflamingo for killing his father, he has to admit that Doflamingo is very powerful. It is precisely because of his skills that he was able to quickly establish the Don Quixote family and gain a foothold in the North Sea. At this moment, the sea is turbulent and the situation is unstable. The worst order must surpass perfect chaos. Under such circumstances, although it is clear that Doflamingo is involved in the underworld, the Navy will not take action against him. At most, they will place someone next to him to observe his situation. As Doflamingo's brother and also a foster son of Sengoku, Rosinante is very suitable for this role. Years later, Rosinante returned to Doflamingo's side. The two are the only remaining family members in this world. However, due to the things they have experienced, their relationship is difficult to restore to what it once was. Nevertheless, Doflamingo still takes care of Rosinante in every way possible. Rosinante also tries to minimize his influence within the Don Quixote family, acting more like a shadow to better fulfill Sengoku's orders. He tries to keep the destructive power of the Don Quixote family under control. If things escalate too much, the Navy will have to intervene. But now, the whole world is in chaos, and the Navy finds it difficult to spare the effort to thoroughly deal with Doflamingo. Rosinante's presence acts more like a suppressor. He needs to keep Doflamingo calm and prevent him from taking any extreme actions. Ro, be careful and take care of yourself. Rosinante reminded Ro while watching the battle in the sky. A fight between someone like Filey and Doflamingo, when it generates waves of battle, can be considered a disaster for ordinary people. Baby 5, what are you thinking? How can you choose to look down on us for that guy? Hurry back, Baby 5. Look how angry the young master is. At this moment, the members of the Don Quixote family surrounded Baby 5. They did not resort to violence against her. Their behavior was more like that of family. The verbal complaints and the expressions of condemnation were merely tactics. They did not use force at all. Oh, my master needs me. Faced with everyone's persuasion and accusations, Baby 5 felt quite apologetic but couldn't help herself. She held her flushed cheeks with both hands. showing an expression of embarrassment and excitement. It's over. The members of the Don Quixote family saw Baby Five's appearance, and their hearts sank. They could only wait to see what Doflamingo and Filey would say next. Already abnormal, Baby Five now seemed as if she had been enchanted by Filey. Their persuasion had no effect whatsoever. Continuing like this would only waste their breath and be a futile effort. Why are you still attacking? Is it really worth being this angry? Filey smiled as Doflamingo's string fruit ability was indeed outstanding, with ideas that were diverse and techniques that were novel and extraordinary. However, these attacks were futile for Filey. His fighting style was very straightforward. With the observation hockey enhanced by the Thunder Fruit's characteristics, he possessed extremely powerful foresight and predictive abilities. Coupled with his great mobility, it was incredibly difficult for Doflamingo to limit Filey's actions, even if he tried. In the end, he wasted most of his energy without seeing any results. The phantoms transformed into strings, weaving back and forth, appearing extremely mysterious and strange in the air. However, none of this was useful against Filey. The dazzling blue-purple lightning surged, and the explosive sounds echoed. Every attack was blocked by Filey in the most straightforward and ferocious manner. Baby Five, you cannot take her away. Doflamingo knew that if he continued to fight like this, without the belief of killing the opponent, there would ultimately be no result. However, one thing he had to make clear was that he had previously entertained the thought of perhaps giving Baby Five to Filey. But now, face was more important than anything. Doflamingo would never allow Filey to take Baby Five from the Don Quixote family openly. Otherwise, just thinking about how the Don Quixote family would be talked about in the future was already too unbearable and too harsh. Doflamingo was a person who valued face, so he would not allow Filey to take Baby Five away. If Filey truly forced the issue after his warning, then Doflamingo would not mind having a thorough battle with Filey, disregarding the consequences just to kill him. Even if Filey was the Thunder Fruit user, Doflamingo would not feel inferior to him just because he only had the string fruit. How about this? Filey reached out to stop Doflamingo and suggested, "After all, you invited me here, so it would be unreasonable for me to just take Baby Five away." Hearing this, Doflamingo couldn't help but snicker. Filey truly thought he had Doflamingo in his pocket. Did he really see Baby Five as his possession? This was truly disrespectful. "Then let's use the outcome of this duel as the wager," Filey said, taking out the surgery fruit from his pocket. "And the wager I offer is this devil fruit. Doflamingo, what do you think? Can it compare to Baby Five?" Doflamingo saw Filey taking out a devil fruit and noticed the slight difference. However, he did not think a single devil fruit could change much. Doflamingo had grown and encountered many devil fruits by now. Even Baby Five herself was a paramecia-type weapon fruit user. Filey taking out a devil fruit only barely equated to Baby Five's value. This devil fruit might not even be superior to the paramecia-type weapon fruit. Among devil fruits, there were differences in strength. Doflamingo was confident that with the string fruit, he was not weaker than Filey with the thunder fruit. It was his confidence in his own abilities, not relying on the fruit's powers. But when it came to the strength of the fruits, all four of them knew that the thunder fruit was definitely stronger than the string fruit. That was an obvious conclusion. This, however, when Doflamingo's gaze lingered for a moment on the devil fruit in Filey's hand, and he observed it closely, his heart suddenly raced. His heart began to beat violently. Maybe. Doflamingo's attitude made a complete turnaround. He immediately changed his mind. What he had previously dismissed, he was now willing to take this bet with Filey. He would wager the surgery fruit against Baby Five to see who was stronger, him or Filey. Filey possessed two devil fruits. The first one was discovered together with the thunder fruit. Compared to the thunder fruit, it was just an ordinary zoan-type devil fruit, an ancient species, the sawtooth tiger form. Although it was also quite good, Filey still preferred the thunder fruit more. However, that devil fruit was not with him at the moment. The ancient zoan-type devil fruit may not necessarily make Doflamingo's heart race, but the Op-Op-Nomi can. Just look at Doflamingo's current state. It is the best proof. Chapter 68. The Battlefield of Absolute War Swish. At the moment the bet was established. At the moment he received Doflamingo's nod of agreement. The Op-Op-Nomi was once again taken back by Filey. At the same time, his figure disappeared from Doflamingo's sight. Not good. Doflamingo's pupils suddenly constricted. His heart raced. A strong sense of danger and unease surged within him. He felt a twinge of regret. Ever since he became a devil fruit user, his strength had skyrocketed, and he had few rivals. This was the first time he felt such a heavy sense of crisis, akin to mountains and seas. Bang! At the critical moment, Doflamingo raised his arm. Armament Haki covered it, blocking to his side. A powerful kick arrived as if it was an appointment, hitting him directly. The heavy impact made his organs feel as if they had been forcibly displaced. Feeling such intense discomfort for the first time made Doflamingo's heart sink. Filey's strength was far beyond what he had guessed. His previous words seemed somewhat boastful. Bang, bang, bang. This was just the beginning. Not the end. Just a successful strike. The follow-up was a continuous barrage of high-frequency attacks, relentless like a storm. Under the surging blue-purple lightning, Filey came from all directions. Relying on his high mobility speed advantage, rather than expelling the thunder fruit energy to eliminate the minions, he chose to condense and compress the fruit's power within his body. This maximized his own strength, becoming pure lightning kinetic energy and explosive force. Puff! Doflamingo wanted a counterattack, but he could not seize the opportunity at all. Several times, he resorted to a ruthless strategy of trading injury for injury against Filey. However, in the end, his injuries were far more severe than Filey's. Filey's fists landed on him like iron rods smashing into tofu. The effect was clear. His attacks, on the other hand, only left slight marks on Filey. By the time Filey came again, in less than a breath's time, he had already recovered as before. Clearly, Filey was just a natural-type devil fruit user. But his recovery ability was even more terrifying and exaggerated than many Zoan-type powerhouses Doflamingo had seen. What monster? Doflamingo's expression darkened. At this moment, he had already withdrawn from the joy of Filey taking out the Op Nomi. He wanted to call off the match. If this continued, he would not end up well. However, Filey seemed to be addicted, showing no signs of stopping. Thunder Beast. Purely physical output could only result in Doflamingo's passive defense. Filey seemed to have new plans. Using some large area attacks, which were powerful but could be resisted or even provide breathing space for Doflamingo, he forced him to respond. Super Whip. His body elongated, wrapping like a rope, sharper than a blade. It sliced through at high speed. Numerous buildings were easily cut open under this move from Doflamingo. Like tofu. Unfortunately, such an attack was destined to be ineffective against Filey. Bang! Even if the whip was covered with armament Haki and sharp as a knife, Filey showed no intention of dodging. He met Doflamingo's attack head-on, excitement surging in his expression, truly courting death. Seeing this, Doflamingo was furious at Filey's contempt for him, mocking Filey for lacking intelligence. His whip was no ordinary blade, especially after being covered with armament Haki. Even as a natural type, not dodging and moving closer was just seeking death. Bang! How could this be? Doflamingo's eyes widened. His pupils violently constricted. He truly could not believe his eyes. Swish! Unfortunately, before he had time to be shocked, Filey forcefully stopped Doflamingo's move with both hands. Then he grabbed the whip that Doflamingo extended and evolved using his right leg as a medium. Even in mid-air, with no foothold and unable to exert force, the Op Nomi granted Filey the ability to fly, allowing him to maximize his power, even without leverage. Bang! 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 Doflamingo's expression was grim. He attempted several times to break free from his current predicament. However, the powerful centrifugal force generated by Filey's twisting made him powerless. His body was like a plastic bag, being rotated, constantly crashing into surrounding buildings. This level of damage was naturally not serious for Doflamingo, but the psychological humiliation he endured far outweighed the physical pain. Thundercut. Filey let go. Doflamingo's body flew backward rapidly. The force was so great and the speed so fast, it surpassed naval cannonballs. Doflamingo's body crashed into a building, completely destroying it. A large amount of debris fell and piled up, trapping Doflamingo beneath it. Bang! Trapped. Doflamingo used his string fruit to create a protective wall of sufficient strength. The previous blow had not caused him serious damage. The strings formed a powerful force, pushing away the debris pressing down on him. But as soon as he showed his head, Filey arrived. Up close. The blue-purple was so dense it turned into a dazzling white lightning glow. In Filey's hands, it was even sharper than a large knife. Puff! Doflamingo's body was split in half by Filey. Super electromagnetic cannon. Filey did not care about the Doflamingo. He had just split in half. He raised his arm, and the instant lightning energy of the Thunder Serpent Cannon was launched. Boom! The lines of the string fruit attack, originally covered in armament Haki like a spider web, were forcefully hindered for a few seconds by the electromagnetic cannon. Using Shave and Moonwalk together, the speed boost from the Op Nomi made Filey even faster. In the blink of an eye, he successfully extricated himself from Doflamingo's restricted area. He spread his arms wide, looking up and howling. Battlefield of absolute war. Boom! The ground suddenly collapsed. The ruins were violently pressed down by a powerful force from above. Doflamingo, flying in the air thanks to the string fruit, plummeted rapidly, as if the flying ability granted by the string fruit was forcibly stripped away by Phily. Bang! Fine threads wildly wrapped around. A large number gathered in front of Doflamingo, forming a deceleration zone to slow his descent. This made Doflamingo's speed decrease significantly. Bang! But even so, where he landed, the ground sank considerably. It was evident that the force was great. Phily's feet had already sunk into the mud, but his back remained straight. He opened his arms, watching Doflamingo struggle to stand upright. In the sky, thunder and lightning clashed, rumbling and flashing. In this area, the gravitational effect was over 100 times normal. Those with inferior physical qualities would be crushed by their own weight. But clearly, Doflamingo would not. Ignoring Doflamingo's increasingly grim and serious expression, Phily laughed loudly. Come on, Doflamingo. Let me see where your limits are. Don't hold back. Give me enough pressure, come on. He stepped forward with heavy steps, yet moved like the wind. Phily's body was surrounded by surging lightning. Bang, bang, bang. With each step, the ground collapsed and trembled. The land of ultimate combat. All flashy techniques would be severely restricted here, under 100-fold gravity pressure. All the skilled moves usually mastered would become unfamiliar. Suddenly encountering such a situation, one could not adapt in a short time and could only rely on instinctive combat qualities to engage in battle. It was pure hand-to-hand combat, with every punch landing solidly. This was Phily's favorite technique, named the land of ultimate combat. Chapter 69, Humiliation ZZ. With increasingly outstanding physical qualities, the mastery of the Thunder Fruit's abilities became second nature. Lightning coursed through him. The power of destruction was his own might. Phily ran and laughed maniacally, reckless and unrestrained. On his fists, a blue-purple hue of lightning gradually turned bright and dazzling. The sound of crackling electricity, making one's scalp tingle, echoed all around. The sky rumbled with thunder. Lightning crashed and roared endlessly. In this altered climatic environment, the energy of the Thunder Fruit could be better controlled, making Phily's strength remarkably powerful. Damn it! Don Quixote Doflamingo felt his scalp tingle. Even before the lightning struck him, he felt his body stiffen, especially within the influence of Phily's move, Battlefield of Despair. The 100-fold gravity made his once incredibly light and agile body appear clumsy and heavy. Even lifting a foot felt difficult. Adapt. Accelerate adaptation. In the pirate world, the upper limit of the strong can be quickly broken through in a short time. Don Quixote Doflamingo was no ordinary fish. He was once a lofty, celestial dragon, and now the patriarch of the Don Quixote family. Facing Phily, he had no reason to fear, nor could he avoid it. Fu-fu-fu. Phily, come try this move. The ground collapsed. Numerous lines surged from below, like waves on flat land, steep and treacherous, clearly obstructing Phily's normal run. Thunder's fury. His fists raised high, smashing down onto the ground. Boom! Thunder and lightning obeyed his command, like a herd of beasts charging, howling and roaring. Thunder rolled, and lightning flashed in bursts. The heat and destructive power clashed against Doflamingo's wave-like onslaught of lines. Bang! At the moment of impact, fine threads scattered like snowflakes in the sky. Doflamingo's lips curled into a dangerous arc-line rain. Those lines, once shattered and floating chaotically in the air, suddenly seemed to come alive, each one like a steel needle, no longer fragile. Like a curtain of rain, they targeted Phily, shooting towards him like bullets fired from a chamber. Thunder Dragon. Twin dragons unite. Phily spread his arms wide. A massive amount of thunder energy continuously surged behind him as he swung his arms forward. In that instant, two ferocious, roaring thunder dragons, their tails swishing and their stout bodies twisting, sped towards the rain of cotton needles ahead. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions. 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 The dense explosions created strong shockwaves. But this impact meant nothing to Phily and Doflamingo. Both charged forward simultaneously, thunder swirling around them, forming an impenetrable armor of destructive power. Fine threads guarded their sides, attempting to minimize the impact of the thunder's destructive properties on their bodies. Phily and Doflamingo clashed once again, their eyes filled with fierce light. Thunder slash. Hands shaped like blades, lightning surged, condensing into a hand blade with terrifying destructive properties, descending straight towards Doflamingo without any consideration for whether he could withstand it. "This is my territory." Doflamingo's expression turned fierce as he faced Feily's move, choosing to meet it head-on. His arms were entwined with fine lines, the lines separating his skin covered by armament hockey. Bang! At the moment they made contact, the destructive properties of the thunder erupted instantly, without hesitation. This caused Doflamingo's armament hockey to suffer damage. However, at this moment, Doflamingo could care less about that. Attack! He had to find a way to attack. The longer he delayed, the more unfavorable the situation became for him. Facing Feily, he had no advantage. In a situation where both exchanged injuries, it was his only chance to defeat Feily. If Feily opted for a more stable approach, his chances of winning would be almost zero. Bang! Doflamingo, unconcerned about anything, under the thin armor created by the line fruit, withstood the dual effects of Thunder's burn and paralysis, landing a heavy punch on Feily. However, you really have no strength at all. This punch landed on Feily, producing an effect that merely landed on him. It neither caused Feily pain nor made him retreat, even drawing a look of confusion and disbelief from Feily. It was as if he was mocking Doflamingo's weakness, unable to even reach the minimum expected damage. Bang! Try mine. Doflamingo's anger had yet to materialize when Feily's fist struck his face. The pink glasses that were part of Doflamingo's true self shattered under Feily's punch, falling from his face. That rebellious visage twisted into a grimace from the impact. His features contorted. Visible anger and shock appeared on Doflamingo's face. Bang! 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 It was a pity that Feily had no mind to ponder Doflamingo's feelings at that moment, nor did he care to guess Doflamingo's inner monologue. This is exhilarating. This pure fighting style, this fist-to-flesh approach, brought Feily immense pleasure in his current body. He truly loved it. Bang! A strong, powerful fist, covered in armament hockey and entwined with lightning power, struck Doflamingo's abdomen. Ugh! Doflamingo's body bent forward in a bowing position, but before he could be sent flying, Feily stepped forward, his large hand easily grasping Doflamingo's head as if he were grabbing a basketball. The moment he caught Doflamingo's head, a cruel smile appeared on Feily's face, revealing a menacing beauty. His white teeth shone like brilliant stars in the night. 1,000,000 volts. ZZ. ZZ. Lightning surged, electricity flowed. The perfect combination of light and heat danced freely atop Doflamingo's head. Ever since acquiring weapons and the devil fruit, and after shooting his father, Doflamingo had controlled his emotions well, no matter how much pain he endured. Such a pig-like scream had never escaped him, especially in front of numerous family members. Doflamingo, young master. The battle between Feily and Doflamingo was excessively exaggerated and terrifying, leaving the members of the Don Quixote family helpless, unable to intervene. This was not the end, but a brief, brilliant, and cruel segment of the performance. Feily was just beginning his cruel show. Bang! Thunder continued to burst forth with dazzling brilliance atop Doflamingo's head. Doflamingo's head was forcefully pressed down by Feily. Then, pushing his head like a plow, he scraped the ground inch by inch. The destructive power of thunder erupted continuously along the way due to collisions with different materials. Doflamingo, you better not die. Feily's smile grew wider. With his powerful observation hockey, he could sense Doflamingo's physical condition. Although it was bad, it wasn't fatal yet. Moreover, Doflamingo's bodily functions were exceptionally strong. While not as strong as Feily, he possessed astonishing recovery and self-healing abilities even as he was being continuously destroyed. In the midst of destruction and rebirth, he kept switching back and forth. Even on the edge of collapse, his life potential seemed to become stronger. How interesting. Feily grabbed Doflamingo's head and stomped it on the ground. He lifted him into the air. Here we go. He threw Doflamingo out like a baseball. Cool, man. Take this big one. Boom. Thunder rumbled in the sky. In the brilliant thunderclouds above, a large amount of lightning gathered in groups. The terrifying pressure was suffocating. Feily spread his arms wide and laughed maniacally. Divine punishment. ZZZ. Boom. Chapter 70. A promise worth 1,000 golds. A massive pillar of lightning descended from the sky, with Don Quixote, Doflamingo at its center, enveloping the surrounding area. The terrifying thunderstorm created a blinding light that made it hard to open one's eyes, and the heat radiating from it was almost as intense as lava. Doflamingo stood at the heart of this environment, leaving everyone present in shock. Young master, Doflamingo, what should we do? No one had anticipated that things would escalate to this point. The idea of Doflamingo being defeated by Filey was something even Diamante and the others couldn't believe. They knew that Doflamingo was a man who awakened his conqueror's haki at a very young age. He was destined to be a powerful figure at the pinnacle of this world. Doflamingo had always demonstrated extraordinary qualities and immense abilities from a young age. The reason why Diamante and the others followed him without hesitation was due to his charisma and the powerful potential he displayed. They did not believe that Filey could surpass Doflamingo. However, the harsh reality was right in front of them, and they could not deny it. Indeed, he won't die. Filey floated in the air, looking down at the charred figure in the deep pit below, severely injured, on the brink of death. It was clear that Doflamingo was hanging on by a thread, but he was still alive, maintaining a flicker of life. Well, I should get used to it. After all, this is the world of pirates. The Thunderfruit's wide-area attack techniques, or rather, most large-scale attack techniques, serve to eliminate minions effectively. Their results were outstanding. However, to achieve precise, single-target kills and ensure the loss of life, close combat was still necessary, relying on physical skills combined with the fruit's abilities to inflict fatal wounds in the final blow. That said, it could be considered good enough. At this moment, Filey only needed to deliver one more blow to finish off Doflamingo. Young Master, Doflamingo. However, Filey had no such intention. He had only attacked Doflamingo earlier because it would be more effective than talking. Now, the outcome was quite clear. Doflamingo had been persuaded by Filey. He would definitely not refuse Filey's proposal anymore. From now on, Baby 5 belonged to him. As for the other members of the Don Quixote family, they likely had a deep misunderstanding of him. Filey was not the kind of pathological killer they thought he was. His actions to silence others were definitely for a reason. They were not without cause. They looked at Filey with a wary expression. No, Corazon, you don't need to look like that. After all, you actually want Doflamingo to die, right? Your feelings towards Doflamingo are quite complicated. Maybe yes, maybe no. Forget it, I can't be bothered. If you want to act, then just keep acting. All right. Don't look like that. Doflamingo and I were just sparring. Everything is resolved. He'll be fine, he won't die, so hurry and bring him up. Filey waved his hand and returned to his spot. Master. Baby 5's eyes sparkled, her big eyes fixed on Filey. There was no helping it. She was genuinely shocked by Filey. Doflamingo's strength was undeniable. In the minds of the Don Quixote family members, Doflamingo was a spiritual belief, invincible, especially for Baby 5, who joined the Don Quixote family as a child. She had been instilled with this notion. Now, Doflamingo had been defeated by Filey right in front of her. This undoubtedly shattered the ingrained beliefs she had once established in her heart. The tall image of Doflamingo crumbled, replaced by the even more towering presence of Filey. Especially, such a powerful Filey needed her, which made Baby 5 feel even happier. Being needed by the weak was good, but being sought after by the strong was even more wonderful. Filey ruffled Baby 5's head and smiled. Come with me, Baby 5, I need you. Indeed, Filey had been saying he needed Baby 5. With such frequent repetition, it had desensitized her to some extent, but the effect seemed to be limited to this point. Baby 5 was very deeply troubled. Her condition was quite stubborn. Hearing Filey say this made her feel as if she were drunk. Her face flushed. She cupped her face with her hands, nodding repeatedly. Okay. I'm needed by the master. That's just wonderful. Seeing Baby 5 like this, others might feel uneasy and think it was strange. But Filey didn't think much of it. This girl with issues was truly the most fun. Especially, tuning her into his exclusive Yandra was even more interesting. And from the looks of it, the effect was quite good, and the results satisfied Filey. Young master, Doflamingo, you're awake. Sure enough, when Filey resumed the interrupted banquet with Baby 5's service and continued eating, Doflamingo, who had fainted, soon regained consciousness. Hiss, the injuries on my body are undoubtedly severe. Even as one of the top talent in the pirate world, possessing terrifying qualities and a fearsome recovery speed, it still hurt. Give me something to eat. Doflamingo didn't waste time. His body had been severely damaged by Filey and needed energy to recover. The best way to gain energy was, of course, to eat. After wolfing down some food, he finally regained his composure and felt alive again. Only then did Doflamingo turn his gaze to Filey. As his eyes swept over Baby 5, who was feeding him, Doflamingo's heart ached terribly. However, he had to maintain the composure expected of him. He made his decision quickly. Doflamingo dared not regret it. Filey truly had the ability to kill him. He must be cautious around such a fierce figure. In the future, he needed to adjust his attitude towards Filey. He understood better than anyone how to handle people. Filey, Baby 5 will follow you from now on. Upon hearing this, Baby 5 looked at Doflamingo with surprise, then turned to Filey with enthusiasm, sweetly declaring, Master, I belong to you now. Filey nodded, MHM. Baby 5, I need you. Again needed. Filey nodded, ruffling Baby 5's head. This little one was already his exclusive maid. It was necessary to take care of her. Actually, it was just like that. Doflamingo found Baby 5's personality quite troublesome. What pained him was that Baby 5 possessed a very promising devil fruit. He didn't want to let Baby 5 go just because of the devil fruit. But with Baby 5's terrible situation, it could easily bring a series of troubles to their side. And now she was forcibly taken away by Filey. Looking on the bright side, one could comfort oneself by thinking that perhaps they were getting rid of a future problem in advance. Doflamingo. Filey looked at Doflamingo. Filey, is there something else? Doflamingo's face was again smiling, and the broken glasses had surprisingly been replaced with a new pair. From Doflamingo's surface, one could not see any negative emotions from being brutally beaten by Filey just moments ago. If one really had to talk about acting skills, Filey would definitely give Doflamingo a thumbs up. I'm not asking you for nothing, Filey said loudly. If you have trouble in the future and need help, just let me know, and I'll lend you a hand. Doflamingo was taken aback. Filey's promise was indeed an unexpected delight, and it held significant value. Filey was stronger than Doflamingo. Doflamingo was the strongest combat power of the Don Quixote family. If there were enemies that even Doflamingo couldn't deal with, it would mean that the entire Don Quixote family's power was in danger. Filey's willingness to help was undoubtedly a turning point. Suddenly, Doflamingo felt that sending away Baby 5 might not be a bad thing after all. Thinking this way made him feel much more comfortable. The smile on his face became more genuine. Filey raised his wine glass. Cheers, Doflamingo. Doflamingo also raised his wine glass in a toast. Fu. Cheers. Chapter 71, Thoughts, Surgery Fruit. Surgery fruit. That is the surgery fruit. If Law could obtain the surgery fruit for his illness, there would definitely be no problem. At this moment, Rosanani felt out of place among the people around him. The image of the devil fruit that Philippe had just taken out kept appearing in his mind. The surgery fruit. A paramecia-type surgery fruit. As long as one eats that devil fruit, even a quack doctor can become a revered divine doctor. Even those who do not understand medicine can perform difficult surgeries easily as long as they follow the descriptions. This is a special devil fruit that can turn decay into magic. It is also the devil fruit that the world government has been offering a bounty for. Rosanani looked at the boy beside him wearing a striped hat. Trafalgar Law, the child he had tried so hard to drive away, but ultimately succeeded in bringing into the Don Quixote family. Over the long period of companionship, Rosanani had come to see Law as his own child. His tragic childhood made Rosanani deeply sympathetic to Law's plight. Knowing that Law's hometown was severely polluted due to the world government, and he himself had contracted a severe illness. If this situation continued to drag on, it would inevitably take Law's life. Moreover, Rosanani knew very well that Law, suffering from lead poisoning, had little time left. Every extra day he lived brought him one step closer to death. That invisible countdown of life made Rosanani's heart ache every moment. Lead poisoning, so far, is an incurable disease. At least with Rosanani's resources and connections, he couldn't think of any way to save Law's life. But now, such an opportunity lay before him. Rosanani couldn't help but feel excited. Some inappropriate thoughts began to emerge in his heart. For Law, this risk, he was willing to take it on himself. Mr. Corazon, what's wrong? Law looked at Corazon curiously, not understanding why he seemed distracted. Nothing. Rosanani snapped back to reality, absent-mindedly responding. At this moment, his thoughts were completely away from the banquet. Miss Monet, don't look at me like that. I went easy on you. Otherwise, you would have to find a new master. Philippe, with Baby 5's support, walked steadily past Monet. Their eyes met, and he teased with a smirk. After all, I might have gone easy on you for your sake. Monet wore a faint smile, showing no change in her emotions. Mr. Philippe, you really know how to joke. She slowly stepped back, increasing the distance between herself and Philippe. Master, let us go this way. I'll take you to rest. Baby 5 was now diligently fulfilling her duties as a maid, especially after Philippe handed her a book titled The Basic Cultivation of Maids. Baby 5 felt that she still had a long way to go to become a truly good maid. Baby 5, I really need you. The biggest gain from coming with Doflamingo this time is having you. Philippe's words were not entirely flattery. Baby 5 was indeed very worthy of cultivation. Master, Baby 5 is needed by you again. Unknowingly, she was needed once more. The person who once appeared in Baby 5's words was no longer a vague subject, but had become exclusive to Philippe. This was a good change, making Philippe very satisfied. The curve of his smile widened a bit more. Monet stood in the shadows. In the dim light, her originally cool and elegant face showed a fierce expression. Watching Philippe leave, her expression fluctuated between dark and light. I'll turn him into a toy. Sugar. Holding a basket and inserting grapes on her fingers while stuffing them into her mouth, casually suggested while looking up at her sister Monet. Monet glanced at Sugar and shook her head helplessly. You should forget it. Sugar was very confident. As long as I can get close to him, I can turn him into a toy. No matter how strong he is, he won't be able to exert his strength. Paramecia-type fruit. Peculiar abilities. As a user of the hobby fruit, if Sugar were to carelessly let her guard down, the consequences would indeed be unimaginable. Monet shook her head and seriously warned. Sugar, absolutely can't have such thoughts, you understand? And you mustn't get close to him. Stay away from him. Sugar was confused. Sister, why? She could tell that Monet was angry with Philippe. She wanted to help Monet vent her anger, but Monet's attitude made her feel somewhat indignant. I know your background. Because this matter involved Sugar's safety, and I worry that you might act recklessly, so I need to explain this to you very seriously. I don't know why, but Philippe seems to know about your fruit ability. So, please do not have any thoughts of avenging me, okay? The grape that Sugar had intended to put in her mouth fell to the ground. She looked up in disbelief. He knows? Sugar was a user of the hobby fruit, which was the biggest secret of the entire family. Unless they were core members of the family, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to know. But now Philippe actually knew. How could this not shock Sugar? Yes, Monet frowned, so there must be a reason we don't know. Until we figure this out, Sugar, you absolutely must not get close to Philippe. Understand? This time, Sugar obediently nodded. I understand. Sister, she had just witnessed how Philippe bullied Don Quixote da Flamingo. To deal with Philippe, Sugar could only catch him off guard. But if Philippe was already on guard against her, then with Sugar's strength, it would be impossible for her to get close to Philippe, and she would probably get electrocuted. Not only would she not achieve her goal, but her ability would also be nullified. That would lead to great trouble for the Don Quixote family. Therefore, she chose to behave and listen. You're still young. It's the growing phase, better sleep a bit more. Philippe glanced at Baby Phi's flat chest and pouted. It still needed some time to develop to his taste. In this process, he could also assist a bit. If he could cultivate her into the shape he liked, that would be perfect. Since you're here, just come out. Don't hide there. Philippe suddenly spoke, his words carrying a hint of amusement. Sure enough, you can't hide from me. Chapter 72, remember. It's my favor Rosinante had used the silence fruit to eliminate all sound around him. Unfortunately, this method was effective against ordinary people, but it was rather laughable when dealing with someone like Philly, who had mastered the two-color hockey. From the moment Rosinante arrived here, before he had quietly infiltrated using the silence fruit, the long-term covering of Kenbunchika hockey had already sensed his presence. It was only when Rosinante reached the door that Philly spoke up to expose him. Philly straightforwardly asked, "What are you doing here instead of being a proper undercover agent?" Rosinante's mind exploded at that moment. This was his greatest secret, one that even Law did not know. Rosinante, Navy Headquarters Lieutenant Commander, Navy ID 01746, codename Little Rice Fruit. He was also the adopted son of Admiral Sengoku, sent by the Navy to infiltrate the Don Quixote family as an undercover agent to prevent Doflamingo from running rampant in the North Sea and adding more military burdens to the Navy during this tumultuous time. This was Rosinante's biggest secret, something he had never told anyone. He firmly believed that even Sengoku would never let this information slip. However, now standing in front of him was Philly, who seemed to have a close relationship with Doflamingo, and he had directly revealed his undercover identity. Rosinante's mind was already racing with thoughts of how he would die. His older brother, Doflamingo, was a ruthless man who wanted to return to the celestial dragon status, to personally execute his father and bring his head back to Mary Geos. Even when rejected, he almost died in the Holy Land. After escaping, he re-established the Don Quixote family and grew stronger in the dark world of the North Sea, controlling everything. Rosinante did not believe that if his undercover identity was exposed, Doflamingo would let him go. No, he would definitely die, and it would be at Doflamingo's hands. If he could kill his own father, he could easily kill his brother again. It would just be one more time. To a ruthless figure like Doflamingo, it would mean nothing. You, how do you know my identity? Rosinante thought about attacking Philly. At this moment, silencing Philly would ensure that his identity would not be exposed. But as soon as this thought arose, Rosinante immediately dismissed it. He was no match for Doflamingo, so how could he possibly be a match for Philly? Making a move against Philly would be akin to striking a stone with an egg, seeking his own death. Since things had come to this point, no matter how bad it got, it would just mean Doflamingo would know about his undercover identity. Rosinante calmed down and instead found it possible to communicate with Philly properly. After all, I am a Navy cadet. What if I successfully pass Zifa's assessment and become a Navy officer? Knowing that you are an undercover agent for the Navy would actually make sense, right? However, as soon as Philly finished speaking, Rosinante answered without hesitation. You will definitely not become a Navy officer. Philly was taken aback and looked at Rosinante with curiosity. What? Do you know me better than I know myself? What if I become a Navy officer? Rosinante coldly replied, the surgery fruit is something the Navy needs, yet you have been reluctant to turn it in. That already shows your attitude. Philly waved his hand dismissively. I'm not even a Navy officer yet. Why rush into Navy matters? Rosinante said, it's precisely because you are not that you should be eager to turn it in. Ha ha ha. Philly tilted his head slightly, looking at the over 4-meter tall Rosinante, and said meaningfully, you really are smart. Philly was not a particularly clever person. He didn't like dealing with smart people because it made him feel as if he were stripped bare, unable to hide any secrets. Fortunately, there was one simple principle in the pirate world. Having power means having everything. This allowed Philly to choose to flip the table when confronted with smart people. After all, in the end, the one who wins is always the one with the biggest fists. So, do you want to take back the surgery fruit that belongs to the Navy? Philly took out the surgery fruit and tossed it into the air in front of Rosinante. After a few tosses, he retrieved it amidst Rosinante's heavy breathing. Rosinante's gaze was tightly drawn to the surgery fruit, and after a while, he finally calmed his emotions. He looked at Philly and sincerely said, I want the surgery fruit. Only it can save Law's life. Philly responded bluntly, that has nothing to do with me. Do you think I would give you the surgery fruit I worked hard to obtain for a stranger? Rosinante, don't be naive. Philly's words were a cold, merciless blade. Although he had long suspected that this answer was the most normal, being directly rejected by Philly still hurt Rosinante deeply. I am willing to pay any price, anything, as long as I can save Law's life. You can ask me to do anything. Rosinante raised his head, his eyes filled with hope. How about your life for his? Philly suddenly suggested. Rosinante froze. Suddenly, he felt a strong dislike for Philly. He always made inappropriate jokes. Since Philly did not care about Law's life, how could he possibly care about his life? His life was naturally not more precious than the surgery fruit. Philly's words were merely mocking him. Ioba Sangoku a favor. Philly suddenly said, huh? Rosinante did not understand what Philly meant, but suddenly felt that there might be a turn of events. I am someone who generally believes in completing what I start. The premise is not to anger Philly and make him unhappy. Otherwise, he would immediately transform into a nationalistic person, disregarding principles and only caring about who has the bigger fist. Do you know that I saved your life, Rosinante? Philly suddenly said, huh? Rosinante was even more confused, not knowing what Philly meant. The Navy can place spies in Doflamingo's ranks. So tell me, can Doflamingo arrange a backup plan within the Navy? Could your identity be coincidentally uncovered by him? Rosinante stood up abruptly, staring intently at Philly. What are you saying? Are you saying that there is an undercover agent from the Don Quixote family in the Navy? Who is it? Philly remained calm and asked. Telling you the identity of the other party's undercover agent should be a great favor for the Navy, right? That's right. Rosinante nodded without hesitation. The Navy had placed his own brother as a spy in Doflamingo's ranks. But who would have thought that Doflamingo would go the other way and place his own people in the Navy? If this nail was not dug out, who knows what big trouble would arise in the future? Although Rosinante is not clear about how much help Sengoku provided to Philly, he believes that if Philly reveals that Don Quixote Doflamingo is an undercover agent in the Navy, it would be a great favor not only to Sengoku, but to the entire Navy. I can tell you, when you tell Sengoku, make sure to clarify that it was me who gave you this information. Philly specifically reminded, be sure not to take the credit for yourself. Rosinante. Okay, I understand. He didn't care at all and never thought of doing that, but since Philly wanted to hear it, he would say it to reassure Philly. Of course, you should thank me properly. It's Virgo, a talented person with a strong potential for hockey cultivation, but he is Doflamingo's trusted subordinate. Virgo. Rosinante muttered to himself, repeatedly uttering this name. Gulu Gulu. Sengoku was contemplating the battle map in front of him when a very private snail phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing this snail phone, Sengoku's expression changed slightly. He quickly picked it up. Kizaru, is there something going on? Chapter 73. Hunter, God, Admiral, Sengoku. We encountered the Dark King Rayleigh. The lazy voice of Kizaru came through the transponder snail, sounding like he had little energy. The transponder snail mimicked Kizaru's slothful posture, which made Sengoku feel a headache. What did you say? But compared to Kizaru's always displeasing lazy demeanor, what he just said mattered more to Sengoku. Rayleigh. You encountered Rayleigh, the Dark King Rayleigh, the vice-captain of that bastard Roger? Sengoku's excitement led him to speak rapidly. Yes. Kizaru maintained his lazy attitude. Those damn guys have finally shown themselves. The moment Sengoku thought of Rayleigh, he thought of Roger. He recalled Roger's irresponsible words spoken live to the entire world just before his death. One should know, after those words, how much chaos they caused across the globe. The entire sea entered a turbulent era. No one could remain uninvolved. Roger was captured, but Roger's crew was still at large. The Navy had never given up on pursuing them. At least, they hadn't so far. Even the world government was searching for the whereabouts of the Pirate King's former crew. Once found, they would be captured immediately. This was to set an example. It was a declaration to the world that anyone daring to defy the world government would face severe punishment. Even if they weren't killed, they would be imprisoned and impelled down. This is the fate of great pirates. Either death, or imprisonment and impelled down, or living in hiding for the rest of their lives, never to be discovered, quietly dying in some corner. After Sengoku hung up the communication with Kizaru, he immediately began dialing another transponder snail. In the Navy headquarters conference room, a large number of combat personnel gathered. The lowest rank present was that of a rear admiral. Those without sufficient rank were not qualified to attend this meeting. Among those present were Vice Admiral Tsuru and the Navy hero Garp. The three rear admirals, who were already in their prime, were well aware that once Sengoku completed his promotion to Fleet Admiral, they would be directly promoted to Admiral. Akainu and Akiji were present, while Kizaru was temporarily unaccounted for. Rear Admiral Fujitora and Vice Admiral Kinnaman had serious expressions and tense demeanors. All right, since everyone is here, I won't waste time and will directly state the reason for this meeting. Sengoku scanned the room, ensuring everyone was focused, and then announced, "We have discovered the whereabouts of the Dark King Rayleigh near the North Sea. Although we are unsure why he is there, whether he has business or is merely wandering aimlessly, we do not care. In fact, I would prefer if he is just wandering and not meeting with any other companions. Because if that were the case, it would make our capture operation extremely dangerous and significantly more difficult. Now, all rear admirals present immediately mobilize the direct fleet. Establish contact with Paulusalino and initiate operations. Codename, Hunter God. The Dark King is a god. Dark King Rayleigh is the vice-captain of Pirate King Roger. His strength is terrifying. He is a master of both swordsmanship and martial arts, with no obvious weaknesses. Facing such a powerful figure, the pressure on the Navy is considerable. However, the current seas are filled with overly audacious pirates. If we can capture Rayleigh, alive or dead, it will be a powerful deterrent to the entire sea. Moreover, Sengoku is about to be promoted to Fleet Admiral. If his first act upon taking office can be to imprison the Dark King Rayleigh, it would undoubtedly be a significant achievement for him. From all angles, Sengoku places great importance on this matter and will personally oversee it. That kid Rayleigh is probably in for a tough time this time. Garp, munching on senbei, said this without a smile, his expression somewhat sad. Vice Admiral Tsuru glanced at Garp, her expression becoming somewhat obscure, and her words seemed to hint at something. Some things are only meant to be done once. Doing them again is not allowed, Garp. Waha! What are you talking about, little Tsuru? I often deal with pirates when capturing them. But a pirate is a pirate. I won't let my emotions get in the way. You really won't? Tsuru watched Garp's departing figure, her expression complicated. Some things she could choose to ignore once. But ultimately, she could not keep pretending not to see. When it was time to remind him, she had to step up. Move out. Everyone, board the ship. Check equipment. Each person count their weapons. This Hunter God operation is very serious. Each rear admiral is on high alert, not daring to be lax. One by one, warships left the Marineford port, using the special currents located at Navy headquarters, Justice Island, and impelled down to minimize the travel distance. Sengoku even personally led the charge. Garp was among them. Sengoku was serious about capturing Rayleigh. He was absolutely not joking. Gulyalu. Just when Sengoku was lost in thought about some matters, his transponder snail rang again at that moment. He initially thought it was Kizaru contacting him again, perhaps with updates about Rayleigh. But when he took out the transponder snail, Sengoku was taken aback. For a moment, he felt unfamiliar with this transponder snail, not recognizing its purpose. However, when a familiar face appeared on the transponder snail, some distant memories began to surface in his mind. As an undercover agent, Razanani had been away for several years. During this time, He had hardly contacted the Navy. This was a good thing. It meant that there were no troublesome issues with Doflamingo that required the Navy's intervention. Rosanani's undercover plan had achieved its intended effect. But now, at this critical moment of capturing the Dark King Rayleigh, Rosanani unexpectedly sent a message. This made Sengoku feel a headache. Rosanani's message at this time undoubtedly proved that the matter was very important. If it were really troublesome, it would inevitably affect the capture of Rayleigh. But Sengoku still answered the call. Admiral Sengoku. Long time no see. Rosanani's voice was nostalgic. He was raised by Sengoku and was Sengoku's adopted son. Besides his biological parents, his feelings for Sengoku were the deepest, far surpassing any comparison to Doflamingo. Although he had important matters to report, Rosanani still couldn't help but want to talk about some family matters with Sengoku. Rosanani, is there something important? Sengoku also wanted to chat with Rosanani. But now was not the time. He had to get straight to the point and find out why Rosanani was contacting him now. Hearing the urgency in Sengoku's words, Rosanani asked, Admiral Sengoku, is there something happening on your end? Yes, a very important mission requires my personal leadership. Upon hearing this, Rosanani realized he couldn't waste Sengoku's time. So he decisively said, Doflamingo has planted spies within the Navy. Sengoku's expression froze for a moment, and then his voice rose a few notches. What did you say? Chapter 74. Recruitment. The Navy is placing undercover agents among the pirates. This is a necessity driven by circumstances. However, the audacity of the pirates to infiltrate the Navy is somewhat of a slap in the face for them. Sengoku, even before he became the fleet admiral, discovered this matter. If he fails to uncover it after his promotion, the consequences could be far more serious, which would have a significant impact. What exactly is going on? Do you know the identity of the undercover agent? The Navy has so many personnel spread across the seas and the Grand Line. In this situation, without any intelligence, finding an undercover agent is even more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. Rosanandi has brought him a puzzle, and there is an even bigger trouble looming, making his head spin. Virgo. Rosanandi straightforwardly revealed that the undercover agent placed in the Navy by Don Quixote Doflamingo is named Virgo. Virgo, Sengoku muttered for a moment, without much impression in his mind, and then immediately asked, do you know which Navy base he is stationed at? The Navy is everywhere. Not knowing where he is stationed makes it troublesome to search. Rosanandi shook his head. I don't know that. Although Sengoku felt some regret, he still comforted him. Rosanandi, you've done well. Just having this information is already very difficult. You've worked hard. Just hold on a little longer. It won't be long before I can bring you back. Sengoku was genuinely grateful. Having the name of the undercover agent was already a very important clue. Of course, the premise is that this is the name used by the undercover agent within the Navy, and not a fake name or an alias. If that is the case, then the undercover agent is indeed a true member of the Navy. Unless he stands up and admits his identity as an undercover agent, no one can root him out. This is the Navy's helplessness. The branches are lush, and the organization is excessively large. Conducting a self-examination is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Admiral Sengoku, this information is not something I found out. Rosanandi's voice came through the din mushy with a somewhat strange expression. Huh? Sengoku was even more puzzled. Knowing that Doflamingo placed an undercover agent in the Navy is not something Rosanandi, who is not a member of the Don Quixote family, should have found out. Could it be that someone voluntarily informed him of such a secret matter? It's Philippe. Rosanandi continued. He told me this news. I understand this matter is very important and cannot be taken lightly, so I immediately informed Admiral Sengoku. Philippe? 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 Sengoku repeated the name 3 times. His eyes filled with confusion. Then he gradually regained focus, and a tall figure surfaced in his mind. He immediately responded, it's him. But how could Philippe be with you? How did you both know each other's identities? Why would he tell you such an important matter? After arriving at Marineford, Philippe immediately applied to go to Zifa for special training, and then there was no news from him. Moreover, with the turbulent situation at sea, Sengoku had an endless pile of tasks to handle every day. Even though Philippe is a user of the rumble fruit, he was forgotten in the back of Sengoku's mind. When he had free time, he would casually inquire about his situation. Sengoku also knew that Philippe had gone out with Rear Admiral Toki to execute Zifa's assessment mission. Logically speaking, Philippe should be with Toki. How could he encounter Rosanandi? If Toki is also with Rosanandi, then the meeting between the Navy and the pirate Rosanandi would increase the risk of Rosanandi being exposed. Sengoku's expression changed, and he quickly said, be careful, hide your identity, and absolutely cannot be exposed. Reduce contact with Philippe, No matter what, you must not let Doflamingo suspect you. Rocinante thought for a moment and sighed wearily. After saying a few more things to Sengoku, he hung up the den mushi. Baby Five's sleep was not deep. After a moment, she surprisingly woke up. This startled Rocinante, who was afraid that Baby Five would reveal his dealings with Philippe and expose his undercover identity. However, Philippe gently patted Baby Five's back and softly said, "Little Baby Five, sleep a little longer. You need to grow up quickly. I need you to grow up fast." Hearing Philippe say he needed her, in her half-asleep state, Baby Five, as if in a dream, wore a happy smile and fell back asleep. Originally, her face had some distress in her dreams, but with Philippe's whispers in her ear, she gradually became tranquil and at peace. Rocinante looked at Philippe with some surprise. He didn't expect him to be good at comforting children. This made Rocinante feel that Philippe shouldn't be too bad. After all, he also comforts children and loves them. He looks fierce but is actually kind-hearted. "Why don't you let Admiral Sengoku know you're here?" Rocinante curiously asked. Philippe replied, "There's no need. After all, I want to be joining the Navy in the future. Reducing entanglement will lead to fewer troubles when I leave." Rocinante did not find it surprising upon hearing this. However, he gritted his teeth and said, "I don't expect to get the surgical fruit from you, but I hope you can save Law. If someone eats the surgical fruit, I hope you can tell me. I'll take Law over." Philippe thought of the plumbum disease in the pirate world and smiled malevolently. "But I've been struggling to find someone I can trust enough to eat this precious devil fruit, so it's just been with me and used. Can the child you're worried about afford to wait?" Rocinante felt a chill all over. Philippe's words once again struck him with brutal force. Law was afflicted with plumbum disease, a terrifying illness that cannot wait. After the time comes, he would absolutely lose his life. There's no time to wait. It's simply unbearable. Law can't eat the surgical fruit. Yes, very talented. I'm not lying to you. Rocinante's eyes suddenly lit up as he proposed a very bold suggestion. "Ha ha!" Philippe couldn't help but laugh. "Corazon, you really are interesting. Do you think I would casually give such an important treasure to a stranger child? I would be a loss. Let us put it this way. If I use this surgical fruit in the future, and the child you're worried about is still alive, I will step in to save him. If he dies and I still haven't found someone satisfactory to eat this devil fruit." Philippe's face was still smiling brightly. "Then it can only be considered that he is unlucky. It's destined for him to die." Gulyalu. Just as he finished speaking, Philippe's den mushi rang. It was still a pink den mushi. Without a second thought, Philippe immediately connected. "Jiuan, do you miss me?" A serious voice came from the other end. "I don't care where you are right now. Return to the ship immediately. Our warship has received a signal and needs to execute a joint mission." Philippe was curious. "What mission?" Toki replied, "Hunter God." Philippe responded, "How lame." Chapter 75. You could be the master too. Don't worry about being rustic. Hurry back to me. Tao Tu had black lines all over her head and couldn't help but raise her voice a little. In front of Fei Li, she always easily became emotional, and the times she lost control were increasing. Her ability to manage emotions and expressions was getting worse day by day. Okay, I understand. I'll meet up with you right away. There's nothing fun here with Doflamingo. Getting a baby, 5, was an unexpected gain. In fact, he preferred the larger Monet, but unfortunately, this girl was stubborn and determined to follow Doflamingo to the end. Digging her out from the corner wouldn't be easy. It would take time, but right now, Fei Li had no time to waste here. "Are you really leaving?" Rocinante looked at Fei Li as he was about to leave. The surgical fruit would be taken away by him. The hope for Law to be cured was about to slip away before his eyes. He really couldn't control himself and wanted to try to persuade Fei Li again, to see if he could move him with words and get the surgical fruit for Law to eat. The outcome would undoubtedly be a happy one for everyone. Dream on. "I'm leaving." Fei Li couldn't be bothered to waste words with Rocinante. He had finally obtained the surgical fruit. This fruit carried many of his expectations. Even if he might not succeed in gaining the ability of immortality, who could know if he didn't give a try? Before trying and hitting walls everywhere, Fei Li wouldn't easily give up. No matter how much Rocinante talked, Fei Li would never take out the surgical fruit. Forget it. Don't even think about it. He was too lazy to continue the conversation with him. Picking up Baby 5, Fei Li flew out of the room. He contacted Tao Tu through the snail phone and confirmed the location of her battleship again, then headed in that direction. While flying in the air, Baby 5 woke up. Seeing the unfamiliar surroundings made her feel lost. However, feeling Fei Li's warm embrace reassured her. Unconsciously, she snuggled closer to Fei Li like a little cat nuzzling. Fei Li whispered in Baby 5's ear, "Little maid, from now on, you belong to me. We have already left Doflamingo." Upon hearing this, Baby 5 felt a moment of sadness. But soon a smile returned to her face. She looked up, her bright eyes fixed on Feli, and very seriously asked, "Does the master need baby 5? Feli laughed heartily. "Of course. I need baby 5 more than anyone else. I can never be without baby 5. You're so cute, and you'll definitely be beautiful in the future. You have to be my personal maid for life and make me comfortable." Unable to contain herself, baby 5 felt an uncontrollable happiness upon hearing Feli's words. Well, baby 5 is finally becoming a little more normal now. She placed great importance on her need for Feli. She had gradually stopped caring so much about whether others needed her. Although her condition still existed, its expression had finally become somewhat controllable. If Feli continued to reinforce this idea in the future, persistently, with the help of time, surely he could achieve his wish of personally selecting a personal maid who suited his tastes in every aspect. Who is this? Thou tu es beau tweetst. Looking at baby 5, who was sitting on Feli's shoulder, hugging his neck and appearing exceptionally intimate, she thought Feli had only just left for a little while. And he brought back a child. Could she be his daughter? Tao Tu's doubtful gaze fell on Feli, and a very absurd idea popped into her mind. No, Zifa Sensei said he was only 16 years old. Tao Tu then thought, I'm more than a round older than him. Suddenly, something clicked. Tao Tu's face turned pale, then flushed with embarrassment. The red and white alternated, which was quite amusing. Hey, Jiuan, what are you thinking about? Feli reached out his hand, completely unconcerned about the shocked and surprised gazes around him. He pinched Tao Tu's cheek, waking her from her wild thoughts. What are you doing? Tao Tu's face turned even redder as she hurriedly swatted Feli's hand away. You still haven't told me. Tao Tu pointed at baby 5 and asked, where did this little girl come from? Feli rubbed baby 5's head. Baby 5 was very cooperative, happily nuzzling her small head against Feli's large hand, her face beaming with happiness. You see, baby 5, she's a child I rescued from pirates after defeating them, Feli said solemnly. This child even wanted to dedicate herself to me, but I refused since she's still too young and needs to wait until she's a bit older. However, she has no family left, and I felt a connection with her, so I decided to adopt her as my maid. Tatu didn't doubt Feli's account of baby 5's origin. Such things happened frequently on the sea. Every day, many children became orphans due to encounters with pirates. However, as she listened further, Tao began to find it strange. When she heard that baby 5 wanted to dedicate herself, her eyes froze. But upon hearing that Feli refused, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then she felt that something was wrong with her thinking. It was only natural for Feli to refuse. Baby 5 was still so young, and if Feli dared to act recklessly, he would be consumed in an instant. However, when the later sentences were put together, she found it hard to understand. Tao Tu's expression was strange, filled with confusion as she stared at Feli. Adopt? Feli nodded yes. Feli casually sat in a nearby spot, saying generously, I will adopt you, baby 5. Do you want to? Baby 5 raised both hands, her eyes sparkling with joy. I do. Being able to stay beside Feli, who needed her and couldn't be without her, made baby 5 feel like this was the happiest thing in the world. Naturally, she couldn't refuse, raising both her hands and feet in agreement. As a maid? Tao Tu walked up to Feli's side, looking at him sideways. Adopted as a maid? Who's taking care of whom? She's still a child. Baby 5 looked to be around 10 years old, no matter how you looked at it. She was at an age that needed to be taken care of. How could Feli have the nerve to say he would treat baby 5 as a maid? What's wrong with that? Who isn't a child? I'm a child too. Feli smiled, stroking baby 5's head, asking, "Oh maid, how about you be my maid?" Baby 5 cheered loudly, "Great, the master needs me." Master? Master. Tao Tu's eyes immediately froze. She stared at Feli, her hand gripping the handle of the Kambira knife, turning pale, her voice carrying a chill. Feli, you could adopt me too. I'm an orphan as well. Feli raised an eyebrow at Tao Tu, grinning widely, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, teasingly saying, I could also call you Master. Finally, as the title left his lips, Tao Tu shivered all over. A strange feeling surged up to the top of my head. Gurgle, gurgle. Just then, the phone bug rang. Peach Rabbit shot a fierce glare at Feli before turning around to answer the phone bug. Master, master. Baby 5 leaned in Feli's arms, raised her head, and stared into Feli's eyes, saying seriously, Baby 5 will definitely be useful to master. Feli nodded, cupping baby 5's cheeks, and smiled, saying, Baby 5 is so smart. I really need you. I definitely can't do without you in the future. Major, General Gun. Immediately proceed to the T-2758 naval base and block the surrounding waters. Chapter 76. One-man army Rayleigh must be one of the strongest men on this sea. Even if he doesn't know much about the specifics of the pirate world, just through the frequent bombardment of short videos, Philly has gained some understanding of the combat power in the pirate world. As the former first mate of the Pirate King Roger, the Dark King Rayleigh is still young, but that has nothing to do with age. His strength is at its peak. In the pirate world, the peak period for strong individuals is always quite long. Even those who are old and dying still possess terrifying power and are not to be underestimated. Since obtaining the Thunder fruit, Philly has been somewhat arrogant. His opponents have mostly been weaklings. With the Thunder fruit and having learned some hockey, Philly has become a bit reckless. He does want to test his skills against people like Akainu, but Akainu and others are just Navy vice admirals now. Even if they possess the strength of an admiral, their combat power is definitely not at its peak. Philly has never felt that kind of helpless pressure when facing them. He has tried against Sengoku and Garp, but they have no intention of engaging seriously. Zifa always holds back as well. This has left Philly feeling stuck. Philly's strength allows him to dominate ordinary people, but he doesn't really have a clear idea of how significant the gap is between him and the top powerhouses in the pirate world. Now that he has the chance to meet Rayleigh, Philly does not dare to think he can handle Rayleigh. Rayleigh is not a devil fruit user, but the devil fruit users he encountered on his way to fame with Roger were not inferior to Philly's Thunder fruit. Even so, Rayleigh has earned the title of Dark King. If Philly thinks he can underestimate Rayleigh just because he is a Thunder fruit user, then he truly does not know the meaning of danger. He wants to dominate, but to be a true dominator, one must have a brain. Until his strength reaches a level where he can do as he pleases, he cannot learn from the celestial dragons. He is not worthy yet. Philly suddenly felt tense. His heart was pounding fiercely. For the first time, he felt such a strong desire toward a middle-aged man, more than when he saw a beautiful woman. How much was still lacking? In that past world, what Philly pursued was merely money. Power was something he dared not even dream of. But after arriving in the pirate world and experiencing the greatness of surpassing natural strength for the first time, he developed another kind of thought. Like a wildfire on the prairie, it burned more and more fiercely, crazily spreading as if it would devour everything. Strong. Philly yearned to become stronger. Strong enough that no one could make him feel any hesitation. Strong enough to truly do as he pleased. He could feel that this body he had crossed over with was growing stronger every day. Even without training, he was gradually improving. After several confrontations and taking lives, the pleasure derived from combat and the thrill of plunder made it hard for Philly to extricate himself, becoming intoxicated in it. Master, what's wrong with you? Baby, Five noticed Philly's change. Sitting on Philly's chest, she could feel his heart racing faster and more violently, causing her body to tremble in response. It's nothing. Philly clenched his fists and then relaxed. After releasing, he clenched them again, taking deep breaths and gasping for air. Unfortunately, it was of little effect. Philly's body inexplicably became excited. Tau Rabbit commanded the warship to reach the designated location as required by the order. The blockade area, as the name suggests, was to obstruct all surrounding ships. Although the Navy aimed to capture Rayleigh, they could not neglect the lives of those around them. One must understand that battles between strong individuals in the pirate world have a terrifying scope. A powerhouse like Rayleigh is not something an ordinary person can provoke. If, during the encirclement, an innocent ship happened to pass by, the parties involved, already in a reckless fight, might not hold back. Even though one of the Navy's responsibilities is to maintain the safety of the sea, they would not be concerned about ordinary people's lives at that moment. To prevent such situations and avoid any potential incidents, Sengoku, at the suggestion of Admiral Tsuru, arranged for a large area to be blocked by many Navy personnel. The area was large enough that even if they engaged with Rayleigh, there shouldn't be any major issues within this range. Indeed, even Navy personnel blocking the sea were all vice admirals from headquarters. Even if a vice admiral from headquarters wouldn't necessarily be able to engage with Rayleigh, they were a last resort. If necessary, their power would be needed in the final battle, and at that time, they could respond nearby. Boom! Tau Rabbit arranged for her soldiers to control the surrounding sea area. Less than 10 minutes passed when a strange wave emanated from the area surrounded by the Navy. Bang! 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 In this aura, Navy soldiers on the deck kept collapsing one after another, falling to the ground and losing consciousness. In the end, only about 1/3 remained awake. The battle had already begun. Tau Rabbit was not affected by this aura, but her furrowed brows deepened as she loudly commanded, Wake them up and continue executing the orders. Yes, the Navy's soldiers, realizing what was happening around them, immediately took action. Whether by slapping or kicking, they seized the rare opportunity to use their fists and feet on their comrades to wake them from their stupor. This is Conqueror's Haki. This was Philly's first encounter with Conqueror's Haki in the pirate world. Or rather, it was the first time he felt such a powerful and terrifying force of Conqueror's Haki. Doflamingo also possessed Conqueror's Haki, but Philly felt no pressure from him at all. Philly didn't know whether Doflamingo had released his Conqueror's Haki during battle, but just now, feeling that mighty, domineering, and unrestrained aura sweeping in from such a distance, Philly's heart suddenly sank. Yet, deep within his body, it seemed that something was being awakened. He breathed heavily, his eyes turning red. This aura was something the Navy personnel could not give him. Not even Zifa, Sengoku, or Garp, the Navy hero, could provide him with such a special feeling. Master? Baby, Five looked at Philly with concern. She clearly understood that Philly's current state was very different from just a moment ago. Something must have happened to Philly, and she was very worried. It's nothing. Philly rubbed Baby Five's head. Just as he finished saying those two words, his body suddenly froze, and he stood up abruptly, causing Baby Five to lose her balance and fall to the ground, bumping her head and rubbing it pitifully. Bang! Boom! The powerful aura that tore through the sky was a rich red tinged with black. One side was golden, like the rising sun, dazzling and radiant. Two colors collide with each other. Two auras oppose each other. They form a balanced force. Baby Five is waiting for me here. Shave and moonwalk activate. The speed is very fast. It's even quicker than the flight speed of the Thunder Fruit. Filey can't care about that anymore. He can't wait. Filey, what are you doing? Our orders are to seal off this area. Come back. Peach Rabbit is also anxious and restless. She paces back and forth, observing the surroundings. Suddenly, she sees Filey heading towards the battlefield. Her heart skips a beat. The terrifying energy fluctuations from that place can be felt even from such a distance. She doesn't dare to get close at all. Seeing Filey charging and recklessly makes Peach Rabbit worry. That's your mission, not mine. Filey has never been a Navy man. He remembers the favor of learning Haki and has already begun to repay it. The undercover arrangement by Doflamingo is just the interest. Later, he will also get involved in some troubles for Zifa. Filey is from the homeland, but he is also grateful. It's a contradiction, but so what? He is just doing things according to his own will. Another wave of powerful energy fluctuations washes over, putting immense pressure on Filey. But his pace becomes even faster. The desire in his heart has never been stronger than at this moment. Rayleigh, surrender, you can't escape. Sengoku has turned into a golden Buddha, radiating dazzling golden light all over. Carp swings his iron fist, but his fighting desire seems not strong. Akainu is surrounded by bubbling magma, with a cold and stern expression. Akiji appears lazy, but at this moment, he shows a seriousness and caution different from usual. Only Kizaru is flying in the air, looking as if he just woke up, seemingly detached from everything happening here. Ha ha! There is a touch of white in the black. A tall and straight middle-aged man holds a long sword, exuding a handsome and imposing demeanor. Facing such a top-tier, luxurious lineup of the Navy alone, he shows a smile, completely unafraid. Around him, Haki is fierce and rampant, almost taking on a tangible form. The terrifying aura makes people feel intimidated. This is the Dark King Rayleigh. Filey looks on, his eyes shining with excitement. Wow, so strong. A person from the homeland. A person from the homeland. Such a powerful existence might not even be able to become a person from the homeland. What qualifications does he, Filey, have to want to become a true person from the homeland? The task is heavy and the road is long. Oh, are there new friends coming? Rayleigh looks up at Filey's unfamiliar face and smiles, saying, still a little guy. What a pity. This guy is a smiling tiger. While speaking, he swiftly slashes down with his sword. Be careful. Quickly dodge. Watch out. Chapter 77. Conqueror's Haki, very ordinary, very usual. Rayleigh merely unleashed a casual slash. But with that one stroke, the world seemed to change color. The atmosphere was severed, and time and space appeared to twist and misalign. Haki. Philly always felt that his use of Haki was quite impressive. His talent for training Haki was also remarkable. In just a few months, he was able to cover his entire body with Haki, and he could integrate and connect it with the objects he touched, turning Haki into a tangible force that could cause effective damage. Even Zifa believed that Philly's talent for cultivating Haki was extraordinary, definitely deserving of being called a genius. But a genius is still just a genius. They are not yet a fully matured and powerful being with terrifying abilities. Rayleigh's slash. There was no hockey covering the blade, nor was there any hockey coiling around his arm. However, with such a casual stroke, the air was cut. The air left in the wake of his body suddenly produced a red-black hue, rapidly condensing into hockey. Fierce, brutal, carrying an irresistible destructive force. Dodge. Evade. Otherwise, you will die. The body was sending out warnings. The nerves were crying out in anguish. Every cell in his body seemed to shudder. This feeling, this sensation so close to death, wrapped in fear, shocked by terror, was something Philly had never experienced or possessed before. Sengoku hurriedly reminded him. Carp's expression also changed drastically. No one expected that Rayleigh would actually attack Philly. They also did not anticipate that Philly, who should not have appeared here, would suddenly join this battle. Philly indeed had talent, his strength was not weak, and he possessed the Thunder Fruit. The future was destined to be promising. But that was for later, not now. In battles between top-tier powerhouses, while the abilities of fruits are certainly important, relying solely on fruit abilities to feel certain of victory is wishful thinking. Otherwise, the Pirate King Roger could not have dominated with just hockey and martial arts without a fruit. Rayleigh also had no devil fruit, but was able to become the Pirate King's first mate. His abilities were beyond what ordinary people could imagine. This slash could really kill someone who was careless. Even with all one's might, it would be hard to counter it. Come, turn around, flee, retreat. No way. Philly wouldn't he do that? This feeling was exactly what he had always been waiting for. In the shocked gazes of Sengoku and the others, instead of retreating, Philly advanced. He actively met Rayleigh's hockey-laden slash. Thunder surrounded his body. Conqueror's hockey covered his arms. Lightning surged and thunder roared. Philly let out a roar filled with the powerful vitality of a beast, unhesitatingly meeting Rayleigh's blow. Boom, rumble. Thunder and electricity. Destruction and devastation. Faced with Rayleigh's hockey-infused slash, it sparked dazzling brilliance. Pain. So painful. This was the first time Philly's body felt such a clear and intense pain. His skin was torn. Muscles were sliced. Bones trembled. And flesh cried out in agony. Let out an even louder roar. The thunder became even more dazzling and brilliant. Hockey surged out from within him, overwhelming. Around Philly, the air twisted. The black-red aura continuously gushed forth. That was merely the hockey that clung to his body, beginning to surge wildly from within him, forming shadowy light columns and invisible waves. Centered around Philly, waves continuously spread outward. Many felt a jolt in their hearts. Their bodies sensed an inexplicable pressure. This feeling was very clear and strong. But everyone present was top-tier powerhouses, figures known for their strength in the world. No one showed any signs of surprise. However, their gazes toward Philly became somewhat peculiar. The Navy awakened the Conqueror's hockey. This was indeed somewhat troublesome. Yes, Philly blocked Rayleigh's slash. And under the influence of Rayleigh's hockey-infused strike, he activated the power that had been dormant within him. Conqueror's hockey. A special potential that is not cultivated but rather inherently possessed. It has nothing to do with talent, only character and disposition. Rayleigh was also very surprised at this. He was not one to seek to teach or help others. He never expected that Philly would awaken Conqueror's hockey under his slash. However, it was just Conqueror's hockey. Rayleigh had seen many of them. Most of the members on his ship possessed Conqueror's hockey. It was something quite common. Only in the Navy could such a rarity be found. But now that he had awakened Conqueror's hockey, this little guy would definitely not be able to stay in the Navy. Rayleigh thought of something and suddenly smiled very happily. But this did not affect him as he dashed toward the outskirts, taking advantage of the moment when everyone was stunned. For a top-tier powerhouse, wanting to defeat a group of terrifying opponents is almost impossible. However, if he was determined only to escape, then there were hardly any capable of stopping him. This is why, to capture Rayleigh, Sengoku mobilized nearly all the elite forces the Navy could muster and specifically arranged armed forces to completely encircle a piece of sea. Even so, he still did not dare to have absolute confidence in being able to capture Rayleigh. Having dealt with Rayleigh for quite some time, he understood that Rayleigh was the kind of person who was very slippery. He would never stubbornly fight with opponents over meaningless matters. If he could run, he would run. Capturing him would be quite challenging. Jata no Kagami. Kizaru stood in the air, his body transforming into a mass of light. A large number of light orbs flew out, densely packed, charging toward Rayleigh's back. Akiji stood over the sea, hands in front of him. Ice Age. The ocean rapidly froze at a visible speed. Ice pillars swiftly spread toward Rayleigh's position. Meteor Volcano. Akainu's expression was cold and stern, acting decisively and ruthlessly. A large amount of magma flew into the air, quickly descending toward the front. The coverage area was immense, rivaling Kizaru's dense attack. Unfortunately, such attacks would not be very effective against strong individuals with powerful Kenbunchika haki. Even if they could delay him for a certain amount of time, it would be very limited. Rayleigh. Sengoku transformed into a giant golden Buddha. He pushed forward with his massive hand, creating a powerful shockwave that destroyed the icebergs, magma, and light orbs pursuing Rayleigh. Unfortunately, in terms of speed, he simply couldn't keep up. Carp simply stood by, doing nothing. He was just a martial arts powerhouse, not a devil fruit user. Besides close combat, he had no special means. Polysolino. Sengoku also understood this point and made a quick decision. Among those present, only Polysolino had an absolute speed advantage. He could temporarily intercept Rayleigh. While it might not pose a threat to Rayleigh, as long as he could delay him, it would give them time to surround Rayleigh once more. Yes, but that is a very scary enemy. He asked the vice captain of the Pirate King. Although Kizaru still looks laid back, his eyes are exceptionally serious. Facing Rayleigh, as a user of the Pika Pika no Mi, he is also in danger. Boom! However, faster than Kizaru is a blue-purple figure that surprises everyone. The sound of thunder makes everyone's ears ring. Philly, wait. Sengoku suddenly came to his senses and quickly spoke to stop him. That's right. The only one who can compete with Kizaru's speed is Philly, who is a user of the Goro Goro no Mi. But compared to Kizaru, Philly's strength is obviously inferior. Even when facing Rayleigh, the consequences could be disastrous. Unfortunately, Philly doesn't care what Sengoku thinks. He is not a Navy soldier. He is just a student, not yet graduated, and not really prepared to join the Navy. He just wants to fight against that overwhelming and suffocating Dark King Rayleigh once more. Joe. Little brother, you're really in a hurry. The yellow figure disappeared from a spot. Kizaru looked at the blue-purple light racing forward and hurriedly followed. With Philly acting alongside him, his pressure is much lighter. Self-preservation is completely fine. Then he can just exert a little effort. Chapter 78. The Fishman Basque having a monkey in the Navy is already enough of a headache. Now, there's also a lightning kid. Rayleigh sprinted forward, moving across the sea as if it were solid ground. But no matter how fast he ran, he couldn't match the speed of flight. Just now, Rayleigh instinctively sought the weakest position in the Navy to strike, creating an opportunity for his escape. He indeed succeeded, only to be caught off guard by the fact that Philly was a Thunderfruit user. Among the Navy, the most troublesome for Rayleigh wasn't the powerful Sengoku or Carp, but Kizaru. As a light fruit user, he possessed the ability to fly at high speeds, with attack methods that could be both ranged and close combat. His elemental ability allowed him to disappear at will. Kizaru's fighting style perfectly utilized the capabilities of a light fruit, focusing on harassment rather than direct confrontation. In a head-on fight, Kizaru might not be particularly strong, but he was certainly not weak either. However, when it came to harassment, few dared to claim they could surpass him. Now, not only was there Kizaru, but also Philly. Rayleigh was still confident he could escape if facing Kizaru alone. But the addition of Philly, who was equally formidable, made him feel troubled. Such troublesome fruit abilities were truly giving him a headache. He regretted not having dealt a fatal blow with that earlier strike. That cut infused with haki should have been executed with more seriousness. Otherwise, he could have severely injured Philly and avoided falling into this troublesome passive situation. Yada no Kagami. Kizaru didn't care about Rayleigh's troubles. In this place, the entire sky was his domain. His attacks lacked depth, but were overwhelmingly effective. With a single move, he unleashed a densely packed area attack, aiming to slow down Rayleigh's movements and buy enough time for Sengoku and others who were rushing over. Thunderstorm. Philly followed suit, throwing punches as lightning poured down like rain. His move shared a similar essence with Kizaru's. Rayleigh sighed helplessly. His speed had indeed decreased. His powerful observation haki allowed him to evade most attacks, but the sheer density of these attacks left him with nowhere to hide, forcing him to momentarily halt and counterattack with his sword. The frequency of his speed couldn't be maintained indefinitely. Sengoku's goal of having Kizaru chase Rayleigh was accomplished, and with Philly joining in, their efforts were even more efficient. Blade, Ghost Slaughter. Philly and Kizaru's attacks indeed pressured Rayleigh to retaliate. Yet, immediately following Rayleigh's counterattack, they felt the impact. The strike was simple and unadorned, but the haki exerted a terrifying pressure on the surrounding air. The air around the blade was compressed as if a haki blade aura erupted forth, moving at an unbelievable speed, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Amaterasu. Kizaru, with his usually lazy expression, suddenly took on a serious demeanor. The light in his hand transformed into a light sword, blocking the attack directly in front of him, turning it into a physical weapon. Philly, however, wasn't so fortunate. Upon noticing Rayleigh's attack, he didn't hesitate and immediately chose to activate his elemental form to evade the strike. Unfortunately, he was still a moment too slow. The hockey-infused blade aura arrived as expected, interrupting his elemental transformation midway. The powerful lightning force coiled around him, while the pitch-black armament hockey suddenly condensed. In a rush, he combined his fruit ability with his hockey and enhanced his physical defense to the maximum without holding back, feeling the threat of death. Yet even so, his skin was still cut open by the strike, blood splattering into the air. Philly looked at the blood spraying up and felt quite unfamiliar with it. It seemed to be the first time his ever-strengthening body had bled since crossing into the pirate world. It hurt so much. The corporeal Philly pressed against his chest, where the blade had cut through, feeling the sticky blood and the stinging sensation at the wound, causing his whole body to boil with blood. And as he touched the wound, it visibly healed at an astonishing rate, leaving only a faint white mark. Wow, my physical condition is really good. Kizaru held the Amaterasu in his hand, dissipating the threat from Rayleigh's attack. Glancing at Philly, he noticed the frightening speed at which Philly was healing, gaining an understanding of his physical prowess. Whoosh! Philly didn't waste words. He didn't respond to Kizaru's teasing and immediately chased after Rayleigh. Rayleigh was continuously giving him various surprises, powerful enough that Philly could only look up to him. But it was this pressure of feeling death approaching that brought Philly immense joy. His body was exhilarated, his emotions surged, and his soul trembled. He wanted to continue. He wished to enjoy this feeling a little longer. Little brother, you really are serious. Chasing so closely you might get killed, you know? Kizaru, unlike Philly, wasn't exerting himself to the limit to cling to Rayleigh. He flew in the air, and after a while, once his condition had stabilized, he continued to pursue Philly. Oh, here they come. A glance behind revealed the sea had been frozen into an ice path. Sengoku, Carp Akainu, and Akiji, for powerful figures, were running silently with all their might. Kizaru's sly face twitched at the corners, suppressing a strong urge to laugh. Puff! However, he couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. To avoid being detected by Sengoku and the others, Kizaru immediately turned back and chased after Philly. Carp loudly asked Sengoku, "Why don't we just give up? We can't catch up like this." Rayleigh was very strong, now that he was running for his life. He was fast enough to surprise even Carp, his old rival. Philly and Kizaru, two natural-type fruit users of light and thunder, naturally possessed flying abilities. Chasing someone was incredibly easy for them, but the four of them, relying on their two legs, even with the use of Soru and Jeppu to speed up, still seemed to fall short. Looking ahead, as they could no longer see the tails of the three in front, Carp truly felt it would be better to eat some senbei. Carp, shut up and chase. Akainu said in a deep voice, "Evil must be punished. Today is our best chance to catch the Pirate King Roger's right-hand man, the Dark King Rayleigh." Akainu didn't believe they would encounter such a good opportunity again in the future. Akiji remained silent, merely freezing the ground ahead to clear the path. He was now a relentless road-paving machine. Brother Rayleigh. Suddenly, a gigantic monster broke through the water. Atop that giant octopus was a strangely shaped fishman, with a toothy mouth and 8 arms, a true long-mouthed monkey-faced creature. Rayleigh smiled and waved his hand. "Bask, you finally made it." The fishman Bask looked coldly at Philly and Kizaru behind Rayleigh. He patted the sea beast beneath him. Little Gray, the octopus-like sea beast suddenly raised its numerous tentacles. "Oh no, this is bad." Seeing this, Kizaru immediately stopped and quickly ascended. However, Philly, still focused on his own actions, showed no intention of changing course and charged towards the slowing Rayleigh. Splash, splash, splash. A large amount of seawater gushed out from the sea beast's tentacles. In the sky, it instantly turned into a torrential downpour. The seawater descended. Bass patted the sea beast's head and leaped into the air. Behind him, 2 giant water columns also shot up from the ocean. Fishman Karate, gift of water. Philly, Kizaru, who had already reached a safe area, couldn't help but warn upon seeing this scene. This is seawater, and for a devil fruit user, encountering seawater is dangerous in every sense. Below was the ocean. With no support, falling down would definitely mean disaster. Chapter 79. A real man should fight with all his might, however. Philly seemed to be oblivious to everything around him. His eyes focused solely on Rayleigh, who was right in front of him. "Little guy, you're really eager." Rayleigh thought to himself as he watched Philly daringly rush towards him in such a situation, feeling somewhat amused. He had seen many fighters who were reckless and obsessed with battle, and had once had a companion like that. But even Barrett knew that devil fruit users should avoid seawater. This guy must be out of his mind. Basque, seeing Philly charging straight at Rayleigh without dodging, couldn't help but show a strange expression. As a member of the Fishman tribe, he was well aware of how cautious devil fruit users were in the sea. As the strongest race in the ocean, they wouldn't fear devil fruit users on this battlefield. The water droplets, sprayed by the squid sea beast, Little Gray, poured down like a torrential rain. The coverage was far greater than Philly and Kizaru's fruit abilities, making it impossible to evade. Philly was completely soaked, and the thunderous power surrounding him dimmed slightly under the deluge of seawater, but it didn't vanish entirely. The intense heat generated by the thunder caused the nearby seawater to evaporate forcefully, but that was only a small portion. The continuous rain of seawater ultimately extinguished the thunderous glow surrounding Philly, revealing his true state. Basque's 2 water column attacks also landed on Philly after the sea beast's rain attack. At this moment, Philly had basically lost the ability to use his fruit powers, becoming a powerless fighter. With such a large-scale seawater attack, even the combination of shave and moonwalk would be difficult to dodge, and it would only disrupt his footing. Therefore, he chose to take the hits directly, using his body to withstand the blows, ensuring that his attack rhythm wouldn't be disrupted, only slightly slowed down. It's over. Oh my god. Looks like I have to rescue someone. My workload just increased. In the sky, Kizaru scratched his head helplessly at this scene. The moment he saw Fishman Basque appearing on the sea beast, he knew that the hunt for the Pirate King's vice captain, Rayleigh, was likely going to end in failure. The Marine Admiral Sengoku's hopes for a significant war event before taking on the role of Fleet Admiral would also end in regret. Now, he didn't want to deal with Rayleigh anymore, but rather was considering how to pull Philly out of the sea. As a user of the Pika Pika no Mi, he was also a landlubber, afraid to touch the seawater. He had to be ready at all times. If Rayleigh and Basque were to attack Philly, who had lost his fruit abilities and was weakened by the seawater, he would have to face them under immense pressure, at least to stall until Sengoku and the others arrived. Let's go, Basque. It was clear that Philly was a devil fruit user, and there was no doubt about that. Now, being enveloped by a large amount of seawater, he could no longer act. That was a certainty. Rayleigh also didn't want to continue entangled with the Marines. There was no need. Roger was dead, and they had already completed their great voyage and discovered the secrets of this world. What he needed now was just to live a peaceful retirement life. Time would dilute the Marines' memories of him, and wear down the world's impression of them. Killing Philly and dealing with Kizaru would only deepen the enmity between him and the Marines, leading to a never-ending feud. That was not the outcome Rayleigh wanted to see. He just wanted to leave. He had sensed that he might have been discovered by the Marines, so he had contacted his fishman friend Basque in advance through some means. Basque would engage the Marines first and find an opportunity to escape. With Basque prepared to assist him, the two would join forces and immediately leave, escaping the Marines' encirclement. However, the development of events was beyond everyone's expectations. How could this be? Even Rayleigh, who had seen the world and remained unperturbed in any situation, was shocked to see Philly, as a devil fruit user, charge out of the water. Although the energy characteristic of a devil fruit user had vanished, when that massive hockey-infused fist enlarged before him, he was taken aback. What was going on? Basque was even more astonished. As a fishman, he had used seawater to deal with devil fruit users countless times, and it had always worked, but how was it that Philly was exhibiting such an abnormal situation? Oh no. Kizaru was on high alert, ready to assist Philly. If Rayleigh made any move, he would intervene. But who would have thought he would witness such an incredible scene? Instead of acting immediately, he seemed to watch the unfolding drama, prioritizing entertainment over action. Boom! The hockey-infused iron fist swung towards Rayleigh. Even though the seawater had slowed down its speed, that powerful punch still resonated deeply. Rayleigh did not take the hit directly, but dodged instead. Boom! However, this left Basque, who was still in a daze, in a difficult position. Rayleigh's fishman friend took a solid punch from Philly and was knocked off the octopus sea beast, falling into the sea. Roar! The octopus sea beast, seeing its master fall into the water, immediately became furious and quickly sank into the sea. Boom! 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 At this moment, Rayleigh and Philly were exchanging blows, engaging in a fierce fight. The sudden movement of the sea beast caused both of them to lose their balance. Each grabbed a part of the sea beast's body while the other hand formed a fist, delivering powerful punches to each other's faces. Neither showed mercy, both taking solid hits. Despite their age difference, both handsome faces contorted in pain, their features twisted and expressions out of control. Ouch! Both Philly and Rayleigh felt a sharp pain simultaneously, but did not stop. Instead, they increased their speed, releasing their grips, and after stabilizing themselves, they continued to strike at each other. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of ice forming on the surface of the sea echoed nearby. Aokiji was creating an ice path, rapidly bringing Sengoku, Akainu, and Garp towards the scene. Oh, reinforcements are coming. Kizaru noticed and immediately entered work mode. His fingers extended. Light began to gather between them, gradually becoming dazzling. It's hard to aim. However, seeing Philly and Rayleigh standing together, unable to part, made it impossible for him to accurately shoot his laser for fear of hitting his own people. Whoosh, whoosh, the Ice Age. Sengoku, Akainu, and Garp, the three top marine powers, simultaneously used the Marine 6 styles, unafraid of severe exhaustion. The last stretch, close in as fast as possible. Little Gray, hurry. Lord Rayleigh, I'll take it from here. Bacchus resurfaced, his face swollen, his eyes slits. But seeing the Navy, including Garp, rapidly approaching not far away, he didn't have time to say much. He quickly communicated with the sea beast Little Gray. The arrangements made earlier were just in time to be put to use. All right, while Rayleigh was engaged in battle with Philly, he responded, "Hey, little guy, if you keep fighting, it's going to get dangerous." Who is really in danger? It's hard to say. Excitement, stimulation, an indescribable thrill and fervor. Philly found what he had always lacked and couldn't satisfy in his heart while fighting against Rayleigh. That's right. It was this kind of thrill, dancing on the edge of life and death while battling a strong opponent. Splash. The sea beast Little Gray sank into the water. A tentacle wrapped around Rayleigh's waist, diving rapidly. Meanwhile, the buoyancy of the seawater acted on Philly, causing his body to float upwards. Don't think about escaping. Philly grabbed a corner of the sea beast's tentacle and forcibly followed along. His whole being disappeared beneath the surface of the sea. Crack, 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 crack. Just as Philly and Rayleigh disappeared from the water, the surface froze instantly. The bottom of the seawater also quickly froze downwards towards the deep sea. But the sea beast Little Gray was diving at high speed. Bacchus used special means to further accelerate Little Gray's speed, preventing the freezing of the seawater from catching up to their escape speed. Just like that, they safely escaped the influence range of Aokiji's ice fruit. Chapter 80 Under the CEO. This is troublesome. I'm going to be scolded by Admiral Sengoku again. My ears are about to get calluses. Kizaru descended from the sky, landing on the ice surface, right next to Aokiji. Sengoku looked grimly at the ice beneath his feet and, somewhat unwillingly, questioned Aokiji. Did you catch him? With Rayleigh's strength, even if frozen by Aokiji, escaping would be a piece of cake. However, this plan had been in the making for so long, utilizing so much power. After finally forcing Rayleigh into a corner, to have it all fall apart at the last moment was something Sengoku was not willing to accept. No, Aokiji replied honestly, saying exactly what happened. His ice fruit ability indeed did not manage to trap Rayleigh. That sea beast descended very quickly. At the limit of his freezing distance, it successfully escaped. Sengoku, on the side, said casually, all right. I'd already guessed this would be the outcome, so don't take it too hard, Sengoku. He didn't know when it started, but he always had it with him, decisively pulling out a bag of sanbei from his pocket and tearing it open. He grabbed a handful and stuffed it in his mouth, chewing loudly while asking, "Do you guys want some sanbei? It really tastes great." Aokiji remained silent and took a few pieces from Garp to munch on. "Garp, why are you bringing sanbei into a fight?" Sengoku not only didn't eat, but was also venting his frustration by loudly questioning Garp. "If you're not going to eat, then why are you acting so fierce?" Garp immediately became displeased, his voice louder than Sengoku's, looking upset, and opened his mouth, spraying Sengoku's face with saliva. "I'll just eat it myself. I'm leaving." He turned to walk away without a hint of hesitation. Garp had fought against the Roger Pirates for nearly half his life. Between them, they were enemies and rivals, but they also developed a mutual respect. Roger's death, although a victory of justice, did not sit well with Garp. Now, although Rayleigh had not completely retired, he was basically not showing himself, and no news would spread about him in this world. It was almost confirmed that he wanted to leave the pirate identity and live a stable life. Garp was naturally pleased with this. Moreover, using Navy forces to capture Rayleigh would incur too much loss. Just from an interest perspective, it would be better to let Rayleigh quietly enjoy his retirement as a pirate. Therefore, Garp would back down at this moment, completely not following Sengoku's rhythm. Evil must be eradicated no matter how long it takes. Akainu's expression was cold and fierce, fists tightly clenched. In the battle with Rayleigh just now, he deeply felt a sense of powerlessness. Usually, when facing those pirates, killing them felt like chopping vegetables. But Rayleigh was different. A strong person with such power becoming a pirate and doing evil was the greatest disaster in this world. Akainu's conviction was further strengthened. Evil must face the harshest punishment and absolutely cannot be lenient. Akiji acted as if nothing happened. Since the O'Hara incident, he had serious reservations about his colleague Akainu. Their various ideologies were in severe conflict. Akiji did not agree with Akainu's absolute justice. His approach leaned more towards gentle means. However, even those gentle means left Akiji feeling uncertain. After fully understanding the entire process of O'Hara, witnessing a friend he personally defeated and letting a girl go, who became the sole survivor of that disaster, Akiji had been in a state of confusion. Even now, after several years, he still remained in that state, never truly coming out of it. Hearing Akainu's words, he tugged at the corner of his mouth, appearing even more lethargic. Sigh. Sengoku felt a surge of frustration with nowhere to vent. He had no way to deal with Garp. As for Akainu, he had mentioned that his views were too radical. But there was still no change. This admiral felt utterly stifled. The usually silent Kizaru finally spoke up at this moment. What's wrong? Sengoku looked at Kizaru. Strong in power, talented, and outstanding in ability. Yet he was a complete slacker. He did everything just enough. Most of the time, putting in no effort at all. He had to be angry to make him take things a bit more seriously. This lack of awareness as a high-ranking Navy officer was what made Sengoku the angriest. And this kind of guy, after he was promoted to admiral, would naturally become one of the new 3 admirals of the Navy. Sengoku initially strongly rejected that idea. But after looking around inside and outside the Navy, he thought, forget it. Let be. Akiji, Akainu, Kizaru. All 3 of them had personality issues, but their strength was unparalleled. No one could compare. Choosing others would not be convincing and could not bear the Navy's justice power. The pirate world was still a world where only those with strength could stand firm and be heard. The real world. What is it? Sengoku wanted to see what Kizaru, who usually preferred to be inconspicuous, would say at this moment. Kizaru stroked his chin, looking more nonchalant, and even slacker than usual. Seeing this, Sengoku's brows jumped, wishing he could slap Kizaru's face to make him hurry up and finish what he was saying. Well, Feli. He went down with them. Finally, Kizaru managed to get the words out. The little burden in his heart instantly vanished. After all, he was with Feli chasing Rayleigh. Now that Feli was working so seriously, even going into the sea, it was indeed a bit unreasonable for him to slack off like this. It seemed that no one had noticed this point yet. Bringing it up was also a way to be fair to Feli. Feli went into the sea? Sure enough, as soon as Kizaru said this, the effect was explosive. Sengoku was instantly stunned. Garp, who was turning around to walk back while eating senbei, froze in place, his body stiffening. He turned around, disbelief written all over his face. Akainu also looked somewhat shocked, his brows furrowing. Akiji couldn't help but worry, saying, what should we do now? Rayleigh is not a devil fruit user. Feli is a devil fruit user. If he goes into the sea, how will he fight? The outcome is predictable. Kizaru wanted to say that Feli seemed to be fine after touching the seawater. However, he didn't voice it because the power of the thunder fruit indeed disappeared, indicating that the seawater did have an effect on Feli. That speculation no longer held water. Perhaps Feli was just caught up in a moment and forgot to hold back his strength. The high-ranking Navy officers all simultaneously looked down at the ice beneath their feet. A cold wind blew through, causing everyone to shiver. This matter is not easy to handle. How should they resolve it? They had no way to deal with it at all. In the middle of the sea, pong, pong, pong. The protagonist that Sengoku and Kizaru and the others were worried about was currently full of life. And at this moment, the scene looked indeed quite miraculous. The surroundings were all red, wriggling walls. The underground is filled with a special liquid that emits a sour smell and floats with white mist. A nauseating stench permeates the air, but it doesn't matter. Feli and Laylee are still here, fist against fist, showing no mercy. However, it seems both of them are holding back to some extent. The battle no longer produces overwhelming shockwaves. Their armed-colored fists land directly on each other, both feeling the pain. The more they fight, the more heated it becomes, especially for Laylee. His strength, limited by the special environment here, forces him to suppress himself significantly. Despite being stronger than Feli, he finds himself entangled in Feli's strong suit, which gives him a tremendous headache. Stop, stop, stop. Laylee really can't take it anymore. He actively calls for a ceasefire. Bang! Faley lands a precise punch right on Laylee's mouth, causing a tooth to seemingly fly out. Damn! Laylee's body is sent flying back at a terrifying speed, twisting and turning abnormally. Damn you. Bang! This punch is fast, incredibly fast. It's difficult to catch with the naked eye, thus magnifying in Faley's pupils. Then it lands on Faley's handsome but somewhat swollen face, sending him flying backward, increasing the swelling on his face even more. I said, "You two enough already. If you don't want to die here, then stop it."